what's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Great to be with you, off and rolling. On this Thursday morning, well, yesterday was the day I had dreaded. The day Rangers Suarez and the Phillies would part ways. That was a bummer. We'll get to that certainly today. Eagles, of course, hot and heavy in the offseason, which really just began, but it's been 4 days already. And there's a lot of emotional sides to the loss, the end of the season. And, of course, all they're thinking about what comes next. Coordinator top of mind for most, and how to structure this offense. We'll get to that. Flyers and Sixers both lose last night, really in similar fashion, both laying total eggs. So all of this on the table with you today at 215-592-9494. Richie Rich.
Hey, Joe.
Good morning, John.
Biggest wave ever recorded is unbelievably 1,720 feet. 1,720 feet for a wave is almost incomprehensible. Like the waves that you see, like the huge waves that they ride, they like get towed into. Surfers get towed into. Those are like 20 feet, 30 feet. Those waves are massive. I can't even imagine 720 feet. This was in Alaska. 1,720 feet. Right. In Alaska, an avalanche down the side of a mountain in, what was the name of it?
Well, Alaska's good enough.
Bay in Alaska.
I'm thinking about this tsunami. I still can't believe we lost 200,000 humans in our lifetime with a wave, like 20 years ago. I mean, I know a wave, like a bunch of waves.
Tsunami, mega tsunami. This was considered a mega tsunami wave in Lituya Bay, Alaska.
Yeah.
And tsunamis,
rogue business,
waves
man.
are so scary.
Bad business. All right, let's get to it here today. 215-592-9494. To the birds in a moment. Let's start Phil's. You Ranger, I mean, look, I'm not going to blast the Phils. I understand why. I think we could all see this coming. I'd used this phrase many times over the last many months, going back into last season. No room in the inn. No room in the inn. You get 5 starting pitchers, and the reality is it looks like Andrew Painter's ready to go, and you got 4 other guys under contract, and so, like, that's what happens. But it doesn't mean two things. One, it doesn't emotionally hurt, because Ranger is one of our dudes, one of their better players, one of their best players. And also, for me, like, my favorite Philly. I've been very clear about that. He's been my favorite Phil.
And it feels like he's been here for so long.
Well,
just since he was like a child.
Since he was 16.
He's been a Philly for 14 years.
Yeah.
Think about that.
No, I get it. So, like, it hurts on the emotional side. It's also a sign that, you know, you only have a couple guys left that have really been here through this journey. Like, if you wanted to win with this group, sort of like you wanted to see the Eagles win with Donovan and Doc, they never did. You wanted to see the Flyers win with Lindros and LeClaire, they never did. Like, there's only a couple guys left that, like, have been this era. And really, the whole time now has been, like, Bryce and Nola and Wheeler and Schwarber. But, like, the list is getting short because Cassie's going to be gone.
And
JT
Bowman
might be gone.
For what
and
it's worth,
yeah. So,
you love someone, set them free, Joe. Maybe Ranger will come back after 5 years.
Well, I used to think about that, about Schilling, and it never happened. So, look, we'll take your reaction. Do you think the Phils made a mistake? How do you feel? It's okay to feel that it's the right thing for the Phillies to do, but really, like, a huge bummer. That's where I'm at. I'm not criticizing the Phils for not giving them $130 million. They need bats. But it doesn't mean it doesn't hurt you emotionally.
They better get that bat.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah. It does,
At least you
James.
can go to the Mets, though. Honestly,
I know.
I did, like, there was a jolt of happiness with the sadness that he's going to the AL. I got no problem with the Red Sox. Go do your thing. Like, it's a great town, great city, you know, great baseball town. Like, good for you, Ranger. You know?
There's also the good for you. I mean, the guy gets $130 million.
That's my point. Good for you,
He's
dude.
worked his butt off to develop his skill.
Yeah.
And so, anyway.
And given what Alex Bregman was to that team, they offered Ranger more than they offered Alex Bregman, which shows that how much they believe in him, how much they want him.
Well, Ranger, when healthy,
Good
can be
for
excellent.
Rangers.
All right, so look, the whole Ranger thing, including the whole Phils offseason on the table. Be curious where you stand on the Ranger front, 215-592-9494. Painter better be good. Say that. And Luzardo better stay. I'll say that. All right, let's get to the birds. So maybe Patullo stays, but not with power. So Patullo, as we know, downgraded 2 days ago. And so open offensive coordinator position, a million names flying around, many of which are very prominent. And the real question, in my opinion, it isn't who to hire, although that's a huge question. I think that's the secondary question. I think the main question is whether to reinvent the offense or not. Put another way, whether they should with Jalen. I mean, Jalen's the quarterback. I'm not twisting that up. What I'm saying is, knowing that Jalen's the quarterback, should they try to do a whole bunch of different things, i.e. reinvent the offense, or pretty much do what they've done, but just hope with a better running game and maybe Jalen running more that they can get back to what they had been? John, where do you come down? And again, I'm curious from everyone at 215-592-9494. It's a really simple question. Should the Eagles reinvent the offense with Jalen? Will they?
Yes.
If they did, would it work? John, what are your thoughts?
Of course they need to reinvent the offense. When Kellen Moore walked out the door and left his play calling duties, we essentially lost 5 points a game and 62 rushing yards a game. Scheme matters. And there are offensive coaches out there on successful teams who put their players in better position to win every down than what these coaches did for these Eagles players this year. We can be so much better. And now the issue becomes how he's going to have to pay guys on the defensive side of the football.
Big time.
You're going to have less talent offensively. Yep. How do you make up for that? Well, you out-scheme teams. You do what the 49ers do. You do what the Rams do. We need a smarter offense led by someone from the outside because that offense this season was spectacularly dumb. And, I've talked ad nauseum about the way our season ended on a play that had no right being on an NFL field. No purpose being on a professional sports field in such a big moment. We didn't score enough all season long against the good teams, and now we have a chance to add a lift, a new mind that's going to have, I would assume, a lot more autonomy than previously. Vic Fangio, we love what he's done with that defensive side of the football. We also recognize that Nick Sirianni didn't hire him. Nick Sirianni was hired after Vic Fangio. So why change what's been successful previously? Let the front office figure out the best offensive coordinator.
Look at John Ritchie saying, let's have Lori and Howie hire somebody. Look at that.
Well, that's what they did with Vic.
Times have changed.
This offense needs help. And right now, what we hear is Mike McDaniel, Brian Daboll are at the top of the list. I like both of these guys because of what it appears they've done in bringing young quarterbacks along. Remember, Mike McDaniel took Tua to a new level entirely. This was a couple years ago, and things have deteriorated since. But Tua was considered the next up-and-comer.
Yeah, he looked like a top 10 guy.
Oh, he was lighting it up.
He had two great wide receivers at that point, so
sure.
For what it's worth.
McDaniel lights it up, and that's with a run game specialty. He's a run game savant who is also able to develop young quarterbacks. I love that idea. I am very aware that he would be using us as a springboard to the next job.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Daboll maybe wouldn't. And Daboll
he would try to.
Jackson Dart. Well, sure, he wants to be a head coach again, but maybe he would sit tight until the right job, buying us more time, more years with a good offensive coordinator. He took Jackson Dart and made him look legit. I don't know how much of that's Jackson Dart. I know he needed taught properly, and he seemed to be brought along quickly. And then, of course, Daboll was the guy who brought Josh Allen into prominence. I like both those guys that you hear they're considering. Cliff Kingsbury, another really creative offensive play caller, and he took Jaden Daniels to new levels, but his run game is a little bit, a little bit different. He's a little bit more of a departure from what I would assume our Jeff Stoutland, our run game coordinator, is accustomed to. So I don't know if it meshes quite as well. I think I'd be thrilled with any of these play callers because they've been there and they've done it. They've called plays in this league, and they've proven to be creative and, at the front end of the changes that are being made every year.
So, look, I'm curious.
I don't know if Vic even likes McDaniel, though, so that could be a real problem. I think McDaniel is the top of my list, but a lot is contingent on how Vic Fangio feels about Mike McDaniel from the time they spent together in Miami.
Yeah, for those that don't know, McDaniel part of Fire and Vic, just 2 years ago. Look, 215-592-9494 in this whole thing. I'll tell you, part of me honestly doesn't even care at this point, and I guess I don't literally mean that, but part of my mindset is like, look, you want to see a reinvented offense and find out if Jalen can do it, fine, go for it. I don't think it'll work. I don't think they really should do it. I think they should try. And when I say try, I'm talking about May installation, June. All right, everyone break. You got 6 weeks off. Get back in training camp in July. Try. August, try. You want to try at the beginning of the season in games, fine. But I can honestly tell you that this idea of Jalen suddenly choosing to throw the ball across the middle with his, one, very conservative nature, and two, shorter than most starting quarterback nature, I just don't think it'll work. But if you want to try it, fine. I mean, seriously, go for it. I don't think it'll work. Therefore, I don't think they should really stick with it if it's not working. But if you want to give it a shot, fine.
What are you saying?
What am I saying?
Absurd.
I just told you.
If you want to give offense a shot,
he doesn't throw
if you want to give making your offense workable a shot, go ahead, knock yourself out. What are you doing? What are you talking about?
Let's find out.
This team needs offense. This team has a great defense.
This team needs healthy players so he can hand the ball off and have a running game. And he's got to run the ball.
And in order
more.
to have a great offense, you need someone who knows how to call it.
Yeah, look, to me, it's pretty obvious. Eagles ran the same offense 5 years in a row. See, that's one of the big misconceptions here. Like, no, the only thing that really, two things really changed. One, the players got hurt up front. And two, Jalen stopped running.
And the guy calling the plays changed. You keep underrating that. Like I get
it's the same stuff.
But there's a rhythm. There's a feel. Like yes, there is. Of course, you think
same stuff.
Okay.
They didn't have a healthy offensive line.
You don't think that calling the right plays in the right moments matters?
I do, but I don't think that was the heart of the matter at all.
I think it was a massive part of the matter.
I don't. They couldn't run the ball effectively because they weren't healthy, and Jalen stopped running. And then it's like, well, it's a slog. Well, yeah, it was a slog in the passing game previously. But, they just were more reliant on this year, and it looked bad. Look, you want to try it, go for it. I don't think it'll work. I mean, that's what I'm telling you. I don't think it'll work. 215-592-9490.
Hold on.
What?
So what's your answer?
My answer is get a healthy offensive line.
If you want to try it, go for it. What's your plan?
My answer is Jalen Hurts' job is on the line in 2026 based on how they implement it. I'm keeping the backup quarterback. I'm considering door number 3, which is anyone I can acquire either this offseason or next offseason that theoretically can slide in there in 2027. That's my solution.
I think that's kind of the way it works for everyone. Well, everyone should be paranoid every day they're in that locker room looking over their shoulder because someone might be better. Coaches included. That's
of course
the nature of a competitive sport.
Yeah. Look, where do you stand on this? Do you think it would work? Do you think they'll do it? Should they? Will they? 215-592-9494. The concept of reinventing it. Go for it or not. What do you think? Let us know. Plus the Ranger thing. It is a bummer, even if it's the right decision for the Phillies economically. But it's still a bummer. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you here about United Tire and Service. You made hopefully you made some New Year's resolutions a couple weeks ago. And I hope one of them was to take care of your car, and hope one of them is to keep as much cash in your wallet as possible. Well, you can do both of those things through the tremendous service at United Tire and Service. You can take care of your car by getting it to United Tire and Service, and in the process, save yourself money. Short term, compared to other spots, and long term, when it relates to keeping your car good for the long haul, not needing to buy a new car in a year or 2 or 3. Go for those hundreds of thousands of miles with great care with United Tire and Service. And United Tire and Service right now, and all times, giving you great options, great deals, whether it's new tires, inspections, oil changes, and more. United Tire and Service covers it all. So stop by your locally owned United Tire and Service, 10 different locations throughout the Delaware Valley. Find the one closest to you at this website, UnitedTire.com. Check out UnitedTire.com and find the location nearest you. Get yourself there. They're phenomenal.
Score the winning touchdown at Borgata during the $700,000 home field hangout drawing. Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners to get $25,000 to create your dream home theater. Drawings every Saturday. Grand prize drawing January 31st. Score big during home field hangout. Only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dreaming of a newly renovated kitchen, bathroom, or addition in the new year? We know what you're afraid of when it comes to home remodeling. Strangers in your home, broken promises, missed timelines, mess, stress. That's why Tillman Builders does things differently. Your home is your sanctuary, and their team treats it that way. The Tillman team members are skilled, polite, respectful, and actually enjoyable to have around. You'll feel the difference, guaranteed. Start your free estimate today at tbremodel.com. Tillman Builders, remodeling without the chaos.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Bucks County's recently elected sheriff has ended a controversial partnership with ICE. Federal investigators are getting involved in the 2011 murder case of Ellen Greenberg, and a special education teacher in Springfield, Delaware County is being honored with the National Teacher of the Year award at the College Football Championship.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Whether it's midfield or in the red zone, our hometown team can handle anything thrown their way. That's why PNC is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and support the team's dedication to smart, tested tactics. Being adaptable and preparing a solid strategy pays off. And just like any big game, when it comes to your finances, there is a lot on the line. Having a dependable team allows you to make the plays you need to reach your goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Breaking news! TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
When it rains in Philly, your roof better be ready. I'm Merrill Reese. Don't wait until winter blitzes your home. Call the team at Impriano Roofing and Siding, protecting local homes for over 50 years. From roofing to siding to energy-efficient windows, they do it right. No gimmicks, no pressure, just honest work and great savings. Before the next storm hits, visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, your home's first line of defense.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Today, partly sunny and windy. Temperatures dropping through the 30s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
It's playoff time. You know how it goes. Big hits, hard yards, and a whole lot of opinions on Monday morning. But buying a car, it shouldn't feel like a contact sport. Hi, it's John Ashow, the Cars Are from Colonial Hyundai. Here at Colonial, we keep it fast, easy, simple. One car, one price, one visit. Only at Colonial this month, drive home any new Hyundai of your choice, like a brand new Tucson, for just $199 per month. No whistles, no flags, no unnecessary roughness. Colonial Hyundai makes it easy to get out of your old car or truck by offering the highest trade-in values in the region. We have over 200 vehicles vehicles in stock. Konas, Santa Fe's, Palisades, Elantras, all with incredible offers and incentives. Our state-of-the-art dealership is designed to make buying, leasing, or servicing your vehicle faster, easier, and better than ever. As always, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
2026 Tucson SE lease for $209 a month for 36 months. 7,500 miles per year. $3,995 plus tax and fees. Stock number H260186. See dealer for details.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Well, the NFC East is about to get a whole lot more interesting. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports the Giants are working on finalizing a deal to make John Harbaugh their next head coach. Meantime, NFL insider Josina Anderson posting the Eagles are looking for an established name for offensive coordinator, adding top candidates have been told they should not expect any interference with regards to the offense. ESPN's Peter Strager says the Eagles' OC job might not be that attractive of a landing spot.
Who wants that job right now? It's a very, very important role in that organization because you have all the weapons and all the stars, but it is as pressure-packed a job and one with a hotter seat and a media microscope than any in the NFL, and I include those head coaching jobs.
Ranger Suarez reportedly signing a 5-year, $130 million deal with Boston. Sixers fell to the Cavs 133-107. Flyers lost to 4 straight, 5-2 at Buffalo. Right now, get 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. Go to windownation.com. Partly sunny, windy, temps falling during the day. It is currently 42. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is a fascinating question of whether they should reinvent things. Because, I mean, it could work. It's not. I'm not saying it's, impossible to work. I just think it's unlikely. But, very intriguing to find out. And maybe he'd soar. Maybe Jalen and the offense would soar. But I also know they've been running the same thing for the most part for 5 years, and it tells me with a bunch of different coaches, they've come to the same conclusion. But you tell me, where do you stand? Reinvent this thing or not? 215-592-9494. Plus the Ranger Suarez reality. He's gone, and he got paid 5 years, $130 million. Congrats to him, but it's a bummer. Let's go to Mike in Douglasville. What's going on, Mike?
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Hi, Mike.
Yeah, so it was somewhere around October. I started having serious questions where I was a giant, Jalen Hurts fan. But I started having serious questions because obviously the offense has not changed over the past few years with the multiple different coordinators that we've had. And then I think it was either it was the Black Friday game.
The offense has varied a lot depending on the play caller.
I don't agree, John. I think he just hasn't run as much. But go ahead, Mike.
The only time it looked different was the first 4 games of Kellen Moore's career as the offensive coordinator. And then the bye happened, and then it went right back to looking exactly how it looked for the last 4 coordinators straight. And you cannot tell anybody different.
I agree.
And that's Nick Sirianni's offense.
Exactly. What I want is I want a coordinator that's going to come in here and actually challenge Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Try to do new concepts. Try to do new things because I believe there are 2 things. Both of you guys are correct in the fact that the same. Why? Because Jalen Hurts wants it that way. And does it work? Sometimes. Has it stagnated? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Could it be taught differently? Yes. I want it taught differently, and I want Jalen Hurts to be challenged. My only concern is, and honestly, the timeline for his contract and for Nick Sirianni and everything like that, it times up absolutely perfectly. Not only do I want another quarterback drafted somewhat early in this draft, just to hedge our bets, but also I want to see if Jalen Hurts can actually do something other than what he's been doing. Because if he can't, I'm sorry. If you're not willing to improve in your game, you're not willing to run, you're not willing to try to do new concepts, then I don't know if you're going to be our long-term guy. And this whole concept of him not being able to throw over the middle, go watch a Panthers game. Bryce Young is 3 to 4 inches shorter than Jalen Hurts and is still willing to throw the ball over the middle, so don't give me this I can't see crap.
Well, it is a fact, Mike. It is a factor. I mean,
no, I'm sure
you know,
it's a factor, but when you have a quarterback who's 3 to 4 inches shorter,
it hurts.
Don't tell me he can't see.
Yeah, no, I got you. All right, Mike. Interesting call.
Drew Brees throw over the middle. It's all a matter of knowing what you're looking at, and you get better at it. The more experience
the more you
get,
see,
the more you're taught. We need better teaching offensive coordinator symbiotic relationship with our quarterback. He's been languishing for 5 years with a different language, a different play caller every year. Wouldn't it just be nice to see what some stability and good sense play calling and design would give us?
You think it would work?
Yes.
James, you think it would work?
Absolutely. Again, I know you think it's like the exact same thing. I completely disagree with your. I think Kevin Patullo and Brian Johnson do not equal Shane Steichen and Kellen Moore. And I think that's been proven by what they've done in the NFL.
Absolutely.
Like, I think it's nonsensical to compare them. Yes, the framework of the offense is the same, but it's different people coordinating, different people calling plays, different people telling Jalen what to do, what he's looking at. I think you are vastly underrating that.
Just think about the last 15 seconds that the offensive play caller has in the ear of every quarterback. You can add so much. You can add so much instruction in that 15 seconds. Unfortunately, we're just struggling to get the play in on time.
That was a disaster. That was a real...
We're getting to the line with like 4 seconds. I mean, listen, I don't think that Patullo was the number one reason. I think he was absolutely like top 3. But, you know, Jalen has to evolve. That, I mean, he's got to take tougher coaching. It's okay to be like, hey, these are the plays I like, but other things have to be included.
Do you think it would work, Rhea?
Depending on who the offense coordinator is. Now, I'm not like the biggest fan of Brian Daboll because I think he acts a bit of a jackass on the sidelines. Having him and Nick Sirianni on the sidelines but he coached Josh Allen really hard. And look at how terrific he's become.
Well, you know what's interesting, and I think it's more of a Jackson Dart thing than a Brian Daboll thing, but for what it's worth, Jackson Dart was, I'll say, reckless.
And they were reckless together.
Well, but I'm going to give a little bit of it's not a compliment as much as it is a correlation that intrigues me. Maybe it was Daboll just couldn't control Jackson Dart, but Jackson Dart was one of the less conservative players I've ever seen.
He sought out contact.
And it would be interesting to see if Daboll could get through to Jalen to be less conservative. Obviously, there's two different natures. Running and taking hits, but also passing where you pass it, when you pass it, and being willing to take more chances.
Of course, that's the balance. That's that ratio, the risk-reward ratio that some great quarterbacks, it can be off one year and he can hit it the next. It seemed like the Mannings were prey to the risk-reward fluctuation.
Well, Eli. I mean, not so
Eli
much
and
Peyton early in his career was.
Peyton would throw a ton of
He set the record for
interceptions
interceptions as a rookie.
I'm
saying earlier in his career he did it.
Year.
No, but I know. But as his career went on, he threw less, is my point.
It would be intriguing with a different coordinator how it would look for sure. And look, I mean, Jackson Dart obviously would have been a top 10 quarterback if he wasn't so reckless in the draft, meaning he would have been a top 10 pick in the draft, but everyone knew there's a hair on fire style that causes turnovers and injuries, and sure enough, it caused turnovers and injuries. 215-592-9494. Coming up, more on the Rangers situation, plus how you can win a $100 gift card on our show today. Do you think they should reinvent the offense? Do you think they will? And would it work? Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie, it's 94 WIP.
When it comes to your roof, not all contractors are created equal. Only 2% of GAF installers earn Master Elite status, and just 1% of the Master Elite group is recognized as President's Club installers. My friends at J&S Family Roofing are among them. What does that mean for you? Here's what it means. Superior craftsmanship, proven trust, and get this is super important, access to the best roofing warranty GAF offers. It's protection you can't just get anywhere else. Choose the experts trusted at the highest level. Give my friends Stu Dustin, Nick, and Kevin a call. They'll be with you from start to finish. J&S Family Roofing, built on family, backed by the best. And tell them I sent you.
The Eagles' 2025 season will tick away.
A disappointing end to a promising 2025 season.
Anytime you lose, you're frustrated.
Now, the noise gets louder.
Some notable Eagles are going to be gone.
Who comes in to repair an offense in disarray?
The chickens came home to roost. How are we going to fix this thing?
How can they get Jalen Hurts back on the MVP track?
Everything was there in front of us. We just got to grow from it all.
Is A.J. Brown open to a trade?
Why aren't you catching the ball, A.J.? How are you not making these plays?
All the Eagles' offseason happenings happen here.
There aren't easy changes to be made.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
They can overcome this.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
There's a myth that a Sprouts Farmers Market person wakes up before dawn, bangs out a couple of hours of yoga before downing a kale foam colostrum latte. The reality is that a Sprouts person is just someone who cares about fresh, healthy, and honestly priced everything from organic produce to the hottest new snack to hit the shelves. They love how easy it is to find the delicious and healthy food they and their families thrive on. And to be honest, most of them have never heard of a kale foam colostrum latte. So maybe that sounds a bit like you. Come see for yourself at Sprouts Farmers Market.
Cold weather is hard on your car, and winter driving demands the right protection. That's why Meineke is making it easy to stay road ready this winter with a full synthetic oil change for just $59.95, plus free tire rotation. Families have been trusting Meineke for brakes, tires, exhaust, tune-ups, check engine lights, and all their automotive repair needs for over 50 years, and so should you. And your locally owned and operated Meineke offers same-day service and flexible financing options. Meineke, doing car care right.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Daboll specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddaborah.org.
Enjoy even more before you spin with Caesars Palace Online Casino. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. $10 no deposit casino bonus on select slot games. One-time wagering requirement. Plus 100% deposit match up to $1,000 on select slot games. 15 times wagering requirement plus 2,500 bonus reward credits. Must be 21 and physically present in Pennsylvania. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at Caesars Palace Online/promos. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
we can be twinsies
to
how was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you could throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A Chicken Biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
At Horizon Heating and Cooling, we know the holidays bring joy, laughter, and lots of people messing with the thermostat. Uncle Steve visiting from out west wants the heat cranked way up, and all the roughhousing little cousins want it Arctic. Horizon will keep your HVAC system running strong all season long with expert installation and same-day emergency service. And right now, get up to $5,000 off a new HVAC system install, plus flexible financing available on installs and major repairs. Book horizonservices.com today.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Philadelphia International Airport. Looks like the Eagles will be dealing with John Harbaugh in the NFC East. USA Today's Art Stapleton reporting Harbaugh has accepted the New York Giants head coaching job. All that's left is the official announcement. Eagles, of course, looking for their next play caller. Josina Anderson posted, talks with potential offensive coordinators have gone well, with candidates being told they should not anticipate any interference with running the offense. We'll get Jason Kelsey's take on it at 7:30 in studio. The Athletics' Diana Rossini says Mike McDaniels and Brian Daboll at the top of the Eagles list. Ranger Suarez reportedly signing a 5-year, $130 million deal with the Boston Red Sox. Sixers and Flyers both lost. Flyers a 4th straight, 5-2 at Buffalo. Sixers fell to the Cavs 130-107. Philadelphia International Airport's new premier valet parking service, managed by the Philadelphia Parking Authority, reserved now at phl.org. Partly sunny, windy, temps falling during the day. It is currently 44. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
All right, good morning to you. Got a camera, John Ritchie. James Seltzer and Rhea Hughes. So the Harbaugh thing, going to make Giant better.
Guess they won't be getting Daboll as their offensive player.
No.
That's exactly what they need.
Harbaugh?
An adult. Come in and just say, this is how you run an organization.
Totally
I
agree.
love John Harbaugh. He's a guy that a guy that's not going to ask you to do something he wouldn't do himself. A guy that you can admire and respect. He's fair. Everyone believes in him because he's had success. Obviously he's raised in a coaching family, so lives and breathes the sport.
Learned a lot from Andy.
He's known, absolutely.
I mean, he was around a lot.
He's been
of
around
success.
the greatest minds in all of football for decades and decades and decades. The guy has just, I admire him so much. I feel so much affection for John Harbaugh, and that's not always the case, for your coaches in this league.
You still owe him his cassettes, he says, just so you know.
Yeah, I think he's wrong. I really do. I think he's wrong. I think he has my Monty Python and the Holy Grail DVD.
Take that up with him. I'm just telling you, he told me you owe him cassettes of music. I mean,
I don't know.
So you tend to believe Harbaugh, right?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go John on this one.
All right, anyway, Harbaugh to the Giants. You could kind of see it coming. It's like losing Ranger. Sometimes you can just see these things coming. Let me ask this Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Minor fender benders to major accidents. Armin Chevy's Collision Center will get your vehicle looking like new again. Together, let's drive. Visit ArmandChevy.com. Looking forward to having Ruben Amaro in with us in about a half an hour for the remainder of the show. Twitter poll question, do you think the Phillies made a mistake letting Ranger leave for 5 years and $130 million? Who wants to say it was a mistake? Because I would not say it's a mistake because I think it's just what it is.
They don't get Bichette, it is. No, I think it was inevitable.
It was inevitable.
The mistake was not giving him that contract instead of Aaron Nola. That's if we really want to point to what the mistake was. Yeah.
The mistake was giving Nola the contract. Yeah.
But he pitched a lot of innings last year. He's proven to not be extremely durable.
Talking about Ranger or Nola?
I'm talking about
Ranger,
Nola. We know what Nola is.
Listen, Ranger's contract could turn bad.
It could.
This was around when Nola's career started.
He's
over 30.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, it's not. Yeah, we don't know that Ranger's going to deliver for the Red Sox. We know that
he delivered in the playoffs, and I always appreciated that.
And when healthy in the regular season was excellent. Also, we do emphasize the playoffs a lot because that is when he shined brightest. But when healthy, he was a very good regular season pitcher.
And you would think outside of injuries, like his skill set, you would think would age well. He's not like a max velocity guy. It's all about speed. It's change. He's already doing what you do as you age anyway.
Right.
So I would think if he stays healthy, he should age.
The other thing I'll say is I just enjoyed watching him pitch in part because he couldn't throw too hard.
Because he was a crafty lefty. It's the best thing to watch.
Yeah, it's fun. It's different. All right, so that poll question. Another poll question we have is which team are you more so Sixers and Flyers, if you don't know, both get bombed last night. Bad outing by both. Worst, I don't know if worst. One of the worst games the guards have played combo-wise.
Yeah, he didn't. They sat him for the fourth quarter.
Yeah, Maxey and Edgecombe didn't have it last night. They both shot bad. I think their combined total, was like 23 points.
They don't play well against the Cavs.
Grimes is always
good team.
Yeah.
Pretty dependable.
Who?
Like, do you think Quentin Grimes should be a bigger part of what's going on?
No, he's their sixth man.
I'm always surprised by some of the plays he makes.
He's
he's always intense.
Yeah, he's very solid. But I mean, look, you're most reliant obviously on Maxey and Edgecombe, and last night they struggled, which is okay. They've been logging a lot of minutes. Last night they just couldn't, quite keep it cranked up. But we asked you this Twitter poll, and I specifically wanted to do this poll. I thought of this poll yesterday, Sixers or Flyers, which team you're more interested in the rest of the season. And I swear to you, I would not have done this poll if one had won last night and one had lost. I didn't want it to be based on recency bias. This team won, this team lost. None of that. They both lost last night. The Flyers lost a little bit more lately, but they both lost last night. Question is, which team are you more interested in the rest of the season? The Flyers or the Sixers? Let us know at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter, and certainly you can win on the phone lines as well, 215-592-9494. Let's talk to Derek and Paoli right now. Hi, Derek.
Good morning. Real quick on the NBA with the Sixers. So, they play a team back-to-back games. I think that is so weird for basketball. You know
Very bizarre. Very bizarre.
For Cleveland to come here or play last night, then they stick around and play them on Friday. They did it in Toronto over the weekend. That's just, I don't know. I love basketball, but the NBA, they be doing some things where it got me scratching my head.
Derek, I think it made more sense in 1950. When airfare was
travel
was a little bit more complicated.
I don't know. I can see them doing it on some West Coast time. They get it out the way, the two meetings or whatever. But Cleveland, you could drive to Cleveland and be back in the same day.
Yeah, it's weird, man.
But anyway, with the Eagles, man, the kind of OC that I want to come in here is, because it seems like everybody's pointing the finger at Jalen. He don't want to do this. He don't want to do that. So they got to get somebody in here that's going to be you're going to do this and you're going to do that.
I agree with that.
There's compromise in everything. You know what I'm saying? But if doing it the way that he's saying he wants to do it is the problem, they need a different voice in here. And I do think that Sirianni has to kind of take a step back, right? Because they say the common denominator is Jalen. I think it's both of them. The same way Hurts' job is on the line, I think Sirianni's job is on the line.
This was Nick's offense, and he told us at the beginning of December he was going to take the reins and do even more. And things got worse. So let's get him involved less.
And Kenny, Derek, I'll give you an analogy on the coaching hard thing, because I agree with you. So Favre, obviously one of the great quarterbacks ever, probably top 10, 12 guy all time. He was obviously at his best when Holmgren was his coach. It was so overwhelmingly obvious. And it was also overwhelmingly obvious based on chatter, but you could just see it on the sidelines watching the game. Holmgren was freaking hard on him, man. And it helped Rain
He just
Favre.
had a look that he was going to be hard on you.
Did, right?
I mean,
and so, like, when Holmgren was out of there, that's when Favre got even more loosey-goosey and then wasn't as good. And so, yeah, I want hard coaching for Jalen. And look, we know Carson was at his best when DeFilippo was here, and all the
Doug
reports.
Scoville with Randall. I mean,
Absolutely.
we talked about it with Seth
Very
the other
important.
day.
Very important.
Last thing.
Sure.
Because even with Hurts, right, if his dad was his coach, right, don't nobody coach you harder than your dad. You know what I'm saying? So I think he would be open to harder coaching because it's like
You'd think.
last year, you know what I'm saying? Like last year, like the offense, like that's why I wasn't so upset with the loss because I felt like our offense all year just looked like we were just like, barely winning games. So I was optimistic, but I wasn't. When we lost, I was just like, well, this was going to happen sooner than later, and I'm actually kind of glad it happened now than later. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
But I just hope they get somebody in here that could get, we overrate talent here, but I think that the right coach should come in here and hopefully shape him up and get him to stop leaving the pocket early and doing this, doing that, if that's the issue. You know what I'm saying?
I do. All right, Derek, excellent phone call, bud. Appreciate it. 215-592-9494. Speaking of dads and sons and coaching, tough spot. It goes back to the 80s. John Elway's, just a little random thing here. Elway's father was a coach in the Pac-10, head coach, and it was brutal. The Elways used to talk about it was brutal when they would face each other because, Jack Elway's job was telling his defense, go kill the quarterback. It was his son.
Be my son.
Especially back then. It was like actually kill the quarterback. Yeah.
Think about that. Think about coaching a game against your son, and he's the quarterback. It's not like he's like, random O-lineman guy. Like, he's the
Poor
quarterback.
Mom.
Oh, that's brutal.
Probably at home yelling at her, what are you doing to my kid?
Right. All right, 215-592-9494. Little life advice with the Hammer coming up at 9:15 today. So get the scenario in. What do you need some life advice with? James will choose one such scenario as presented by you on Facebook, Twitter, and the text line and throw it to me at 9:15 on the air. So we'll have some fun with that. I'll give you a little early life advice. If you have a piece of paper in front of you, as a talk show host, as I do. Hello to YouTube, by the way. Got a piece of paper in front of me. And it says, your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Well, then give that gift card away.
Boom.
That's what we're going to, that's the advice. As a future talk show host, if you got this, give it away. All right, so here's the deal. $100 gift card on the line today. How do you win it? Well, you got to call 215-592-9494. And you got to tell us something that is hard to believe, but true. So I want you to put those thinking caps on, boys and girls. Hard to believe and true. Why? Because on this day back in the late 1960s, first Super Bowl was played, and one of the hard to believe but true facts from Super Bowl I was that the second half kickoff was re-kicked off.
It is so wild when you told us that, actually.
Yeah. So the game was on two different networks. They hadn't yet gotten the rights packages the way they now have them. So the game was on, it might have been three different networks. It was either
I think it was two. I think it was NBC and CBS, I think.
So. Yeah, I think it was two networks. And so one of the networks, maybe both, I'm not sure, but at least one of the networks was late coming back from the halftime commercial break. You just missed the kickoff. And so the refs were informed that, like the other teams the other teams to cheat, when I say the other team, Packers are going on defense. Actually, I take that back. I'm not sure, but the reality is they went to Lombardi and said, "Hey, Coach Lombardi, we missed the kickoff," and it was Packers were going to defense. Can we re-kick? And he's like, "All right, we'll re-kick." So they actually did a redo in the Super Bowl just because TV didn't have the cameras on it. So that's a hard to believe but true fact. Today at 215-592-9494, big or small, I ask you, give us something that's true but hard to believe. John, what are you thinking here when you try to thread that needle? Again, best answer by the audience wins the gift card.
90% of the world's population lives in the northern hemisphere.
That's a great answer.
It really is unbelievable.
Yeah.
But there's just a lot more land mass north of the equator.
That is very hard to believe.
All the major cities.
Well, you think of Africa, largely southern
Antarctica
hemisphere,
is 29% of the southern hemisphere's land mass, and it's like,
what about
you're not going to live in Antarctica.
What about South America and Africa?
All right, that's about all you got.
And
Think
Australia.
about Asia. All up in the
A-
northern
Asia's,
hemisphere.
Yeah. All right. That's a really good fact. Seltzer, give me something that's hard to believe but true.
The enormity of space in our galaxy. I'm not taking. I'm saying I got a specific fact. Don't worry. I'm not just saying the enormity of space. So I'm going to give you a couple facts, and it's going to lead into one.
Okay.
You can fit 1,300 Earths in Jupiter.
Yep.
You can fit 764 Earths in Saturn. You can fit 63 in Uranus, 58 in Neptune, on and on. If you take
can you say that again?
Wait, how many? You can fit
Uranus.
63 where?
Okay. 63 in Uranus. Okay. So if you take every planet in our solar system, Jupiter, Saturn, Mercury, all of them,
Yep.
you line them up in a row, it would not be the distance between Earth and the moon. You could put every planet in the solar system in a row, and it still wouldn't reach the moon from Earth. Isn't that amazing how
That is
far the
amazing.
moon actually is?
Yeah. Look, the whole space thing, I mean, unbelievable series of facts there. And space is probably the most ridiculous thing that exists. All right, Rhea, what's hard to believe but true?
Mine isn't as mind-hurting, mind-numbing as James's was. I'm
Yeah.
still trying to follow that. So the Terminator script
Yep.
was sold for $1.
That is hard
James
to believe.
Cameron, he was
Yeah.
living out of his car, but he was young and he wanted to break in, and he said, I'll sell it to you for $1 if I get to direct it.
Wow.
And obviously.
Yeah, sure.
Made like first run $80 million.
Yeah, look, a lot of big answers abound. I'll give you one. We're talking bad offense with the Eagles this year, but they got nothing on the 98 Eagles. 98 Eagles averaged 10 points a game. I actually thought it was 7. Looked it up this morning. It was 10 points a game. Scored 161 points. By the way, I imagine they probably had a defensive touchdown or 2 in there. So the offense itself was probably under 10 a game. But the team was 10.1. John, can you imagine how bad that is? 10.1 points.
I
per
can't
game
imagine
for a
it
season.
because Dana Bible was my offensive coordinator the year before that.
Right.
And we didn't make it to a bowl.
Yeah. Irving Fryer could be listening to us right now. Irving, sorry you had to go through that, buddy. It was that was a rough. I remember they got shut out opening day by Seattle. I was like, oh my God, here we go.
Is that the 38-0?
Yeah, 38-0.
God,
Yeah, it was really
remember
bad.
that.
All right, 215-592-9494. Something hard to believe but true. Best answer, whoever provides it, is going to win the $100 Visa gift card. Kenny in East Oak Lane. Kenny, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
What's up, pal?
Hi, Kenny.
Not much. So with all of this coaching talk going back and forth, I've kind of been fighting myself this week because I realize that I'm extremely mad at Nick Sirianni because if there is fact to them saying that Jalen, decided that he didn't want to run this year, or deciding that, hey, this is all I can do. Sorry, guys, this is what you can deal with.
Yeah, if
As
you're
a
the guy who
coach-
controls the temperature of the team, how do
Exactly.
you let someone do that? How do you let someone say,
that
hey,
happen?
I'm going to stop learning, and this is the way I'm going to be coached? That's it. I can't believe that that's even a possibility.
Well,
here.
Kenny, I'll say this. I mostly agree with you, and I certainly wish Sirianni had handled it different. But the one thing I'll say in his defense, and we know enough about sports with this, and the NBA is the biggest on this, when players have massive contracts and it's guaranteed type stuff, and by the way, a no trade clause
They
kind
have
of
more
guy.
power.
Yeah, a lot
And I think
more power.
We also have to go back to 2023 when, all the reports, they butted heads.
Yeah.
And, they had to repair their relationship.
Yep.
And Nick was probably cognizant of that.
Yep.
So it all just comes down to, Nick should have been tougher. And Jalen can't take away part of his game that completely impacted the offense.
I mean, Kenny, that is tough, man.
It is, but at the same time, you're in a leadership role. It's your job to figure it out.
I know.
Right?
I know. Yep.
It's your job.
It is, but I'll add this as a little corollary. Brett Brown was fired before Ben Simmons was traded. You know what I'm saying?
And Jalen Hurts ain't Ben Simmons. That's for damn sure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, it's hard sometimes to get guys to do what you want them to do. Very hard.
Yeah, and also, do you guys feel like we're just getting another ride on the hamster wheel with another offensive coordinator?
Well, sort of, but it's what it is. I mean, you just hope you have that. You land on a good guy. I mean,
The problem
feel
is
like
if
the
he's a
coach
good
should
guy,
run
he's
the
probably going to be
offense.
gone.
But
That's
let me ask you a
Yeah.
philosophical question.
Yeah.
Would you rather have the best guy possible for the job this year and figure out what happens, or get someone who's good but could be here for a long time? I'll take the best guy and figure it out.
Yeah,
I think I'll take good and I'll be here for a while.
These players, they might not have 2 years left. They might only play for one more year.
You gotta grab
all
the
about
moment, too.
It's an
taking
interesting
advantage
question,
of the
James.
moment.
Very
it's a
interesting question.
short-lived opportunity.
Kenny, give me a big answer. Something hard to believe, but true.
So the fact that you can actually die from laughing bothers me because I laugh a lot.
Never heard that.
Oh, you
Yeah,
can.
you can. Yeah, you can asphyxiate.
Heart attack. You can.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, die from laughing. All right, fair enough. 215-592.
I like that you cut Kenny off as he was laughing. That was like a little meta
You
there.
killed his call.
Hey, what can I tell you? So, Ranger. John, how do you feel about Ranger being gone?
He deserved the contract that he got. Good for him. I feel sort of proud of him.
Yeah.
Because it's almost like we watched him grow up as a professional, and I guess we did at 16 years old.
By the way, talk about someone who was
14 years here in the
willing to do anything. Hey, Ranger, you're a starter.
System.
Hey,
Yeah,
Ranger,
reliever, yeah.
you're a reliever. Hey, Ranger, you're starting this game, but you're relieving the next game, and you're coming back to start. I mean, they would do anything they had to do to win a playoff game with him.
And a smile on his face at all times.
Yeah.
Whatever.
And cool.
Yeah, very cool.
Cool.
Well, yeah, I think his heart beats slower than other guys. It's just what it is.
Yeah. So I'm going to really, really miss Ranger. There's very few Phils when they've left that it hit me emotionally, because normally it feels like it's run its course.
Also, we've gotten
This one
so
didn't
used to
feel
it.
like it ran
We've
its
gotten
course.
so used to it
Yeah.
now. Like, you don't ever expect guys to be here for a
Right.
decade anymore. So it's
Right.
never. But Ranger has been. He's been here so long that it does feel
Right.
like that old school type of thing. We used to feel that when free agency started,
Right.
or got big. And it felt different back in the day.
And also, like, responsibility now really goes to Painter and to a certain extent Luzardo. Like, they got to be good, because you just lost a true quality pitcher who's been part of why they've made the playoffs 4 straight years. So guys got to fill that
Can
void.
we not let Nola off the hook as well?
You're not wrong.
Guys make a lot of money.
You're
And
not.
he's like 31 or 32. It's not like he's 50.
You're not wrong. 215-592-9494. Coming up, Ruben Amaro's thoughts on the departure of Ranger Suarez, that and more. Ruben wrapping up the Eagle season with us as well. Obviously, from a GM standpoint, the turnover of players, coaches, how that sort of stuff goes. Ruben's perspective on all of it coming next. Phone calls from you as well on 94 WIP.
Horizon Services Plumbing and Electricals, keeping your home comfortable and safe all winter long with highly trained specialists always ready to help. Tired of putting up with cold showers? Horizon's on it. They can replace your old water heater the same day. Horizon Services has 0% interest financing available for system repairs, replacements, and upgrades, so you don't have to worry about your wallet while you're making sure that your home is taken care of. Don't let things like outdated electrical panels, poor water quality, or flickering lights do away with your home comfort. Count on Horizon Services for electrical panel upgrades, surge protection packages, and more. Upgrade your home's water quality with an expert consultation and water treatment system installation. Horizons, they've got highly trained specialists. They've arrived on time. Their trucks are fully stocked, guaranteed. And when you need it most, Horizon Services is there with same-day plumbing and electrical service without emergency fees ever. Book with Horizon Services today at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com.
Breaking news! TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, I'm Paul Cozy from Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. As a family-owned jeweler for over 35 years, Valentine's Day has always been one of my favorite times of year because it's about celebrating love in a personal way. Whether you're choosing something timeless or designing a custom piece, I'll help you create a gift that truly means something, not just for this Valentine's Day, but for years to come. If you're ready to do something extra special, I'd love to help. Visit us at Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, and let's make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight,
Bam! Let's go!
one subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day, during the divisional round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boost means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchup you believe in, take your shot on an upset, or build a parlay that fits the moment. I like this matchup of divisional opponents, San Francisco at Seattle. I like Seattle at home minus the points. Then apply your profit boost and go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. So visit FanDuel.com/local and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Start spreading the news. After 18 seasons in Baltimore, Super Bowl winner John Harbaugh is finalizing a deal to become the next head coach of the New York Giants. This is the right move. I'm Drake Toll.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Listen to 94 WIP on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your
got a team that died 4 days ago, and then we got they'll get they'll reemerge next year, and then we've got a team that lost Ranger yesterday. So I'm a little bit more downcast than excited currently.
I'm not.
Why?
Because it's Philly season.
It's coming up.
It's coming.
I'm excited.
And
about
Is
that.
Painter going to make us forget about Ranger?
That's a good question.
At some point he will, yeah.
Well, how long is this going to take?
Better.
I don't want it to take too long.
At some point he will. I mean, it does take some
That
time
doesn't feel
sometimes.
encouraging. Like
He's still very young, like very, very, very young.
What, 22?
Yeah,
But is he going to? Is he going to
turning
be
22.
April 1st? Is he on the team when the season starts? I think it's March 27 or 28. Is he on the team out of the gate?
It all depends on him, on his
feels
ability
like we've been waiting forever.
No. We've been talking about him a lot because he was a number one pick, and he's been like the
And he got
number
drafted
one.
out of high school too.
Yeah, he's been
Phenom guy.
he's been famous. They call it famous.
Yeah. So basically, it's Taijuan Walker to hold it down if he's not ready, and then you hand the ball to him at some point.
That's what it looks like.
What are your thoughts on Ranger being? Was there a mistake in the process of Ranger being gone?
Absolutely, unequivocally not.
It's just what it is, right?
I love Ranger. I love everything he did. You cannot give him 5 years at $26 million. Can't do it.
Back and all
Can't
that.
do it. He has never not been on the IL in his career, in his 6-year career in the big leagues. He has never had 30 starts. He's got some injury and durability issues. Now, when he pitches, he's great. Love him. I love everything about the guy. The guy signed for $25,000. $25,000 out of Venezuela. Sal Agustinelli, genius.
Shout out to Sal.
Shout out
he
to
was on
Sal.
my pod. I love Sal. Sal's great. Yeah, I wasn't joking
he's
around. I
special.
really, Sal's great.
Look at James name dropping.
We had Sal in high hopes like in 2019 or 18, forever ago. Sal's awesome.
The beauty of Sal was that he could find these guys. When we put big money into guys, we kind of didn't do so well. But with these type of guys, he's done spectacularly.
Did he find Carlos
well.
Ruiz? Was he that guy?
Yes.
Wow. Well, Carlos Ruiz and Ranger
Also, second base and like a little second baseman, nothing. And
you're talking about Ruiz.
Yeah,
he moved in position. Yeah, I got you.
There's a lot of guys. It's the Marchands of the world. All these guys. I mean,
just to be clear, you just dropped down 37 levels. Just so you know, we were in Ranger and Chooch territory, and now here Marchand.
Well, Marchand might be way more important, bro.
Settle down.
You haven't seen him enough.
All right, so look,
I like Marchand actually.
The whole Phil's thing on the table, obviously. Today's a day to give Ranger love. I mean, he's gone, and I get it.
I love
but
the man.
Let's all give, well, for sure. I know you do. So, phone lines for you on that front: 215-592-9494. Rube, first time we've talked to you since the end of the Eagle season. Oof. What was your reaction? What are your thoughts?
So all along, as we were going through the season, all I thought about was, this is going to be brilliant because they're going to break out stuff that people have never seen during the course of the playoffs. Never happened.
No.
Never happened. Never made the adjustment. Never did anything different. It seemed like it was the most predictable offense in the history of the game for a team that was so dynamic athletically.
I just want to say this. You do know in 2024 it was incredibly predictable as well, right? They just happened to be able to run through it.
It just tells me a lot of things about how important the coordinators are. Mm-hmm. We've talked about it ad nauseum, I'm sure. But Fangio is amazing, and as a result, I know they have great talent. I know they have special talent, but you also talent doesn't get you there necessarily.
Well, talent's more important. I thought the players
talent is important, but it also has to be applied. Correct.
That's fair, Ruben. I thought the players are more culpable than the coaches. Our poll overwhelmingly blamed the coaches more at 85%. For the season, wasn't the game, for the season. Who would you vote in that poll? More responsible, players or coaches, for the failures of the offense?
I think it's always the players. I mean, it's players one, and the coaching staff probably two.
That's what I thought. All right, let's get a lot of calls in here. Ruben with us for the next 3 hours. Again, reminder: Jason Kelsey at 7:30. By the way, everyone's cell phone working? We okay here today?
I don't.
Yeah. Right now,
I
from
think
12
so.
on, from 12 on yesterday, I was a disaster.
It was awful.
Disaster.
I had to miss an appointment. I didn't know how to get to the doctor's office.
I
couldn't get there.
Are we going to be compensated?
Wait,
That's
wait,
what I
why
want to
couldn't
know.
you drive?
No, I didn't know how to get there. I was on the way to a doctor's office.
Oh, I got you.
So your car doesn't have your
got
actual
you.
car doesn't have a navigation system, or
Maybe
you
it
didn't
does. I didn't
deploy it.
Didn't think of it.
I got you. I thought you were at
Maybe that's a
home, and
thought.
I got you.
Yeah, I
have to have a little
turned
backup.
around.
Wow.
I literally had no
Did
idea.
you
didn't know
think
about this.
Here, I have an idea, Joe.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was a
Think about
problem.
calling the doctor's office and asking them how to get there.
Yeah,
Directions.
The phone. I couldn't make a
Oh,
phone
the
out.
phone.
Oh,
That's
yeah, the
right.
phone call, we
never
couldn't do
mind.
it.
Yeah, I thought about pulling. I was looking for payphones. I was thinking.
payphones
No, I'm serious. I was
There's
thinking.
no
I was
payphones
thinking who
anymore.
lives right. I was thinking who lives around where I was.
Well, what happened
Am
with
I close
phones?
enough to WIP? Oh, you don't know this?
Right, a
national,
huge outage. Yeah.
Verizon
yeah, the
had
whole-
a national outage.
Do you
Good
live
thing
under
I'm
a
not
rock?
with Verizon, I guess.
Yeah, you might not have
He
Verizon,
does
so
have a little
you
bit
don't
of a
know
rock.
as if you have like AT&T or
Yeah, I
whatever.
There's
have
the
AT&T,
second leading
so.
story on the ABC World News tonight, like 6:32. They're like national outage.
You're
it wasn't.
right. What do you do if you're using directions to go somewhere?
Rhea, I had to turn
You're
around and go home.
screwed.
Your navigation system in your car.
But not
folks.
everybody has it.
Do you remember
Yes,
when we
they
didn't
do.
have that?
Yeah, but you know what we
No,
had, James?
maps. We had maps.
We had
Maps
maps
Yes,
in the car.
We
Yeah.
had a
We were
map
talking
in the
about that
glove
the other
box.
day.
You'd pull it out and
Imagine
look at the freaking
atlases.
map, man.
Pulling
It's
out that
wild.
freaking map.
Or you printed it out
Triple-
before you
Talk
left.
about something
Quadruple
kids today would
folded.
find hard to believe, you know?
All right, so if you had the outage yesterday, tell us what your experience was, because mine was not good. Let's go to the phones, 215-592-9494. Should the Eagles reinvent the offense? If they did, would it work? Do you think they will? Where do you stand on all this? Donna right now in Philly. Donna, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing all right,
How
Donna.
is everyone today? Good.
Doing all right.
Yeah, Eagles should reinvent the offense. The coaching sucked this year. It just was horrible, and you could tell. So I agree with what everybody but Joe is saying. Okay.
Smart, Donna.
Well, Donna, let me ask you a question. What about, give me your retort to this. It was basically the same offense other than players were injured, so they were less effective.
Offensive
And-
line.
Yeah, and Jalen ran less. And they didn't do quite as many RPO types. Like, what's your retort to that?
Okay, my retort to that is it's obvious that if Jalen is not comfortable with what is being called, he gets flustered, as we all saw. Okay,
I don't know if flustered's the word. I would just say less effective, but go ahead.
Well, okay, whatever. Tomato, tomato.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But yes, he gets flustered. You can tell he just doesn't know which way to go, what to do, because it is apparent by seeing that as well, the body language, that he's not really even comfortable saying, well, I'm going to run. I see a big hole. I'm going to run because they don't want me to run. Okay? So he is definitely listening to what is being said to him and how he is being coached.
Sure. Well,
He is
Don,
listening to
I'll
that.
tell you this. I think both of them, meaning coaches and Jalen, collectively made the decision, let's run less. And by the way, I think that was wise. I just think they took it too far.
Yeah.
There's a difference between let's be careful and stay healthy and let's eliminate it. And not eliminate it, but reduce it that dramatically. Donna, here's the example I'd give. It's like if Iverson was like, I'm not going to drive into the lane much. I'm going to try to be Ray Allen. If Allen Iverson tried to be Ray Allen, he'd be much less successful. If Ryan Howard tried to be Ichiro, he'd be much less successful. If Ichiro tried to be Ryan Howard, he'd be much less successful. I mean, you got to do a lot of what's the main part that made you special. And Jalen had a very special capability to run. I believe he still has it. He just kind of stopped using it. That's
because
not
he's
good.
being told not to use it.
I think it's
Because of
both.
the safety issue, though. Because of the safety issue,
Yeah.
though. And I don't really think that he is so worried about his safety more so than he's worried about doing what his offensive coach is saying do. He is running the plays that are being called. Okay, that is obvious. He does what he's supposed to do. He's doing his job.
Yeah.
If you go against what is being told, then that creates a whole lot of.
So did he not keep the main thing? Did he not keep the main
conflict.
thing? The main thing? Could have changed the play at the
Yeah,
line.
because
Really?
I'm just
Really?
Well, if he's given that framework, I don't think
What
he
a
was given
hater.
that framework.
What a
Why on
hater.
earth would he
Yeah.
change that last play?
I mean, come on.
All right, Donna, give me something hard to believe but true. He didn't keep the main thing the main thing. I know that fritzes people's brains. But what do you got here?
All right. Okay. Speaking of Jalen, So you figure in the past 10 years,
Yep.
Jalen Hurts, as a football player, has had 9 different bosses.
Yeah.
Let's just say.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay?
Hey, Donna, great
That's hard.
Great phone call, Donna.
Thanks,
Great.
Donna.
Keep calling us. That was a really good call. Yeah, the coordinators thing is now it's one
It's not
we're
good,
familiar.
man.
It's not ideal. Not
I mean,
ideal.
listen, they all have different viewpoints. They all have different things. So
Yeah.
it's just not good.
Languages.
Yeah, not best. All right, 215-592-9494 coming up. Jason Kelsey in studio. We'll talk more about the Phils losing Ranger Suarez. Something Seth Joyner said about if the Eagles should or will reinvent the offense with Jalen entering year 7. That and more. Phone calls and all this. Plus, Bob Nightingale weighed in on JT Real Muto. We'll get to that and more. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
After years of wear and tear, you've made a decision to get a knee, hip, or shoulder replacement. You got your doctor, you got a date set. Well, the team at NovaCare Rehabilitation, they are here for you because what you might not know is attending physical therapy before your joint replacement surgery can significantly help your recovery and movement post-surgery. Then once you've got your new replacement, you already trust NovaCare's physical therapist to help you fully heal because they are experts in balance, gait training, and pain management because you have very unique needs with joint replacement. NovaCare's team, they'll develop an individualized treatment plan. It'll get you feeling strong and back to the things you love to do. Choose NovaCare to get back to work, sports, and life. To learn more about the benefits of physical therapy before and after your joint replacement surgery, or to schedule an appointment at one of their 150 convenient locations, go to NovaCare.com. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
The Eagles' 2025 season will tick away.
A disappointing end to a promising 2025 season.
Anytime you lose, you're frustrated.
Now, the noise gets louder.
Some notable Eagles are going to be gone.
Who comes in to repair an offense in disarray?
The chickens came home to roost. How are we going to fix this thing?
How can they get Jalen Hurts back on the MVP track?
Everything was there in front of us. We just got to grow from it all.
Is A.J. Brown open to a trade?
Why aren't you catching the ball, AJ? How are you not making these plays?
All the Eagles' offseason happenings happen here.
There aren't easy changes to be made.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
They can overcome this.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays. Call your plays like a pro with live betting. Or bet on a market you didn't know existed. Thanks to BetMGM Originals, you'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
It's playoff time. You know how it goes. Big hits, hard yards, and a whole lot of opinions on Monday morning. But buying a car, it shouldn't feel like a contact sport. Hi, it's John Ashow, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. Here at Colonial, we keep it fast, easy, simple. One car, one price, one visit. Only at Colonial this month, drive home any new Hyundai of your choice, like a brand new Tucson, for just $199 per month. No whistles, no flags, no unnecessary roughness. Colonial Hyundai makes it easy to get out of your old car or truck by offering the highest trade-in values in the region. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. Konas, Santa Fe's, Palisades, Elantras, all with incredible offers and incentives. Our state-of-the-art dealership is designed to make buying, leasing, or servicing your vehicle faster, easier, and better than ever. As always, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
2026 Tucson SE lease for $209 a month for 36 months. 7,500 miles per year. $3,995 plus tax, tags, and fees. Stock number H260186. See dealer for details.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Bucks County's recently elected sheriff has ended a controversial partnership with ICE. Federal investigators are getting involved in the 2011 murder case of Ellen Greenberg, and a special education teacher in Springfield, Delaware County is being honored with the National Teacher of the Year award at the College Football Championship.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
It's a new year. Is your New Year resolution the same as last year to get back on track with your health and fitness goals? We know life gets busy and protein goals are usually the first to slip. That's why I love Wild Fork Foods. They make hitting my protein goals simple and affordable with their huge selection of restaurant quality meats and seafood. Shop now from their protein-powered selection at prices that can't be beat. From organic grass-fed ground beef, only $6 per pound, to chicken breast, only $3 a pound. Or how about ground turkey, only $5 a pound. With over 700 items that are flash frozen at their peak freshness to preserve their best flavor, I'm telling you, Wild Fork helps you save money and eat better in 2026. Visit one of Wild Fork's 5 greater Philadelphia locations, and their trained staff of Forkies can help you prepare any item on your list, or shop online at wildforkfoods.com for same-day delivery. Fuel your goals in 2026 with Wild Fork Foods.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Jason Kelsey in studio next. As the Eagles searching for yet another offensive coordinator, the Athletics' Diana Rossini says Mike McDaniel and Brian Daboll at the top of the list. Meantime, ESPN's Peter Schrager not sure how appealing the Birds' play caller position is.
I don't know if this job is as desirable as you'd think just because they have Saquon and all these guys. That is a tough position, and you've got to have you-know-what of steel to walk into that job and do it with the confidence that you can get it done.
John Harbaugh reportedly a done deal to become the New York Giants' next head coach. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport says they're closing in on a 5-year deal that'll make Harbaugh one of the league's highest-paid coaches. And Ranger Suarez, well, he's taking his talents to the Boston Red Sox. 5 years, $130 million. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older, must be in New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Partly sunny, temperatures falling through the day. It is currently 40. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie.
Vinny, Vici, I'm out of order.
This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94.
Him of the
That's the
Republic.
kind of no, they're not. It's kind of mood I'm in because my football team lost and my baseball team just lost my favorite player. My favorite player of this whole era. He's probably my favorite Phil since the Chase, Ryan, Jimmy crew, Cole crew.
He's like your
he's my
Carlos Ruiz.
Yeah, he's my Whoopi.
For me,
he was my favorite Phil in the last 15 years.
Whoopi?
He passed Reese. It used to be Reese.
What the hell is a Whoopi?
Whoopi's like a blanket.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, some people.
Yeah,
would say
it's
that.
if he was more available,
like
he
for
would have been.
Linus.
If he was more available and played more and was more durable, I'd be super pissed.
Well, I get it. There's a difference between really ticked off because I'm not really ticked off. I get it, but I can be really bummed. I am really bummed.
Yeah.
Let's get to two different Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin has quality pre-owned vehicles from for every budget. See Armin's entire pre-owned inventory at arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. First poll question, do you think the Phils made a mistake letting Ranger leave for 5 years and $130 million? Second poll question, which team are you more interested in for the remainder of the season? Is it A, the Flyers, or B, the Sixers? By the way, with that Flyers loss last night, they are now... Remember, who was the host? Maury Povich. You are not the father.
Yeah, it was Maury Povich.
The Flyers are now not in a playoff spot.
Already,
I mean,
that's how tight it is. It's unbelievable.
Very
like
tight.
a week and a half ago, we were like, what a great year they're having.
Right.
And their goalie got hurt.
So they're tied for the 10 seed. Sixers are the 5 seed. Flyers can climb right on back up there. So Sixers and Flyers, which one intrigues you more the rest of the way?
It is crazy how tight Augie is.
Very tight.
Yeah.
By the way, the Sixers conference is very tight as well. Not as tight, but very tight. All right, we'll talk to Jason Kelsey in a moment. He'll join us in studio. Let's get to Patrick in Tabernacle right now. What's going on, Patrick?
Morning, everybody. How we doing?
Doing all right, Patrick.
So, yeah, Seltzer Rube, by the way, Seltzer's cool as hell with the tunes, but I
Thank
don't
you.
know. I did
Patrick.
not. I don't know. Did I miss the Mexicali Blues this week, Seltzer? I don't know if
No,
I heard
I'm going
that or
to
not
end
yet.
the week with it, Patrick. Don't worry.
Oh, my
One
man.
last shout out to Bob Weir on the way out of the week, so
dude,
don't worry. I got you.
I appreciate that. All right, man. Hey, my answer I'm going to tie Ruben into my answer, but with the Phils, Ranger, like Joe, you said, man, we knew it was coming. It doesn't make it any easier, but man, losing on left, especially losing him. I was thinking about it. Like, who is the cool? Not like Joe Cool, but in-game performance. Like he's up there, and like it's just like his blood doesn't boil, man. It just stays. His blood pressure stays right there. But the only thing listen, I do wish him well, but Ruben, man, Boston, I'm a New England native, man. Like it ain't fun up there early and late doing anything, outside, especially playing ball. So I wish him well, keep that back warm. But as far as our Eagles go, man, they better pick this one right. Instead of picking their nose, they need to pick a winner. You know what I mean? And like, I don't know who it is, but they need to land someone. And
Well, it'll help. And Patrick, you know what's good? Tons of options. Tons of very notable options. Very notable.
Yeah, big time. We'll see, but
Yeah.
like, I don't know, man. I'm still scratching my head with Hurts. Like I'm not the whole season. I'm still scratching my head. I'm not sure what really what I saw. I saw a lot of different things, but I still think, listen, I still want Hurts here, but we got to get our coaching staff right.
Yeah, we'll both got to pick it up. Patrick, give me a great answer for something that's hard to believe but true.
Yeah, Ruben, you being a baseball guy, this still blows me away. The first American League baseball player to hit 400 home runs and 3,000 hits is who?
And you said AL?
AL. And Ruben, you coached there. You coached where this man played. Carl Yastrzemski.
Wow.
That still blows me away. All the big guns in
Took
the
about
league.
80 years or so.
He did it, though. My man.
He was special,
Shabazz
man.
Kid.
Okay,
yeah.
He's a great dude.
That's
too.
interesting, Patrick. Good fact. Because 400 and 3,000 you wouldn't think would be, it's very
Why is he a great
incredible.
dude? What makes him a great dude?
Just a good, very humble person.
Really?
Yeah. He raised a good, it's his grandson, I guess, Mike.
Right.
Yeah.
But is he as humble as Jason Kelsey? This guy's an international,
That's a great
an
point.
international superstar.
Probably
Dare I
not.
say galactic? Because they had to bring those astronauts back yesterday.
Intergalactic.
They brought the astronauts back yesterday because one of them was sick. But I would put good money on one of those four knows who Jason Kelsey is, which means Jason
for
Kelsey
sure.
is a galactic.
Intergalactic.
Beyond.
That's a great point.
A galactic superstar, Jason Kelsey.
Thoughts of me of
How are you, buddy?
Atmosphere. Well, personally, all right. Yeah, a little tore up, obviously, with the week and the way it ended, and really frustrating end to a maybe even more frustrating season, if that's possible. Yeah. That's kind of how I'm doing.
It was rough. So, Jason, what's your biggest takeaway? We'll break it all down, but your biggest, whether it's the game itself or the season, and they were very similar. They were very structurally similar, other than Cooper DeJean and Quignon had issues, which is rare. But structurally, it was pretty damn similar. Biggest takeaway from the whole thing is what?
Oh, man. I think the biggest takeaway for me, and listen, I'm an offensive lineman, so I always go to the run game, was the lack of a running offense. Like I think if you look at the biggest difference between this season and last season, the biggest glaring difference is that we didn't run the ball as effectively, and that was the main thing that killed this offense. And I think that, last year, this year, passing offenses were relatively similar, relatively the same. We had the same issues going into the playoffs last year, and guys, to their credit, answered it and played really well in the postseason, so we like to forget that. But the passing game has been terrible really for 3 years now, or at least at best average. The run game has been the one thing that this offense has been able to hang its hat on, and between injuries and not running the quarterback more, and a lot of those things, I think, we saw a dramatic drop-off in that field, which led to a dramatic drop-off in the offense as an entire piece.
No question.
Really happy with the defense. I mean, it feels weird to be happy about one thing, but, dude, what Vic Fangio and those guys accomplished with those young guys on that side of the ball and the personnel that they've built over there and the way they evolved throughout the season, I mean, very, very impressive year for the defense. That's optimistic looking forward. However we keep pieces and continue to build from here. Offensively, I mean, they need to figure out a complete shift in, how we're doing things. I think at this point we've gone essentially 4 to 5 years with a very similar looking thing that has changed a little bit. But I think it's very evident now, and there's been tons of videos online by a lot of analysts and people poking out like the lack of motion, the predictability of things, yada, yada, yada. And I'm just, it's frustrating to watch week after week the production continue to decline year after year, right? 22 it peaked, passing and rushing.
Totally.
Dynamic in all those fields. From there, it has just been a consistent decline. Outside of the outlier last year was Saquon running wild because of a dynamic offensive line and a guy that had an incredible season.
I'm with you, man. So you think reinvent it now? You think it's time to reinvent it?
I don't know that you have to reinvent it. I think it needs to evolve. It needs to evolve. It needs to evolve. Here's the thing. In 2017, when we won the Super Bowl, we were running a wham concept out of 11 personnel and doing things that the league hadn't really seen before. And it was like every time we ran it, it's like a 15 to 20 yard pop. we're running all these RPOs that teams don't have the answer of, like, how do I defend this on the outside? And our offense was the best offense in the NFL. Carson Wentz was the MVP. Before he gets hurt, Nick Foles goes in. We still end up winning the Super Bowl. 23.
Who gets the credit?
Huh?
Who gets the credit for the offense being so interesting, unique on the front end of everything? You said you were ahead of where defenses were.
In 2017 specifically? Or?
Yes.
I don't know whose idea it was to put in Wham. I mean, Frank Reich was the offensive coordinator. Doug was the head coach. Stout was involved in the run game. Like, I think all those coaches deserve credit. I don't know where, the RPOs, Doug was doing a lot of that with Andy, and they were doing some of these things with my brother where they would read, and then we'd do things with Zach Ertz on the outside. So I don't know who gets the credit for that, but regardless, like,
it was
next year, those things didn't work as well. This is the point I'm trying to make.
Because the defenses studied and caught up, and that's just the way
you
it
win a
works.
Super Bowl, so everybody's going to be studying more anyways. And then teams are trying to incorporate these plays into their offenses. So it has to keep moving. And then in 22, at our height, we're running a different RPO with like two tight ends in the off position. The one tight end would slice back, and we'd run this like little one would run a stick, and the other guy would run it out. And like it was like a free play. Anytime you're like 2nd and 10, let's just run this play, and we're going to be in great either a first down or third and manageable.
One of the options is going to work.
Yeah, and the other thing we were doing really well was this tackle guard pull play where Jalen reads it, and that play was great for like 3 years, and it was like an automatic hit. They couldn't play it right, and now teams have adjusted, and those things have had less effect. And A.J. Brown was a guaranteed slant like for 4 years, right? Now that's not working. So you in this league, you have to continue to evolve. You have to continue to push things. And I know there's all sorts of noise of like what the quarterback can do, what Kevin Patullo can do. Frankly, I'm tired of all of it and trying to sort through this. And I think at this point, I just want to see an offense that is dynamic, moving, creative, and utilizing the strengths of all these guys on the field, including Jalen Hurts. And I think I don't want to hear like, it's this person, who's in charge of this and who's in it. I want one guy. It's like, no, this guy's running what he's doing. And he's incorporating the players within that, but there's no questions about any of that stuff. I'm kind of over that.
Who's the right guy to have that sort of dominant, creative mind? Is he out there like a Mike McDaniel, or is it?
Mike McDaniel certainly would fit that bill. I mean, the two names that are probably the hottest right now, it seems like, are Daboll and McDaniel. I think McDaniel, watching his scheme, is by far the one that I enjoy watching the most. It is dynamic, the way they use the fullback, the motions, the creative run concepts. Is that the one that incorporates the easiest within our system and our players? I don't know. That would be a drastic change. Daboll would probably be a less drastic change, more similar to some of the things we do, but would probably still be an evolution. Both of those guys have called plays. That's another thing.
Yes.
Shane Steichen was a very, very he play with some guys and they just have a feel. They know when to go to things, when to not go to things, and you go into the game with a script and a play set and a sheet for your first down runs, your second down your plays, your third down and long, third and medium, and I think really good play callers know when to get to that stuff. They're not just calling it because it's that situation that they game planned pregame.
What about the relationship? You said that Mike McDaniel is a guy who you really like the way his offense looks, but do you know anything about the relationship between him and Vic Fangio? He was the head coach who ended up having to fire Vic Fangio because the players were so up in arms about Vic.
From what
is that an issue?
I don't think that would be an issue. I don't know, obviously, fully what their relationship is. It sounded pretty mutual with Vic's departure from Miami. I don't think that he was upset about any of that, and it's worked out for him pretty well. So I doubt that there's hard feelings over that. And, knowing Vic the way I know him, Vic just wants to win football games. I don't think that guy's very complicated. Like he wants to call defense, make meatballs, and win football games. That's pretty much.
Have you had the meatballs?
Huh? I've not. I'm dying to have them after watching.
I've seen them on video.
Yeah, the video of it, I'm like, okay, now I want one of these meatballs.
Yeah.
But you know what? I don't deserve it. Yeah, that's the problem.
Maybe you could. Yeah, you're
So
right.
Jason with us
yourself.
in studio for about the next hour, obviously fielding your phone calls. Demise of the Eagles season, where they go from here. Jason, let's just go to the wrap up of or the existence of what was, then we'll get to calls.
Sure.
I refer to this as one of the most frustrating experiences for me as a fan on a good team that I've ever seen. I mean, they were a good team. They weren't a great team, but they were a good team, borderline very good.
I think.
Did you feel that, like, the immense frustration that?
Oh gosh.
I mean, immense frustration, right?
Immense frustration and immense. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like the other word, but just like, yeah. I'll just leave it with frustration.
Underperformance. It's just like
this is the thing.
Short.
This is the thing. They really weren't a good team. They were great players that underperformed what they should have, and that's the reality of this team's. Like what happened. There's no reason that they should have lost to the San Francisco 49ers. And credit to San Francisco, credit to those coaches. I think Robert Saleh's fantastic, Kyle Shanahan, and those guys played hard. But like the talent level and disparity from our offense and what Robert Saleh was dealing with, there's no reason that should have happened. And I think, when the adversity struck last year, Saquon in the running game was able to keep this thing moving forward. And without that this year, I don't think that they didn't really come together the way great teams do. And they made the playoffs. They had good games. They beat great teams. Yeah. But I don't think it's at all wrong to be very frustrated on all levels of this team this season.
What's going to happen with AJ?
I don't know. I think AJ needs to, like, what's Aaron Rodgers goes on the darkness retreat. Like, AJ needs to step away. I think that the frustration was palpable watching it. And I don't think that it is completely unwarranted.
Who is he most frustrated with?
You have to ask AJ that. I don't know. I think, the frustration was obvious looking at a television screen. The frustration was obvious in how it affected him. And that's my overall thing that I would really, it's some guys just, they let these things affect them more. And through 2 years and probably more than that, we've seen with AJ, it has a compounding effect, right? He lets these things that probably a lot of them he really can't control as a player. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden when, it's, he's just letting all that stuff make him play out, make uncharacteristic mistakes and uncharacteristic games of A.J. Brown. And I don't believe that A.J. has lost a step the way that I think I've seen some people say. I think that when you're frustrated and you're upset and things like that, it tends to make you play and look uncharacteristic of who A.J. Brown is. And I've been through that. I remember 2016, there's all these trade rumors about me. I had a terrible year. And they're like, oh, the Saints are going to trade for Jason Kelce to Mark Ingram. I'm like, the Saints aren't going to trade Mark Ingram. I played awful. Like, they're not. There's no way. So, like, the Eagles would love to get Mark Ingram for Jason Kelce. But I remember getting texts from my parents and friends, and they're like, what's going to happen? You're going to get traded? You're going to do this? And I remember texting I think it was my mom or my dad. I'm like, I have no idea. And to be honest, it doesn't matter at this point. Like, the season is over. All I can control is what I can control. And that is by attacking the weight room, getting stronger, working on these techniques and fundamentals, and coming back next year. And I had a fantastic season the following year because of all that work I put into what I can control. And receiver is a very frustrating position because ultimately there are so many things that need to go right for you to have success on the football field. All right. I hated playing receiver. I did it for 1 year in freshman football, and I was screaming at the quarterback, right? So I'm not one, like, but you can't, as a player, you have to try and overcome that and just keep your head down. And it just gets to a point where how long can you do that? So I don't know where AJ's at. I know it was frustrating end of the season. I think he needs to get away from things. I think that whole team needs to kind of step away for a second and reevaluate, selfishly what they could have done better, what I can do next year to have a better season. There's going to be new leadership on the offense, clearly, and get ready to attack it when they all get back together.
Let's get a lot of calls in here. Jason with us for about an hour, 215-592-9494. Ruben with us, of course, as well. And look, both of these guys know, and I don't mean this as a criticism, but, you win and you lose, and sometimes you got to pick yourself up. I mean, Ruben, you guys never, after 11, you never really could rally it.
Nope.
And, candidly, it's why, obviously, ultimately they moved off you, 3-4 years later. Yep. Jason, you guys did. I mean, you guys had it going with Chip there a little bit, not on the elite level, but had it going a little bit. It fell. It's tough for 2 years or so. Then you got it up to the highest level. Yep. And it fell again a little bit, and it really fell in 2020, and then you cranked it up again. So that's
my career was really, really very odd. No, seriously, and I think it really is a testament to Howie in the front office.
Yeah.
I mean, it's how many players went to 2 Super Bowls and stayed within an organization their entire career through 4 different head coaches.
Right.
Probably none.
Not just me.
You and Lane.
Not just me. Me, Lane Johnson, Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, Brent Selleck was in there for a hot minute. It's a very odd that there was so much continuity while also changing, and how quickly we rebounded from these down years.
So I agree with you, but I'll add this, and I think this is one of the things where both Sirianni and Jalen, 26 is very important. Jeffrey Lurie, after he did not move off of Andy in 2011, since 2012, it is a very clear track record with Jeffrey and Howie. They will move fast.
Yeah.
They're not going to wait around for 3 or 4 years of failure. I mean, in the last 15 years, Joe Banner was let go, and it was around 2010 or so. Andy, Howie was dismissed without being fired, but removed from power, brought back, obviously. Carson was let go. Yeah. Doug was let go. Foles was let go. They'll move, man. They'll move fast.
And in the league is only going faster. Pete Carroll was there for a year. There's 9 head coaching. I've never seen 9 head coaching vacancies in one offseason.
Amazing.
So the league is clearly making a statement. There's 2 or 3 first-year head coaches with teams in the playoffs.
Sure.
Teams screw this. We're done with the rebuild and all that. No, come in. You win now, or show improvement, or you're gone.
Yeah. Well, Rhea, this will resonate with you. Remember when we were younger? Coaches would talk about they literally press conference introduction. I've got a 5-year plan.
I knew where you were going. No, that doesn't exist anymore.
You imagine?
It really doesn't.
The next coach steps up. I got a 5-year plan, everybody.
Well, the last
People
guy
are making way too much money for that.
The last guy who
free
did
agency changed it also.
But the last guy who did do that was Dan Campbell. He did come in with a longer term deal, and credit to Detroit for allowing him to do that, and it worked out. They've built something I think really good there. I know it was a down year for him this year. The injuries have killed them for 2 years, but it's a win now league. There's so many coaches that have been hired and really brought juice year one.
Right.
So that's the way it is.
I think Howie is the guy that sort of has been the consistent person here.
There's no question.
I mean, that's why he's one of the best, maybe if not the best GM in the game. His ability to break left when other teams go right, and to get back to where he needs to be. I mean, he's done a really good job of that.
And look, you got a defense right now. So right now it's about focusing
start.
on trying to fix the offense. You got a day, which is good.
Yeah, not only. I mean, we have we'll see where they go at offensive. I mean, in a perfect world, you get an offensive coordinator in the same version of what Vic Fangio is, and then we're set, right?
Well, let's talk.
But
how much help does this O-line need personnel-wise prior to next year in order to be able to do the things that you
I would like to
did?
see them bring in some guys that are competitive, that show a lot of upside and can compete throughout camp. I think a lot of the line struggles were injury-based. I think Cam, had a rough beginning and middle of the season and had some bad plays at the end of the season, but I think physically it seemed like he started coming along towards the end of the year. Landon physically certainly started getting better, but I think all these guys are going to benefit greatly from a full offseason. Cam didn't have an offseason last year. Landon came into the season right off of surgery. Lane, but I think, I would love to see them get, as an offensive lineman, I always love draft picks and getting guys with a lot of upside that are young, because and with an offensive line, it's not good enough in this league anymore to just have 5 guys.
So
Not even
what are
6.
the odds we have a right tackle not named Lane Johnson when we start the season?
I hope 0. I think
I hope 0 too, but
this isn't the way I want to see Lane's career end. Now, all that matters is whether Lane wants to keep going. I think he's still one of the best tackles, if not the best right tackles in the league, especially from a pass blocking standpoint. And I think that it's going to be up to him on whether he wants to keep going. I don't know where his foot's at. Obviously, it was still bothering me enough not to play in a playoff game. I hope he is back, and I think that the Eagles probably all hope he's back as well.
Yeah, no question. Jason with us here for a while. Of course, Phil's lost Ranger Suarez yesterday. You can react to that. Really two different things. One, do you think they made a mistake? I don't. Other than hitching up with Nola, 2 years ago for as many years as they did. I think that's the one correlation you can say, that didn't work out so well. The other thing, of course, is the emotional side of losing Ranger. I mean, it's just a bummer, even if it's understandable because there's no room in the inn because you got 5 pitchers anyway. And that's where I come down. But it's still emotionally a tremendous bummer because Ranger was one of our dudes and he was one of the better players. And then also, to reinvent the Eagles offense, to push it, the boundaries to different style of stuff. We'll get to something Seth Joyner said to us this week. We'll get to that shortly. Also, Sirianni, what he said to the players post-game in the locker room after the loss Sunday, wrapping up the season. We'll get to that audio in a moment as well. Kenny in Newcastle joins us. Kenny, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing all right, Kenny.
I'm a big Phillies fan. I live in Delaware. All my friends are Eagles fans. I happen to be a Bears fan for a long time.
Oh. I liked the Bears in 1985. Yeah. What are you doing holding on? Are you from there?
Ever since the double doink and everything else when the Eagles beating the Bears, it's been a rough go for me, but this year is good. But we keep winning with smoke and mirrors, but I don't know, man. I think the Eagles have so much talent. I just think Mr. Kelsey hit on it. They're just weren't as good this year as a cohesive unit, but they have so much more talent. They could have won, and that's that's my spin on the Eagles.
Well, the thing that's frightening to me is it's going to be hard to maintain this level of talent offensively when you have to pay the defensive side of the football. Definitely. And then, unless you get a guy who knows what he's doing as a play caller, how bad could it look?
Well, and here's the thing, Kenny. I'll say what they are going to have to do, and I'm talking over the next 2 years, because they are going to lose talented offensive players. It's inevitable. They're going to have to hit with draft picks on offense the way they hit with draft picks on defense. Because really, it's not just about Cooper and Quignon. You go back over 5 years, Reed Blankenship was an undrafted free agent, but that's a success story. Yeah. He didn't make much money. He was a starter. Josh Sweat was fifth-round pick?
Fourth round pick.
That's a success story. Milt Williams, third-round pick. That's a success story.
Howie's been pretty intelligent.
Oh, for sure.
Back-feeding some of these third- or fifth-round picks, but don't look great on paper, but eventually they can help your team out.
No, I get it. All right, Kenny, I need an answer from you. Give me something that's hard to believe but true. You can win the $100 gift card.
Hard to believe but true? I'm going to go with my team. How can you draft Gale Sayers and Dick Butkus but never win a championship?
Well, I thought they won his first year.
They did.
Didn't they win?
Won.
They won their first year. They won.
Not a great fact, then, I guess. Huh?
Yeah, didn't they win in '63?
I believe they did.
When they were both rookies, I think in '63.
They absolutely won in 1986.
I thought he was going to say the Bears all-time leading passer or whatever it is. Like it's going to be Caleb Williams in like 2 years. Right.
No, I think what he was referring to was with those two there. I thought they won the championship his first year. And then their first year, and then they didn't win. But we could look it up. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know exactly.
Might have been the year Horning was suspended and Lombardi didn't win the title. 2-1. I'll tell you, I'll give you a fact hard to believe but true. One of the biggest stars in pro football suspended for a whole season. Paul Horning. Out! Anyway, it's a random thing.
Gambling.
Yeah, those things happen. All right. Jason, do you think it will work if they reinvent the offense? Matter of fact, before you say that, let me get to some audio Seth Joyner. I want to play audio Seth.
Sure.
And then we'll get Jason's assessment. Because
this will be probably a tone down.
So two pieces of audio Seth. The first is on Hurts's future as it relates to the offense and where they could go with it. This is something Seth said to us on Monday.
My thing is you at least have to see if you make a change and somebody comes in with better concepts.
It's worth trying is your point, right?
If he opens up to it and he takes the next step.
I agree with
that. Because I think where he is right now, he's stuck where he is right now.
I agree with that.
Okay? There's either advancement or it's clear that he can't take the next step, and then you got decisions to make.
So I think it's very astute by Seth. Jason, do you think it would work? Let's expand the horizon.
What's the only chance of either? Like, what's the other option? Is just continue doing what we're doing.
Well, and have healthier offensive linemen, then you can run it again. Because they did win a Super Bowl this way 12 months ago, and
they did. You're right. If they do have a healthy offensive line, and my thing is, I just want to stop this back and forth. I'm tired of he can't do this, or the offensive coordinator's scheme is too simple, and it's like, well, they're only doing this because of this, and he doesn't want to run, or the coaches and the organization doesn't want him to run. I'm just over that entire conversation and debate and what's happening. I agree. I think that at this point, I want to see a dynamic, creative, innovative offense that is utilizing motion, utilizing all these different route concepts, trying to do it in a way that is geared towards Jalen Hurts' skill set and what his strengths are as a player, because he has many. And then, we'll see. We'll see how it performs. And I think that great coaches find ways to coach things to players that it gets into their heads. I think Jeff Stoutland is a great teacher, and he doesn't teach me the same way as he teaches other tackles. And I think that, I want to see an offense that is not having to deal with all of this noise anymore. As a fan, I don't want to see it anymore. I'm just very fatigued on it.
You're really frustrated.
And listen, if you go to that, you can still be a dynamic run game. You can still be a really good team with that. And I also I don't believe that the narrative out there that Jalen Hurts can't do these things. I know that is one of them. I think that great coaches find ways to get guys to play. I've played with Jalen. I've seen him do a lot of really difficult things, and I've seen him grow as a player. And I think Jalen is a guy that responds really well to an authoritative figure pushing him and
being challenged. He rises to the challenge.
I think he does. I think that it's a weird way in the modern NFL. Some guys really don't respond well to old school kind of coaching tactics. And I think Jalen, more than probably most guys I've played with, is really an old school mentality.
Dad's a coach.
Player.
I mean, grew up with that level of discipline just from pops.
Yes.
I think that affects it to some degree.
Yeah. And listen, I think you want a coach that's just going to put you in the best positions possible. All that dude wants to do is win. I really think he does a great job of, that's what I would like to see. Yeah, I would like to see an offensive coordinator coming in, pushing Jalen, pushing the offense to evolve and get to a place that is creative, innovative, utilizing all of their strengths, and I think that they can do that.
Let's listen to one more thing from Seth Joyner, because we dove further into this topic. If they use a different type of offense, essentially, would it work with Jalen? Let's listen to that exchange with Seth. You think Jalen could run that effectively?
Joe, this is my opinion, and I've heard both sides of it.
Yeah,
because I know people that's intimately close to it. In both ways, I've heard that there are things that he requires that he wants to run, and he wants to run only because that's what he's good at and that's what he's comfortable at. But I'm also smart enough to listen to what the quarterback is saying, and what he intimated over the last few weeks is that he's running what they want him to run, and they're not giving him more to realize his full potential. Now, I don't know what's true and what's not true.
Well, I'll say this. It sounded to me a little bit like, Jason, part of what you're saying, and that was Seth with us on Mondays, let's find out.
Yeah.
And I think that's where I am also. Let's find out.
I think it's the time. The offense struggled this year. It's been regressing for 3 years, really, if you look at the full breadth of it. And I think that it's time to really figure out, what we have and whether we're happy with the players we have, the strengths and skill sets, all that stuff. And I think I also think that Jalen will flourish in this system with the right coach who can really push him and teach it properly and get it. And I think that to what Seth was just saying, I think as coaches, it's really hard sometimes because you're always trying. Listen, these guys want to win. Yeah. They want to call what the players are executing well. And I've always, wondered, are we, and this isn't specifically to Jalen, it happened when I was in the league as well. Are we running things that we're having success with, and then you don't run things? Is it because guys can't do it, or is it because coaches think they can't do it?
Right. That's the heart of the matter.
And I think that sometimes it becomes like a built-in thing at a certain point. And that's one of the reasons I think it's really important that the Eagles go out and get a outside voice. You need to get detached from this baggage of what this thing has been for the past 5 years and get a fresh set of eyes onto what this thing is currently and where guys are at right now. Because guys are not the same as they've been the whole time. And I think when when you have years through things, you start to be like, oh, well, we can't do that because of this. And you get a new guy in, it's like, okay, well, I'm going to try it and see if it works. So
there's no preconceived notions. Start from a smart perspective, a new perspective, something that challenges everyone, not just Jalen. I mean, it's going to be a lot to learn. This is going to be a huge off season where these guys, the first whatever they're even called now, OTA. Yeah. New playbook, new language. That really requires
it's a maybe. It's a maybe, John. Maybe it will be, maybe it won't be.
There's ways to listen. Most of these plays are in the playbook. Like I think that's something that most of the when you run an NFL offense, like you have all of these plays in your playbook. It's like what is being run on game day. Now, what's going to be different is like how often they're being called plays that you might have installed once in an OTA. You haven't ran forever. Those are going to be new. I would love to see a little John Ritchie fullback action out there. It feels like a lot of teams are going back to this stuff, whether that's a tight end H-back hybrid.
And Latu is good. Latu is
very
good at this, finding his target in space and actually getting movement.
Yeah, you want to talk about getting a run game going.
More.
You can shift the gaps. Anyways, trying to remember where I was going there. CTE's getting to me a little bit. I think.
Oh, Jason, don't even joke about that. Man. Joke all you want, but I hope not.
Yeah, I think
because someone's going to misquote you on that. I just want to. No, they'll accurately quote you, but they'll think you were being fully serious.
Yeah, so I think bringing in a fresh perspective, fresh ideas, different ways of coaching things and communicating things, I think would be beneficial for this group and team. I think that you have to continue evolving. You have to continue evolving as an offense. You have to continue evolving as coaches. Yeah. You have to continue evolving as players. What worked for Jalen in this offense was very successful for a few years. Now we've seen it start to decline. We need to figure out what's the next iteration of this. What's the next version? And I still think Jalen has a skill set that is dynamic. I think his mentality for the game is outstanding, especially when you're winning. I think he is a dedicated workhorse to win in this league, and I think that rubs off on other guys. I think the frustrations will be eliminated if we can kind of rectify this thing and get the offense going again. So that's kind of where I'm at with
We're going to get to some audio in a moment of Sirianni after the game addressing the players as it aired on Hard Knocks a couple nights ago. We'll get to that in a second. Let's get to Abdul right now in Mount Airy. Good morning, Abdul.
Yeah, good morning.
Hey, Abdul.
What's up, buddy?
Good morning, people. How y'all feeling this morning?
Doing good. How we doing?
I mean, better than Monday, I'll say that. Certainly better than Sunday night. But
I'm doing good because I'm kind of like, this just feels cathartic a little bit.
A little bit.
Yo, I am so stoked I get to talk to Jason Kelce. Hey, Jason Kelce.
What's up?
Yo, you are one of the best centers to ever play the game. I'm just going to let you know that right now.
I appreciate
the tush pushes ass without you. I'm just going to let you know that. So here's what I've got to say. First, I'm going to answer my question, so I don't the end of the thing question is something that won't happen or whatever.
Mm-hmm. What do you got?
Ashburn. hit a lady twice in a baseball game.
Oh, hard to believe it's true.
That's a great answer.
That could win.
That could absolutely win.
Answer.
Now let's find out if Jason knows that.
Abdul.
All right, so Jason, Richie Ashburn, one of the great Phillies players ever, made the Hall of Fame many years after his career ended. He was our announcer here until he died in '97.
Yeah.
When he was a star player, one time he's batting, foul ball, hits a lady.
Hit her in the head.
They're taking, because this balls would hit. They're taking her out on a stretcher. I believe on a stretcher.
Yes.
Another foul ball hits her again.
Man,
as they're removing her,
consistent
guy. Ruben, did you ever talk to Richie about that?
I don't know that it's.
Oh, don't tell me it's not true.
It may not be
Don't
true.
ruin the story.
Ruben!
No.
Did Richie tell you it's not true?
No, he never told me that.
What gives you the inclination that this might not be,
I mean, it's very possible because he had that sort of...
No, you got some kind of information.
No.
You can't debunk a fact like this without hard evidence.
Thank you, Jason.
Let the
I
story
think it might
live.
be the other way around.
Ruben, this has always been... it's just like telling me Wilt didn't score 100 points. It happened,
I want
right?
you to realize what just happened there. Ruben workshopped that as it was coming out of his mouth and realized what a jackass he was for ruining a great
Ruben.
story and is now backtracking.
Oh, Ruben. Now you're telling me Richie and Harry weren't actually friends. You're breaking my heart.
Don't be ridiculous.
What else isn't true that we thought?
Don't be ridiculous.
All right, Abdul, we're joking. Richie and Harry were very close. Give me what you got on the Eagles, Abdul.
Okay, so my take on the offensive coordinator should be the guy. I forget his name. I think he played. I think he coached. He was just the coach of the Giants. He also coached Jalen
Daboll
at Alabama when he got benched, and then when he came back, he was a better person. And his game sort of changed after he got benched and he came back. That I think Dude would be a good fit for Jalen because one, he worked with him, and then I think him and Bubblehead was also on the same on the same sideline at the same time. I believe a Chiefs or somewhere. I don't know wherever Bubblehead was. But don't get me wrong.
Abdul.
I love my coach. Don't get me wrong. I love my coach.
You sure sound like it.
There have been some great sound bites over the last week, man.
I love his passion. I love the way he moves the way he moves amongst the people. You know what I mean? Him, Big Dom, there's some of the funniest stuff I've ever seen.
All right, Abdul, good phone call, buddy. So I got some audio. He's talking about Sirianni. We got audio of Sirianni from after the game. So, tough loss, brutal loss. End of the season. Obviously, it didn't go where we wanted to see it go. In many ways, sort of similar to 2018, except 2018 surged at the end and won a playoff game and then almost won another one. This one very different in that regard. But both were less than you expected, given the talent, given the achievement from the prior year. Here's Nick Sirianni, and this is courtesy of NFL Networks with the Hard Knocks, as aired 2 nights ago. Season-ending game and then wrap-up meeting as they're about to disperse in the locker room. Here's Sirianni with the guys.
Hey, I know this is tough. It didn't end the way we wanted it to, right? I appreciate everyone giving everything they had all year, right? And then today. But, it's a special journey, right? Because of the people, because of you guys. I think back to the end of 22 and the end of 23 for some of you guys that were here. And all that was necessary to do what we did last year. Every one of those downfalls was necessary for us to do what we did last year. And I have no doubt we'll use this as well. I love you guys. This was a special journey. It didn't end how we wanted it to. Let's get back up and do this again.
I got one thing, man. I don't know if I got a chance to dap y'all up, but I love every in this room, man. Just not the football players that y'all are, but the men that y'all are. Eagles on 3, 1, 2, 3. The Eagles.
And that's Jordan Davis there.
I was about to say, is that JD?
Yeah.
Man, you want to talk about a frustrating season largely, but like one guy that just really came on, matured a lot. I could not be more proud and happy with what Jordan Davis has developed into. He came in such a young, just like, immature is not the right word. It was like almost like childlike and like his personality and whatnot, like youthful. And he's still got that youthful enthusiasm and energy, which is awesome, but he's developed into a hell of a leader and an incredible player. So love hearing that from him afterwards. And I love that sentiment from Nick. I mean, I know that after you win a Super Bowl, you want to go back and you think that you're still the best team in the world. And the reality is, outside of the Chiefs and New England, the most teams don't go back to the Super Bowl. A lot of teams don't go back to the playoffs.
Almost a third of Super Bowl champs don't make the playoffs.
So it is very difficult to have sustained success in this league. I'm not trying to make that as an excuse. I think the Eagles should have. Like, they had enough of the pieces. They had enough talent. But it's still hard to win in this league, and they'll make corrections and move forward. We just talked about Jalen's ability to we want to see him continue to evolve and push, and a coach that's pushing him. When I left the league in 23, one of the reasons the offense sputtered and stalled out is because we couldn't pick up blitzes and we had no answers for it. And a lot of that burden was on my shoulders to handle because I was the veteran guy and I had to do it. And then following year, they put more of that on Jalen's shoulders. And they handled the blitz much better. And Jalen was ready and had answers and was decisive. And, I think that it got better as a result. And you saw Jalen grow and develop. So these are some of the things that I think, it's ready to become something more schematically. Players are ready to become something more, and they're ready to be tested.
You think Jalen so look, 22, I think, was clearly his best season, and that followed 21, which I think was his worst full season. And he was young, so it's supposed to be his worst full season. It's debatable between that and this one. 24 followed 23, which was his worst end to a season. Do you think that DNA that we all admire, that he digs down, deals with adversity, and comes back swinging, kind of like Rocky at the end of a Rocky movie. Rocky always would struggle in the first 90 minutes, and the last 90 minutes he's kicking someone's ass.
Yeah.
Do you think that...
there's Rocky. Rocky 3 is a great
example. 3-hour Rocky movie? Hold on. You said the first 90 and the last 90.
90 and 90. That's an hour.
No, that's 3 hours.
Sorry, 3 hours. I meant to say
45. 45 and 45.
I meant to say 45 and 45. More like an hour and an hour. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Yeah. You're getting killed by Clubber Lang, you come back, you kill Clubber Lang.
Yeah.
Which
is one of the reasons Rocky 3 is my favorite.
Overrated.
Thank you, Jason.
Having been
Jason.
a professional athlete, I love Rocky 3.
It's the best Rocky, inarguably.
Overrated. So that DNA element of Jalen that we've all talked about and admired, that's real, right?
Of course.
Like, he's going into the bunker to come back swinging as hard as possible next year, right?
Yeah, this dude is one of the most competitive guys I've ever met in my life. And there are some people that, when adversity strikes, they can't overcome it.
Ben Simmons.
I'm not. Yeah.
No, I mean, boom. I mean, probably the greatest example in Philadelphia in the last 10 years because he was incredibly talented. And obviously, Chip would be an example. Jaleel Okafor would be an example. But to me, Ben Simmons is the prime example because he was the most talented of those type of guys, and he wilted.
Yeah,
he did. He wilted.
Yeah, I think it's really hard when guys grow up being so much physically better than anyone they ever play. It's an attribute you have to develop early in your life to really fully understand that you're going to be in these dark gutters and downtimes, and you have to have this self-confidence and self-belief that you can get out of it again. Oftentimes I find very religious guys have a little bit more of it because they practice the concept of faith like often in their lives. But I also think that people that have just been through it before, once you've been in it and you've overcome it, you get back and it's like, hey, I've been here before and this is how I got out of it last time. And I think some guys get in it and then it perseverates in their head and they just can't get out of their own way. And they allow things that are outside of their control to affect them. And it ends up compounding. Jalen Hurts is not that guy. Jalen Hurts has been down multiple times. We might have an offensive coordinator here who literally benched him in college. In the national championship, right?
Yeah.
So he has been through all of this before multiple times.
We might have an offensive coordinator here who coached the guy he was benched for and then made him an all-pro in the NFL.
Yeah.
The two
crazy. It's a crazy connection.
It is. Yes, I think that Jalen is very much made for times like this. So I could rhyme like that to have anyways, what's that song? So he is made for this type of adversity. He has come out of it multiple times. He's won at every level he's ever been to. He's been successful. If you look at the breadth of work, no matter where he's been, So I feel very confident that Jalen's going to have a very dedicated offseason. And a one, and listen, you always work hard. You always like are trying, but like, make no mistake, like when you have a down year, it is like, you can use that as motivation. I certainly did in 2016, like I just said. Like, I'm in the squat rack thinking about that.
Well, we're hoping Bryce Harper's doing that also. No, I'm serious. Because
I think he is.
We're sure hoping
Not
so.
elite. He's wearing the shirt.
Yeah, I mean,
how many? Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much I like the shirt. I don't really care about the shirt. I care but clearly it's affecting him.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think he seems to be wired very similarly mentally as well. And that's why one of the things when that quote happened early in the offseason with Dombrowski.
Yeah, Dombrowski.
It's I was like, man, are they going to get like rid of it? That's a very odd quote. But then at the same time, maybe this thing ends up being unbelievable.
Totally. So, totally. Yeah. All right, so 215-592-9494. Speaking of the Phils, coming up, what Bob Nightingale said yesterday about JT Realmuto. We'll get Ruben's thoughts on all the twists and turns of the Phils offseason as well. Ranger out. Is Bo Bichette going to be in? Is JT going to be in? That and more, plus Jaws weighing in on if they change the offense, how would it work? And a lot more with Jason here as he stays on with us. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
Some of us take the new year as a chance to get healthy, maybe make better lifestyle changes. Well, your pets cannot do that by themselves. You've got to do it for them. And you can do that by starting at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. The lead dog, George Parente, knows it's time to assess the health and well-being of our dogs and cats. So maybe your pet has skin and coat issues, maybe carrying a little bit too much weight, or excessively licking and biting their paws. Dogs and Cats Rule stores are the place to get all the solutions. And here's why. At Dogs and Cats Rule, their staff is trained to help you figure out how to best help your pets stay happy and, most importantly, stay healthy. Walk into a Dogs and Cats Rule store, ask them anything. They will help you with anything with regards to your pets. They can recommend maybe a possible change in your pet's diet would help. Added supplement to improve the quality of your pet's life. At Dogs and Cats Rule stores, they've got the largest selection of fresh foods, packed with freeze-dried, gently cooked, raw, dehydrated, air-dried, and, of course, premium kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule, they have 7 convenient neighborhood locations in New Jersey, Princeton, and Pennington, in Pennsylvania, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, New Hope, and Bluebell. For more info, online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
The Eagles' 2025 season will tick away.
A disappointing end to a promising 2025 season.
Anytime you lose, you're frustrated.
Now, the noise gets louder.
Some notable Eagles are going to be gone.
Who comes in to repair an offense in disarray?
The chickens came home to roost.
How are we going to fix this thing?
How can they get Jalen Hurts back on the MVP track?
Everything was there in front of us. We just got to grow from it all.
Is A.J. Brown open to a trade?
Why aren't you catching the ball, A.J.? How are you not making these plays?
All the Eagles' offseason happenings happen here.
There aren't easy changes to be made.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
They can overcome this.
Breaking news. TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays. Call your plays like a pro with live betting. Or bet on a market you didn't know existed. Thanks to BetMGM Originals, you'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.
See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Buying a car, it shouldn't feel like a contact sport. Here at Colonial, we keep it fast, easy, simple. Only at Colonial this month, drive home any new Hyundai of your choice, like a brand new Tucson, for just $199 per month. No whistles, no flags, no unnecessary roughness. ColonialHyundai.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
There's a myth that a Sprouts Farmers Market person wakes up before dawn, bangs out a couple of hours of yoga before downing a kale foam colostrum latte. The reality is that a Sprouts person is just someone who cares about fresh, healthy, and honestly priced everything from organic produce to the hottest new snack to hit the shelves. They love how easy it is to find the delicious and healthy food they and their families thrive on. And to be honest, most of them have never heard of a kale foam colostrum latte. So maybe that sounds a bit like you. Come see for yourself at Sprouts Farmers Market.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Pack your parkas, LA. A frozen fight. The NFC. Matthew Stafford and the Rams marching into Chicago, and it will be a frozen tundra. But I still like the Rams. And I'm Greg Cole.
Injured at work or in an accident, nobody will fight harder for your rights than Pond Lehocky Giordano. They've recovered billions for injured workers just like you, and they fight for the maximum settlement you deserve. Led by Sam Pond and Jerry Lehocky, this powerhouse firm is built on grit. Jerry worked 16-hour shifts in a steel mill before becoming a statewide leader for injured workers' rights. Call Pond Lehocky today for your free consultation. You won't pay a dime until they win.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Eagles in need of yet another offense coordinator after their early flameout to the 49ers in the playoffs. Jason Kelsey says the Eagles offense has to evolve.
They need to figure out a complete shift in, how we're doing things. 4 to 5 years with a very similar looking thing that has changed a little bit. The lack of motion, the predictability of things. It's frustrating to watch week after week. The production continue to decline year after year. 22 it peaked, passing and rushing. From there, it has just been a consistent decline. Outlier last year was Saquon running wild.
Kelsey says he thinks Jalen Hurts responds to an authoritative voice. Now, Brian Daboll certainly seems to have a rep as a tough coach. According to the Athletics' Diana Rossini, Daboll and Mike McDaniel said to be atop the Eagles' list. Meantime, John Harbaugh reportedly will be the next New York Giants head coach. Right now, get 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. Go to windownation.com. Partly sunny, temperatures falling during the day. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
But I do.
Won the Cold War. We
That's
might,
right.
by the way,
That's right.
Seltzer, we might need to re-win the Cold War.
That's possible.
Looks like what we grew up with might be back.
That actor
that
who
would not be
played
good. That would not be good.
We don't need that, man.
We don't need that.
Let's hope it stays cold. You know what I'm saying?
I do think
Keep it chilly.
I think Rocky 1 was definitely my favorite for a long time, and but Rocky 3, as goofy as it is, with Thunder Lips,
it had it all,
and
Thunder Lips, man.
Yeah, but
he did a great job.
Yes,
everyone. Rocky 3 had the whole gamut. I mean, and you got the highest of the high along with the lowest of the low. 1 and 2, it's a lot of lowest of the low.
Yeah, 3's the only time. Three's the only time.
You got 3 over 1.
Yes, absolutely. 3 is the best Rocky movie.
No 1.
And I'll take 4 after 3.
I'll say
over 1.
I think a lot of, I don't know, for me, I didn't really relate with Rocky 3 that much growing up. But then, I was midway through a season one time and watched Rocky 3. I was like, I really freaking like Rocky 3. Sorry, guys.
All good, brother. All good.
I really like Rocky 3.
Since you have
right?
You enthusiastically like it.
So jazzed about it.
I feel the same way about Rocky 3.
Someone tell Stallone. Jason gets so fired up he drops F-bombs with admiration.
Number 3.
F-bombs with admiration.
It's
All right,
that good.
let's do a little. Let's do a little fills here, and then we'll get right back to the Eagles. So first, I want to play some audio of Bob Nightingale, because look, you got the Bichette thing going. You got the JT thing going. What's going to be the outcome? Here's something Bob Nightingale said this week.
I was told that if they do sign Bichette, that Real Muto is gone. They're not that close in negotiations. I think there's been some tension there, just like it was years ago. I think there's more tension now, and so if they do sign Bichette, I don't think there's any way they bring him back. You really have to drop down in his demand, whatever he's asking for. And I'm not sure who's in the market for a 35-year-old catcher. I don't know where else he would go.
So the very end almost feels like a contradiction, because he says, I don't know where else he'd go. So it's like, well, then you definitely lose him. But what he is saying is, price-wise, getting Bichette would make it difficult for the Phillies economically to retain JT, which makes some sense, but is a disappointment. Ruben, who is more likely to be signed by the Philadelphia Phillies? More likely, Bo Bichette or JT Realmuto?
Please say Bo.
In my, I don't know, honestly.
Sure.
I mean, this is like saying, they got a chance. Listen, nothing ever happens until there's an agreement. And so I think the fact that they were actually serious about Bo Bichette, Dave Dombrowski's not one of those guys that just kind of fiddles around. If he is serious about signing someone, he actually gets pretty serious.
Well, let me ask you this.
Doesn't mean that he'll sign him because, listen, it's a free agent. There's other teams that are going to be interested in this guy.
Well, okay, here's a fascinating one in my opinion. And, Ruben, you've been in this spot where you only have so much money and you got 2 players or 10 players you want, you got to divvy it up. Tell me which you think is the approach right now. If they can't economically afford both, which of course is funny because Real Muto is going to make so much less than Bichette. But let me just ask you this. Is Dombrowski saying to JT, hold on, buddy, I might be getting Bo Bichette. I'm prioritizing that. I'll call you in a week. Or is he saying to Bo Bichette, hold on, dude, I might be signing JT or Real Muto. We'll talk as we talk.
I think he's saying both. How about that?
And he's lying to one of them?
Here's the reality. His job is to make sure that at the end of the day he puts the best ball club on the field for the money. That's his job. And so if I'm in his position, I'm keeping my stuff wide open.
Okay.
I'm pursuing Bo Bichette as hard as I can, and I'm hopeful that JT at some point, decides to make a move so that
look,
it's
a fascinating offseason. Phil's thing on the table for discussion.
It's the most fascinating.
It is in my lifetime
for me.
I agree with that.
I think it's really interesting. People ask me all the time, you want JT or do you want Bo? Well, I want both of them.
Right.
Let me have both of them. It's not my money.
Well, I wanted Ranger also, but I understand why he's not here. And this is the rare occurrence where my favorite player on a team departs, and I can't be mad at the team. They have so many good pitchers. I can't be mad at them that they have 5 other pitchers. Now, I can be annoyed they gave Noel so much money a few years ago, and that's part of what led to Ranger being gone. But it's a real bummer to see Ranger being gone. Same time, I understand it. All right, Jason with us here. Let's get in, Jason, to some of the offseason as it relates to the corollary there from the Phillies and money to the Eagles and money. So, to me, it's very clear. It's 1,000% obvious they should spend more money on defense in the next 2 to 3 years, and they will. And again, I'm talking 2 to 3 years. Players that are going to get paid either here or elsewhere, and some of them are going to be here. Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Nolan Smith, although no sure bet. That could be a situation like Sweat that he's the odd guy out. You never know. But, ideally you'd like to retain him. You'd love to have Nakobe. That's a tough one because of Campbell. You're absolutely going to make sure you keep Quinyon. You're absolutely going to make sure you keep Cooper DeJean. And you might want to try to keep Reed Blankenship. And by the way, you want to try to keep Moro Ojomo. And I might be missing 1 or 2.
Yeah.
A lot of guys are going to get paid.
Yes.
Which means the highest paid offense in pro football within a year or 2 is not going to be the highest paid offense in pro football. Correct. I think we're going to see a tremendous shift, Jason, in offensive personnel over the next couple of years. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I don't know how much it's going to revert and go to I think a lot of this comes down to, where do they feel the best about building, like the draft, for instance. Sometimes I feel like certain position groups and certain, spots are easier to draft than others. I think D-line is an easier draft position to pick up than like a linebacker. And I feel like when you get a linebacker, hold on to that guy because, man, it's hard to find off-ball linebackers in the draft. It's like hit or miss, it feels like. Similarly on offense, like quarterback is a hard one to hit. But like a star tackle is like a no-brainer. So I think some of this depends on like where are they going and what do they think will be available in the draft? Where do they feel they evaluate the best in the draft? Like, to play a little bit of devil's advocate, it feels like no matter who they play on defense ends up playing well.
Well, hold on.
Outside of the DBs.
When they have the right players, when they've picked the right players, 23 was a disaster.
I'm talking about with Vic Fangio, sorry.
Okay. Fair.
Last 2 years.
Fair.
With Vic Fangio, like every linebacker that went in the game played well. Like D linemen go in and like they find a way. Like I think you try and find out which of these guys are really like we can't lose them and they bring an intense amount of value to it. And then it's like, okay, well, we can probably be here or there with some of these others. And I don't know what the answer to that is. But I do agree. Yes, right now the disparity is so absurd, right? Like we have the lowest paid defense in the NFL and the highest paid offense.
And of course, with the defense being great and the offense being bad, double absurd.
Right.
I mean, it makes no sense.
If I'm Jeffrey Lurie, my brain is just going to like explode. Like I spent all this money where, and we were middle of the road to below average, and like on this side, look at this guy over here. So, yeah, it's generally things don't get better by spending less money, and but a big reason that offense is so highly expensive is because there's a lot of veteran assets that have appreciated, and now these contracts are all there. Some of these guys are going to get older, and there's going to be moves made, and that'll open up some more money for the defense. But I think in general, paying the offensive line a lot of money and having that secured is a really important thing to do. I think defensively, paying a defensive line and having you want to have the trenches solidified. And with JD coming up, Jalen Carter, those are two big contracts that are going to take some assets away from the offense for sure.
I will say that I'm going to give you a correlation.
Yeah.
Seltzer, tell me if this works. It's not exact, but you'll get the drift. Nakobe Dean is Ranger Suarez. I got someone else for the spot. I got to pay other people.
Yeah, that makes sense.
When I just rattled off those names of who they're going to have to pay.
Well, Jordan Davis wasn't one of those names. Jordan Davis is going to be owed a lot of money,
he will,
and we really want him.
But my point is, but you play three guys inside D tackle. Like, I just think it's common sense, and it hurts my heart because I love Nakobe. But common sense, they're not going to pay Nakobe when they have Jahad Campbell and have 7 other guys to pay on defense. I will be surprised.
But he's in a different spot where he's the guy who's calling the huddle, and he brings so much.
But Ranger
more.
was their
He's
best
the
postseason
of
pitcher.
Those guys as a college linebacker and as an NFL linebacker, like he has a special spot.
I will say, talking to people in the building, Nakobe is even more than just a player. I think he has like a mentality that organization really
and it
respects.
Translates. It rubs off to everyone else in the huddle. You can see it when they play with Nakobe and without. I feel like they strike you with more, I don't know.
Well, I'll just say this. I'm going back 20 years ago,
but he's out there.
Trot had the same thing, man.
Yeah,
20,
and it matters.
But they moved off
They
him.
made a mistake. That's why they brought him back.
Yeah. But part of it is because you have so many great players. You just can't it wasn't like
I prioritize Nakobe.
No, okay, I get the argument, and guys, I love him. Nakobe, and part of why I make the correlation to Ranger, I can clearly say Nakobe is one of my 3 or 4 favorite Eagles. I love him.
He wasn't one of my favorite Eagles. I thought he wasn't going to be able to do what he's done. He's proven it. The only thing that's holding me back is he's been banged up while proving.
Well, the other thing is, let's wait and find out what the market is, and a lot of this just comes down to maybe Nakobe isn't. He's had an injury history. Right. We'll see where his number is.
Sure.
And I think what Howie does, and this is one of the reasons that I think the Eagles, and it blows my mind that more people don't try and poach Philadelphia front office people, to be honest with you. I think they do such a great job at maximizing value in terms of dollars, cents. I think that they do a great job of that across the board, but particularly in free agency. Yeah. And if they feel like they can get Nakobe for a value that is, greater than what he's probably owed, I bet that they would do that if they can. But we'll see.
This is from a player's perspective, a question that just occurred to me. Nick is on tap to have more taken away, this offseason. We know that he was a big part of the offense and the planning, the scheming. Now, if you bring in a guy like Mike McDaniel, he's not going to be. Does that have negative impact in the eyes of the players that Nick is being further minimized by the
Well, I think that
front
happened.
office?
It happened in last year when they brought in Kellen Moore.
Yeah.
It's not dissimilar. I think Nick took on more because he realized he was going to have to, especially at a certain point, because the offense just wasn't functioning. And as a head coach who's like an offensive mind, it's like, hey, I want to assert myself more because this thing needs to get fixed. Now, it didn't get fixed, but I don't think that, does Dan Campbell taking over the offensive play calling and it not working out? I think Nick brings so many other things to the table as a head coach, how he manages the game, his situational awareness, what he brings to the table in the team meetings, and how he communicates to the players, how he communicates throughout the staff. I think there's a lot of respect for Nick in what he does as a head coach. And I think as a play caller, he tried to rectify something that was just not working out. And I think that players, I would think, still have a lot of respect for, and certainly the ones that I've talked to, for who he is as a head coach. For sure.
Okay. Let's get a lot of calls in here. Jason with us right now. Again, you can react to Ranger now being a Red Sox. James, to your point, thank God it's not the Mets. I mean, Ruben, if Ranger had gone to the Mets, that would have been...
Hey, it would have been hurtful, no question about it. I'm glad he went to Boston, and I'm hopeful for him that he has a great career there, and et cetera, and he's not facing us in the World Series.
Painter, two things, though. Painter better be good, and they better sign Luzardo long term. I'm just telling you, because you can't lose Ranger and then not have the other two work out, so we'll see. All right, 215-592-9494. A ton on the Eagles. Should the Eagles really change this offense up? If they do you think it'll work? Take West Coast concepts. Let's say you got all these crossing routes and you got to go from receiver 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. Do you think that fits Jalen's game or not? Let's get to Joe in Mayfair right now. Joe, good morning.
Well, good morning, everybody. Pleasure, Mr. Kelsey, and love watching and listening to you on your podcast as well.
Thank you very much. Good talking to you, Joe.
So my favorite quarterback and my favorite topic, and I've already given you a couple points, to Joe, on Jalen. Since the game's ended.
Joe, you know what's one of my favorite things? When a caller calls in and tells the audience, I've already covered this.
Well, no, I'm expanding on it. Well, I got cut off the other day because you had an interview with ESP.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It is what it is.
Sure.
Don't be sorry. It is what it is.
Yeah.
I didn't see that fire and brimstone Jalen this year. I seen too much corporate Jalen on the field. I didn't see a player that had the hunger, fire, and brimstone to add a dynamic play when the team needed the energy. When you're an elite quarterback, or so-called looked at as an elite quarterback, or the face of the franchise, or the guy the engine that drives the car, I need to make a play. I need 3rd and 7. I need to move the sticks.
I couldn't believe it, Joe. I couldn't believe he didn't run. I couldn't believe it.
It's not even just that. It's the hating to lose factor I didn't see on his face or body language this year, that it ate at him because he won. I think for the first time in his life, Joe, the guy became a winner and didn't know how to handle it. He's never been there before. And I didn't see a player going to the sideline saying, hey, we can't run this. It's not working. We need to do this more. We're going to lose this game. I didn't see the passion of hating to lose this year, Jalen, on the field.
Well, here's what Joe, let me just say to this. Demeanor-wise, I saw no difference. I mean, I think demeanor-wise, I see the same guy for 5 years. Stoic. And,
that's him.
And that's, I think that's what he is. The only way I can assess whether your comment is accurate or not is, and look, I tend to think Jalen was still extremely hungry. Let me be clear. But him not running was strange. And I totally respect.
That's dynamic.
Well, yeah, I totally respect the desire to try to stay healthy. That's very important. And he was healthier going into the playoffs than some prior years. But cut it loose in the playoff game, man. 3rd and 4th quarter of the playoff game. You're in a dogfight, man. I mean, this is when if you got to gouge the other guy's eye out to win the street fight, then you got to gouge his eye out. I mean, you got to do what you got to do.
But there's a problem if you don't have the intent to run, and all. Like I just explained why. It's very obvious to me. When you have RPO and the other team sees you as a threat, it's very hard for the defense to hold the edge and control the middle. Saquon had neither. They couldn't. Our offense blocking did not hold the edge, and our middle of our line was too beat up to be able to pancake and move people off the ball in the middle. So if you're taking that threat away, you're making everybody's job around you that much harder.
You don't have to convince me. I was disappointed. Joe, give me an answer. Something true but hard to believe.
I was going to give you the whole thing. I've mentioned her before in the show. The whole Helen Keller story is hard to believe, that a deaf and blind person got a degree and was a lecturer and a social advocate in this world. And her whole life story is hard to believe.
Dude, that could win, man. I mean,
He's mentioned it before to you, Joe.
Well,
I don't know why you don't start taking notes on his calls.
What degree did she get?
I don't know.
It is remarkable, that whole story.
She became one of the most famous people in the world.
It's insane.
It is insane.
Are you sure it's true, Ruben?
Oh, Stop Ruben, it. You're gonna
Did she really earn that degree?
Stop it.
Oh, buddy.
Don't do this.
No,
quit it.
You'll have advocates coming after you.
I'm messing.
Hey, everybody, Jason was just a little
People
joke.
Magazine, Jason was joking.
Yeah, that's right.
Jason rips Helen Keller. People Magazine, Jason Kelsey rips Helen Keller. All right. No, he was just joking.
First deaf-blind person to achieve a Bachelor of Arts,
amazing.
cum laude from Radcliffe College, which is affiliated with Harvard.
Amazing. All right, I want to play some audio of Jaws. This was Tuesday on our show. We were talking then, as we are now, about the possibility of changing the offense up quite a bit, how it would look if they did. I asked Jaws a question about Jalen. His answer, let's listen to the exchange. So, Jaws, if they try to reinvent the offense, and I mean a new coordinator says we're going with different concepts, do you think Jalen would effectively run, for instance, West Coast concepts or whatever, other stuff? Do you think it would work or not?
No. It's I'm going to speak personally on this because, I played 17 years. I played with a lot of different systems. It's like learning a new language when you try to go to a new system. John can speak as well. He played in others. It's hard. You get to a point where Jalen's been in this system now, 5 years. He knows exactly what to do every single play, what his responsibility is, what everyone's responsibility is. To change that and go to a new style of offense, I think it's a big change. It's not like, let's just start calling plays this way. Let's start running this way. Let's start doing the reads this way. It is hard to, number one, wipe out the old way of doing things, and number two, learning a new way of doing things. It is very, very, very difficult.
Now, that was Jaws on Tuesday. Ree, I know your interpretation was not that's a diss Jaws on Jalen, but that's Jaws saying any quarterback this deep into the career, it would be tough to kind of reinvent everything. That was sort of your interpretation, right?
Yeah, but I don't think it should be. I mean, I think Jalen's smart enough to, we know what he can do. He's shown you over 4 to 5 years what
So do you think it was
do.
a diss? I mean, Jaws' answer was no. I took it as like Jaws doubting Jalen. I mean, I asked, can he reinvent himself? And Jaws was like, no.
I think.
And by the way, I said effectively. If you notice, it's not can they run it. Of course, they can run it. The question is, can they run it effectively?
Well, if he's
and his
saying
answer
he
was
can't
no.
learn a new offense, I think he's wrong. I think
I don't agree with
can
Jaws on
learn
that.
A new offense, you can learn a new language. I don't want him to try to learn. I don't know the run and shoot. I don't think that's an appropriate offense to be running now. But if there's an offense where he can use his skill set effectively, of course he can learn it.
Well, I think that he's in it.
Of course he can.
He just would have to run more
and develop.
To me, the ultimate offense.
Better.
I think the ultimate offense to use his skill set is what they've done, but he has pulled part of his skills off the table. Like if he's not running, then what the heck?
Yeah, I think with Jaws, first of all, Jaws makes a lot of really good points, and I think that I certainly made shifts in offenses that I played in. Richie, I'm sure you played in a few different ones. I think quarterback is like a uniquely hard one because it's the hardest position to play on the field, and you have to know what everybody's doing. Like it's a major, major shift. I think if they tried to shift it completely, like everything is new, I think it would be really, really hard for Jalen to have success. But I also think that there are ways to do this where it's like, hey, we don't need to completely go away from this. Like we really only need to change like maybe bits and pieces of it, add a couple plays, and then you do it over time. Like you maybe you do like 4 or 5 concepts for 3 months in the offseason. And then for the first part of like training camp, you do like another 4 to 5 concepts, right? And you give the players and the quarterback time and reps at developing these things. I think that you can get to something that feels and looks way different, but really to the players, they've had time to rep this stuff, including Jalen Hurts. And I think that there's enough there that you can do it like that. And I don't think you have to shift the terminology. So much of coaches in like the West Coast, the terminology gets morphed when you come to a place. And especially if there's still offensive coaches on that staff, a new play caller can come in and use some of that verbiage. Because I do think that makes a difference. Like I'd be on the sideline, I'd be like, they just brought Wasp by! And like Sirianni and Steichen would be like, what the heck is Wasp by? He's like, it's free safety and the will came in the B gap. And like I would have flashbacks of terminology from like Chip Kelly and all my years of whatever. So I think retaining terminology to make it easier for the players while also structuring installs and doing it in ways that like it doesn't feel like the whole thing is this drastically different thing can absolutely put Jalen in a position to learn this stuff.
Were you surprised he didn't run more in the playoff game?
Very. Yeah. I was surprised he didn't run more, and I was surprised they didn't call more quarterback runs, to be honest with you. They called the one that was a big hit, and Cam got the holding call, which, I mean, good play by Eric Kendricks to flail at the end. I hate when it works, but it's like, yeah, smart move. You're out of the play. Just do a spin move and throw your arm in the air. I think, listen, Joe made a lot of good points. Good job, Joe. I don't think anybody really truly realizes the threat of Jalen's legs and how much that has helped the entire offensive line in the run game and also pass blocking. That is a very big dynamic that the Eagles have used less and less since 22, and it was at an all-time low this year. And I thought in critical moments they would get back to that, and I thought Jalen would get back to that. But I think when you continually operate for 17 weeks a certain way, or 18 weeks, and then all of a sudden to try and turn it on in an instant, I don't think it works like that.
By the way, James, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I know Jason was just talking about Joe from Mayfair, but I heard him say Joe made a lot of good points. Cut that audio. I want that audio on my board. No, I'm not kidding. I want that audio on my board.
That's great.
I'm going to it anytime I give a sports
I didn't know
point.
which Joe he was talking about. I certainly didn't think it was you.
Joe from Mayfair.
Well, you've made a lot of those similar points to Jalen Run as well.
I have.
And I think that, we all know that is a dynamic that we've missed. And, like, listen, everybody's like, get under center. It's like, you might as well get under center if you're not going to do all these quarterback runs because you have to do something that provides misdirection or keeps the defense honest.
Yeah.
And like that, the reads, the RPOs, all that stuff that has been successful. And they need, if you want to keep doing that, they have to continue evolving that too because that's become stale. Right?
Yep.
So anyways, I think Jalen can learn. I don't think that it needs to be like we're not doing anything that we've ever done here. I think that we can incorporate other things. Like you can get the plays we're running now with like motions, and you can get to runs that we're running now with motions, and then you can motion to a new play that another guy comes in, and it is a West Coast more progression based concept or whatever, right? You want Jalen to throw over the middle. He's a little bit shorter. Maybe he struggles over that. Maybe we're a little bit more firm in the middle of the pocket to keep these guys further away from him. I feel like Jalen actually threw like these play actions over the middle pretty good at points in the season, and it's something that people have complained or said that like he can't do.
Well, you know what I think is, so I saw stats after the season.
Yeah.
His stats were excellent. Percentage, quarterback rating when throwing over the middle. They actually were. It's just it was such a low number. He just didn't do it often.
But this is my thing. The reason it feels like the number has been down is like that's not something that he does or is asked to do or that he wants to. I don't know what. All I know is this. It doesn't take rocket science to me. What's Jalen? 6'1"? 6'2"?
I would say, well, I don't know for sure, but I would
either
say
way, he's got
6'1",
6'4", 6'5" guys in front of him.
Right, it's tough.
And like with Drew Brees, they used to get big guards like Landon Dickerson and whatnot, and they would keep that thing really firm inside, right? And that is as an offensive lineman, vertical setting, you block at a higher percentage. But you also end up in a quarterback's lap. Now, when you have a tall pocket passer who can see over that, he can throw it right over top of that.
Right.
When you need to be a little bit more firm. And when Jalen has space to operate in, I feel like he throws the ball over the middle pretty darn good usually. So all this to say is I think Jalen can evolve. I think the offense can evolve. I don't think it has to be a completely different offense, but I think a new offensive mind that is savvy enough and smart enough could come in and incorporate a lot of his stuff as well as utilize the plays and things that Jalen does well. That's what good coaches do, right?
Yeah.
So I think that, I don't think that accomplishing that is inconceivable.
Let's talk to JP calling from Plymouth Meeting with Jason here. Good morning, JP.
Hey, guys. How's it going? Jason, always a pleasure.
Always.
I know I talked yesterday about next year we're going to see how great Sirianni is. I want to apply that to Jalen Hurts, too, with the new offensive coordinator. Are we going to change up the offense a little bit? And can Jalen handle it? We're going to find out next year how truly great a quarterback Jalen is. Now, I believe he is great. I really do. I just think he's not a top 10 quarterback if he doesn't run the ball.
I agree with that. I definitely think he's not top 10 if he doesn't run. Yeah.
I believe next year he needs to run. Hopefully the new offensive coordinator will have some plays where he can run because, like that one play Sunday when he ran, but it got, taken back for a penalty from Juergens. Like, he can run, and when it does, it is successful. I just don't know why he doesn't do it more.
Well, I do know, JP, I do know why. I mean, I think common sense says he and they are trying to keep him healthy, and that's smart. But there's a time to cut it loose. I mean, I think they dropped the number too dramatically during the regular season, and I think they completely bungled the playoff game. I mean, listen, I said last week before the game, you just got to win 4 games to repeat as Super Bowl champions. I'm not saying that's easy, but like you can see it. Like 4 games isn't 14. Like they were 4 victories away from repeating for the first time since the Flyers did it in the 70s. I expected them to play with their hair on fire and for Jalen to leave it all on the field. And I feel like he didn't. I mean, I feel like he was like, I'll keep doing the stay healthy thing. It's like, dude, like, your season's over in 20 minutes. Your season's over in 10 minutes. Your season's over in 2 minutes. All right, your season's over. Like, what the hell was that?
Yep. No urgency. That last play of the game. Like, the second down. I'm just. But
Well, he missed some guys that were open. All right, JP, give me an answer that's something true but hard to believe.
Real quick, I just want to give major props to Ranger Suarez. He's a great guy.
Yeah.
It was an economic decision. I'm glad to see him go, but I said like months ago, they're not keeping Ranger. My answer for what's strange but true, there's over 6 billion people in the world, and there's actually more chickens than there are people.
Wow. I think we might be at 7 billion, by the way, now. But
we are at 8 billion.
Are we really?
Mm-hmm.
Holy mackerel.
Joe, what do you normally say? How do we know?
That one you can.
Well, you have a better chance on that one.
And whatnot.
Yeah. Sensei? Is that Sensei?
I believe it would be Sensei. Maybe,
Stanford.
yeah.
Is that Sensei?
Senses. Is it senses? No, it's censuses.
I think it's just census.
I don't know.
It can't be censuses.
Why not?
Because that's
it can be
terrible.
anything.
It can't be census.
We have a lot of terrible
bad.
stuff going on here.
Censuses.
That's as bad as Eagles offense.
Our language is no
right.
bueno.
It is censuses. I just said that the plural of census is censuses.
Thank you.
There you go, Rube.
Thank you.
Internet
I
could
got
be wrong.
I won one.
Censuses.
Internet could be wrong. Jason, my gut feeling is A.J. Brown will not be on next year's team.
Yeah.
What is your gut feeling?
I hope he is. I think he's a dynamic player that's very good, and I know the frustrations have been a toll on him and probably everybody at this point, including the fans. But I don't really have a sense on it. I think, like I said before, I think AJ needs to get away from things. I think he needs to compose himself. I think everybody kind of needs to decongest. And listen, you make a hire, and you have ideas of things kind of moving forward in a positive direction that has a difference in, the way guys feel about an upcoming season. I don't know where AJ's at, with all this. So we'll see. I don't want to, offer conjecture on whether he'll be back or not. I do think if he isn't back, I think the Eagles will regret it because I think he'll be a dynamic, unbelievable player with another team. Like the same reason that we all gave crap to Titans fans and the organization when we got him. If he does end up leaving and going to another system, it would be very ironic for him to go back to Coach Rabel with a young quarterback and Drake May and an offense that seems to be trending in a very good direction. Mm-hmm. And I think that as Eagles fans, it would be frustrating to watch, I think. So I hope it doesn't happen.
It would also be around the 20-year anniversary of Randy Moss going there, who had been talented but frustrated when he was with Oakland.
Yeah.
And, he still had it all. He still had all the tricks in the bag. Yeah. And he got there, and he was happier and better, and away they went. And
led Tom Brady to 50 touchdown
I remember,
passes.
dude. I remember. Yeah.
I do just want to. I want AJ. As a fan of AJ, I just want to see him having fun and making plays.
Yeah.
And it's frustrating watching. Like you can feel the emotion almost exuding from him. And it was hard to watch and not fun. So
yeah, we were having a discussion earlier this week. If this is it for AJ, and I think there's more likely than not that it is, but who knows? Like, is that an Eagles Hall of Fame guy? 4 years. I don't know. I mean, James made the point that, you guys are going to have 20 different dudes to put in between the 17 team, this team, and he still has to go in. Like, there's a lot of dudes that have to go in that Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
Does 4 years get him in? I don't know.
I have no idea what the requirements are for the Eagles Hall and like how many. There's no restrictions on it, and he was a dynamic player that helped us win a Super Bowl. So
I'll tell you,
to me, he's in.
I would probably put him in, but T.O. was here a year and a half. Seltzer, T.O. Not getting in.
Probably not. If I had to bet on it,
but T.O. didn't win it.
Well, for sure.
Yeah,
and
I
also,
think that's a big difference.
And nothing ended worse than T.O. I mean, as bad as this AJ's thing, nothing was worse than T.O. Hey, Twitter poll questions of the day. We got 2 of them, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. From minor fender benders to major accidents, Armin Chevy's Collision Center will get your vehicle looking like new again. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. First poll question. Do you think the Phils made a mistake letting Ranger go as he signs with Boston for 5 years, $130? Yes or no? Second poll question, and maybe we'll talk more about this tomorrow as we drift a little further away from the Eagles game. But which team are you more interested in for the rest of the season? A, the Flyers, B, the Sixers. You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. All right, it's not a season wrap-up. Thank you to Jason, because Jason's going to be with us a couple of times over the next couple of weeks. A few times he's on the road, a few times he'll be here. But Jason, great having you in studio today, my man, and we'll talk to you at some point next week.
Sounds great. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, pal. All right, Jason Kelsey. Life advice with the Hammer next. And Ruben. I've got some life advice I want to tackle with Ruben.
Let's go.
Yeah.
What a tease.
I've noticed,
Let's go.
I've noticed something.
Oh, no.
What do you got?
I'll tell you next.
Okay.
On 94 WIP.
Are
Exciting.
you tired of your house?
Can I give a...
Sorry,
You can
Ray,
do
hang on
whatever
one
you
second.
want, Jason
I'm
Kelsey.
sorry.
I'm
You're
so
Jason
sorry
Kelsey.
to
What do you need?
interrupt
You
the
never
great
have to
Rhea.
be sorry, Jason.
All right.
Well, 2023 he has to be sorry for.
Can I give a fact? I didn't get to give a fact.
Oh, yes, a fact.
please.
Yes.
By the way, I took a shot at him. And
Yeah, it was rude.
I
And
was
we just walked
joking.
right past
You
it.
can take as many shots as you want. Cowboy hat. Do you know where it was invented?
I do know this. I saw a
No.
video on this. It's pretty cool.
Invented right here in Philadelphia.
He's right.
No
Wow.
way.
So every time you see a Cowboys fan wearing that hat and their mascot, just know that all originated in the city of Philadelphia.
I had no idea. When
awesome.
and
I've
why
always
does
liked
it look
It was
like
the
that?
1800s.
John B.
Yeah.
Stetson. The factory was in Kensington, maybe.
I believe so.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah, my
That's
wife showed me a video
That's
on
a
this.
great
Yeah.
tidbit.
When I heard that, I was like, "That's wild."
Should we call it an Eagles hat?
That's what I think we should. Every time. Let's take back ownership of that.
Good stuff, Jay.
Great
All
fact.
right, good stuff, man.
All right. Are you tired of your house being uncomfortably cold? Tired of paying those high electric and oil bills to keep the heat on because it is shockingly expensive this time of year? And you love to have new windows, but you don't want to pay a fortune for them? Well, January is a great time of year to replace your windows thanks to Window Nation.
Over the last 20 years, Window Nation has installed over 3 million energy-efficient windows, and they've helped tens of thousands of homeowners keep their homes comfy and cozy year-round while also saving them money on monthly utility bills. My kids and I love the way our new windows look. The house stays much more consistent temperature-wise, and I'm saving money every month on my bills.
And right now, take advantage of Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 windows free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years.
Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Save big with Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 sale going on now. This offer ends soon, so schedule your fast, free estimate right now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Enjoy even more before you spend with Caesars Palace Online Casino. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. $10 no deposit casino bonus on select slot games. One-time wagering requirement. Plus 100% deposit match up to $1,000 on select slot games. 15 times wagering requirement plus 2,500 bonus reward credits. Must be 21 and physically present in Pennsylvania. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at Caesars Palace Online/promos. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's playoff time. You know how it goes. Big hits, hard yards, and a whole lot of opinions on Monday morning. But buying a car, it shouldn't feel like a contact sport. Hi, it's John Ashow, the Cars Are from Colonial Hyundai. Here at Colonial, we keep it fast, easy, simple. One car, one price, one visit. Only at Colonial this month, drive home any new Hyundai of your choice, like a brand new Tucson for just $199 per month. No whistles, no flags, no unnecessary roughness. Colonial Hyundai makes it easy to get out of your old car or truck by offering the highest trade-in values in the region. We have over 200 vehicles vehicles in stock. Konas, Santa Fe's, Palisades, Elantras, all with incredible offers and incentives. Our state-of-the-art dealership is designed to make buying, leasing, or servicing your vehicle faster, easier, and better than ever. As always, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
2026 Tucson SE lease for $209 a month for 36 months. 7,500 miles per year. $3,995 plus tax and fees. Stock number H260186. See dealer for details.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items. Subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Hey, it's Devin Caney, and Valentine's Day might feel far away, but people are planning ahead more than ever because they want this year to really count. If you're ready to do something extra special, go see Paul at Cozy Jewelers located in Newtown Square. Paul doesn't just sell jewelry. He helps you plan the moment, whether it's an engagement ring, a custom piece, or the perfect Valentine's gift. This Valentine's Day, step up to the 5th C. Color, cut, clarity carrot, and of course, cozy. Visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Milo's Pro Rewards members go big during Lowe's Pro Savings Days. Get member volume discounts plus an extra 5% off eligible orders with a quote of $2,000 or more. Plus, buy more and save more with up to 25% off DWV pipes when you spend $250 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Exclusions, more terms and restrictions apply. Can't be combined with any contract or special pricing. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Ravens dumped him, so the Giants bought him. John Harbaugh coming to terms with the New York Giants on a reported $20 million a year blank check. Congrats, John. I'm grateful.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? I certainly say it is. So how about you start with PI Dental Center? With their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, I've been a patient at PI Dental now for 25 years. My mom, a patient there for over 30 years. With Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, best in the business, phenomenal at what they do. Board-certified prosthodontists that specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth. Now, I've never needed all that because I've been in pretty good shape. And, of course, you want to stay in good shape, and with PI Dental Center and their great care, I have. But if you have a big old problem, home. No, the PI Dental Center, they can really fix you up. They are the originators of the teeth in a day, which means they can do it fast. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. Whether you have no problem with your teeth and want to stay in good shape, or a big problem with your teeth and want to fix it, PI Dental Center, the spot to go. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Eagles hunting for yet another offense coordinator. We'll probably take Todd Monken's name out of the mix. Expect it to join John Harbaugh with the Giants, who reportedly have signed Harbaugh to a 5-year, $100 million deal to coach the team for Jordan Schultz. Earlier on the WIP Morning Show, Jason Kelsey, what he's annoyed with, and he gives a quick scouting report on 2 of the top OC candidates.
I know there's all sorts of noise of like what the quarterback can do, what Kevin Patullo can do. Frankly, I'm tired of all of it and trying to sort through this. And I think at this point, I just want to see an offense that is dynamic and utilizing the strengths of all these guys on the field. The 2 names that are probably the hottest right now are Daboll and McDaniel. I think McDaniel, watching his scheme, is the one that I enjoy watching the most. Daboll would probably be a less drastic change, but would probably still be an evolution.
Check out the entire Jason Kelsey Chat podcast at 94WIP.com. Touched on Jalen Hurts' ability to be coach hard and what's next for A.J. Brown. Right now, get 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. Go to windownation.com. Partly sunny. Temperatures falling throughout the day. It's currently 38. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
So he went to Chicago. And I get it. Everyone gets it. No one doesn't get it. But, like, it's rare that there's someone that you like that much and is good. But, like, you have someone else and it's like, all right, well, I guess. But I will say, Ruben, it does put a premium on Painter being good, because I think that's the biggest reason why Ranger's gone. And also, like, Luzardo being kept long-term. And I made the point, Ruben, I made the point early in I made the point in the middle of last season. I wanted them to negotiate with Luzardo and say to him, dude, we love you, but, like, we need you to sign now or we'll sign Ranger and trade you. I doubt they did that. Right, Ruben? Nope. They didn't have the stones to do that, right?
Why would they do that?
Well, because you could have neither of them after next season.
That's possible. But you got to let it play off. Luzardo's got some injury history, too.
Yeah.
You just have to be careful about that. 5 years is a long, long time. And for a guy who has never really shown the sort of durability and health that you would hope from a guy. But that also puts a premium on, guess what, starting pitching. People forgot how important starting pitching is, and guess what? They're paying for it now.
Ruben never forgot.
Nope. And I love starting pitching, but 5 years
you
for a guy like...
prioritized it. You always did.
Always.
You know what I think forgets about it sometimes is Phillies fans that act like they have no shot next year. I'm serious.
No, you're right about that.
Yes,
no doubt.
They have one of the 2 best starting pitching staffs in baseball.
If Wheeler comes back healthy, they have a shot just based on that.
Get me Bichette or don't even talk to me. Sorry.
They still have a very talented
roster.
roster.
They'll be there and then gone in the playoffs.
Okay.
Maybe, but maybe not.
It's hard to win.
You're trying to sell yourself.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that you don't always get Pete Rose and Moses Malone. Sometimes you can just keep knocking at the door and get it done.
But Ranger is gone, so bring me Bichette.
How about the irony?
I don't disagree with that premise. Yeah. I'm just saying if they don't get him, I don't say throw in the towel in the season. I mean, I still think you have one of the 5 best teams in baseball. I believe that. I know you probably don't, but that's what I believe. Yeah.
Oh, I believe that. I do believe that as it stands today.
Oh no! Do I know? I believe they're one of the top 5.
Yeah,
with 0 chance of beating the Dodgers.
Well, not 0.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, you can't say 0 because of injuries and like Shohei could get hurt. You know what I mean? But I get your point.
Yeah.
All right. 215. All right, so I have a question for Seltzer because life advice in about 5 or so minutes. James, I have life advice I want to give Ruben.
Ooh.
So I'm going to ask this question. Is what you received through social media so exceptional? Like, could you save it for next week?
It's a really fun question for what it's worth, but...
Otherwise, I'm going to have to do 2 life advice this segment.
It's up to you. I think it's a fun question that I have.
All right, life advice with Ruben right now then, and then the real life advice.
We can wait. I can save it. It's not like time. It's not like time sensitive.
Save it for next week because life advice today is something I want to say to Ruben. I want to give Ruben some advice.
Okay.
I want to dig in there a little bit. Let's go to the phones. Let's talk to Dan in Philadelphia. There's a lot of discussion today about whether the Eagles should change up their offense considerably and whether it would work with Jalen or not. Dan, good morning.
Morning, crew. How are we today?
Doing all right, Dan.
So it took a while to process this. So I went into Sunday. Not I went into my thought process on Sunday was, Jalen hasn't really done much of the all-out play all season, right? And I don't know. I was sort of under the impression that he was going to lay it all on the line. Like my mantra for Jalen is all he does is win, right? Which has been true over his career. So Sunday, I was almost certain that he was going to do whatever it took to win the game.
You didn't keep the main thing, but keep going.
And I can't for the life of me. Like, I just thought, like, all right, even if our offense falters, then Jalen's going to step up his game, whether it's running or whatever he needed to do to keep the sticks moving forward, right?
I thought so too, by the way, Dan. I really did.
And that's why I thought we would win. And I just didn't see any of it from him. I didn't see any interest out of him in it. Like, it almost seemed like, and again, this, whatever, it's just my thought process. It almost seemed like he was willing to jump off, stay on the ship that Petula and Nick Sirianni had going, even though he knew it wasn't going to work, to show everybody that it just doesn't work. I don't know how true that is in my head, but like, if he could have moved the sticks a million times. He could have did a million different things to keep moving forward on some of these drives.
I wonder about that, John, because you and a lot of other people have brought up that last drive, that last play, the 4th and 11, that it had virtually no chance of succeeding. Wouldn't he know that?
And he's made references.
That's the coach's job to know that,
throughout the season,
to teach that to him. But
it's his job to audible at the line if he sees that look.
If he has the ability within the structure of the offense to get to a play
we see him
quarters.
We've
seen him audibilize. We don't know how that's structured. I'm telling you, I've been told by this head coach repeatedly they've got hots and sight adjusts and everything else. I don't see him. I don't know what's real and what's not.
But that's different than audible.
Okay, we don't know what he can do and what he can't. I know that in order to audible, a quarterback has to have that audible essentially installed by the staff. He has to have, okay, if you see this look, let's get to this play. Guys, we're going to flood this area. We're going to come underneath it because we know they're sticking back quarters coverage, 1, 2, 3, 4 across. This is how you beat it. You have to have that in order to do what you're suggesting.
I'm not even talking about structural play calling or progressions or whatever. I'm talking about him as an athlete who can make plays on his own. He just chose not to. Like
I think there was a contrast in intensity between him and I'm just being honest, between him and Brock Purdy when you see Brock Purdy going diving.
That's my
for
point,
a first
John.
down, and you see him reticent to run the ball.
So what
that bothers me.
So what happened to the narrative that I've always had, and Jason just referenced to it too, that he'll do anything to win. You know what I mean? He'll do anything to get better. That just didn't exist Sunday.
I don't know,
and I can't,
you don't believe Jason there?
No, I do.
Because Jason did. No, I'm not saying you, Dan. I'm saying Joe. Jason did just say that with us. He was
referencing next. No, hold on. He was referencing next season.
No, but he talked about Jalen. He said he believes personally that he will do anything to win. That he's one of the most competitive people he's ever been around. Is what he said.
Which is why I think that's why
do you not internalize that?
Well, hold on, Dan. Hang on, James. You're asking what Jason, I believe, was referencing was the offseason that he'll dig in, and I think he will. What Dan,
just in general,
James, hi. What Dan was referencing was a game that just happened, and he, in my opinion, I agree with Dan. He did not leave it all out on the field. I mean, there's two different issues. There's how he prepares, but then there's just
what happened in the game.
Are you going to play with your hair on fire?
I think you've got a real problem in terms of the leadership of this team, in terms of the way the coaches are preparing the players. If they're not going out there and giving everything, I know it's on the players. It's on the staff as well to make sure you get the best out of the guys.
Look, I think we all know AJ didn't try his hardest. I mean, just look at
that's on AJ, but the staff.
I don't think Jalen tried his hardest.
This all led to this point. Yeah. The whole season led to this debacle.
All right, Dan, give me a great answer. You can win the $100 gift card. Something true but hard to believe.
Do I really have to say it, Joe?
me and my cousin. It's not true.
You said it, but
not true.
Have a good day, guys.
Wow,
that was awesome.
That's
he
it.
He did say it.
All right, that's it. Not true. All right, I'll tell you what is true.
I love that he can just say, what I'm going to say.
Unrelenting. All right, with that said, let's do as we do every Thursday at this time, a little life advice with the Hammer.
Is it from the Hammer?
What? Yeah, from the Hammer.
My life's a waste of time.
It's time.
I'm a tool.
For life advice with the Hammer.
You know how rock bottom your life got to be to get life advice from Joe the Camera?
The Hammer.
It's different today is the point.
It is different.
Yeah.
So normally Seltzer, reads something that he's seen online that people have thrown in, and I guess whoever sent something good today, we'll save it for next week. I got advice for Ruben. I'm going to dig in a little bit. So Ruben, I have noticed, and I noticed it a lot over the weekend, maybe into Monday, after these days all run together. You're getting kind of ornery on social media. I think people are starting to bug you.
Yeah.
So what's going on? Because my advice is ultimately going to be, don't let them get to you so much. But what's going on, man? I notice a lot of back and forths that aren't very friendly. What's happening? I mean, you're keeping it civil, but you're also engaging the haters. What are you doing, man?
It's kind of funny. I think it's kind of entertaining.
You enjoy it? Because I think they get to you.
Oh, no. Listen, I've been criticized by many over years. I've had trash thrown and eggs thrown at my house. So I'll tell you what bugged me a little bit is the whole Patullo thing and how he's had to deal with this. And maybe that triggered it a little bit. I just feel like there's a line that gets crossed sometimes. Love the passion and love the intensity of the fan. But, hey, let's just remember, it's supposed to be fun.
Yeah, I agree.
Isn't it supposed to be
not
fun?
People on Twitter. I could see somebody put out there that it's a beautiful sunny day, and 5 messages in, they're like, no, the world's a horrible
But I'm not
place.
talking about that. I'm talking about the sport, just sports in general.
Yeah, no.
I agree with you,
don't-
Ruben.
No.
Let's have some, one, civility, but two, just everyone take a step back for a second.
Yeah, let's have some fun.
Yeah.
I have fun with it.
Okay, so you mostly enjoy it.
It gets a little annoying.
But it gets you a little bit, but you mostly enjoy it.
Yeah, honestly, I mute most of the people that really get sort of ridiculous. I just mute them. I never see it.
That's the best, that they don't know that.
I
they've been
love that
muted.
they don't know that I'm not seeing any of their vitriol. But, that's the only piece of advice that I have for folks who are passionate about the Eagles and Phillies and Flyers and all that is remember, this is a game, man. It's fun. Isn't it supposed to be fun?
Well, except when you watch the Eagles offense. But yes, I get your point.
Know that people do a lot of betting. A lot of people do a lot of betting, and they have stuff on the line, and that's changed things. I get it. But sports is fun.
Okay,
that's why we're on the show.
So you're okay. You're more looking out for society and telling people, everyone take a step back.
Everybody breathe a little.
Yeah, that's fair.
Just a little.
That's fair.
I don't want to stop the passion here in Philly.
All right, well, my advice...
It changes. It is different from any other city on the planet, and I love that.
Good.
I don't have a problem with that. But there's a line that doesn't need to be crossed.
I agree 1,000,000%.
Right.
I'll just round it out this way. I'll say my advice to you is if it starts bugging you, like individual people, but step away. Like, who, I mean... Yeah.
Okay.
All right, that's my advice.
I
appreciate
promise
that.
to
Sure.
stop tweeting at you.
Yeah, that's life advice with the hammer.
I love it.
Ruben, I've read this before, and I do think it applies. And I'll say this to anyone in society listening who gets bugged by all the criticism, because we all get criticized in different ways, different levels. Bruce Lee many years ago said this: "You will continue to suffer if you have an emotional reaction to everything that is said to you. True power is sitting back and observing everything with logic. If words control you, that means everyone else can control you. Breathe and allow things to pass."
Great stuff.
Isn't it?
It's perfect.
Doesn't
Especially
mean it's not easy, though. Or not hard, because take Patullo and Sirianni and Hurts. Those three are probably the three most criticized in the last week.
Yeah.
Right? Sirianni, Patullo, and Hurts and whatever. Those guys are getting hammered. That can't be easy, man.
It is not. Hey, I lived it. I lived it as
and
a,
AJ's
as
probably
a GM.
four, by the way. I'm sorry.
I lived it, and it is a, you do have to step back and just remember that what you do is not who you are.
Right.
That's the bottom line. I had to learn that.
Define you.
Don't let it define you.
Yeah,
that's correct.
Well said.
Yeah.
Let's get to Joe right now, calling from Yaden. Joseph, good morning, buddy.
I thought I wanted every one of you, including you, Joe.
I couldn't understand anything you said.
He said good morning to all of you, including you, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Top it off. I'm very hyper. I have my coffee. I'm ready to rock and roll.
Let's do it.
It's going.
One thing. The Jalen Hurts and Eagles in general. Okay, now I'm a big fan of Hurts. I think he's a very good quarterback, and he had weapons around him. And the game against Frisco, I mean, I'm just mystified where he didn't use the middle of the field, missed open receivers. The play calling also is a big question mark too. But again, it all comes down to the players. The players have to go out there and do what they got to do. Didn't do it, and they lost to a banged up Frisco team who was more coached, better coached, and the players want to just outplay them. So, being said, wait the next year and see what goes. But again, you don't know who the coordinator is going to be, and the question is what Hurts. Will he adjust? Use his legs more often than in the past. What do you think?
What was the last question?
Can he actually adjust to a new offensive coordinator?
Well, that's the question
forward?
we're discussing. I mean, look, I tend to think I have doubts, but I think it's worth.
The coordinator is good.
I think it's worth trying,
Yes.
Joe. I think it's worth trying. I mean, one thing that strikes me is Kellen Moore tried in 2023, and then they quickly abandoned some of that. And by the way, Sirianni tried some of this in 2021, if you remember. They weren't running the same offense in the very beginning of 21, and then they morphed it when they realized, we're 2-5, and let's change this up. So go for it. I do want to see them go for it, but if you get into, let's say, October and it's not working, then I think you got to go back to doing what you've been doing. But I think we also know that's very limiting, and it's no surprise I have my doubts, but I hope they try it. I hope it works.
Yeah, I agree with you. My pick would be the Dead Sea. Now, this sea here has the highest salt content in the whole world, including the oceans.
Yep.
You can literally go in the water and float. You can't drown. It's
Sure can.
impossible to drown.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
No, you're right. I've been in it, Joe. Good call. Unless someone intentionally puts your head into the Dead Sea, you ain't drowning. It is the most bizarre thing. Ruben, do you know about this?
No.
So Dead Sea, basically, your head's always going to be above the water. There's a buoyancy that you will not you can be in the water can be 100 feet deep. It can be whatever. You will not go down. It keeps you up. But you just kind of bob around. If you were not, using your arms to kind of maneuver.
The salt thing.
It's perfect for non-swimmers like Joe.
It is.
You just don't swim, but you're swimming.
But you're floating.
Floating.
You float.
That must
you really
feel
Water.
So invigorating.
It's amazing.
You don't have to do any work.
Amazing. It's
Just
amazing.
sort of cruise around through the sea because the salt is so dense in the water. It just pushes
Just don't
you
go
out.
in with cuts.
Correct.
Yeah, the cuts would hurt.
No, so Ruben,
I'm
we
dead serious,
were all told do not shave.
They were really serious about it.
We men weren't shaving our. I mean, I was 20-something years old, so I'm shaving at that point. We weren't shaving our face at that point, and the girls in our group were told absolutely do not shave your legs because at least the face, the water's not going to hit it too much. It splashes up here and there.
Right.
But girls with their legs in the water, they were told like you won't be able to stay in there.
Yeah.
So they were told for a couple of days do not shave your legs because the salt thing totally messes it up. All right, 215-592-9494. Coming up, time's yours. Also, if you missed Nick Sirianni's message to the players after the game, we have the audio of what he said to them in the locker room. That and more. Phone calls on 94 WIP.
Season 2 of Unrivaled Basketball is here, and the energy is unreal. Best women's basketball players on the planet, back with bigger moments and bigger stakes. Don't miss as Natasha Cloud, Kalia Cooper, Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, and more take the court and redefine the game. Get set to see these WNBA stars right here in the offseason in the U.S., not overseas. High-intensity hoops, more action, more highlights, and more star power. They've got a new, faster basketball format, Unrivaled, using an innovative 3-on-3 style that keeps the game moving, constant action, and you can watch the Rose versus the Laces this Sunday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern on True TV. Every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat, all back and bigger than ever. This isn't your regular season. It's Unrivaled. Games air on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max. Super easy to watch no matter where you are, where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete shines.
The Eagles' 2025 season will tick away.
A disappointing end to a promising 2025 season.
Anytime you lose, you're frustrated.
Now, the noise gets louder.
Some notable Eagles are going to be gone.
Who comes in to repair an offense in disarray?
The chickens came home to roost. How are we going to fix this thing?
How can they get Jalen Hurts back on the MVP track?
Everything was there in front of us. We just got to grow from it all.
Is A.J. Brown open to a trade?
Why aren't you catching the ball, A.J.? How are you not making these plays?
All the Eagles' offseason happenings happen here.
There aren't easy changes to be made.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
They can overcome this.
In a game with a wind chill value around 0, Ben Johnson is sure to run the rock against the Rams. This season, DeAndre Swift is averaging 4.8 yards per carry in games played below 40 degrees. Facing an LAD number 22 in rush EPA since week 12, Swift tallies the most rush yards in the game at plus 165. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back at Wawa. Get any Sizzly, any size hot or iced coffee, and a crispy hash brown, all for just $5. And if your morning calls for something sweet, try our new caramel and chocolate craze flavors. Choose caramel, go chocolate, or swirl the two into your perfect cup. Some deals promise value. Wawa delivers it. The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays. Call your plays like a pro with live betting. Or bet on a market you didn't know existed. Thanks to BetMGM Originals, you'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, Get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
I'm Paul Cozy from Cozy Jewelers, and we're not your typical jewelry store. We're a family-owned jeweler and manufacturer, crafting nearly every piece right here in-house. When you shop with us, you're getting a curated, custom design experience, not just a selection of cases on a shelf. That means every piece is personal, crafted with care, and made to last. If you want something different, truly unique, and made just for you, this is fine jewelry the way it's meant to be. Come see us in Newtown Square and step up to the 5th C. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to the Big Game brought to you by Hyundai. Last week's games were wild, to say the least. But this week, we get to see two of the favorites to win it all back in action. The time off gave some key players a chance to rest for Seattle and Denver. But will it be enough to take on teams who are coming in off huge wins? Will the rest be beneficial, or will the rust set in for Seattle and Denver? Brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
It's playoff time. You know how it goes. Big hits, hard yards, and a whole lot of opinions on Monday morning. But buying a car, it shouldn't feel like a contact sport. Hi, it's John Ashow, the Cars Are from Colonial Hyundai. Here at Colonial, we keep it fast, easy, simple. One car, one price, one visit. Only at Colonial this month, drive home any new Hyundai of your choice, like a brand new Tucson for just $199 per month. No whistles, no flags, no unnecessary roughness. Colonial Hyundai makes it easy to get out of your old car or truck by offering the highest trade-in values in the region. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. Konas, Santa Fe's, Palisades, Elantras, all with incredible offers and incentives. Our state-of-the-art dealership is designed to make buying, leasing, or servicing your vehicle faster, easier, and better than ever. As always, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
2026 Tucson SE lease for $209 a month for 36 months. 7,500 miles per year. $3,995 plus tax, tags, and fees. Stock number H260186. See dealer for details.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Eagles reportedly have Mike McDaniel, Brian Daboll as top offensive line candidates. Daboll did coach Jalen Hurts at Alabama. Earlier on the WIP Morning Show, Jason Kelsey pushed back on the notion Jalen Hurts can't evolve or be coached hard.
I don't believe that the narrative out there that Jalen Hurts can't do these things. I think that great coaches find ways to get guys to play. I've played with Jalen. I've seen him do a lot of really difficult things, and I've seen him grow as a player. I think Jalen is a guy that responds really well to an authoritative figure pushing him. I think Jalen, more than probably most guys I've played with, is really an old school mentality.
Kelsey also said the passing game has been terrible for 3 years now, or at best average. He also said A.J. Brown probably needs to step away for a little bit. You can check out the entire Jason Kelsey interview podcast at 94WIP.com. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older, must be in New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Partly sunny today, temperatures falling. It's currently 36. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Starting your day with a... This is the morning show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yeah, good morning. What a song. Trying to shake off the Eagles thing. Seltzer says he's got something and I should throw the mic right to him. James, what do you got?
We'll be hearing from the Eagles brass today.
Oh.
2 p.m. today. I believe it's both Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni will be speaking.
Yes.
Well, it makes sense because the only thing they really had to figure out is the offensive coordinator out. And they did figure that out 2 days ago. There's nothing else that really... And the only other thing, honestly, is just getting together to strategize how do you want to answer questions. Seriously. Other than that, there's really nothing,
Well, that Elliott Shore Parks is a problem,
So 2 o'clock, So 2 o'clock today.
Yes.
So it doesn't give us much time to play the "What do you want to hear?" ask game, but let's spend a little bit of time on it.
But tomorrow we'll react, which will be fun.
We will. By the way, but let me just ask this to Ruben before we get to the "What do you want to hear?" ask game. Ruben, how much would you prepare for these types of press conferences?
Well, pretty significantly. I mean, you rely on your PR people to get the information, what you are going to be asked, what you're going to be facing, and kind of go from there. But Howie, I'm sure, and Nick are well prepared with their PR people and have talked about them and know what the signals are out there and what the questions are going to be. And you sort of have to be prepared, right?
Not Ruben. I'm sorry, Rhea. What's the hardest question for them to answer today? What's the question they don't want to be asked that they could be asked?
Oh, the hardest question? Well, why couldn't Nick step in when the play calling was so bad? Why was there no one there that could help Kevin Patullo?
Yeah, I mean, that's one.
I think.
How does that last play get run?
Yeah.
You stood there, you listened, you nodded in agreement. Why? And how did you expect the offense to move the ball when the play was, doomed from the get-go to anyone who knew what was being said?
But they might have thought they were going to get a different defense. They might have thought the other team was going to change.
They had just gotten quarters coverage the 3 plays prior, and Jalen said afterwards, we got the coverage we expected.
Yeah, well, look, Hurts questions obviously will be fascinating. They're going to, who they're going to hire for OC. I mean, that's an easy one. They'll just say,
huge,
we'll figure it out.
What are you looking for
it's nothing
in a new offensive coordinator? How important is previous experience in the new offensive coordinator? And then the AJ
That's the
thing.
big one.
How concerned are you about the message, the message within the team as it applies to AJ? AJ was well liked within this team as far as we've been informed.
Yeah.
How hurtful does that become?
Well, I think there's also a question to Howie about how involved Nick will be in the new offense. I think that's an uncomfortable question that will be asked and have to be answered.
You're right, James. Yeah. You're dead right. Yeah. All right, 215-592-9494. James, let's cover a couple Phillies things that we have not yet gotten to. One is they they traded for a random pitcher 2 days ago. I'm curious, James, if you or Ruben knows much about this.
Shugart?
Chase Shugart is a pitcher from the Pirates. What do you know about him, Ruben?
I know that he is a guy that they can option. They need optionable, guys and some depth there that they can move up and down the roster.
So back end of the bullpen?
I know he's a guy who plays the position.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say back end. Yeah. I meant bottom feeder of the bullpen, like
it's got
like 11th, an Andrew Bellotti
11th,
up and
12th,
down
13th.
type of thing potentially.
Yep. So you just hope he improves, and he's a bullpen option if he pitches good enough.
And probably having discussed it with, their pitching gurus to, somebody that might have some upside.
Okay. James, what do you got on the Phillies' new acquisition, which we haven't yet covered, which was about an hour ago?
The Phillies acquisition?
Yeah, you said they got a foreign kid.
Yeah, Renteria. Yeah. So that's actually pretty exciting. So he's the number 3 ranked international prospect. I believe he's 15 or 16. He's pretty young, so we're a ways out on that. But this is like, in terms of spending in the international market, bringing in, these high-end prospects, he is considered the best guy the Phillies have gone and gotten in this type of situation.
Wow.
Like, he is
ever?
Ever. In terms of this specific way of going about it.
What position is he?
I believe he...
Outfielder?
Yeah, is an outfielder.
And so they signed a 15, 16-year-old kid, and this is going to be for 5 to 7 years from now.
Well, I mean, it could be 4 years. I mean, who knows?
Well,
you know, like Bryce Harper was in the majors at 19.
Plan,
like, who knows? You know, it just depends on how much he progresses.
Okay.
But probably, 21, 22, something, hopefully.
All right.
Supposed to be a very talented young man. I don't know that much about him other
Raw
than
power, right?
that
Isn't that what they said?
he's got a lot of natural ability. You just never know whether it'll translate eventually.
We had Preston Mattingly on our podcast about a month ago or whatever,
Yep.
and he alluded to us. He's like, we have a guy in the international market that we're really, really excited about. So I think this is what that was.
All right, show prediction. Let's say the kid's 16. Within 2 years, John's going to be complaining they haven't brought him up yet. All right, just why haven't they brought him up? Well, he's 18. Yeah, just settle down. All right, let's go to the phones. Let's talk to Megan. She's calling from Westchester. Hi, Megan. Megan.
Hi. Sorry, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hi,
How
Megan.
are you? How are you, Megan?
Hi. Sorry. I'm running out. I don't get service in the building I'm at, but I've had my students with me and was hopeful that they could get on, but of course this is not the period that I had them. Just wanted to say I was really excited to hear Jason Kelsey talk about changing the narrative, right? Not just, as Philadelphia fans, we're always ready to point the finger, but I think his perspective was really refreshing. And, Jeff Lurie is certainly a man of integrity, and I think that's what we need to remember as sports fans is, my dad always said, when you point the finger, there's 3 more pointing back at you. So, I think it's important that we remember it's got to be a team effort and, looking at these guys stepping away and really analyzing what are my values? How can I become a better team player?
Now, Megan, it's getting a little hard to hear you there, but I'll say this. I think part of Jason's point was also he's so frustrated that he's tired of feeling all that and hearing all that. I hear you. He wants them to be more team-ish, I think. But I also think he was just saying
tired of all the noise around them and that they are the only ones who can take the noise away by performing better offensively.
And I think also, and he didn't say it today, but probably that they create it themselves. I mean, he didn't specify AJ today, but let's be real. AJ
created problems.
AJ really created problems this year. I mean, that was not good.
I thought it was incredibly blunt of him to just say, the passing game's been terrible for 3 years, average at best, which I think he was trying to be nice.
I did too.
But I was like, it has been.
I agree. All right, Megan, give me an answer. Give me what you got, Megan, for something that's true but hard to believe.
I was going to say it is true but hard to believe that our friend Jason was dressed as a Mummers and then also in a Speedo. So true but hard to believe. And just want to give a shout out to the Eagles Autism Foundation.
Yeah. He does great work there.
Do.
Yeah. All right, Megan, excellent phone call. We appreciate it. Let's get to the Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin has quality pre-owned vehicles for every budget. See Armin's entire pre-owned inventory at arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. The first poll question is, do you think the Phils made a mistake letting Ranger go as Ranger leaves 5 years, $130 million? John, how do you think people voted?
Phrase it again.
All right, the question is, do you think the Phillies made a mistake letting Ranger Suarez leave for 5 years, $130 million?
I think we're all aware that the money is just not something that we were going to do. So, no, not a mistake. 68%.
Very close, man. You're a machine. 69% no. But it is interesting. 31% of people think they made a mistake. The only mistake I think they made was 2 years ago when they gave Nola so much for so long and the effect that had on this situation. But I can't say, given what they have, which let's remember is still Wheeler. Let's go in order. Wheeler, when healthy. Sanchez, Luzardo. I'll put.
Painter, Nola.
I'll put Nola
Painter.
next,
Yeah.
and then Painter. And
Luzardo is going to be due a big.
He's got one more year left. This is his last year before free agency.
Yeah. So that's what gets. And of course, Wheeler had stated he was only going to pitch 2 more years. Now I don't know if he amends that, but he said in the middle of the year, and he was very. Ruben, he was very firm in how he presented it in those quotes. Like, I'm done in 2 years. I don't know if he's going to stand by it.
I can't imagine.
He said it.
That stays the same after.
I don't think he's going to change his mind.
Really?
Not going to change his mind. I mean, a lot of it depends on how healthy he pitches.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a whole new
that's
wrinkle.
Huge if. And it sounds like he's doing well, My understanding is he's progressing just fine, but I don't think they want to put any expectations on it right
But
now.
let me ask you this, Ruben, independent of that health issue, and that clearly complicates it. But he said all that before he got injured. And he hadn't been injured the whole time he was here. He hadn't been injured since he was with the Mets. I mean, like really injured.
He's going to ride off into the sunset.
Why do you think, what do you know about him that makes you think he didn't want to be Scherzer or who's the other guy?
Verlander.
I think,
why not?
I think he loves his family, and he's going to be very comfortable. I mean, he's very comfortable as it stands. He's a simple man, and he's going to ride off into the sunset.
Wow. Okay. I mean,
he likes to compete when he's on the mound, and then after that, that's enough.
It's a great life, man. It's a great
Good
life.
for him.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah.
All right, the other poll question, which team are you more interested? Let's get more into this tomorrow, because, I mean, maybe not tomorrow, because we're going to be all over the Eagles press conference later today.
You think?
Yeah. But next week we will get more into this, because I really do want to open up more conversation on the Flyers and Sixers. So the poll question, and they both lost last night, so there's no recency bias here. They both lost. The question is, which team are you more interested in for the rest of the season? We put them in alphabetical orders, Flyers or Sixers. Let's all put our own assessment out there. Rhea, where do you come down?
Sixers.
Why?
Because I'm curious to see if Joel can make it relatively healthy through a whole season.
That's my absolute exact answer.
Yeah.
I think that's where I'm at. Ruben?
I'll say Sixers because I love those two guards.
Yeah, that's the other reason. James?
So I agree with you. Interest-wise, it's the Sixers thing because of Embiid, but I am more into the Flyers right now because it feels fresh and new, and the Sixers thing just, VJ helps, but it feels stale.
Yeah, I get that. John?
I mean, I'm so excited to see where VJ can get with this. Tyrese Maxey is now third in the NBA in all these stats. Like, he has elevated himself to elite.
You ready for this? Yesterday I tuned into the afternoon show, which I rarely do because, why would you listen? But
wow.
No.
It's a great show. We love checking it out.
I'm just joking.
You can cut that there, Jim.
No, I was just playing around. But they were
the second best show on the station, or third. Not first. That's all we know.
They were referencing things up ahead in 26, part of their show, and they were talking about all these different things coming up. And they said how interesting, we call it top 10, they call it top 11, is going to be. And I think I heard one of them say that Tyrese Maxey might have vaulted up to number one in Philadelphia sports. I didn't even have him in my number one. I didn't even have him in my top 10 last summer.
That seems aggressive.
Well, James.
No, he's been amazing. But like number one in Philly sport, are you putting him?
Well, your contenders would be Wheeler, Sanchez, Quignon, and Cooper.
I think there's a little too much recency bias here. We're just knocking Saquon out because he stunk. We're knocking Jet. Like all these guys. Like,
I'm not knocking Saquon out of the top 10. I don't think, but he's not number one.
I don't know.
Bryce isn't number one. Joel's not number one.
Where is Schwarber here?
Jalen's not in the top 10. Schwarber's in the top 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. Right. Like, you got to evaluate Lane. Like,
it's hard to do. He missed
I think it's a lot of recency bias what you're dealing with here. You're talking about the last 12 months and that's it, and not the ability for people to get back to where they were.
No, some can. I mean,
I just think you're overrating that.
Maybe. John, you say Sixers or Flyers personally?
Sixers.
Sixers do not win the poll, by the way.
Really?
55% say the Flyers. So there's still some Sixers fatigue, and there's Flyers excitement. But if you haven't followed the bouncing puck of the last couple of days, the Flyers are now not in a playoffs position.
But a 4-game losing streak will do to you.
If the playoffs were to start today, they would be on the outside looking in. So the Sixers are the 5 seed in the East, and the Sixers are tied with the 10th best record in their conference. So obviously they got to pick it up. All right, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
All right, thank you, Andy. Time's yours as we crank it up here. Time's yours brought to us by Xfinity, proud sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Make sure you watch all of your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Let's hit it with Time's yours.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but because I've never really watched the show, but I feel like every team that is on Hard Knocks, it implodes, never wins. I think it's just a total distraction.
I'm sure it doesn't help. I'd still love to have it. Look, I got to be candid. I really didn't care much about this Hard Knocks in season thing because I feel like we have so much Eagles content anyway.
Exactly.
It's a little extra overload. What I've been yearning for years is the Hard Knocks training camp. Granted, there's content, but you don't really have games then. You got these preseason things that are a mockery. That's what I hope we get someday, soon. But of course, given the Eagles were just featured this fall, My guess is they won't be featured in training camp in the next 1 or 2 years, so keep waiting.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to Ranger and congrats to Ranger. One of my favorite Phillies. He was my daughter's favorite Philly. I think she's about 6, 7 years old. He was throwing the Frisbee out in the outfield with some guys, and the Frisbee kind of landed over near where she was standing. He ran over, took the time to take a picture with her and say hello, but we'll definitely be missed, and good luck whenever you're not playing the Phillies.
That's cool. Ruben, is Ranger as cool as we think?
Great guy.
That's good
Very
to hear.
cool.
That's good to
Very
hear.
cool, very chill, always has a smile. He's a good man.
He reminds you of Ruiz? He's always reminded me of Carlos Ruiz.
Yeah, very similar. A little bit of a similar, different countries, different cultures, two tremendous human beings.
That's good.
I have a question for you guys on Hurts. Do you think that Patullo didn't want him running, and if he took off and run, you think he would be mad at him if he picked up the first down? The bottom line is it's up to you. You're the quarterback. You know what I mean? You're the leader. There can be a game plan, but if you need to take off and feel that you need to will this team, then why wouldn't you take off?
I largely agree, but not entirely. I mean, called runs is a different deal.
So he wants our quarterback to just go run.
Go rogue.
Randomly? Like, just go whatever the play call is, just go run?
Well, he needs to run.
He does need to run.
I agree with that.
Part of
That's
his
not how he
abilities.
should do it.
No, I agree with that.
I agree with you on that, too, John. I agree.
When Doug Peterson got fired and went to Jacksonville, I actively rooted for him. But someday, when Sirianni gets fired, and if he gets another job as a head coach, I'm rooting against him.
I'll root for him,
That
for sure.
seems crazy.
I'll root for him.
Guy won us a Super Bowl, but no big deal.
Yeah. All right, with that, time's yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
Someone said to me yesterday that Andy's longest active coach with 2 different franchises now. Like, that's a current active coach. And then said, has anyone ever done that before? So I don't know. I said maybe Holmgren when he was near the end of his Seattle run. He had Green Bay and Seattle.
Sparky Anderson back in the day, maybe?
Well, the guy was asking about football.
Just football?
Baseball, probably not, because you had a lot of guys who would go for a long time.
Cincy
Like when
and
Sparky
Detroit.
was
It's gonna
in
be Sean
Detroit,
Payton.
you'd had like Lasorda.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, good point.
Well, Sean Payton's early. Meaning 10 years at 2 different spots. Paul Brown might have back in the day. I guess probably did.
Not going to be Pete Carroll.
Shula, was he in Baltimore long enough?
So he was in Baltimore for about 7 or 8 years, I think. He had a run there, and then, but you had guys like Landry, so anyway. Let's listen to Nick one more time as he closed down the season with the players in the locker room. Here's what he said.
I know this is tough. It didn't end the way we wanted it to, right? I appreciate everyone giving everything they had all year, right? And then today. But, it's a special journey, right? Because of the people, because of you guys. I think back to the end of 22 and the end of 23 for some of you guys that were here. And all that was necessary to do what we did last year. Every one of those downfalls was necessary for us to do what we did last year. And I have no doubt we'll use this as well. I love you guys. This was a special journey. It didn't end how we wanted it to. Let's get back up and do this again. I got one thing, man. I don't know if I got a chance to dap y'all up, but I love every in this room, man. Just not the football players that y'all are, but the men that y'all are. Eagles on 3, 1, 2, 3. Eagles.
That was from Hard Knocks the other day. I know there's some nice messages, but the music wants me to put my head in a toilet.
Yeah, the music's so sad. It's like, oh my God.
So did anybody hear any Obama in there?
You think it sounded like him? I didn't notice it.
Just a little bit?
Jordan Davis at the end, you talked
No,
about?
I'm talking about Sirianni, the way he was.
Really?
His inflections, that kind of stuff.
I
A
didn't
little
notice
Obama.
That. Well, we're getting a little low on time,
Check it out.
so we shouldn't
considered
replay
that.
because
No,
I haven't
play it
noticed
again.
it. Joe and Hugh, of course,
2
coming up
great
next.
orators,
That's all.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, he could do that.
That's a good line, James. All right, we got to come up with a winning answer for hard to believe it's true, but it is. I mean, I think the Helen Keller success thing is.
I think that's an amazing answer.
How do you achieve all that deaf and blind? That's an incredible accomplishment. So let's go with that. Joe, congratulations with the $100 Visa gift card. I think that's a very worthy winning answer. And I'm very disappointed Ruben told us that Richie Ashburn might not have actually struck the same fan with
Hated
2 foul
that.
balls.
I was told that it was written and it was true. So if it's written, it's
Wait,
true.
you were told that in the last 2 hours after
Yes.
you spread this
Okay,
fallacy?
good.
Yeah.
So it's back in fair territory now?
It's a true story.
Okay. You're not lying?
Story.
You're not.
Story.
Oh,
Ruben.
boy. Oh, boy. Ruben's killing us. Hey, everyone, have a great rest of the day. By the way, if you missed Jason Kelsey earlier, he was really phenomenal for about an hour and a half with us. You can check that out on the Odyssey app from 7:30 to 9 o'clock today. I strongly encourage you to check that out. And, of course, as always, Joe and Hugh, they're up next.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
For 50 years, drivers have trusted Meineke to take care of their cars and their budgets. Because real value isn't just about price, it's about honest recommendations, quality work, and service done right the first time. From routine maintenance to major repairs, Meineke delivers dependable car care from experienced technicians you can count on. That's why generation after generation continues to choose Meineke. 50 years of trust, 50 years of value. Meineke, doing car care right.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When you have a problem with your water heater leaking, you want it looked at right away. When it's the dead of winter and your older heating system isn't working right, that's a right away situation. That's why Sela Heating and Air is so great. No more hot water from your water heater, they can replace it the same day. When you're a homeowner, you want peace of mind. And that's why I was so happy to be with Sela. They took care of my house in Delco for years, and now they're doing it in South Jersey for me. Qualified buyers can take advantage of Sela's 0% financing plans. Go to Sela.com to find your peace of mind. That's SILA.com.
Breaking news. TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Oregon quarterback Dante Moore announced that he will return to the school, and New York Jets fans are not happy. The Jets have the 2nd overall pick in the draft, and with Vegas expected to take Indiana quarterback Fernando Mendoza 1st overall, the thought was the Jets would take Moore. But Jets fans, don't worry. Even if you don't get your quarterback this year, 5 first-round picks in the next 2 years, I still think the future is bright for the Jets. I'm Nick Customs.
Test. This is a statewide required monthly test of the Emergency Alert System, originating from the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency, Harrisburg. This is only a test.
WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys been on 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard. Kyle Quinn's behind the glass. You guys on the phone lines. We got a lot to get to today. Reed Hughes will be in studio with us coming up a little bit. Elliott Shore-Parks later on has set the scene for today's press conference. Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni will speak today at 2 p.m. We'll carry that live on WIP. Our goodbye to Ranger Suarez as he officially signs yesterday outside of Philadelphia. And we got an offensive coordinator search to dive into. Hugh, how you doing this morning?
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Hey, you know what I found out today?
What's that?
That cows have best friends, right?
Cows?
Cows have best friends.
Okay.
And
I thought he said cows too.
Cows, like moo-moo cows.
Yeah,
moo-moo
sure.
cows. And they get stressed out when they can't find each other.
Yeah, really?
Yeah. So I was thinking like, well, damn, what happens when, one of his friend or something, become a hamburger or something. So, yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting.
Cows have friends, but you don't.
Yeah, basically.
I didn't know we were starting with cows today.
No, I'm just saying, I didn't know that. That's a fun fact. Cows have best friends.
I was at a farm recently where they had longhorns, right? And
is that right?
Did you know that the horns heat them up in the winter and cool them down in the summer? I didn't know that until I ran at these longhorns not that long ago.
I don't give a shit.
All right, let's get to the topic at hand. Kyle's getting mad. All right, 215-592-9494. I'm glad you played Sirianni there because it's important that you do. So, Hugh, the search is on for the Eagles' next offensive coordinator. It does sound like Todd Monken is out of the picture because John Harbaugh is heading to the Giants. We will get into that and what it means for the future of this division. But Hugh, big picture, the coordinator search is underway. And I have a bracket in front of me here that WIP's put together. We're going to go through this as the show goes on. But one thing that is interesting is philosophically, what is this coordinator coming in to do, right? Is it to run a variation of the Eagles scheme? Is it to run their own scheme and have complete say over everything? And it was interesting last night. Josina Anderson last night put this up, Hugh, because everyone's wondering what is the deal with the new coordinator and what are they kind of promising to this new coordinator. So here's what she posted last night. Quote, a league source just told me initial talks with Eagles offense coordinator candidates and their camps have gone well, adding that the feedback has been on wanting to have questions assuaged on complete autonomy over the offense, similar to what Kellen Moore enjoyed when he was with Philadelphia. Those concerns were met with responses ensuring an elite candidate should not anticipate any interference, the source said. So Hugh Douglas, let's just start here. We've unpacked Jalen Hurts a lot the last couple of days, and we always will. But there is a head coach here in Philadelphia who is an offense. He comes from offense, right? He was a former offensive coordinator. That is his background. Hugh, should Nick Sirianni have any say over the 2026 offense? Because from this, what I'm reading, sounds like they are telling candidates Nick Sirianni will have no say over the 2026 offense.
Well, before I answer the question, Joe, let me kind of set it up a little bit.
Okay.
When Kellen Moore was here, Coach Sirianni got a press conference and said it was similar. It was basically his offense. He's going to have some input in the offense, even though Kellen Moore was the offensive coordinator. So that's why when you hear people talk about having complete autonomy, that's what it kind of feels like. So I think he should, because one of the indictments of this offense this year is that it has become stagnant. And I think that in order for the Eagles, because we still have a good roster, and in order for the Eagles to get back to where we ultimately want to be, you have to bring somebody in here with some fresh ideas. I think that's important. I think it's important to have some fresh ideas. I think it's important to do things differently because you've kind of gotten into a situation, a rut, where, you've become somewhat predictable. Still a good football team, still a good quarterback, Jalen Hurts, that is. I just think that you've become predictable, and you need to change that up a little bit.
So I hear that. Listen, and I understand everyone is ready to just shove Nick Sirianni in the broom closet the way they did Howie Roseman 10 years ago. I get it. And I don't think Nick Sirianni is even like in the stratosphere of an offensive genius. I just think the idea of this is completely unrealistic. He is the head coach of the football team, and there is a major difference between now and 2 years ago. I feel like everyone's ignoring this. Just like 2 years ago with Kellen Moore. Guys, they won the Super Bowl since then. How are we going to tell a Super Bowl winning head coach, and even if you love him, you hate him, you think he's a dope, whatever, a bubblehead as you would call him, he is a Super Bowl winning head coach. If there's just no way to me the Eagles could tell that guy, you have no say over the offense. I mean, at what point, what is he but a figurehead?
Well, he's still the head coach, and that's the guy that they gave him the head coaching moniker. As far as winning the Super Bowl, the NFL changes every year.
I get
Joe. It does, and you can't be the same team that you were before. I think with as much success as Coach Sirianni has had in the past, I think it's okay to bring in some fresh ideas.
So, no, I'm fine with fresh ideas, but Sirianni's got to be part of the equation on what the offense is. Let me just give you an example of how to me, it doesn't add up. Let's go with the idea Nick Sirianni's philosophy on winning football games is going to be similar next year. I would think it would be, right? They've won a lot of football games, Nick Sirianni doing what he does. So his philosophy is ball control and not turning the football over, right? So let's just...
What?
Taking care of the football.
Gonna need you to grow up. For just
I will
I didn't say nothing.
I will try.
I'm listening.
Okay. I will try. Let me rephrase it for you.
I've played with guys.
Okay, let me rephrase it with you. Taking care of the football, okay?
Yes.
Not turning it over, okay?
Yes.
So let's say that's his philosophy. And they hire a new offense coordinator that says, bombs away, I don't care if we turn the ball over. It doesn't mesh. In 2020, the Eagles tried to bring in a whole conglomerate of ideas and people and blah, blah, and it was disgusting, the offense, because they had too many ideas, too many cooks in the kitchen. the person that runs the offense, whoever that is, it's just, to me, Nick has to be part of whatever that is. Because, like, imagine Nick getting up there and saying, we don't do turnovers around here, and the new coordinator is throwing the ball into traffic over the middle. There's going to be turnovers. That's part of that kind of way of playing offense.
Well, I think if that's what you're asking the quarterback to do, then it's incumbent on the quarterback to learn offense. Now, I will say this. There will be some growing pains if that is the case. But that's what you have. And I don't see, because I feel like you feel it's going to be a wholesale, totally different thing. I don't get that feeling.
But all right, but the report says that the candidates are being given assurances they will get complete autonomy, which means they do what they want.
Yes, but that is also saying that the quarterback has to fall into lockstep with what the offensive coordinator is doing.
Sure.
And I think that's what we're talking about. Say, for instance, if the offensive coordinator comes in here and he says, Jalen, I know you want to win, right? And you have won in the past. I'm not taking anything like that away from you. But just to appeal to something that he understands.
Right.
You're a big Jordan guy. You and Jordan are cool. You have to evolve if you want to become an historical player like Jordan. You know what I mean? You're on that road. You're on that road. You've won a Super Bowl. You've been to 2. But what if I tell you, if you implement this into this offense, I can get you back to the Super Bowl? I don't think Jalen would be against that. I really don't. And that's what we're talking about.
I don't either. And the Jalen part of this is interesting. I just think the Sirianni part is unrealistic. 215-592-9494. Should Nick Sirianni have a say in the offense next season? According to reports out there, candidates are being assured they'll get complete control over the offense. I mean, to me, it doesn't make any sense. We have a head coach who comes from that side of the football. So, all right, let's play this out. We go to training camp, right? We know Nick Sirianni's not barging into Vic Fangio's meetings, right? He has no say in there. And that's understood. That is his side of the football. So are we going to have a Vic Fangio on the offensive side? So then what does Nick do all day?
He's the culture setter.
He's
the chief vibes officer.
But when the offense is in a meeting and the defense is in a meeting,
I knew Kyle was going to get a kick out of that.
Can I ask where Nick is during the offensive meeting and defense meeting?
I think he's sitting in an offensive meeting.
Well, I still think in the back.
I think
quietly?
Coach Sirianni is still going to be involved in his offense. You know what's messed up, because I hear what you're saying and I understand exactly where you're coming from.
It doesn't feel like it makes sense.
But I don't think the picture is going to be the way that it's being painted. I don't feel like it's going to be like that. But I totally get where you're coming from, because it feels like you're relinquishing power of the only thing that you really had control over.
Yeah, and the only thing you have some area expertise in. He is, and I know we laugh at it, but like his offense is his background.
But how about if I told you this, Joe? How just for devil's advocate, that having a different voice in, maybe we can get Jalen Hurts to buy in.
Yeah.
Maybe Jalen wasn't feeling Kevin Patullo. Maybe. I don't feel like when you say bringing in somebody that's separate from the coach, I don't feel like that's a bad thing. But I also understand that could bring a lot of questions being asked. Okay, well, whose success is this, and things of that nature. You have to be comfortable in the spot that you've been put in, because, to be honest, Coach Sirianni put himself in this spot.
Well, they did. Let me throw one more part of this, right? Because I think when I say that I just feel like Sirianni has to be part of the offense next year. He is the head coach, and removing him completely doesn't feel like it makes any sense to me. It just feels almost like pie in the sky. But the other part of this that I think maybe we're not thinking about is, how about the staff? Like, whose staff is this right now?
Coach Sirianni's
okay,
staff.
It's Coach Sirianni's staff. All right, and I would say on the defensive side, I'm sure Vic gets to pick his assistants because it's his side. But I would think the offensive side, like Patullo and Stoutland, they're Nick's assistant coaches. Let's just use Mike McDaniel for an example, because he's one of the candidates that seemingly the Eagles have interest in. Mike McDaniel's been around the league, Q, for a long time. He was just a head coach, right? So he's got his own people. If Mike McDaniel sits down next week or today or tomorrow with the Eagles and says, I'm very interested, but I got my guys. I got my running back coach. I got a receiver coach. I have a line coach that I trust. Are they moving out Jeff Stoutland? Are they moving out all of Sirianni's staff, Singleton, Stoutland, Moorhead, because Mike McDaniel's got his guys? Because that's what autonomy is. It's your staff, your side.
I would say this, Joe. If I'm the OC and that I wanted to bring my guys in, to answer your question, I think just off on the surface,
Just to get, like, the
I don't
idea
know.
of it, yeah.
I don't know any of the other coaches, and I'm not trying to throw shade at anybody, but Coach Stoutland to me is safe. Coach Stoutland to me has enough cachet that he's going to be here. Now, I can't say that for everybody else because I don't know everybody else. I don't know everybody else's body of work, but I will say this. Just off of the conversation that we're having today and the conversation that we had with Jason Avant yesterday, the fact that the receivers didn't play hard down the stretch, the receiver coach gone. And I'm not trying to single him out. I'm just saying the receivers coach gone, the running back coach probably gone. Who else? That they're gone. Mm-hmm. They're gone because I have to have a new message in that locker room.
Listen, I get it. But
Stoutland gets to stay.
Okay. But
that's
he's
not,
an
OG.
I'm just saying, full autonomy means full autonomy.
Yeah.
I think Nick Sirianni has to have a say in the offense next year, and I think we're kind of fooling ourselves, and the Eagles are fooling themselves if they think it's all going to work out smoothly if they bring in an OC and the head coach, who's an offensive guy, has no say. Kyle, what are you feeling on all this?
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm with you. It feels like people are living in some kind of fantasy land where Nick Sirianni is going to just take a step back. They're going to have all the same staff, but this new OC is going to come in. They're going to start adding motion. They're going to start doing all this complex and crazy stuff, and we're going to light the world on fire with this offense next season. It's just not going to happen. It's just not.
I think it has to
happen. Well, I got bad news for you then.
Well,
I got bad news for you. It's not going to happen. You guys know where I stand on the reason that I think this offense isn't as, it's not
dynamic.
what anybody's wanted it to be, right?
Yep.
But that also leads me to where I'm at with Sirianni in that I don't think like he's this giant buffoon that has no clue what he's doing out there all the time. Like, I think he's formed this offense around the talent that he has, and this is the best type of offense for what we have out there. The smartest thing Nick Sirianni ever did as a head coach was, one, give up the play calling. And I'm not saying Nick Sirianni needs to be out there calling plays next year.
Yeah, I'm thinking about saying that.
But he decided that the best formula for this offense was to be a running team, lean on the run. I don't know. I just think people have this crazy idea that you get rid of Patullo and Sirianni gets out of it, then all of a sudden everything's going to change next season. Like, that's just not going to happen.
Well, and to go to the idea, because in the report it was compared to Kellen Moore a couple years ago, which it didn't feel like that's actually accurate.
That was never a thing.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it as if it was. But
but Kellen Moore was a guy that, like, before he got here, was a guy that aired the ball out like every play.
Right.
Dak Prescott had like 5,000 yards with this guy. He came here, they tried it, and then him, in conjunction with Nick Sirianni, figured out once again that their formula is to be a running offense.
Yeah, well, of course.
So the next OC is going to come in, and that's going to be the same thing that happens. Yeah. I guarantee you.
And if that guy comes in and says, let's throw it 50 times a game, Nick has to be able to say, no, he's the head coach of the football team. All right, let's hear from Devontae Smith the other day talking about this offense, because we talk about the different years, and maybe it's different in different years, and he says, no, it's actually been the same the whole time.
What about the scheme? The scheme in general you guys run. Do you think it does enough for, in particular, I guess if you look at your own position, getting you guys throws over the middle?
I mean, this is the scheme that we've been in the whole time. So.
You mean since you've been?
Yeah.
Here?
So I mean.
Yeah. You should roll it in.
Well, whatever everybody thinking. I mean, nothing changed. It's the same scheme.
So what changed this year between a Super Bowl team and a team?
We didn't execute.
Okay.
Yeah, I like how you stumped the report. Hey, we didn't execute. There's some truth to that.
Of course there is.
There's a lot of truth to that. That's why I always say that it's not just one thing. And we all like to point to just one thing. It's not. This is a collection of things. And I think that's hard for a lot of people to fathom because they see Kevin Patullo, and like you said yesterday, Kevin Patullo, the new face. He's the new hotness. But when you have an offensive coordinator that comes in, you're going to look at this year and last year. Even though the Eagles won the Super Bowl, they came out, if you think about that first game, and they tried to look different. They tried to do different things, and they couldn't. And I think that's what some people are forgetting. We benefited tremendously off the back of Saquon Barkley and his ability to run the football.
Of course they did.
And on top of that, Jalen did a tremendous job in the Super Bowl when Spags basically loaded the box and said, you're going to throw the football. But when you talk about everything else from the beginning of the season to the end of the season, they wanted to try to get these receivers involved more in this offense, and for whatever reason, that wasn't the case. And I think that's what people are not understanding. They paid 2 receivers. They gave them $20 million, and they were trying to get them more involved in offense.
I just think, like, if the Eagles were going into this offseason going to hire a new OC and they decided that Sirianni can't have any say in this whatsoever, they might as well just fire him.
They should have fired him. I mean, I agree. I agree. It doesn't make any sense. And you're cutting his legs out from under him. And again, and I know people are going to probably tell us today, this happened 2 years ago. 1, I'm not quite sure it happened that way exactly. 2, he wasn't a Super Bowl winning coach then. There's got to be a little gravitas that comes with, this is my staff, my football team. I am a Super Bowl winning coach. If he has no say over the offense, his side of the football, then what are we doing here? Rob in Williamstown is up on WIP. Hey, Rob.
Hey, I don't quite understand what you're saying, because let me ask you this. If you're talking about taking away some of Nick's power over the offense.
Well, I'm not talking about it. They are. According to the report. According to the report, they're telling coordinators, you get complete autonomy over the offense.
Well, let me ask you this. We knew early on in the season, even though the Eagles were winning, that the offense was very vanilla, very not innovative, no fanciness, nothing to it. Very simple offense. So what did Nick do proactively to correct or fix the offense during the course of the year that brought us to where we are now?
Yeah, not enough. I mean, obviously.
Nothing.
Nothing. Right, sure.
So what's the difference if he has any control over the offense? Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he shouldn't have any control over the offense.
So, all right. I understand. I get your perspective. So let's say Mike McDaniel is the guy they're interviewing, and they say you can have complete control, and he comes in and says, okay, I'll take the job, but I have my own offensive staff. So Nick Sirianni, Super Bowl winning coach, has to fire all of his offensive coaches because Mike McDaniel, his coordinator, says so.
Hey, well, you know what? 2 out of the last 3 years, the offense has been pathetic, actually. Right. So, yeah, why don't we fire Nick Sirianni? We got rid of Doug Peterson, right?
You know, Rob, if they want to do that and they think they can improve it at head coach, I'm fine with it. But if he's here, Rob, I don't know to me, like, I have strong memories of the details of 2020. They tried this in 2020. Doug didn't want to fire certain people, and they're like, well, we're going to bring in this guy and that guy to help you out. And the offense was a disaster. Like, when you have a head coach that is losing power, it could go bad, man. Like, everyone's got to be rowing in the same direction. This doesn't feel right.
Didn't Nick lose power from last year to this year?
From last year to this year, no.
Mm. He didn't. Wasn't he considered just a figurehead this year?
He kind of set it up that way. He did that.
Yeah, well, but let's go back to how about where's the deficiencies here in this offense? First off, the play design is terrible. The implementation of that is terrible. How about new blocking schemes to account for some of the aging or injured linemen to create holes for Saquon? Mm-hmm. And how about getting him out in the open rather than running him up the middle? And how about maybe some of these football people like Larry King who rate these quarterbacks every year who have Jalen Hurts around the 9, 10, 11 spot.
Larry
King?
He won the Super Bowl. King, like the talk show host?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I used the wrong name, but
who knows?
Perennially,
sure, yeah.
Since
I would love
Eagles had
Larry King's take on the quarterbacks. I'd love that. Larry King's the best.
I'm sorry. I said the wrong name. I apologize.
It's okay.
But that his quarterback rating amongst the people who do that kind of, who number the quarterbacks 1 to 20.
Yep.
He's always been in the middle of the pack, even when he won the Super Bowl. And that's because they see things that some of us who are looking through green glasses don't see.
Absolutely. Rob, I get it. I get it. Yeah.
I see Jalen Hurts, he can't step up into the pocket. He rolls out right every single time that he's in trouble, and he throws the ball out of bounds. He can't read an offense. He can't read a defense. He don't see checkdowns. He doesn't go through progressions like other quarterbacks do. They took the read option out of the offense because he couldn't decide which way to go with it, whether to give it to the running back or take it himself. He was wrong almost every single time. Maybe the quarterback's not that good. Maybe the talent around him has held him in place.
I think there's a reasonable thought that might be where we're at. I mean, Rob, I think that's not the first one to think that. There's obviously a lot of issues the Eagles got to fix. That's this offseason now. But the idea that they're going to bring a coordinator in and Nick Sirianni has zero say on the offense just doesn't feel
like the right thing to do.
It doesn't feel like it's going to work.
But the 2023 2020 thing, I think, is a pretty apt comparison, just because it feels like they were like halfway in one picture and then halfway in the other. That never works. Like, you can't half-ass 3 different things. You got to full-ass one thing.
Full-ass that thing.
Yeah.
And they brought Nick Sirianni back, so we got to full-ass the Nick Sirianni Jalen Hurts thing.
We are there now. Yes, we are. All right, 215-592-9494. All right, coming up, I'm going to take a few minutes to look up Larry King's quarterback rankings, and then Rhea's going to be in here with us.
Larry King.
I love Larry King. All right, we'll get her take on this. Also, we got to react to big news from the NFCs this morning at what it means for the Eagles, both in their coordinator search and just big picture in this division for the next handful of years. This division's about to change. We'll get to that next. Midday show. Should Nick Sirianni have any say on the 2026 Eagles offense on Sports Radio 94 WIP?
The Eagles' 2025 season will tick away.
A disappointing end to a promising 2025 season.
Anytime you lose, you're frustrated.
Now, the noise gets louder.
Some notable Eagles are going to be gone.
Who comes in to repair an offense in disarray?
The chickens came home to roost.
How are we going to fix this thing?
How can they get Jalen Hurts back on the MVP track?
Everything was there in front of us. We just got to grow from it all.
Is A.J. Brown open to a trade?
Why aren't you catching the ball, A.J.? How are you not making these plays?
All the Eagles' offseason happenings happen here.
There aren't easy changes to be made.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
They can overcome this.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays. Call your plays like a pro with live betting. Or bet on a market you didn't know existed. Thanks to BetMGM Originals, you'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there is no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every door and window you buy. That's right. Get 40% off each expertly installed energy efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. This offer is for a limited time only, so you have to act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, then call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Jack Fritz from WIP here. I've been talking about my friends at Scott Auto Group, where I bought my very first car and my current one. Get ready to celebrate the new year in style with a new Kia vehicle. Right now, lease the all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS for just $115 a month for 24 months. Check out Scott Kia of Springfield or the newly opened Scott Kia of Limerick, where it's always smooth sailing.
3384 due at signing. 10,000 miles a year. No security deposit required. Applicable taxes, fees apply. Expires 2/2/26.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Bucks County's recently elected sheriff has ended a controversial partnership with ICE. Federal investigators are getting involved in the 2011 murder case of Ellen Greenberg, and a special education teacher in Springfield, Delaware County is being honored with the National Teacher of the Year award at the College Football Championship.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at GoLemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group, nationally recognized, neighborhood trusted.
Hello, this is Jimmy Joyce, co-owner and operator at Slices Pizza in East Falls. We've served our customers fresh, delicious sandwiches, steaks, salads, and pizza for more than 20 years and are proud to use PDQ POS as our point of sale. PDQ makes processing orders a breeze and their support is unmatched, so our customers know we're always open and available to take their orders. If you're in the market for a point of sale system, you need to call the guys at PDQ POS. Visit their website at pdqpos.com and tell them Jimmy sent you.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Lowe's knows how to turn big plans into real results. Whether it's new appliances or a home refresh, get started with 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more with a MyLowe's Rewards credit card, January 15th through the 30th. So you can invest in your upgrade now and pay over time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer subject to credit approval and cannot be combined. Minimum monthly payment required. See store or Lowe's.com for details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high-protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back. We're better. Let's get it.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This has come synonymous with Nick Sirianni, huh?
You think they come out to this at 2 o'clock? By the way, today at 2, Nick Sirianni, Harry Roseman will speak. We'll carry it live on WIP. All right. Midday Show, joining us right now, as she does on a weekly basis. And Thursdays with Rhea, brought to you by Xfinity, proud sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Watch all your favorite teams in all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Rhea Hughes, how you doing?
2 o'clock,
Rhea.
That's right in prime nap time.
Yeah, for you.
Yeah, for me.
Maybe for others that
And
work
for
your
you.
time slot.
No.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I'm going. I'm going night-night as soon as I get home.
Yeah.
That's just called bedtime.
Yes.
Got to go 3D print some stuff.
Yeah, Hugh, I don't know if you've heard, Hugh's very into 3D printing now.
What
It's
have you made?
It's his new thing.
Well, me and Harper have been 3D printing. We've made some different like little scorpions, little dragons and stuff.
Nice.
And so now I'm just trying to get more advanced. So I got a clan. Now I'm in a clan where.
How do you do this?
Because it bothers you. No, I'm starting to get into the 3D community. And so now I'm just getting in contact with different 3D people.
Don't
man,
make
and
any
just trying
guns.
No, definitely
Okay.
not. doing
Be
that.
careful.
But I have to put 3D Douglas in the bracket.
No, I'm just saying because now I'm gonna, now I can, relive my childhood, can make little action figures and stuff.
It is fun.
Yeah, trying to figure it out.
That is the best
Yeah.
part about kids. They do make you they force you to be creative.
Yes,
So
they do.
it does. Santa brought us the Home Alone house Lego, like the old, like the
Clark
big house.
made that last year.
Yeah, so we've been working on it.
It's insane how detailed that is.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Like even
No.
the thing that's
The treehouse.
Yes,
Yes.
everything inside
Yeah.
the house. It's
Yeah.
really awesome. All right, Rhea, we got a lot to unpack here. So,
Speaking of creative.
yes, we wish the Eagles off. So we'll hold on the Eagles offense and your thoughts on
Yeah.
what's next. But Big news this morning in the NFC East. So the New York Giants are on the verge of hiring John Harbaugh to be their next head coach. Not a surprise, but it seemed like maybe he was going to take more interviews, and then he said, no, I'm just going to go to the Giants. So how big of a deal do you think it is? Because it has felt to me in the last decade, there's really only two teams in the NFC East.
Sure.
It's Eagles, and then every year or so, the Cowboys.
And every once in a while, the Commanders will poke their heads out.
But they have no sustainability. And the one constant on the other side, like the Eagles have been the constant good, and the constant bad has been the Giants. I don't know if he's going to win as much as he did in Baltimore, but I do feel like he's good enough to change that aspect of it.
The culture. I mean, they may have a quarterback as long as that guy can stay healthy. We don't know about the kid who broke his leg. I mean, is he going to be ready?
Scatterbo.
He looked fun and terrific. Neighbors coming back from injury, and they do have a decent defense. So you have an adult in the room.
Yeah, I did wish he went somewhere else.
I was not pleased with it.
Yeah.
So, and he's taking. I'm assuming Monken's going to be his OC.
That's the other part of it, that it takes away an option for the Eagles here. So, Hugh, what was your reaction when you saw Harbaugh to the Giants?
Oh man, they got a good coach. Like that was my initial first reaction.
You were with him here, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I know Coach Harbaugh, and he's a good coach, man. They got a good coach, and that's going to be a problem at some point. That's going to be a problem because they're going to work hard. Special teams is going to probably be pretty darn good because I know he still has a love for special teams, even though he's the head coach. They're going to be a problem, man. And I thought about that ass whooping that they put on us when we went up there.
The Giants.
Yeah, the Giants.
On that Thursday night game.
Yeah. So
the Thursday night massacre.
Yeah.
Here in Philadelphia.
Boy, that was a tough night.
Yeah, they're going to be a problem. They're going to be a problem.
But they have to be healthy.
Yeah.
Because
they're going to be they're going to be more competitive.
100%.
They're going to be more competitive.
The silver lining is they still have Joe Shane picking the players for now, so he stinks. So maybe he's not. Maybe Harbaugh won't have as good of players as he had in Baltimore, but it makes the Giants better, and that's more challenging to the Eagles. All right, Rhea, the other part is unpacking what's gone on here this week. So. Where are you right now as far as where the Eagles are at and what you want in the next offensive coordinator? Because there's a lot of different kinds of coaches out there, and they all bring different things. Yeah. But I think we're all on this together. They need to get way better offensively here.
Well, I mean, it starts with the quarterback. So, I mean, the quarterback is intimately involved in this as anyone because we've got to get him to grow and run. I mean, I'm just sorry if he's not running. Then he's not as special.
I mean, not even close.
No, the fact that they had one designed run in the game, everybody run 3 times.
And the design run, there was a penalty on it, right? I think
that was the Cam Jurgens
He got
one.
like 8 or 10 yards penalty.
I think he would have picked up the first down on it. Yeah. So you've got and listen, they had 96 in it last year. Okay, I can live with not having 96, but 41 this was too stark of a go back. So you've got and it was interesting. We had Jason Kelsey on this morning because what we have heard through, reports that have been out there is that Jalen Hurts is difficult to coach. Well, Jason had a whole different, he said he likes to be coached hard. So if that's, now, selfishly, Brian Daboll appeals to me because the sidelines could be magic. But, okay, between him and Nick Sirianni.
That's a nice way of saying chaos.
Yeah, it could be chaos.
Big Dom's going to have to be in between those two the
entire
game.
They're going to have to clone Big Dom is what they're going to have to do. But he has he's coached Jalen before.
Yep.
The fact that his name, that he's at the top of the list seems to me that there wasn't an issue with those two because that was the year that he got benched in Alabama. And I think McDaniel is too stark of a difference.
It is a huge difference.
Yeah, I think that
his offenses are way different. I mean, the Dolphins, and even you go back to his days with Shanahan, the Niners, they throw the ball over the middle of the field.
Yes.
And that's not what Jalen typically does.
Could you imagine McDaniel going, see that part in the middle? You can throw there.
That whole space there.
It's available.
Yeah.
So I think that might be too stark of a difference. Daboll might just be the guy for a number. And they worked together before, didn't they, Daboll and Sirianni?
In Kansas City, yeah.
So was he the offensive coordinator and Sirianni was the receivers coach?
I think it may have been Daboll above Sirianni at that stage, but they have history together.
But he's spoken highly of him. So, I think the McDaniel would be fun, but I don't know. I think you can't go from, here's the offense in English and now it's going to be German.
Well, and that's what it would be. I mean, it would be totally different here.
Although German is closer to the English language than any other language.
I don't think it's going to be that different. I really don't. I feel like...
But Jalen doesn't throw the ball over the middle of the field.
Well, I think that has to change.
That has to change.
That has to change. That's where I always say you have to be comfortable being uncomfortable because that's what the heights that Jalen has reached. I mean, to be honest, he's been uncomfortable doing that, and he's reached those heights. So I don't see why it would be a problem to change things up, to ask more of somebody who's already set the bar so high.
He can do it. We've seen him. There are things he can do. He just doesn't do it on a consistent basis.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing. I think that people, when we talk about Jalen, I think that people automatically get upset because they think we're trying to criticize him. But no, Jalen has shown us what he could be. Yeah. He just hasn't been that on a consistent basis.
It's a chicken or the egg thing, right? Like we all have seen him throw over the middle, but there has also been plays where guys are open in the middle. He doesn't do
throw it. Yeah.
So is it he doesn't want to? He does not seek? I don't know. I mean, I don't get it. But you would think just take the open shot, right?
Yeah.
And
there were guys open on Sunday.
I know.
They were open.
If you go back, I've seen a lot of clips, but the one where he threw to AJ on the right side and AJ dropped it, Devontae's streaking wide open over the middle. Now, it would have been an underneath. He had a run, but it's open.
No, there were open guys.
Yeah, there were.
But the one thing, like I heard you guys talking about in the beginning about Sirianni having the say in the offense, I don't think enough blame is put on Jeff Lurie and Howie Roseman because you tried this back with Brian Johnson in 2023 and it didn't work. Okay. Mm-hmm. And then you brought Kellen Moore, who was a play caller. Now he wasn't able to run everything he wanted to run, but he's a play caller. Experienced play caller. The Eagles, by bringing in another guy who had never called plays, you didn't have another lever to go to if it didn't work because Sirianni can't do it.
Yeah, they were stuck. I mean, that's why during the course of the season, he was asked a lot, are you considering taking a play call?
I'm getting more involved. And it's like, well, yeah, but you're not. The play calling from everybody I've listened to, people who know play calling intimately, and Hugh, you would know this, it's a feel. It's a,
It's a chess match.
It is. And
when to call certain things.
You're calling a play here for 2 plays ahead of time.
That's really what makes Shanahan and McVay.
That's what Shanahan did because I forgot who said it.
Yeah, he set
that
up the
underneath.
He set that
underneath
up.
play. He set it up two plays earlier
before.
because he was looking. That's why he had a spotter up there because you're looking to see what they're not defending on what they're over defending.
Yeah, you can get them on the next play.
Yeah, you get them on the next one. And he didn't. That's what we got caught on.
So for me, they should have known better. And I get it. Nick Sirianni, head coach of the team that won the Super Bowl, we got to give him the right to pick his guy. Not when the guy has never called plays.
So that's going to eliminate them from half these names, right? Because half these guys are not experienced. So we're going to be in the pool of experienced ones. All right, let me throw this at you because when they moved on from Petula, I started to have all these questions about who could be next, right? Yep. The one that I think is interesting is the report came out yesterday. We were talking about at the start of the show that they're telling the new coordinator you have full autonomy.
Sure.
So let's just use Mike McDaniel, for example, because he is a former head coach. He's got his own people.
Sure.
What do you think that means for Sirianni's assistants? Like if
a lot of them have been a couple of them, didn't they predate? Doesn't Moorhead predate Sirianni and Stoutland?
And Stoutland, right?
Yeah.
So, and Stoutland's the one I'm most interested in because...
Well, that's a problem because he's the run game coordinator and he's got a big say in it. So, and the offensive line was injured this year. We get that. But if a new guy is going to come in, there are certain things he doesn't like to do as an offensive line coach. We've heard that before. Mm-hmm. Well, that may have to change.
I want the best coordinator, but if it's a hodgepodge of I want to keep this guy and I don't, that feels like an awkward coaching staff.
I think we'll have the answer because I think what I heard, and it may have been Adam Kaplan who said it, when Kingsbury wasn't hired here was because he wanted to bring his own guys in.
That makes it complicated,
So we'll see who stays in terms of the offensive assistant to know how much that offensive coordinator will have power.
Yeah. I guess when Moore came in, he brought Nussmeier, the quarterback coach, but he didn't bring 5 guys.
He brought one other guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll see what this next person does. All right, let's go to the phone lines here. 215-592-9494 for Will in the Northeast up on WIP. Hey, Will.
Dream Team, how y'all doing today?
Will, what's up?
All right, let me just get myself together from yesterday, right? Okay, this is my thing, right? As far as the beginning of the season, it was all wrong, right? He told them, "Oh no, we're not going to reflect on last season." No, we are the Super Bowl champions, right? So we know that every team in the league knew what we did last season, and it's not going to work as well this next season, right?
Sure.
So my whole game plan now is to understand, hey, Jalen, this is going to be your season, right? So my thing is this, right? My thing is with Sirianni, right? Everybody has to know their job, right? Okay, Sirianni, we already know that you really can't call plays, okay? So my thing is, for you to be the coach on the sideline, you're looking at all the mistakes and the things that need to be fixed during the course of the game and put your input on it, right? So my thing is this, right? Next season, for Jalen to be the type of quarterback that we want him to be, he's going to have to learn to read defense. Just like with oh my God.
Who are we talking about?
Hold up. Hold on, I got you. Hold up. I got something cooking here. Just like with Peyton Manning and Tom Brady, right?
Yeah.
They knew how to read defense. That was their biggest thing because they knew how to check out of plays. They knew how to call audibles. And guess what they also had? They also had a guaranteed go-to man. And anytime they're in trouble, whether they needed 10, 3, or 5 yards, right? They had a check down man. With Edelman and Wes Welker.
Sure.
And with Reggie Wayne and all of them, right? So my thing is this, right? If you want to grow and be the quarterback that we need Jalen to be, we need him to be led, man. Because the whole thing is, with all these years of bringing these players around Jalen, they built a good team around Jalen. But guess what? They didn't know how to make Jalen better. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're going to bring in these type of players, you're going to have to make Jalen better. Because just like what I was saying before, you got to, and I said it too, in order to be comfortable, you got to get uncomfortable. You're going to have to do things that you're not comfortable with. And Jalen has done that this season. He has done it many seasons that he's been here. So my thing is this, right?
I'm confused.
I know.
Okay, you're confused. All right. Let me just put it to you like this so you can have understanding.
Understanding. Give us understanding.
Sirianni is not going to get the job done. Mm-hmm. We need a coach here that knows the team, that knows what the team needs to do, and to make the team better. Because Sirianni don't have a clue right now.
He's the head coach. He's the head coach of the team.
All right, man. All right, listen,
no, I hear you, man.
All right. I'm going to finish with this.
Okay.
I'm going to finish with this. I promise. All right. So my thing is this. In order for Jalen to get better, they're going to have to play on the offseason. And I'm with AJ, Goddard, the receivers, all that. They got to bind together, man. They got to have an on and off field relationship, right?
AJ might not be here.
And also the same thing with go ahead, man, because y'all keep cutting me off and y'all make me lose my train of thought. Thanks.
You're blaming us?
Oh, well, hold on.
Okay,
well, they've let you talk like unfettered for like 3 minutes.
Also, I think
Will's had a tough week.
Will got distracted by something at work. I think he told work to hold on.
And then blamed us.
Cooking. All right, so I want to go back to one quick thing here, Rhea, because we started with the idea that Jalen didn't run much in the game, and really this season. If you had to guess, because to me there's 3 potential reasons why. Okay.
Yep.
Because the whole season he just didn't run as much as he used to.
Yeah.
So I've got 3 things I wrote down. You tell me your best guess on why he didn't run. The coaches didn't want him to as much to preserve him long term.
Okay.
He didn't want to, whether it be self-preservation or, and this has been pointed out by a lot of people, he only has 1 year guaranteed money left on his deal, so maybe he's thinking long-term about
business
decision. Or he's just not as effective anymore as a runner. He knows it, so he's less likely to try to get the corner when he thinks I'm going to get tackled anyway.
Well, I'm going to go by what Jimmy Kemsky and Jeff McClain said, in that he doesn't. He told them he didn't want to run as much anymore.
I think it's the most likely scenario.
I mean, they've covered the team closely for many, many years.
And what's interesting to me is they work for 2 different outlets.
Exactly.
And they both heard it. It's not like, when there's a lot of people that cover the team for the Inquirer, if they both are saying it, maybe they heard from the same source. This is 2 different people who both are trying to find information out.
Yeah.
Hugh, if you had a guess, why did Hurts stop running? Coaches didn't want him to, he didn't want to, or he just is not as good of a runner anymore?
Damn, Joe, that's a tough one to answer. I would say, because we've seen times when he has ran, he doesn't look as fast, crisp. But I will say, as a former defender, the quarterback that runs, even if he doesn't run that fast, is still a problem.
Sure.
So I would probably say he didn't want to run. I'd probably say he didn't want to run. And
It had a huge effect on the offense.
Yeah, it does.
Massive.
But it's hard to say because it doesn't
if
marry.
you're the defense and you don't know, Hugh, and listen, Kenny Gainwell had a hell of a year for Pittsburgh.
Did you hear what Rodgers said about him? Rodgers said he wishes he could have played his whole career with him.
Rodgers has nothing nice to say about anybody.
I know. It blew me away. I was like, wow, he loves this guy.
So you're at the defense, and you don't know if Jalen's running, if Saquon's running, or last year, Kenny catching the ball out of the backfield. You've got these three people, and I don't think they use tanked enough. But if you have like all these options to possibly run, it does make the defense give pause. They weren't pausing at all this year.
I think it makes the pass game harder because they're like, we'll just sit back in zone. He's not going anywhere, and it just makes it harder on him.
Yeah. Because I remember playing against quarterbacks that were statues. Because in the era I played in, it was mostly that. Yeah. The new
Who was
era
the
quarterbacks.
most mobile quarterback you played against?
Michael Vick. Because he was that's when the quarterback started. Yeah. And I remember it just put so much stress on the defense because you were always worried, and it was beating to your brain that hey. Don't let him get outside the pocket. And that's what it does. If you have a statue back there, defenses love that. That's why you see all the spin moves and people taking, double moves to get to the quarterback. I don't understand why Jalen didn't run in this
I'm not
game.
asking him to run 100 yards a game. I was just asking to be mixed in as a threat.
You know what's funny when you said that? I mean, I know time goes on and changes. No athlete's the same 5 years later.
Sure, of course not.
He once ran for 100 yards in a quarter.
Yes.
I think we forget now, he was a dynamic runner.
Before he suffered the concussion against Washington last year, I think he already had like 40 yards in the game, and I was like, he's going to run for like 150 yards in this game.
Yeah, and this year he just didn't do it anymore. Chris in Middletown's up. Hey, Chris.
Hello, everybody. Hey, how are you doing today?
Chris, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on is this. I think we're going to get some clarity through all of this. I think Nick definitely needs to be kicked out of the offense. Now, listen, he's the head coach, so ultimately he's going to have some
kick
sort
him
of
out
say.
that far.
Yeah, that's
he's not allowed in any meeting next year. He just stands. He sits by himself in that auditorium they film.
I think what everybody wants is we want to have Nick's itinerary for the entire day. What exactly is it you're doing?
I kind of want to run the offense like we do with the defense. Like Vic runs that defense.
Right.
Like Nick may say something, but that's Vic's defense. And like. This is the thing that is crazy. Like, why do they do this huge search and look for talent to tell the guy, like, look, like all you're going to do is come in and do the play calling because you guys played the clip at Devontae. Nick has said it's his offense.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, you're going to go hire an OC to just call plays? Like, that's his only job is to be a play caller.
Kind of an important job.
Yeah, well, it is. But, like, half of it is what we also talk about. Like, what does that guy bring into the room? What kind of, like, he's developing his own offense and his scheme and how he's going to run it, but you're telling him, like, you're hamstringing yourself if you're telling your candidates, we don't care about that. This is the only thing you get to do here. And, like, that's the offense has been lackluster the past few years. And, obviously we have discussion about this. Is it Jalen?
How are you hamstringing the offense coordinator when you're telling him all he has to do is the offense? I'm not understanding what you're saying.
I guess do you mean like he can't put his full system in because he's just running Nick's offense?
Correct. Because
but that's not what they're telling them.
No, they're doing the opposite.
Yeah.
They're saying full autonomy.
Yeah.
Now they're saying that, and I think what happened here, and if I can recklessly speculate
on this show, never. We don't do that.
Hugh,
that's all we do, dog.
Hugh, I think what happened was they called him into the front office. They called Nick in, and they slapped him across the face, and they were like. You slapped him right across the lips, and they told him,
Kristen's going to call in now.
Yeah.
You won the Super Bowl.
Destroy Hugh again.
You won the Super Bowl. Yeah, Hugh, stop calling for violence on Jalen, all right?
No, I'm not. I apologize.
Listen, they called him in. They told him, hey, you won the Super Bowl. They let him go out. You guys said this. They let him hire the OC. They hired his guy, Patullo, and the organization just turned around and said, that was the wrong thing to do. Nick got mad, kind of all of what we saw previously with Dog, and they turned it back on him, and they said, no, this is the way it's got to be. And, guys, I'm going to leave you with this. I think what's going to be telling is the direction they go next, because if they bring in a Daboll, they bring in a known guy, a Mike McDaniel, a Cliff Kingsbury, a guy that's clearly a veteran play caller that has experience, that's the direction they're going to go. Or if they go back and they just try to pick some young gun and kind of be, like find another Shane Steichen, it's going to let you know where the confidence is with Nick and how this offense is being run.
Yeah, I mean, the coordinator hire is going to tell a lot. And Chris, we appreciate it. And
the Phillies have Don Mattingly on the bench.
They do, yeah.
Just saying.
You say that you could bring in like a big
You
personality.
can bring in I mean, if it's going to make your team better, I don't really care about anybody's feelings.
And it seems like that's what they're trying to do here.
Yeah,
They're swinging
clearly.
big. Yeah, well, they need to fix this offense. Rhea, we appreciate it. I'm sure it's going to be a lot of Eagles offseason stuff every time we have you in
There's a little bit of update on the Nick Sirianni, Howie Roseman.
What do you got?
They're coming earlier now. It's 1:30. So
1:30.
during your show.
Okay, well,
look at that, Hugh. You get out early.
Oh, look at that.
I
got to go get some. Figure out what kind of print I'm going to get, dog.
We will air it live as soon as they jump to the podium. All right, Rhea, thank you for being part of the show. We will see you soon. 215-592-9494. Your phone calls here. Should Sirianni have any say in the offense next season? Plus, Ross Tucker on the perception on Sirianni nationally. This is interesting. You want to hear it next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, it's Kim with Dixieland Energy. We're scoring touchdowns in the energy game. We go the extra yard for you with the best prices on motor oil, HVAC services, heating oil, propane, and diesel fuel delivery to the tri-state area. Quality fuels at the best prices. We are also lowering our customers' carbon footprint by offering biofuels as an alternative to electric and crushing the competition. Saving you money with an American-owned company. Join a winning team at DixielandEnergy.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Bet 365 is paying out. $365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
You know, fellas, chicks dig confidence.
How in the world do you know what chicks dig?
Are you kidding me, Jack? How would you know? You've been with the same girl since middle school.
Confidence goes a long way. And confidence in the bedroom, that goes the longest way.
And nothing's going to make you more confident than Blue Chew.
Blue Chew makes chewable tablets that get you performing like an all-star in the bedroom. And because you know you'll perform, you'll be more confident.
And like we said, the more confident you are, the more likely you're going to need one of those chewables.
And you don't even need to make a doctor's appointment or wait in line at the pharmacy to get it.
That's right. And for the first month, you don't even need to pay. Just go to BlueChew.com, use code 94 at checkout, and your first month is free. All you do is pay for the shipping, and they'll take care of everything else on the website.
And then they ship your tablets in a discreet
and hard
package.
That's my line.
Hold up. Go to BlueChew.com, use code 94 at checkout, and then you can chew it and do it.
The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back at Wawa. Get any Sizzly, any size hot or iced coffee, and a crispy hash brown, all for just $5. And if your morning calls for something sweet, try our new caramel and chocolate craze flavors. Choose caramel, go chocolate, or swirl the two into your perfect cup. Some deals promise value. Wawa delivers it. The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, it's Kathy Romano. Did you know you can get high-quality furniture, your style, your way at Bucks County Estate Traders? Explore their massive Hatfield showroom featuring 16,000 meticulously inspected pieces. And for a truly custom look, ask about their expert upholstery service. Their talented team can breathe new life into your chosen piece, and their industry-leading staff provides a world-class guided experience. Find your perfect furniture perfectly customized. Plus, every item has a QR code to make shopping easy. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or visit their showroom in Hatfield.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The one NFL coordinator that should get a head coaching job this cycle is Vikings defensive coordinator Brian Flores. Flores has coordinated amazing defenses throughout his career, and I think was underrated as a head coach with the Miami Dolphins. Minnesota went 9-8 this season with J.J. McCarthy, Max Brosmer, and Carson Wentz at quarterback. That's because of the defense. If I'm Pittsburgh or Baltimore, I'm bringing in Brian Flores.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Sports Radio. Download the Odyssey app now and take 94 WIP with you anywhere you go.
Make no mistake about it, like, this offense is being run the exact same way the offense was run last year and the year before that. This offense is my offense, right? This is my offense. And so the criticism on the offense, like, I think unfairly goes to Brian. Brian calls the plays. It unfairly goes to Brian. The criticism on this offense should come at me. And because this is my offense. So,
you know, we might have to play a game one day. Was it set in 23 or was it set in 25 with the offense and Sirianni and the coordinators?
I could have bleeped out Brian's name.
You could have thought it was this year. I mean, it's the same offense. Welcome back. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. All right, should Nick Sirianni have any say in the 2026 offense? I say yes, he's the head coach. It just, to me, it doesn't line up that they're telling these coordinator candidates they can have complete autonomy, and so Sirianni's going to have no say whatsoever in an offense that has been his and his say for 5 whole years. It just doesn't feel right, but Hugh Douglas thinks it's time for some fresh ideas. Get Sirianni out of the way.
Yeah, well, see.
Get him out!
Get him out of the way.
Get him to go in the closet.
But I feel like there's a way you could marry the two together. And I think that at the end of the day, when you talk about bringing the new OC in, you should allow him to have more say in how the offense should be ran. Now, I know when we talk about this, there's a lot of layers to this story, and a lot of people aren't going to get it, but it also has to be something that is conducive to what Jalen kind of wants to run. But at the same time, you have to challenge Jalen. And I think that's the important part, because this offense is stagnant. And we've heard it said more than once. Even though we've had a lot of success, as I've always said, NFL is constantly changing. So in order to get back to where we want to be and become the dynasty that we all want to be, you have to evolve. You got to change.
So I'm all for evolving. I just think my mind is in two places. One, this is pie in the sky, that Nick Sirianni is going to have no say in the offense. We kind of thought this with Kellen Moore, and then we found out 4 weeks in they went back to the old offense anyway. And the other thing is, isn't this a little bit of a slap in the face to Nick Sirianni? He's a Super Bowl winning head coach whose background is on offense, and it is being reported. And it doesn't mean it's definitely true, but it is being reported by someone who's in the know with agents and coaches and all this kind of stuff and the movement around the NFL, that the Eagles are telling coordinator candidates they have complete autonomy. That's a lot. Complete autonomy means you get to do everything on the offense. It's your offense, your staff.
Well,
that's what it means to me.
Well, you got to make the job attractive.
But what's the point in Nick?
Well, because he's the head coach.
But what does that mean? I know that, but like,
yeah, it sounds crazy when you just say it like that. So what does that mean?
But if you have no say on either side of the football, what do you do?
I think that he has say. Now, at the end of the day, Joe, the offense is still going to be a collaboration between, I would think, the head coach, the quarterback, and the new offensive coordinator. The difference is that, in my mind, when you say this, you're basically asking the quarterback to buy into this new philosophy. That's what we're talking about. Because I think Coach Sirianni realizes that when you fire your boy, and you fired your boy a couple years ago, and you can't keep a coordinator, you have to make this job appealing to somebody. Mm-hmm. So you have to say, okay, you can run your offense. Because the last 3 seasons, you haven't run your own offense. You've run Nick's offense. In one of those seasons, Kellen Moore came in, and he tweaked it enough for us to get to the Super Bowl.
And they ran it super well.
They ran it well. So now coming in to make this job more attractive, because this is an attractive job, you have to lure that candidate, one of those old school candidates, by telling him, hey, man, will you get to run your offense?
Let me throw one more thing, and I understand your point, and that's probably what the Eagles are trying to do, right? Because they're competing against a lot of teams. I mean, and there's a lot of teams with good quarterbacks that have openings, right? Like if I'm Mike McDaniel, just use Mike McDaniel as an example. He's interviewed for the Lions offensive coordinator job. That's a pretty good job, right? So why would he choose the Eagles over the Lions? Well, maybe it's what we're talking about here, and they give him all this autonomy. Why, the Chargers are open. Justin Herbert's obviously a talented player. Why would he choose this? I mean, you got to make it attractive. So I get that. Let me throw this other thing in there. You think Nick Sirianni wants this? Forget if he has any say in it. Do you think he wants it? Because if I'm Nick Sirianni and they bring in coordinator or whoever it is, and it's his offense, and the offense is number 1 in the NFL next year, you think the Eagles are going to want that guy to walk out the door?
Nah.
Okay. What does that mean?
That means that they're going to try to pay him to stay.
Or
make him the head coach.
There it is.
I mean, but the bottom line is, are we rooting for Coach Sirianni or the Eagles?
No, but I'm rooting for the Eagles. But there has to be harmony to this whole thing.
Well,
a head coach that feels like his job's on the line with his own assistant, that to me is again, this was 2020. They put things together and they thought it would work, and Doug felt checked out the whole time. That doesn't work, guys. I know we just think Sirianni's a bubblehead and, like, who cares, push him away, and I get it. But if he has no say in the offense, this thing doesn't make any sense to me. Let's go to the phone lines here. 215-592-9494. Dan in Sewell is up. What's up, Dan?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up, Dan?
What up, Dan?
Thanks, man. What are you feeling?
I'm feeling that we're coddling Jalen Hurts. I'm a Jalen Hurts fan. I think he's a great quarterback. But we need to take the swaddle off him and make him stand on his own 2 feet and play football the way he plays. He's a great quarterback. This year he didn't show it. He didn't produce like a great quarterback. I think he needs someone in the offensive coach position to push him, to drive him. This offensive coach should be able to read the field, see what's going on with defense, send the plays in, get the game going. His not running, I don't know what the hell happened with that. But when he runs, he's a threat. The defenses have to pull forward just to make sure that he's not going to run. Well, in the last 6 weeks, he wasn't running, so these defenses knew they didn't have to do that. They could set back, and that's why he didn't have any receivers. Another thing, it seems like he's got tunnel vision. When he gets a play and he's supposed to throw it to Goddard on the outside, he's going to throw it to him. But Devontae Smith is wide open, and he's not looking downfield. He's not reading the field. So I don't know what his problem is or what happened to him, but he needs to get his head out of his ass and start playing football.
Well, I think a lot of people agree with you, Dan, and I think a lot of people agree because of the way you framed it. And Dan, we preached a phone call. Like Dan came in and said he's a fan, right? And Jalen can be good, he can be great, but he's got to be better. I mean, Hugh, I think no matter what side of this or what part of the spectrum you're on the Jalen Hurts fandom, we'd all agree he's got to play better next season.
Yeah, I mean, we can't have this. And we talked about it yesterday, and we talked about, Kevin Patullo being here, and there was a lot of speculation about whose fault this offense is and why is it so stagnant. Mm-hmm. When the new offensive coordinator comes in, if the offense is still stagnant or flailing, then people are going to start looking at the quarterback.
Of course they are. All right, so we promised we would play something Ross Tucker said. I think this is really interesting. So Yesterday on the morning show, they were kind of having a deep dive on Sirianni and what he still is and what he's going to be moving forward. And they had Ross Tucker on the morning show, and they asked Ross what people say about Nick outside of Philadelphia. Ross Tucker obviously is local, and he does Eagles preseason games, but he is a national football guy that does games all over the country for all these teams, with CBS. So he talks to a lot of people. Here is what Ross Tucker said he hears all across the country about Nick Sirianni.
I think that there's a healthy skepticism. I think because of what they see on TV and some of the ways that he's conducted himself, I think when people talk about the Eagles, and you guys know I do hits for Odyssey in pretty much every city, they are enamored by the roster. They think the Eagles have the most talent, and they think Sirianni more or less is the benefactor of that roster. And I know, Joe, you say you don't think that's true, and
no, I'm not saying he doesn't benefit. He clearly does. I think independent of that, he's really, really good. I really do.
No, I think he does a lot of good things as well. I'm also, but what I'm saying is, I think we can debate if you think there's a better roster. What I would tell you is, in Sunday's game, go through it man by man and tell me how many San Francisco 49ers would have started for the Eagles on Sunday. It is no more than a handful. You have to win that game.
Well, I mean, I agree with Ross. I mean, I don't think the perception of Sirianni nationally is that he's a great coach. Now, he's successful, sure, but I don't think people look at him like, wow.
Yeah, but he's a Super Bowl winning coach. Brian Billick was another guy.
That's a fair comparison.
Nobody thought Brian Billick was a good coach, but he won a Super Bowl.
The other comp with those two is Brian Billick went to Baltimore as an offensive guy and then ended up coaching a defensive-led team to a Super Bowl. I think that's an interesting comparison. Now,
it was one of those things. I just remember having a conversation, and nobody thought that Brian Billick was a great football mind, but he got that team to play. And I think if you can think what you want about Coach Sirianni, but the bottom line is this: he's been to 2 Super Bowls. That's a fact. That's a fact. Jalen's been to 2 Super Bowls. That's a fact. But now we're talking about legacies. We're talking about and we always talk about this roster and how it's built, and how when you just look at strictly the roster and the players on the roster, as well as this team played at spurts this year, it wasn't good enough to get you or keep you playing this weekend. And that's what we're talking about. Whether it was the quarterback, the offensive coordinator, the offensive line being hurt, or Saquon Barkley not being the guy that he once was, whoever comes in here is going to be tasked to get this team back on track.
Well, the spotlight's now on the coach and the quarterback, right? Because Patullo's out. So the sacrificial lamb is there, and now it's...
Bring forth the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah, we did it. I mean, everyone got their... Does everyone
pound of flesh.
Does everyone feel better after the Patullo firing?
I think they do.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, good. I'm happy. And now what? We're back here?
Yeah, we're fixed.
Yeah, okay. Everything's good. All right. 215-592-9494. Let's go back to the phone lines. Then we want to play something for you that was said yesterday out in San Francisco by Robert Saleh about the 4th down play. It is... I think it's really sheds a spotlight on the offense, what it has been, what it's been for years. And I actually think, to an extent, you might disagree with this when we play it, I think it takes Patullo off the hook a little bit and puts the spotlight back on Sirianni and Hurts as the common denominators for years here with this offense. We'll get to that. Kenzo Kev is up on WIP. What's up, Kenzo Kev?
Hey, I got 3 names for you. Okay? On this. You got Nick. Wait. Okay, here we go. We got Nick. We have Jalen.
Hold on, writing them down. Nick, Jalen.
Jalen caught in the headlights.
Who's 3?
And Christ.
We missed that.
You lost him.
Who's the 3rd? Oh, we
lost him and then went to Bruce.
Oh, that was an accident. Bruce, just hold on a second.
Oh, we did.
I mean, I
did you do did
you do that?
I didn't.
No,
Hugh.
Wait a minute, I'm looking at. I didn't touch anything.
He told me. He said I told you so, Hugh. And I think Hugh hung up on
I did not. I didn't. Hold
on.
See, I'm gonna beat these alligators. I didn't touch anything.
Wait. All right. So Kyle has his hands behind his back, as far as I could see.
I didn't touch anything.
I was writing with my pen. I can't click the mouse and write.
I did. I pushed the screen.
This is on Douglas.
I didn't touch any. Is this thing touchscreen?
Yes.
No, it's not. It's not. Oh,
you just got rid of another caller.
Oh, it is touchscreen.
What are you doing? You just got rid of Bruce.
My bad. I didn't know it was touchscreen.
So it was you.
I don't think so.
Oh,
Well, what do you mean? Yes, stop touching the screen.
You're not beating the allegations.
Wait a minute.
leaned right
I didn't
into
know.
Stop.
This thing touchscreen?
Yes. Guilty. It has been a touchscreen from the minute you got here.
I didn't know that. I never knew that. Hey, it's true. You learn something new every day. My bad, kids. Okay, I didn't mean to hang up on him.
Okay, let's hold on.
Stop it. No, nope.
Hands
down.
Let's take a little
Hands
reset.
where I can see him.
Now listen, this is for everyone out there, whether you want to call now or you've been recently hung up on by Hugh. 215-592-9494. Is this a touchscreen? Bam! There goes another caller.
I did not know.
Bam!
I did not know this was touchscreen.
So I wasn't going to bring this up, but I do for everyone out there who's the audio-only listening audience today. Something happens around here, I would say, once a week that gets me to laugh so hard. And it's almost like a kid caught with their hand in the cookie jar. And I don't think most people could hear it, but once in a while there's a noise that emanates from Hugh's watch or phone, right? And it's slight. It goes away pretty quick. I don't think it's that big of a deal. But Kyle notices it, right? And Kyle's like the dad who is just annoyed that he's got to tell the kid to stop again.
I'm just giving you the glare from across the room.
And
like,
Hugh's the kid that looks up like, wait, did anyone see me in the cookie jar?
The best part is he looks right at me, too, because he knows I will have the look of disapproval.
Yeah, and I'm sitting here in the middle laughing at the two of you. As he was like, wait, did he notice that? Yeah, he did. All right, let's go back to Kenzo Kev, who was accidentally hung up on as Hugh realized we have touchscreens here. What's up, Kenzo Kev?
I knew he didn't want to hear me tell him I told him so that bad that he got rid of me. But that's okay.
We all know the truth. We know what happened here.
So I'm going to give you your boxing analogy because I know you like that. You know, Mr. Cryberry Baby Brown, who's a cancer to the team, over the middle with his alligator arms, could have hit that ball with a left hook. It was so close. And I know you're a junkyard dog, so I know you know what a left hook is. That's a close punch.
Yes.
Okay? You're going to hit that ball with a double left hook. They were so close so many times over the middle. All the talking, all the complaining, all the problems that he created, and then when he gets given the chance, not once, not twice, but 3 times he drops the ball? Come on. He's got to go. He's a cancer. He's got to get out of there. We've got to get rid of him. Jalen, I told you so. When he comes out of that pocket, he can't see. He missed over the middle. He was missing guys that were wide open. You could have hit them with bolo punches. They were so wide open.
Well, there was one to Devontae Smith where he chose to go up top to AJ and they couldn't connect. But Devontae was open by 10 yards, Kenzo Kev. I mean, whether he didn't see him or he chose to go and take the shot down the field, it was wide open.
As soon as he goes to that right side, he can't see. I don't know if it's because he's not tall enough or what that is. I don't play ball that much enough to know. But I do know this. Whatever it is, he can't see. He becomes blinded on that side. So that was my complaint to you before we talked, right? Mm-hmm. I love Jalen. The last one is Nick. If we can get rid of Doug Peterson, guess what? We can get rid of Nick. There are no sacrificial lambs here.
Well, you're right. Kenzo, Kev, you were right about that. They set a precedent. And, Kev, we always appreciate the phone call, and we apologize for the technology snafu a few minutes ago. Is that what we're calling it? Just an accident?
Yeah, it was. I didn't know, man. I didn't know it was a touchscreen.
A convenient accident.
I know. On the call that says, what did he say? What was the
Told you so, Hugh.
Told you so, Hugh.
Yeah.
That's the one you find out it's a touchscreen on?
No, I didn't. Honestly, I just grabbed the screen and I didn't know. Mm-hmm. Okay, kids, I'm sorry.
You think anyone believes you?
No.
Okay.
Probably not.
Technology, Douglas, might be a high seed in the bracket this year. Between that and the watch and the
technology is whipping your ass.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Bigger mismatch, Shanahan versus Sirianni or technology versus you?
It's me.
You need your get back with this 3D printer.
Yeah, I do.
I'm
a little worried about it.
No, I've joined the clan.
Okay.
And now they're telling me
stop.
I'm trying to get more information about this. And then I got to shout out the IT group here. I get on their nerves every day asking them questions about something that has
they've been
nothing.
very kind to you.
Yeah,
yes. I've been asking questions that have
here for
nothing
our IT issues, not your home 3D printer stuff.
With the IT stuff that's going on at the job.
Not their job.
Yeah,
not
I know
job.
it's not.
I need truth serum from two people. I need truth serum from Howie today and Austin, our IT guy, who's got to answer Hugh's questions about 3D printing and action figures and video games.
Yeah, I'm all in. I'm all in.
All right. Speaking of all in, he was all in this past week to stop the Eagles. Robert Saleh. So he spoke yesterday, right? 49ers obviously preparing for a divisional round game against the Seahawks, but they still were asking some questions about how the 49ers stopped the Eagles on Sunday. Hugh, listen to this, and everyone, because I thought this was an indictment on how little the Eagles' offense has evolved over the years. Saleh asked how they made the stop on 4th down, and listen to what he was thinking during the game.
Well, there's a lot of things, there's a lot of recall, a lot of notes on that little sheet I have in my hand, and back in 23 we were set in the same situation, 2x2, little hook route to the tight end. Not saying that that's what we were thinking. It's just one of those recall moments. But they are who they were at that moment, and we had, you play your odds, you play your numbers, you play the down and distance, and luckily it worked out.
I mean, Hugh, as I heard him talk about that, he's referencing when he was the Jets coach, 2023.
And when he beat him.
They beat him. And I think what I thought he was referencing was the play at the end. They picked off Jalen on the last drive of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And he mentioned the 2x2, the hook route to the tight end. I mean, Hugh, you talk about evolution. That is 3 years ago.
Yeah.
3 coordinators different. It was Brian Johnson then it became Moore, and obviously this year was Patullo. And he had a feel that they were going to run the same concept on that you got to have it play in this game. That's wild how little they've evolved.
And you know what's funny? I've talked to Shady throughout this whole LaShawn McCoy. I haven't heard from him the last couple of days. I guess he's probably getting the same kind of heat. Everybody having this conversation.
Speak your truth, LaShawn.
But he said something that resonates with me. And he said, I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure you're getting a lot of heat for what you said. He said, those that know ball know. He said, I'm just speaking what I've heard. Those that know ball know. For Coach Saleh to have that recall in that moment and see the formation and say this is potentially what they're going to run, that's an indictment on the coaching staff, because going back to the days when I played, the one thing, and I talked about this the other day, the one thing Jim Johnson always did was say, hey, we were kind of predictable on some of these plays at the end of the year, and we need to correct these mistakes that we made. And that's the reason why teams self-scout, because they want to try to change up their tendencies. Another thing that I remember sitting in the meeting when Bill Parcells was the coach of the Jets the first year, and Eric Mangini used to break down the tendencies, and he would tell you when they're in this trips formation, if they're on the right hash, they have a 60% chance of running these plays, and it was like a breakdown of plays. And they said if the tight end moves off the line of scrimmage, there's a chance to be this play. We play the tendencies. That's why they go back and watch so much film. You hear guys talk about it all the time. Jason Avant sits down here, and he has the ability to watch the game over and over again and look at the tendencies, different things that you don't normally see in the game. And that's what Robert Saleh's alluding to. The fact that this offense has not changed since the last time he played them when he was the coach
3 years ago
of the New York Jets. You have to change things. You have to evolve. You cannot stay the same. That you can't stress that enough to people that don't understand that part of the game. That's what film watching does, because they know in certain situations you feel comfortable in certain sets and you tend to run those plays. That's why you try to go into a game and be unpredictable. It's a chess match. That's a simple way to think about it. It's a chess match, and you always try to change the moves so that you can get an advantage, because you don't want to be the same. You don't want to be predictable.
It's funny. We brought that up last week, the Saleh against the Eagles thing, right? And we said it was just one game 3 years ago. Does it matter? And then obviously totally different. He was coaching a different team, right? He had way better players at that point on that Jets defense than he had on Sunday with the banged-up Niners defense. But you did say it kind of scared you a little bit, right? Like, he had success against them, and it's just, to me, like, if I was Jeff Lurie and I heard that, I would be furious that we didn't evolve as a head coach and a quarterback in 3 years. That defensive coordinator accurately guessed our season on the line play. That he had a sense like, they're probably going to do this. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot, and then you look at it like this, man. You constantly have to evolve and adapt, because if you don't, you stand a chance of happening what happened to us this year. And everybody wants to talk about, well, Jalen had success, he went to the Super Bowl. Nobody's arguing that. That is not the argument that we're trying to have. We're trying to build a dynasty. And in order to build a dynasty, you have to change and evolve. You have to give the people what they want, man, and you have to change this offense, or you have to put more wrinkles into this offense. Because if I come out, say for instance, and it happened this year, you come out and you try to run the ball the way that you did last year. It didn't happen that way. Saquon was like, 900 yards less or something crazy like that?
Something like that, yeah.
Than he had the year before.
Yeah, way less.
Because teams came in this year and they said, you're not going to beat us running the ball. You're going to beat us throwing the ball. And that's where we came up short. Even though Jalen threw for more yardage. It was a struggle bus to get to this point.
Yeah, and once every 4 weeks, he'd have a great game.
Yeah.
But most teams were like, let's see him do it over and over and over. And obviously, it didn't work out that way. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll get back to your phone calls. Should Sirianni get any say in the offense? According to reports out there, the Eagles are offering full autonomy with the new offensive coordinator. And that means Nick Sirianni has zero say. To me, that means potentially staff as well. Should he have a say in the offense? Hugh says no. I say yes. He's the head coach. How does he not have any say? Plus, we'll get to the latest with the Phillies, where they're at with Bichette, what it means for another free agent, and we'll officially say goodbye to a fan favorite that is now out the door and with a new team. It is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Eagles' 2025 season will tick away.
A disappointing end to a promising 2025 season.
Anytime you lose, you're frustrated.
Now, the noise gets louder.
Some notable Eagles are going to be gone.
Who comes in to repair an offense in disarray?
The chickens came home to roost.
How are we going to fix this thing?
How can they get Jalen Hurts back on the MVP track?
Everything was there in front of us. We just got to grow from it all.
Is A.J. Brown open to a trade?
Why aren't you catching the ball, A.J.? How are you not making these plays?
All the Eagles' offseason happenings happen here.
There aren't easy changes to be made.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
They can overcome this.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays. Call your plays like a pro with live betting. Or bet on a market you didn't know existed. Thanks to BetMGM Originals, you'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There's a myth that a Sprouts Farmers Market person wakes up before dawn, bangs out a couple of hours of yoga before downing a kale foam colostrum latte. The reality is that a Sprouts person is just someone who cares about fresh, healthy, and honestly priced everything from organic produce to the hottest new snack to hit the shelves. They love how easy it is to find the delicious and healthy food they and their families thrive on. And to be honest, most of them have never heard of a kale foam colostrum latte. So maybe that sounds a bit like you. Come see for yourself at Sprouts Farmers Market.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Why is NJM Insurance silent in an industry full of catchy jingles? And how do they do what's right when things go wrong? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries to find out. This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Bucks County's recently elected sheriff has ended a controversial partnership with ICE. Federal investigators are getting involved in the 2011 murder case of Ellen Greenberg, and a special education teacher in Springfield, Delaware County is being honored with the National Teacher of the Year award at the College Football Championship.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/hereforgood.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Some sun and windy through the afternoon, temperatures in the 30s.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Breaking ball popped up. Shallow right. Segura going out. Castellanos coming on. Castellanos has it. And the Phillies have the National League Championship. They have beaten the Padres 4-3, and they celebrate on their home turf as the Phillies are the 2022 NL champs. Celebration behind the mound as the Phillies come back with 2 in the bottom of the 8th, and they have knocked out the Padres 4 games to 1, and they're going to play for the world title. Man, I wasn't ready for a goodbye today. Welcome back. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. We got a lot to get to. Your phone calls, of course, on this Eagles offense coordinator search. But let's hit a few things on the Phils. Yesterday, Hugh, we got some big news in Major League Baseball. And it's not, maybe the destination was surprising. The result isn't. Ranger Suarez no longer with the Phillies. There really wasn't any at all reporting that they seriously thought about bringing him back. Just seemed like it was just understood that the Phillies were going to let Ranger Suarez walk. He got a 5-year, $130 million contract at free agency to go to the Boston Red Sox. But Hugh, I'm going to miss watching him pitch. Right? I really enjoyed watching Ranger, and I understand the Phillies have a lot of financial commitments. They have pitching in the pipeline with Andrew Painter. They have long-term deals out right now to Sanchez, to Nola, to Wheeler. I get all that. I do think they're going to miss this guy. He was a good pitcher. I think we've actually almost underrated how good he was. In the last 5 years, he has the 10th best ERA among all starting pitchers. And I realize he got hurt sometimes. He didn't pitch 200 innings every year, but
when he came back, though, man.
10th best ERA in 5 years, that's a lot. And he has the third best postseason ERA ever. Ever. I mean, this guy was a big game pitcher. Hugh, I think they're going to love him up in Boston, and I'm going to miss watching him pitch.
Yeah, because we still don't know what's going on with Wheeler. We know he had the surgery, a couple weeks ago, and he's recovering from that. Yeah, you're going to miss that guy, man. He's had his ups and downs since he's been here, though, but yeah, good for him. What did he get, $130 million?
5 years, $130 million.
Yeah, that's good for him. Good for him. I don't think the Phillies were going to give him that kind of money.
I don't think so. I mean, there really was never any sort of reporting out there that they considered bringing him back. And look, again, I recognize they have pitching here, but there are some question marks. As much as we just reflectively say, like a reflex, like, oh, their pitching's fine. Zach Wheeler's coming off a major surgery. Aaron Nola had a 6 ERA last year. Yeah. Jesus Luzardo is a free agent to be. I like Luzardo a lot, but he's not under a long-term deal. Sanchez is the one, clear lockdown. We know we got something excellent, and he's under a long-term deal. And Andrew Painter, for as much as they've been telling me for 3 years.
Yeah, I forgot about that guy.
He's the next great, pitcher. He struggled in AAA last year. So I hope the Phillies are completely right on this. I hope they don't miss him at all. I think they're going to miss him more than we think. And there's no doubt in my mind he's going to get big outs for the Red Sox in big games. I could just picture next October, the Red Sox in the playoffs, and he pitches a big game. And I was thinking back as Kyle played us in with the end of the 2022 NLCS to put him in the World Series, my favorite Ranger games. Mm-hmm. I mean, that moment was obviously his height, the biggest moment he was part of. The game we were at here, we went to the Phillies Braves down in Atlanta in 2024, or 23 NLDS. He pitched game one, and he was excellent that night. And he pitched a lot of big games. Kyle, I even think back to the game 2 years ago against the Mets when I thought he didn't even have his best stuff, and he somehow gutted out 4 or 5 innings.
That's not the first, or it's not the last time he did that.
Yeah.
He just did it in the postseason this year. I mean, I only got a few innings, but every time he walks off the mound in the postseason, you're like, damn, how the hell did he do that?
1.42 ERA in the postseason. Yeah. I know, man. Phillies better be right about their staff and what they have in the pipeline. I'm going to miss Ranger Suarez. All right, so Ranger to the Red Sox, and I think he'll pitch well for them and pitch well for Alex Cora up there. We also got some more intel on what's going on with the Phillies and Bo Bichette. Here's Jeff Passan from ESPN talking about where the Bichette sweepstakes is right now.
Yeah, but, teams are only in the lead insofar as they have the most money on the table. And I think the expectation is that the Phillies at the end of the day are going to be the highest bidders. They have cap, they have reason to go after him. And they have a need, not just for the right-handed complement to the Schwarber and the Harper, but also just to rejigger that clubhouse a little. Teams get stale sometimes. And Tim, if you look at what the Phillies have done going from the World Series to the NLCS to the Division Series and getting bounced in consecutive years, that incarnation of them couldn't get over the hump. And there are a lot worse ways to mix it up than by bringing in Bo Bichette, a guy who, whatever he plays, whether it's second base, third base, or even shortstop, he's going to hit, and he's going to be a productive bat.
Hugh, this is the first time, listening to Jeff Passan there talk, that the Bichette thing has been framed as they need to shake up the team a little bit. Because it's just, the last 2 weeks has been more hey, an opportunity may have fallen in their lap. He's still out there. The way he hit it was hey, they've gotten stagnant. They need to shake that thing up, which I agree with.
Yeah, and I think that, when we talk about the press conference that was had a few weeks ago when they didn't make any major moves, everybody was kind of feeling like they were going to keep the team the same. I don't think you can do that, especially when you talk about the way it's already constructed and what has happened over the last 2 seasons. You've fallen short. Can't run that thing back like you did last year. Can't do it.
So we're still on Bichette watch here to see if this thing gets done. The Phillies are considered the favorite. I expect it to get done. I think they're going to give extra years to try to make sure they get him. Wouldn't surprise me if they go to 7 or 8 years to get a Bo Bichette. All right, one more thing here. This from Bob Nightingale on the Foul Territory podcast talking about JT Realmuto. Sounds like this thing may be getting a little bit uncomfortable, maybe a little ugly between the two sides. Here is Nightingale on where the Phillies and JT are.
Yeah, they're going to have to shake up things in a hurry. I think Bone would be gone. Could be stopped, but I think Bone would be gone to go get a catcher. I was told that if they do sign Bichette, that Real Muto is gone. They're not that close in negotiations. I think there's been some tension there, just like it was years ago. I think there's more tension now, and so if they do sign Bichette, I don't think there's any way they bring him back. You really have to drop down in his demand, whatever he's asking for. And I'm not sure who's in the market for a 35-year-old catcher. I don't know where else he would go.
Hugh, the word tension is interesting because now it feels like we're going to the point where they're annoyed at each other, both sides, the Phillies and JT.
Tension is not a great way to describe negotiations because that means that somebody, I'm assuming is JT, feels disrespected with the offer that you've given him for the work that he's put in. So, yeah, it's never a good thing when you talk about disrespect when you talk about negotiations.
So, you know what I think is hard? I mean, obviously, you live this as an athlete who went through an entire career, right? Like, what I think is always hard for teams is when they think the player's obviously diminished, right? And they want to pay him like what he is, player. But he's like, I'm JT Real Muto, and I've done a lot for you guys, right? It's not like he's going to sign with the Pirates. I think he wants to come back here, Hugh. We've had him on in spring trainings. Just the sense I get from him is he'd want to finish here. Like that's what I get.
That's what it feels like.
But
it
do you think it's hard for him to take a real big pay cut?
I think it probably would be. I honestly do. I think for him, when you talk about the time that he's put in, and honestly, you really haven't done anything you haven't groomed anybody else to take his spot. So he's probably feeling like he has all the leverage because you don't have anybody. And the way that they're handling him makes him feel unappreciated. It's a lot, man. That negotiations are tough, especially when, you've been somewhere for as long as he's been here and you're hearing that, hey, we like you, but we don't like you like that.
Well, the other part I think, and I don't know if this will ever come out, Hugh, I'm just, from my perspective, if I'm him, right, they've already committed a lot of money to the end of the careers of Trey Turner and Bryce Harper, right? Like they have acknowledged we're going to pay these guys probably a lot of money when they're not that good anymore.
Yeah.
If I'm him, I'm like, well,
why can't you do that for me?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're going to pay Trey when he's 40, and he's not going to be that good.
Why can't I get that sweetheart deal?
Exactly. I mean, that when you start paying certain people long term into their late 30s or 40s, and then do it to others. If I'm JT Realmuto, if I had my preference, he's back next year. They could go trade for Ryan Jeffers. They could sign a Caratini. They could get a guy. I'd rather JT back next year and have him at the bottom of the lineup. It makes the team the best they could be. But I get his perspective. Like, all right, he's not the same player he used to be, but
I want to be paid.
I wonder how big the pay cut is. Right? Like he was making over $20 million. That's too much for the player he is. But is there a point where it's almost
disrespectful?
Yeah, like
for him, obviously it is. I don't know what that number is, but if you're using the word,
tension.
Yeah, that it has to be for him disrespectful.
Yeah, I mean, the Bichette thing's the most important, but I think the JT thing's the most interesting over the next couple of weeks. Does he get the money he wants? Or the Phillies cave? And does he come back for way less than he wants? 215-592-9494. All right, let's go back to phone lines, and you can react to the Ranger thing as well. And if you think the Phillies are going to miss him, I do. I don't think it's as clear as maybe they do that they don't need him anymore. I get why they didn't pay him. That's a lot of money, and he's had injuries, but I don't think the rotation is as just locked in, as dominant next season as maybe they think they have. Anthony in Southwest Philly. What's up, Anthony?
Yo, what's going on?
What's up, Anthony?
Man? Ain't too much, man. Hugh, how you doing today, man?
I'm good, man. I can't complain.
You good? Everything good?
Yeah, I think you alluding to the fact that I hung up on somebody. I didn't do it on purpose.
Don't lie to the audience. We know what happened.
I wasn't like trying to, ulterior motive, trying to hang up on callers. That's not. I mean, I'm in a good mental space, dog. I didn't do it on purpose.
Okay, I just checking on you, man. I ain't want to call it out, but hey, listen. This is the thing, and Hugh, I like calling them, and I like calling and talking to all you guys, but I especially like talking to the guys, like you said, the guys that play ball, that know ball. And sometimes I think when I call them, right, there's Joe, you might hear there's a little bit of frustration, and I think the reason that for me is sometimes that way is because I think it's so simple to just put things into perspective, and we kind of just like as a city, as a fan, we kind of just drag it out and want to make it something more than what it is. And, I tend to agree with you guys. I think I heard everybody say Jalen didn't have a great year, but I think in terms of when you talk about putting things into perspective, I said it yesterday, right? There's a difference between knowing ball and knowing how to do what you ask of Kevin Patullo. It's two different things.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, Hugh, what you said, you said you talked to Shady, Rick.
Mm-hmm.
So Shady, for example, I think he was a great running back. I love Shady when he played in Philadelphia. He was one of the biggest reasons that, I went to a lot of games. I was a season ticket holder.
Yeah, Shady was that dude.
Yeah, he was
man,
an awesome
for real.
player.
He
Yeah.
was that guy, man. Real serious out there. If Shady ever wanted to become a coach, for example, Shady could be a great running back coach. I think Shady could be a head coach. I think Shady could do what Nick Sirianni does because Shady has the personality to capture a room. But I don't think Shady could be an offensive coordinator, for example.
Yeah.
I don't think we put enough perspective into what makes the Kyle Shanahan's, the Ben Johnson, what makes these guys great.
Yeah.
Like, your mind has to tick that way. You have to be able to do what these guys do that make them special. And when we throw a guy like a Kevin Patullo out there, I want the city to stop bashing this guy, stop talking crazy about him.
Good luck.
What happened this year is not his fault. He was put in a no-win position. He was not ready for that job.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean he don't know ball. It just means he's not.
He was in over his
offensive
skis.
coordinator.
He was in over his skis.
That's it. So I think the city, and like you said, Hugh, good luck. I get it. It's Philadelphia, but I think we're kind of bashing this guy, and it's wrong to do. Let him move on to whatever he moves on to. But let's put things into perspective and understand that whoever we get here next, that guy can't be just a guy that knows ball. We don't need that. We've had guys here that know ball. We need a guy that ticks in that way, that understands situational football, that understands how to command the attention of the players in the room, can capture the room.
Yeah.
So, that's the thing to me. Is Jalen, I keep telling you guys over and over again, I'm a big Jalen Hurts fan, but it's not because I think he can be Josh Allen throwing the ball. I know what Jalen is. Just get somebody next to him that has that tick and that can make him go in that direction.
Yeah, and I think what I hear when you're like when I hear you, and it's a good point, Anthony. And as I hear that, I think, Anthony, great phone call, experienced coordinator. I mean, that's because that's what they didn't have, right? And that's when we had Rhea in here. That's what she said she wanted. I heard Ike yesterday say he wants an experienced coordinator. I think a lot of people would want that. Someone who's called plays before, and that might be the best for this team. It also kind of takes away a lot of the potential candidates, right? Because if you work, let's say you work under Shanahan or McVay, you don't get to call the plays, right? They call the plays. So you may be a really smart coach as their assistants. And do the Eagles interview those people, or do they say, well, they're smart, but they've never called plays. I need an experienced play caller. That's an interesting angle to this.
I think when I think of play calling, I think that it's not zero sum. And what I mean by that is that it's always constantly adapting and changing because your personnel is always constantly adapting and changing. I remember telling a story about how Jim Johnson was trying to implement a defense, and I kept messing it up. So Jim changed the defense to adapt to how I saw what was going on. That's football in a nutshell. You're even on the fly. You can't go into a game saying, okay, we're gonna throw the ball all day, just for an example.
Right.
And a team is defending the pass better than you anticipated them to defend the pass. You have to adapt. That's what when we always talk about games, we say the second half adjustments, we don't make any. You have to adapt to the situation. It's a chess match from the time the week starts when you're getting ready for that team to the time you actually play that team, and even in that game. Because you heard Robert Saleh say it, Coach Saleh. He talked about how he had recall of a game 3 years ago and said, hey, I think they're going to run this because they have the same personnel out there or similar personnel. They line up in this formation or whatever. This is what they're going to run. That's football in a nutshell, and I think that's the thing that people don't understand. You can have success doing things a certain way.
Right.
It's almost like, you remember, what's that Superman episode where he was fighting that robot that every time he fought him, it learned how to, it changed the way its fighting strategy to counter what Superman did the last time. So Superman had to do something different. It's the same exact thing in football. It's the same exact thing. You can't go into it thinking that the way you did things before is going to be the formula that's going to get you the win again. You can't do it.
Did you end up seeing the new Superman?
I did.
Was it good?
It was okay. It was.
You were excited about when the trailer came out.
I was. It was okay, man. But the thing that I didn't like I liked the movie. I didn't like Superman getting beat up like that, though. Superman took a lot of L's in that movie, though, man.
He can't take too many L's. He's Superman.
But that's what I'm saying. When you hear Superman, it wasn't a good look.
Superman washed?
Might be.
Well, washed rankings this offseason. Superman, yes or no? Let's go to Jeff at Wilmington. What's up, Jeff?
Jeff.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Jeff.
So, I think there needs to be some. Well, I want somebody that has total control. You know, the last 2 years, this offense has been stagnant, and Sirianni has had allegedly had his hands on it. And he did that a couple years ago, and then he gave up the play calling. So I don't really care what his role is. His title is the head coach. You know, when they bring somebody in, hand the guy the tablet and say, this is what we traditionally run. You take care of it, work with it. I'm going to go play my Nintendo Switch, and I'll get back with you at the end of the day.
My Nintendo Switch.
This guy's the head coach.
I know, but I don't care. Like, I mean, the offense has looked terrible for 2 years now. Now, part of it is Jalen. Part of it was the offensive line this year. And somewhat maybe Saquon, got beat up a little bit too much last year. But I can't see Sirianni having his hands on it again, because what is it going to be? It's going to be the same thing, right? I mean, we want change, but we want it. We don't want it in a way where it's going to hurt Sirianni's feelings.
Yeah, so I don't care too much about his feelings. I just don't want to cripple his chances to be the head coach without, like, the example I brought up, Jeff, was like his philosophy seems like it is more of turnover battle wins the game, right? Like that's a pillar of. All right, so let's say he believes in that, but the new coordinator wants to be very aggressive, and he's teaching Jalen and showing Jalen, like, hey, we got to throw it in these tight windows, we got to be aggressive. It feels like those two things kind of fly in the face of each other.
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess you got to look at Howie too, because he's the one that's kept Sirianni here. So
for sure,
he has a little bit of, obviously, look, we got rid of a Super Bowl head coach before, and if this isn't going to work out again this year, then what do you do? Are you really going to keep Sirianni? I don't know, man.
And making it interesting, Jeff, with that is if let's say the new coordinator comes in here, whoever it is, Daboll, Kingsbury, McDaniel, whatever, and it's great, right? The offense goes back to scoring 30 points a game. You think they're going to want that guy to leave? I don't.
No, they're not going to want that guy to leave, but he probably will.
Well, unless they make him the head coach, which makes they're creating. And look, and Jeff, good phone call. They're trying to make this better. We all appreciate that, and they needed to get better at coordinator. But the whole thing creates a can of worms. I mean, this is not as easy as we want it to be. That's why when that report came out that they are offering full autonomy to the next coordinator, it blew me away. All right, we got a lot to do on the show the rest of the way. So coming up in a few minutes here, Hugh, I got a bracket in front of me. And not the bracket of Hugh's, because that's coming up soon, but not yet. Well, I have a bracket in front of me created here by our guy Tucker Bagley. 94 WIP picks the OC. So I have 16 offensive coordinator names. Kyle's going to throw these matchups at us, and we're going to have to pick who we want to move on in this bracket as we pick an offensive coordinator. Maybe we can help the Eagles. All right, so earlier today, it was reported that there's going to be a press conference today. Sirianni and Howie are going to speak the end of the season press conference. I'm sure they'll talk about the Patullo decision, what's next, the offseason. I imagine there's going to be a lot of questions about Jalen Hurts' season, how he played, all of that. So that was originally scheduled for 2 o'clock today. It's going to happen at 1:30. So stay tuned. We'll carry it live. Nick Sirianni, Howie Roseman, their press conference coming up at 1:30 today. Let's go to Hassan in L.A. What's up, Hassan?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good, Hassan. What's up?
Hey, I was calling because I wanted to talk about Nick Sirianni having say in who the next OC is.
What do you think?
I think he should. If you look at Dan Campbell with the Lions, I don't think he ever been an offensive coordinator outside of a intern coach and a tight ends coach.
Yep.
And he doesn't get, as much slander for his many bad decisions as he made. He took over plays this year and it was terrible.
Well, and Hassan, with that, from what I understand, he got to pick the coordinator last year, and he is a big part of the process to pick the next coordinator right now.
Yeah, exactly. And Nick Sirianni, for what it's worth, he is a Super Bowl winning head coach from being a micro manager, I guess you can say. I think it comes down to basically the play of the offensive line this year. I think it was just bad. Everyone was hurt. Everyone was banged up. I don't agree that the offensive coordinator would want to change from Jeff Stoutland, because I think around the league he's really respected. And I think he does a great job, created a lot of Pro Bowlers and All-Pro players.
So in theory, I agree with you. I mean, it just would be logical to want to keep Stout, but sometimes coaches have their own guys, right? Like I don't think it would be an anti-Stout thing. Just like there's a real chance Mike McDaniel has his own offensive line coach, and he might want to bring him with him.
That might be true, but I think McDaniels would also be very much open to keeping
He might. Yeah, he might. I agree.
And I just also think we need better QB play from Hurts. I love Hurts as a person, as a man, as a leader. But I do think we do need to have a MVP runner-up type season again from Hurts next year, just so he can get the contract extension and to also take a lot of heat off of him. Because if it doesn't work this year coming up with the next OC, then I think a lot of eyes will turn to Hurts and potentially moving on. But I don't know who the QB will be, because Tanner McKee, I don't think he's it.
He's probably not it. Well, Hassan, to your point on Jalen, and let's just be clear, if he has another mediocre season and his cap percentage goes up, they're going to get a new quarterback.
Oh, it's a make or break season.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Like, they're not doing this for another year if it doesn't work out. All right, 215-592-9494. Your calls and all this coming up. Plus, we're going to do something big coming up. We're going to pick the next offensive coordinator, bracket style. That's next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
New year, healthier goals. So what's for dinner tonight? Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins, of course. Pre-seasoned, packed with protein, and oven-ready in about 35 minutes. Hatfield makes fresh starts easy, even on busy nights. And with family-favorite flavors like savory brown sugar, Texas smokehouse, Tuscan herb, and honey garlic teriyaki, everyone gets a dinner they love. For recipes and where to buy, visit simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
The New Jersey Lottery has brought its fan-favorite Green Ball promotion back onto Jersey's favorite game, Pick 3. Now through February 1st, when the Green Ball is drawn on Pick 3 evening drawings, players get a free second chance to win.
Wing Pole, Wing Pole, Wing Pole! Club Risque, where the tradition continues. Wing Pole 26, Friday, February 6th. Doors open at 8 a.m. Philly's largest wing eating contest. Thousands in cash prizes. Alexis, Texas, and madness all day. Club Risque Philly. ClubRisque.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Carrier has the home comfort you need and financing options to fit any budget. Right now, you can enjoy 60 months financing on a new home comfort system. Turn to your local Carrier home comfort expert for efficient heating and cooling performance, healthier indoor air, and convenient monthly payments for qualified buyers. Visit nopaycarrier.com. That's nopaycarrier.com.
Enjoy even more before you spend with Caesars Palace Online Casino. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. $10 no deposit casino bonus on select slot games. One-time wagering requirement. Plus 100% deposit match up to $1,000 on select slot games. 15 times wagering requirement plus 2,500 bonus reward credits. Must be 21 and physically present in Pennsylvania. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at Caesars Palace Online/promos. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is the destination for the hottest brand in automotive today. Come pick out the gas-sipping Kia of your dreams. With payments anyone can afford. They have over 100 brand new Kias with MSRPs under $30,000 and over 400 new Kias to choose from, all of which come with the best powertrain warranty in the automotive business. 10 years, 100,000 miles. Go to KiaofCherryHill.com today and lock in your savings. Kia of CherryHill.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The New York Giants are expected to hire former Ravens head coach John Harbaugh as their head coach as soon as today on Thursday. And if this happens, it is a move that raises the floor of the organization big time. Harbaugh may not bring schematic advantages, but he brings a culture of winning into a team that's become accustomed to losing. This can only be qualified.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Guess what?
What is it? What?
Now you can listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on the iHeartRadio app.
What?
Brackets. We have ourselves 94 WIP picks the OC. So we have a bracket in front of us here. Kyle, why don't you Why don't you throw these matchups at us, and we will decide who we want. I guess, are we coming to a group decision on this and kind of move them along?
Well, we're never going to come.
Well, all right, we'll try. All right, so we got, I guess, 16 potential names for the new Eagles offensive coordinator. What do we got?
All right, we'll start with the top left side of the bracket here. We have a number 1 seed, Mike McDaniel, versus a poor number 8 seed, Scott Loeffler.
I mean, this feels pretty easy to me. This is a McDaniel, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, okay.
I'll leave
never
this
mind.
to you guys.
No. I had something to say, but I'm going to save what I have to say for later.
This talk show.
No, I mean, as far as the C's are concerned.
Oh, you got more to say. I got it.
Okay. Well, yeah.
All right, let's just move McDaniel on.
All right, McDaniel moves on.
Yes.
Here's a tougher matchup. Number 4 versus 5. Davis Webb versus David Shaw.
I have a little nugget on the 5 seed here. So Davis Webb is former quarterback, right? And he played for a short period of time. Now he's quickly become a rising coach. Do you know who David Shaw coached in college? David Shaw, who is formerly, I forget, it was the Detroit Lions this past year, I think he was, but he was
Stanford?
He was the head coach of
Tanner
Stanford with Tanner McKee. Which is just interesting. I mean, it doesn't have to mean anything, but it's certainly an interesting nugget.
I see what you do. I see what you're putting.
I didn't make the bracket. I'm just telling you. I'm providing the audience information.
You know, once we hire him, speculation's going to run wild.
Recklessly.
Yeah.
They got him here for Tanner McKee.
Yeah, recklessly.
I think Davis Webb is a rising, maybe potential star. I mean, he was one of those guys where someone told him, like, stop playing. One, you probably can't play, but two, you could be a coach. And now he's in the mix. Here, what do you think? Davis Webb, David Shaw.
Davis Webb.
Davis Webb. All right, we're in agreement.
I'm thinking Davis Webb.
Davis
All
Webb.
right.
Moving on.
Davis Webb. Got a 3 versus 6. Nate Schilhaas versus Zach Robinson.
See, I'm not
both
that
Rams
familiar.
guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not that familiar with Nate.
Okay.
Long ass last name too.
I do like him.
Long ass last name.
He draws the plays from McVay.
That's what I was about to say. The creativity.
He's an artist.
I'm just telling you, the last 2 guys that draw the plays from McVay were Liam Cohen. Was 3. Zach Robinson, who's against him here, and then before that, Zach Taylor. You draw the plays from McVay, you become a head coach.
I like the creativity aspect of this.
So Schilhaas?
Yes.
All right, we're in. Nate
I'm
Schilhaas.
in with Nate Schilhaas. Okay. Here's a pretty funny matchup. Both former Eagle guys.
Okay.
Number 2 seed Frank Reich, which is a wild 2 seed, and a number 7 seed, our old boy Doug Peterson.
Oh, I need Doug back here. I need Doug here. Hugh, what are you thinking?
This is a tough one, man. For me personally. Now, I'm going to go with the consensus of the group because Frank Reich was my quarterback.
Well, hold on, because I disagree with Joe. I think Frank is better.
Frank Reich was
listen, I could be outvoted. I'm not above that.
Well, let Hugh decide, then.
Aren't they both your former teammates?
Well, you know what? You're right. I forgot about Doug being here the first year with Andy.
Shot at Doug.
Frank and Nick have a working relationship.
Yeah, but
Doug and
Doug's a threat. I don't know how much of a threat because he did get fired and he wrote a book.
What these phone calls would be.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And I'm thinking about my well-being at work.
Hold on, you're still on the book thing?
No, I'm just saying.
What does the book have to do with it?
I mean, it's
nothing to do with it.
What does anything have to do with anything that we talk about on a regular day?
That's true. Nothing. All right, if you guys outvote me, outvote me. I would love Doug back
Well, what do
here.
you think, Hugh?
Wait a minute, didn't Frank get in trouble for being a renegade when he got fired? He
in
did
Carolina?
Something. Yeah.
Well, I think it came out that he didn't really want Bryce Young and he wanted C.J.
Stroud. Well, he might have been right about that.
I mean, Frank Reich would be the simplest. But
All right, we want to align our decisions with David Tepper and the Carolina Panthers.
No, I didn't say we did. There's just no buzz to Frank Reich.
Well,
no buzz.
You're in it for the buzz. I'm in it for the best guy for the Eagles.
I'm thinking. I want Doug, but I feel like
you
Frank.
just make a pick.
You know what?
Frank is the better.
All right, go ahead,
Frank
guys.
Reich.
Go with the boring
No, I
Frank
want
Reich.
Doug, but I want Frank Reich. I think will be the more logical pick.
Frank. Go
All right, let's go to the other side of the bracket. Finally, thank you. Kevin Stefanski 1 seed versus Mike Kafka 8 seed.
Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah,
I mean, I like Mike Kafka. Kafka was a teammate too, but no.
2-time Coach of the Year, Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah, I mean,
and the son of Ed
Kafka
Stefanski
doesn't have a chance against the 2-time Coach of the Year. I mean, he might be the number 1 overall seed. Brian Daboll 4 seed versus 5 seed Thomas Brown.
Little chubby Brian.
I like Thomas Brown. He's in a tough spot here. I mean, Daboll is.
I mean, he's probably a better coordinator than his coach, though. I mean, head coach.
Daboll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he has experience in
and the Jalen experience too,
Yeah.
back at Alabama. Daboll is
Brian Daboll.
It's Daboll here. Okay.
All right. Got Daboll. Number 3 seed Greg Roman versus Josh McCown.
I think this is an interesting battle. So I can predict right now, people will not be happy if the Eagles hired Greg Roman.
Yeah.
Greg Roman is...
Why is that?
Well, because I think Greg Roman is... I feel like he's gone and been with great quarterbacks, and then they've not done great with him, right? Like, they fired him in Baltimore, and Lamar
and Herbert.
Yes, right. His last 2 were Lamar and Herbert, and he got fired off of Lamar and Herbert. Like, they didn't raise a trophy with him. They got rid of him. But I think Greg Roman's interesting. He is experienced. And think about the kinds of quarterbacks he's worked with. He got a lot out of Colin Kaepernick.
Mm-hmm.
Lamar did win his first MVP in 2019 with Greg Roman. And then last year was Justin Herbert. I mean, that to me is a wide range of type of quarterback, right? Like big arm, mostly just a runner in Kaepernick, a combination of Lamar. I think they could do worse than Greg Roman.
Also trusted by two both Harbaughs, I guess,
both
right?
Harbaughs, yes. Now, McCown, Hugh, I think is really interesting and potentially a future coordinator, but he's inexperienced. Never call plays. What do you got, Greg Roman or Josh McCown?
Greg Roman.
I think Greg Roman's, at this point, a better choice. Yeah.
All right. Number 2 seed, Cliff Kingsbury versus, and I have an issue with this being a 7 seed, but Phillip Rivers.
Who did the seeding here? Can we talk to the committee?
This is Lakin.
Okay. Well, yeah.
Damn, just like that. Throw blue jeans.
Blue
under the bus.
jeans. The committee, I'm not sure about this year.
So it's an obvious one.
Cliff Kingsbury.
Kingsbury, easily.
All right. Let's go back to the other side, round 2. McDaniel versus Davis Webb.
McDaniel.
Okay, I got news for everybody. It's not going to be McDaniel.
I'm just going off the bracket here.
I know.
Okay. Just picking the winners.
All right, Nate Shieldhouse versus Frank Reich.
Frank Reich. I would say Frank. Frank feels familiar.
Is the upside there to Frank Reich, though?
Between the two. You like the innovative play caller.
Well, just like who's more likely to be a star play caller 3 years from now?
I actually think this is an interesting dichotomy here. There's up-and-comer, first-time play caller.
Yep.
Versus a guy been there, done that, experience,
I feel,
probably not getting another head coach.
Is anything changing though if Frank Reich touches the offense? Him and Nick are they're
nothing's changing anyway, fellas.
I hear you.
Maybe Shieldhouse has new ideas.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
All right, Nate Shieldhouse.
Nate Shieldhouse.
Okay. All right, Nate Stefanski versus Brian Daboll.
That's pretty close. They both just coached bad organizations. They each had some success, right? They made playoffs or whatever.
Stefanski.
I think Stefanski's less volatile. Like, I'm telling you guys, Daboll and Sirianni in the sidelines, they're going to have to put Big Dom in the middle of those two.
All right,
Stefanski.
Greg Roman versus Cliff Kingsbury.
Kingsbury.
Hugh?
Cliff Kingsbury.
Okay. All right.
I think this is a good Final Four.
All right, we got a Final Four here. McDaniel versus Nate Shieldhouse.
What are you thinking, Hugh?
Didn't Nate got mad because Antonio Pierce? I keep doing
That's
that.
the second time.
Yeah, Antonio Pierce kind of cooled him in the Vegas, right? The Vegas Raiders.
Who did? Shieldhouse? I don't think he was.
No, not sure. I'm talking about McDaniel.
Also,
no. That was Josh McDaniels.
Okay, I said
not Mike McDaniel.
Okay, I'm thinking about the wrong McDaniel. Yeah, I'm a whole mess. So I'll go Nate Shieldhouse.
Ooh.
I'm gonna go Nate Shieldhouse.
Okay.
You know what? I'm with you. Shieldhouse.
All right. Wow. All right. Other side: Cliff Kingsbury versus Kevin Stefanski.
Stefanski.
All right.
I mean that two-time coach of the year thing with the Cleveland Browns is pretty impressive.
Now ultimately he may get a head coaching job, which takes us out of it anyway.
Cliff
but
could too.
Yeah,
Cliff any of these guys could.
They
Again,
could. Yeah.
Any of these guys that are
they were interviewing
that were in the Final Four. All right. So then Shieldhouse versus Stefanski.
What do you got here?
We're making the pick. This is you guys picking the OC right now.
Who is it? Who's the next OC? Shieldhouse or Stefanski?
I would say Stefanski.
Stefanski. Wow. Stefanski.
That's crazy. That's our next OC.
Yeah.
I mean, he did go to the playoffs with young Baker Mayfield and Joe Flacco off the couch. I mean, there's obviously something to the guy that.
Well, there we have it. I mean, Schefter should break the news.
I mean, it's done. Easy.
Soon, any minute now.
Boom.
Kevin Stefanski.
It's also just built in that he has head coaching experience, right? If he was great and they wanted to keep him, if things went bad, I mean, he's right there. He's been a two-time coach of the year.
Well, should they be picking this next OC with head coach in mind?
A hedge?
Future head coach.
Howie Hedge? Maybe he'll be asked that. It's 1:30 today. He's going to have a press conference. All right.
Right next to Nick.
Yeah. Hey, Howie, are you picking the next coordinator with maybe a potential future head coach in mind? 215-592-9494. All right, we'll get back to everyone's phone calls coming up on the other side. The Eagles' offensive coordinator. Should Nick Sirianni have say in the offense moving forward? Yes or no? I mean, I will give you the Twitter poll results on this. I'm sure I'm going to be blown away by it. That's all coming up. We'll have Sirianni and Howie's press conference at 1:30 live on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I know y'all have heard me talk about my partnership with Fanatics Sportsbook and their one-of-a-kind fair play deal. Injury protection covering the first half injuries, not just in pro football, but also in pro basketball. That's right, and that's why they're the no better place to bet than with Fanatics Sportsbook. Last night proves my point twice. First, in the New York versus Sacramento game. New York's franchise point guard left the game in the first quarter with an ankle injury and did not return. Then in the Denver versus Dallas game, rookie forward went down in the second quarter with an injury and briefly returned for the final minutes of the half, but then not returned after halftime. Fanatics Fair Play voided all player prop bets across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays instantly. Some books protect your bets from the first quarter. Some do nothing at all, but at Fanatics Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets for the whole pro basketball season. I got the numbers right here to show it. Fanatics Sportsbook Fair Play policy saved 54% of SGPs on the New York versus Sacramento game and 48% of SGPs in the Denver-Dallas game. Don't wait for a bad beat with other books. Bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatics Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem, call the 1-800-GAMBLER. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
The Eagles' 2025 season will tick away.
A disappointing end to a promising 2025 season.
Anytime you lose, you're frustrated.
Now, the noise gets louder.
Some notable Eagles are going to be gone.
Who comes in to repair an offense in disarray?
The chickens came home to roost.
How are we going to fix this thing?
How can they get Jalen Hurts back on the MVP track?
Everything was there in front of us. We just got to grow from it all.
Is A.J. Brown open to a trade?
Why aren't you catching the ball, A.J.? How are you not making these plays?
All the Eagles' offseason happenings happen here.
There aren't easy changes to be made.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
They can overcome this.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, I know it's cold out, but it'll be summer before you know it. Hey, it's Spike. And if this summer you want to skip finding a shore house to rent, spending thousands of dollars to do it, and getting your own beach house, you'll reach out to the only guy you need. That is Adam Kasabi at Long & Foster. You spell that K-S-E-B-E. A true partner, not just the guy showing up at closing. And while Delaware beaches are his expertise, he's got a huge network of realtors in PA, Jersey, wherever you need. Make him your first call. When it's time to buy or sell, Adam's direct cell phone number is 302-864-8643 or go to buyindelaware.com.
Good morning. This is your Hardee's 2 for $5 breakfast mix and match alarm.
We've got fluffy eggs and sausage on a made-from-scratch biscuit ready. Or perhaps biscuit and gravy. Ooh, maybe a sweet cinnamon roll. Wake up and smell that sweet deal. Mix and match any 2 for just $5 for a limited time. Only at Hardee's. Don't snooze on the app. Snag juicy deals, order ahead, and get to work on time. Maybe. Exclusive app offers for registered My Rewards members only. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants.
Hey, everybody, this is Hugh Douglas. And I'll say it, Tastykake doesn't miss. They're always rolling out amazing treats. For a limited time, you can get your hands on the salted caramel baked pie. Oh, that sounds tasty. It's a graham cracker crust caramel cheesecake flavor. That's the problem in the best way. And the mint chocolate candy cakes family pack means you're covered all week unless your family finds them first. Maybe one of those will become your new favorite. Classic snacks, new favorites, same great Tastykake. Accept no substitutes.
Find your perfect home with American Heritage Credit Union's MyCU Home Connection program. The perfect solution for home buyers and sellers. Enjoy lower rates, variety of terms, and access to exclusive savings benefits like a 20% cash reward. Get peace of mind with our experienced team who's been helping home buyers since 1964. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to apply for a free pre-approval today. Insured by the NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 4333838.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. We just picked the offensive coordinator. Bracket style. Stefanski's our guy.
Speaking of coaches, dog, don't look like I'm going to get that job.
Down in Atlanta?
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get it.
Still no calls?
It took you till now to realize that?
I mean, Kyle, I don't need that.
Did you get any interviews or calls or anything?
I'm having a moment right now, and I don't think they're gonna call.
Okay.
Sorry to hear that.
Are you really that disappointed?
Mm-mm.
No, I didn't think so. I mean, as much as I think you wanted,
this is an uphill battle.
Yeah, you wanted the buyout when they fired you. It was
Yeah, I just wanted the buyout.
Yeah, a lot of work at the start. I'm not sure if that was really up your alley.
Yeah, that was not. No.
Seems like I mean, you're good here. You're printing 3D figurines. I mean, I think you've settled in.
I feel like you taking a shot at my attention span a little bit.
I didn't say anything.
I feel like that's a shot at my attention span.
Haven't you been talking about 3D printing?
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just saying it feels like a shot at my attention span. That's all.
I didn't say anything about your attention span. I said that you've settled in here and you got a good thing.
I mean, you said something that you immediately went to like 3D printing stuff.
Because that's your favorite thing right now.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
I done went from making soap to 3D printing stuff.
What happened to the soap?
It just got too complicated, man. The molds.
He dropped the soap.
I did not drop the soap. It got a little complicated. Making soap is kind of hard.
What do you mean the soap got complicated?
It's just kind of hard. It's just like, because like you got to get the right temperature, and sometimes you can burn the soap and all this. It's just a lot.
Yeah, so you dropped it.
I mean, it does sound like you dropped the soap. All right, 215-592-9494. Elliot's going to join us at 12:30 to talk about this press conference to come. This is a big moment for Elliot, an Insider of the Year. I mean, really think about it.
Elliot, he's been rolling, man.
Do we expect Elliot to get the first question today? And is it going to be a hammer question, or does he lay back and ask the Hurts question? That's really what I need to know from Elliot.
I think he needs to get the ebb and flow. I think initially this starts with the ebb and flow of
he needs to be Jalen Hurts and set the temperature in the room.
Yeah.
He needs to be the thermostat and come in immediately.
What y'all gonna do?
Now, I do think there's an art to these. These press conferences Elliot's going to be at today with Sirianni, because we want the Jalen question, right? But that probably isn't the first question, right? The first question is about the decision to move on from Kevin Patullo, right? That's the number one question today. But
yeah, that's the elephant in the room.
Yeah, you got to find your angle in there to ask, like, hey, now that the season's over, how do you think Jalen played? All right, Elliot joins us coming up at 12:30, and the Sirianni and Howie press conference at 1:30 today. By the way, when we have Elliot on, new name, according to Pat Leonard, jumping into the potential Eagles offensive coordinator fray. Now, he wasn't on our bracket, Hugh, but Pat Leonard, who covers the he did write for the New York Daily News. I'm not sure if he's still there. Yeah, he is. He is saying that Charlie Weiss Jr., offensive coordinator
Charlie Weiss.
at Ole Miss. Ole Miss's offensive coordinator. Obviously, they went pretty far this year through some
Weiss Jr.
coaching turmoil. He is the Eagles have poked around on him for their offensive coordinator vacancy. So maybe the college ranks is where then we might get someone from.
Trinidad in round 2.
Trinidad Chambliss, one of the potential quarterbacks in the draft. That connection will be made in 10 seconds.
Feed me. I already made the connection.
Yeah, I know. Let's go to Joanna in Drexel Hill. What's up, Joanna?
We'll start this.
Hey, good morning. Afternoon, actually, guys. I had to weigh in on Ranger, first of all.
Okay, go ahead.
As far as Ranger goes, I agree. Totally going to miss Ranger Suarez. But I do have a concern with the injuries, and I have a concern with the velocity going down.
I do too. Like Joanna, I understand why they let him walk. I'm gonna miss watching him pitch. And if I had to guess, I wouldn't think he's going to be great for 5 years. But if they make the playoffs this year, the Red Sox, which they probably will, I can imagine him pitching big games for them because that's what he does.
Yep. And my other thing is I want to talk about Sirianni. I think he should have a say in the offensive coordinator and in the game plan, but there's a difference between having a say and having control.
Mm-hmm.
I think control should be with the new offensive coordinator. But the hate and the vitriol that I've heard these past couple of weeks has been like going crazy and driving me crazy because at the end of the day, these are still people. They're still human beings. John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin have been anointed, coaches of the decade. John Harbaugh, for 18 years, he had one Super Bowl appearance. The last 7 years, he has not gotten over the hump. Mike Tomlin, the last 7 years, he's been out in the first round. Neither one of those coaches would have survived in Philadelphia. And, while this was a mistake with Patullo, let's go back to Andy Reid. I think you remember this when he made Juan Castillo the O-line coach,
I wasn't here for
coordinator.
That. But yeah, I remember.
Yeah, it was bad. It was ridiculous.
So,
I remember that.
Coaches make mistakes. Patullo was a mistake, and that's on Sirianni. So he has to do better. But I think to just say this guy has no talent, he's terrible. I heard people in the afternoon calling, even yesterday with you guys, someone saying to Jason Avant, well, would someone want Sirianni if he was fired? Maybe we'd get a new O-line in here, offensive coordinator in here, and then maybe he'll be good and we'll fire Sirianni. He has to be doing something right. Let's be honest. 5 years, the playoffs, we don't have to like him. We don't have to agree with everything. But I think, putting a golf screen up with Patullo's face, we're kind of like the laughing stock right now because there's a thing between being tough fans and now just being downright nasty.
Yeah, Joanna, I've noticed this, and I've been on the air here for probably 13 years now. It's almost like use an analogy, like a dog with a bone or a mob mentality. When the city decides someone is the bad guy or all their fault, we go too far. I agree with you.
I want to say one more thing if I could.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is anybody addressing the quarterback coach that was never a quarterback coach in the NFL? Maybe that guy also has to be replaced?
You know what? And I'd imagine if they do give the new coordinator, some autonomy, and Joanna, good phone call, he might want his own quarterback coach. Kellen Moore brought in Doug Nussmeier with him from Los Angeles, and that was that year. So I don't know if Loeffler's going to be here a year from now. As far as going too far, I felt it. We do that. I'll use Patullo as an example. I remember when it was, in terms of the Phillies, it was Gabe Kapler. This city decided that the guy ruined the team. The team was mediocre. They had a mediocre talent, and he got mediocre results. But it's almost like an avalanche or a ball rolling down the hill. Like once people jump on, it's all that person's fault. I just think it's easier than addressing all the issues. It makes us feel better.
Well, I think a part of that is because a lot of people don't have a lot of common sense, man. And I don't
That's
feel
part
like,
of it.
I don't
I'm
feel like people could think for themselves, but it goes both ways. It's just like those people that they don't hear what's actually being said. So I mean, it's not just Philadelphia. And I'm not about to say it's only happening in Philadelphia. This happens everywhere. We don't like to vet anything. We'll sit there and we'll allow a caption to tell us exactly how to feel because we just read the caption, and then you might hear a little excerpt, and then you automatically assume it's what the caption is. We don't take time out to listen to what's being said. Actually, we deal with that every day. I talk about that every day, how we'll sit here and we'll try to articulate and frame things in a certain way, and no matter how you do that, people still hear what they want to hear.
Yeah, and I also think what happens to everyone. It's easier to blame a coach. It is.
Than the players.
You know why? Because for the most part, there's no connection to the coach. It's not like once in a while a special one will stay for a while, and there's
the coaches aren't making the acrobatic catches in the end zone and
you don't have
trucking
their
people
jersey,
and
yeah.
juking guys
And
out.
And even in this space, people feel like they know you. So it's easier to blame somebody else when you're familiar with somebody who feel like you're familiar with them. And that's the same thing with Jalen. And again, not blaming Jalen for anything, but just using him as an example. When we talk about Jalen, we talk about Jalen in the same breath that we would talk about a Nakobe Dean, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis.
Yep.
But it just, for a lot of people, it hits different when you talk about the quarterback. But all of those guys I just mentioned, they were part of that Super Bowl team win. That Super Bowl team win as well.
Every single one.
Yeah, but it's different because people feel like you're talking bad about him, but nobody's above criticism. Nobody, not even the quarterback.
Well, of course not. And look, I get it. I wasn't surprised this happened, but Patullo just became the punching bag, the whipping boy. It's all his fault. And that's why we played the audio earlier of Robert Saleh saying that in his mind, coaching the game, fourth down is about to happen. He went back to what the Eagles did 3 seasons ago.
And Kevin Patullo wasn't the offensive coordinator.
He was not. He was not. The same quarterback was the quarterback. And we could go to Sirianni, same head coach. But, so much has changed, and yet he was able to recall that moment. It's like, yeah, this might be what they're going to do because that's what they do around here.
Feels like that's what they do.
Right. So, when you scream and yell Patullo and to get him out of town, that's fine. But, nothing really changes around here no matter who the coordinator is.
Yeah. You know what's funny? And it just made me think back to times where, you're out in the city and people want to talk football and they say, well, hey, Kevin Patullo need to be fired. And you'll say, hey, well, it's probably not all Kevin Patullo. Hey, look at you, like, yeah, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Nah, you don't know what
this guy. Yeah. I get it.
It is what it is, man, because we get fixated on things, and that's the way it is. It's nothing else but him.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Well, he's gone now, so now we'll see where it goes. All right. 1:30 today, Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman will speak. Elliott Shore-Parks, our Eagles insider, is going to obviously be there at the press conference. And I imagine it's a big one for Elliott for his case to be Insider of the Year on the afternoon show. Elliott, how are we doing today?
Good. Now that, Hugh is breathing down my neck for Insider of the Year, I really got to make sure.
Wait a minute, my odds are better? So. My odds changed?
You don't got to worry about it.
Let me check the FanDuel app, see if they've reposted the odds on this. All right, Elliott, we got a press conference today. So, quick question before we get to all the actual Eagles stuff. How quickly into the press conference today do you think the conversation shifts from the Patullo decision to kind of unpacking the season? Because it's a two-parter today, right? A lot's going to be about what went into this decision, who made it, now what, versus, hey, this is probably the only time these two are going to speak until, I don't know, maybe the combine, maybe the owners' meeting. So today's a big one. What do you think the tenor is going to be and how this is going to go today?
Yeah, I think the majority of questions will focus on the firing of Patullo, why they did it. And look, I understand the question needs to be asked as to why they fired Patullo, but let's be real, they're not going to tell us, right? They will say it's not on one person, blah, blah, blah. I think the real questions are about the future of the team, right? What is the offensive coordinator's responsibilities going to be? Is this going to be the same it's been in past years where Nick is heavily involved in the offense? For all that we look at with the Kellen Moore thing and how we remember it, Nick was super involved in that offense, right? So is next year going to be the same setup, or is this a true, this is his offense kind of hiring? So I think that's the first one. I think another one is, are they hiring a scheme, or are they hiring a coach to come in and coach these players, right? Are the new offensive coordinator going to build the offense around the skill set of the current players, or are they going to bring in a scheme that the players will need to learn? And then finally, I think it comes down to the offensive coaching staff. Like, we can all agree, Jeff Stoutland is a Hall of Fame coach for the Eagles, right? Maybe the best offensive line coach of all time. Is he going to be on the staff no matter what, or is that going to be the decision of the new offensive coordinator? So I think in an instance like this, it's really trying to figure out what they're looking for the future, as opposed to kind of making them unpack why this season went poorly.
Elliot, what was your thought when you saw the report last night that the Eagles are offering a full autonomy to potential offensive coordinators? Because my first thought was, if I'm Nick Sirianni, I don't love this, because that means like what? I know 2 years ago that he was asked, and it became kind of like a punchline, like, what do you do? If it's full autonomy for a coordinator, then really, what is he doing? And then the second part is, it's no longer Nick's staff. What it would be is Fangio's staff and this new coordinator's staff, and Nick is just like in the middle of it.
Yeah, so my initial thought was, I guess, twofold. One, in terms of what it means for the team. If it's true, and I think it probably is, they are trying to bring in a Vic Fangio of the offense, right? Like somebody that is going to have to be able to do whatever he wants. And I think to your second point there about Nick, my advice to Nick would be, like, throw your power around, right? Like, put your foot down on this. Your offense that everybody I know publicly likes to rep, your offense won this franchise a Super Bowl. The offense that everyone says is simplistic and isn't good enough and all those things has been one of the best offenses in the NFL since Nick took over. So this idea that Nick Sirianni needs to be taken out of the offensive room, I think is frankly insulting to Nick Sirianni. And if they're going to hire an offensive coordinator that is going to just be allowed to do his own thing, I think Nick needs to use every ounce of power he has to push back from that. Because one thing Nick has always had to push against in his career is, what does he do, right? Like, the roster is great. They win because of the roster. They win because of Fangio. They win because of Howie. And I can tell you right now, if they hire Mike McDaniel or Brian Daboll or Stefanski and the offense is amazing next year, Nick will not get any credit for that, and it'll create a really tough future for Nick. So I think Nick needs to, like, look out for himself here in this case and make sure this works out for him as well.
I agree. Yeah, it feels like a really bizarre. I mean, Elliot, I don't think it won't go as bad. But the whole operation is starting to remind me of 2020. Remember, they had all these different ideas, and they were trying to meld ideas with Doug and what was his name? Scangarello.
I'm happy you brought that up, because to me, Mike McDaniel is Rich Scangarello. And I know he's a better coach than Rich Scangarello. I fully get that. But when they hired Rich Scangarello, they hired a system. They hired an idea. They tried to buy the Kyle Shanahan idea. And how did that work? It was a complete disaster, right? So they have said repeatedly during the best stretch in franchise history that they build their offense around the players. They do not just build a scheme. They build it around the players. Well, Mike McDaniel, to me, sounds like you're bringing in a scheme and you're just going to make the players do it, whether, like, and if they can do it, great. If they can't, like, then And to me, that would be a major problem. So I agree. Like, I think this idea of, like, revamping the offense and buying a scheme feels like a disaster.
Elliot Shore-Parks with us as we get ready for the press conference today, 1:30. Nick Sirianni, Howie Roseman will speak. We'll carry it right here on WIP. Elliot, you mentioned a lot of it today, of course, and this always happens. It's going to be spun towards the offseason, the future. Elliot, if you had a guess, how do you think Howie and Nick, but I think more particularly Howie, would handle a question today about assessing Jalen Hurts' season? I mean, we know what happened here a few months ago when Dave Dombrowski was asked how the organization views Bryce Harper's 2025 season. He was honest, and it set off a firestorm. How do you think Howie would handle it?
Yeah, I definitely don't think he will be honest or set off a firestorm. My guess is if he's asked about how Jalen played, he will say something almost exactly like this. Look, no one had the season they wanted to have. We all need to be better. It's not always just on Jalen. This is something, we all need to look for. Like, that's what they'll say, right? I don't think he'll come out and go, well, I guess Jalen wasn't a top 5 quarterback like everybody said, right? Like, that's not what he's going to do. So, I mean, look, maybe the Dombrowski comment will work out. I mean, I know he's got the not elite shirt on when he's in the batting cages. Like, maybe that'll work. That's just not really how the Eagles do things. So I don't think he will say anything to slight Jalen.
Elliot, do you have a guess on how this search is going to go? Because there's a wide variety of names here. I mean, and then you threw out one that Pat Leonard is reporting, Charlie Weiss Jr., the offensive coordinator at Ole Miss. The Eagles have poked around there. You know, we have a bracket in front of us here that Tucker and Rod put together.
Yeah.
I mean, the names, and they're all fair names to throw in there, but they're all over the place, right? Like ex-head coaches, guys that have never called plays before, young, old. Obviously, a college offensive coordinator now is being reported. What's your sense on? Do you have a sense on where this will land?
So it seems to me like, I know we're early on in the search, but are they looking for an offense and an idea, or are they looking for experience? And there can be a person that has a combination of those, but it would be a hard sell, I think, when the last 2 times you've hired a first-time play caller, it's not worked in the eyes of the organization, right? Like, again, I think Patullo is being way too heavily criticized for this season, but the organization has told you they think he was the main problem, right? They've removed him, right? Unless they're going to trade Jalen or fire Nick or get rid of the offensive line, like they're telling you what the biggest problem was. So if experience is an issue there, I don't see how you would bring in a first-time play caller again. So I think they will ultimately end on somebody that has called plays in the NFL, but you know, the other thing could be, like, who wants the job, right? Like, they can go out for who they think would be the best guy, but if those guys pick other places, maybe they won't get to pick the perfect candidate they want.
They might not. They might not. Elliot Shore-Parks with us here as we get ready for the press conference today. Elliot, your reaction to the news that broke late last night into this morning, John Harbaugh going to the Giants, and it certainly sounds like Todd Monken is following him there.
Yeah, I think the Giants will be a problem for the Eagles next year. I think John Harbaugh is a great coach. He, at the very least, will make them competent. If you look at the Giants last year, I think there was a bunch of games they lost in the fourth quarter. They've had, I think tough losses over the past 2 years. I really like Jackson Dart. They have a great defensive line. They have Malik Neighbors. I think Todd Monken, assuming he goes there, will be a really good hire for them. So, I think the Giants will definitely be an issue for the Eagles next year.
Yeah, for the first, it feels like the division has been Eagles-Cowboys, right? And
they
now
feel legit. They feel bona fide.
Yeah, that Giants were the one team the Eagles did not have to worry about for a decade, and we'll see if that changes. Elliot, we appreciate it. We'll be listening and excited to hear what you and obviously Nick and Sirianni have to say today. Thank you.
Yep, talk to you later.
There we go. Elliot Shore-Parks with us here. That was interesting the way he framed it, Hugh, that he thinks Sirianni should put his foot down a little bit in all this.
I was telling Kyle when all that happened, it reminded me of that, I think it was in Color Purple, when Whoopi Girl was, all my life I had to fight. No, it was Oprah. That's what I thought about.
We don't have enough Oprah references in the show.
No, I just thought about that with Nick going off and saying, I had to fight for this and y'all gonna give me this. Nah. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Coach Sirianni, but I think that you played the one card that you had last year when you went in there and you went to bat for Coach Patullo. And unfortunately, it didn't work out for whatever reason. So now I don't think it's going to be from a place of disrespect when they have these conversations. Right. I think it's going to be from a place of let's move in a different direction. Let's try something different because we do have a dynasty in the making. So let's see if we can bring some more innovative ideas in here to get our offense, going.
That should be the plan. All right.
That's it.
215-592-9494. Your phone call's coming up 1:30 today. Sirianni, Howie, press conference right here live on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Beat the Book is back. Head to the Borgata Sportsbook in Atlantic City and get your picks in for your chance to win a share of the $15,000 free play prize pool. If you can pick more winners than the book, you'll split the pot. Check it out now at the Borgata Sportsbook in Atlantic City.
See BorgataOnline.com for terms. 21 plus only. New Jersey only. New and existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. For more information, please visit Borgata.com. Must have a valid MGM rewards card to enter. Bet with your head, not over it. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Breaking news. TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Hey everybody, this is Hugh Douglas, and I'll say it.
Tastykake doesn't miss. They're always rolling out amazing treats. For a limited time, you can get your hands on the salted caramel baked pie. Oh, that sounds tasty. It's a graham cracker crust caramel cheesecake flavor. That's the problem in the best way. And the mint chocolate candy cakes family pack means you're covered all week unless your family finds them first. Maybe one of those will become your new favorite. Classic snacks, new favorites, same great Tastykake, except no substitute.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
If there's one thing I learned from playing, is that a winning team is built on a solid foundation. The same goes for your home. That's why you need Groundworks on your roster. Philadelphia's experts in basement waterproofing, foundation, and crawl space repair. Their team of dedicated professionals is here to tackle any challenge. Whether you have water in your basement, sagging floors, or smells coming from your crawl space, Groundworks is here to protect your home for game day and beyond. Book your free inspection today at groundworks.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I get those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Pro Savings Days are on at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get an additional 5% off when you buy 5 or more select GE, Whirlpool, and Electrolux kitchen or laundry major appliances. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/23. Discount valid to My Lowe's Pro Rewards members only. Exclusions and other restrictions apply. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for details. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill. You guys been on 215-592-9494. Our Twitter question, sponsored by the PI Dental. So your smile is the first thing others see when they meet. You learn about and schedule your evaluation. PIDentalCenter.com. Hugh, what do you think the people came down on today's poll? Should Sirianni have any say in the offense next season?
75% no.
Man, Hugh's on a generational run here of guessing these Twitter polls. 73% no, 27% yes.
People are due for a stinker soon then.
Yeah, I mean, next week's going to be a rough one. You could just feel that coming.
You know what this is? Just because this is still living fresh in our minds.
Yeah.
It's still fresh in our minds, man. And it's like when we talk about it, people still only hear what they want to hear.
Well, that's the way this always works.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where Coach Sirianni's like, no, they don't want to hear that because they want something new and fresh.
Well, they need to make the offense better. By hook or by crook. Yeah.
Are we sure that Hugh's not seeing these polls?
Well, I hadn't thought of that. But
come on, Kyle. You know I'm looking up. I'm looking up the polls.
You think I would never do that? No, I don't.
Well, you did pretend you didn't know we had a touch screen earlier. You've been here for 3 years.
I did not know we had. No, Joe. Hand to the man upstairs. I did not know I could touch that screen and change things.
So I want to believe you, but the person you hung up on was coming after your neck.
Right.
Oh, no.
I mean, it said it on the screen, told you so.
People come at my neck every day. That's nothing new.
I know, but you didn't.
You don't often get a chance to control it.
I didn't do it on purpose.
I just find it ironic it wasn't the, hey, Hugh's the smartest guy at WIP call.
How many times do we get those?
We don't.
We don't get those.
We don't get Giglio's.
And when they come through, I hang up.
We get the Hughes and Idiot and Giglio's in it. You guys are.
That gets you bumped up to the top.
It just matters what day it is. Yeah, you're right about that. All right, other Twitter poll today. Will the Phillies miss Ranger Suarez? Yes or no? 79% yes on the Ranger Suarez poll. Let's go back to the phones here. Ken and Cinnaminson. Hey, Ken.
Ken.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
Hey, Ken.
Pretty good.
So, first of all, on the JT thing real quick. JT had the highest WAR of any catcher in Major League Baseball last year. He had a WAR of 4 for the season. So, pretending that, he's just like, some throwaway guy, that if we lose him because we signed Bo Bichette, they'll just replace him with somebody else. I mean, this is a guy who Christopher Sanchez said last week in the Philadelphia Inquirer, we're basically nothing without him.
I saw that, Ken. That was a very strong quote from the guy that's their best pitcher right now.
So you can believe that that's just Christopher Sanchez trying to get his friend JT a contract extension, or you can believe it's a guy who was kind of an afterthought in a trade who is now a Cy Young contender because of the guy behind the plate calling games for him. So, I want Bo Bichette, but, I'm greedy and it's not my money. I want them both. And they don't get any closer to a World Series by losing JT Realmuto. They just don't.
Yeah, and I think before you go on, there's – and that's what Hugh and I were discussing. Like, there's an element to where I understand he's not a $20+ million player anymore, but they also can't – I think it's a lot to ask him to take a pay cut down to like $8 or $9 million. I mean, he is still an accomplished player. And like you said, it wasn't bad last year. He was still more than above average.
This is a team that's built to win with starting pitching, and you make your entire starting pitching staff worse if you just allow JT Realmuto to leave.
Yeah, they would.
So, but again, I'm not making those decisions. So the Eagles didn't win the Super Bowl, so we're back into the annual. Let's shove Nick Sirianni into a corner conversation because they didn't win the Super Bowl, because that's the way things go around here.
Yeah,
we don't win the Super Bowl, so Nick Sirianni's an absolute stooge. So the answer is, let's go hire one of these failed NFL head coaches who have accomplished exactly nothing in the NFL as head coaches, like Mike McDaniel or Brian Daboll. Brian Daboll never had an offense ranked higher than 25th in the league the entire time he was the head coach of the New York Giants. And Daniel Jones left and looked like an NFL quarterback after he left Brian Daboll. The only thing Brian Daboll has ever accomplished is he somehow managed to fall ass backwards into Josh Allen as his quarterback in Buffalo, and it made him look like he knew what he was doing. So this notion that we're going to take, from a historical perspective, one of the winningest head coaches in the history of this league for his 5-year tenure, and we're going to shove him back into the corner because we didn't win the Super Bowl. It's idiocy. It's idiocy to a level that I can't even comprehend. And I spent my life locking up idiots. So it's ridiculous. So look, if you're going to, and oh, by the way, so we're going to bring one of these failed head coaches in, and we're going to say, you now dictate to one of the winningest head coaches in the history of the league from a winning percentage standpoint. You now dictate what you're going to do to him because your resume doesn't even remotely compare to his resume here, where he's never missed the playoffs. He's been to 2 Super Bowls. He's won one of them because we didn't win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Ken, I wasn't on board with you as much with this conversation a couple years ago, but the one thing why I'm more towards your side of it now, that it's changed. They won a Super Bowl with Nick Sirianni, right? Like, to me, it's harder now than ever to say you're not part of this anymore. He's the head coach. He has a ring on his finger. I don't know how we just tell him he can't have any say on the offensive side of the football when he's an offensive guy. It doesn't make any sense.
You're required to believe that all of these wins, all of them, because I mean this is a historic run of winning for a head coach as his first-time head coach in the NFL. All of these wins are an accident. Like Nick Sirianni is incidental to the Eagles winning these football games. And then none of these other head coaches, Dan Campbell, these 6 other head coaches that were hired the same time Nick Sirianni was hired, who are no longer even head coaches in the NFL. Mike Tomlin, for the past 18 years, all of these guys couldn't luck into a Super Bowl in all that time, and somehow Nick Sirianni has lucked into getting to 2 and winning 1. And so the easiest thing to fall back on, which is what really cracks me up the most, is, oh, well, look at the roster. Yeah, because, Dan Campbell's really, really handicapped with a bunch of stiffs out there in Detroit, right? And Sean McVay, he's got nothing. He's winning with Pop Warner guys out there give me a break. There is not a good football team in the NFL that doesn't have good players. If you don't have good players, you know what you are? You're the Cleveland Browns. You suck. So this is preposterous. And I'm with Elliot. Like, if I'm Nick Sirianni, because there's 9 head coaching jobs open, and if I'm Nick Sirianni, I am at the height of my powers to tell Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman, if you're just going to shove me into a corner and tell me that I have to take orders from the guy with the capri pants who comes in here, who looks like he's in a boy band,
yeah,
like
you
a
can't,
K-pop band. You know what? There's 9 other head coaching jobs out there. I'll get a job in 2 weeks, and I'll pick the job I want. So,
it'd be wild if we got Ken. Good phone call, and Ken obviously a Sirianni guy. I expected that. I mean, this is how Doug's tenure ended here. I don't think this could happen with Sirianni today, but this is how Doug's tenure ended here, Hugh. They told him this is what you're doing with your staff, and he said no.
Well,
I don't think Nick's going to do that.
I don't think Nick's going to push back because, to Ken's point, he's on a historic run. But I also don't feel like we've made the conversations either or. Like, you're going to have to give up the offense and you're going to like it or I don't think it's going to work like that.
Now, we're having that discussion. That report is out there. Full autonomy means it's yours. Like that. So Josina Anderson may be wrong. Maybe she heard something wrong. Or that maybe the Eagles are presenting that to candidates.
Well, I think when I hear full autonomy, I feel like it's going to be his offense, but Coach Sirianni is going to have input in the offense.
All right, we got a lot to do. Final hour of the show. We're going to throw out some questions we'd like answered in this press conference coming up. We will carry it at 1:30. Your phone calls next, and what we want to hear answered by Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman coming up at 1:30 on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Eagles' 2025 season will tick away.
A disappointing end to a promising 2025 season.
Anytime you lose, you're frustrated.
Now, the noise gets louder.
Some notable Eagles are going to be gone.
Who comes in to repair an offense in disarray?
The chickens came home to roost.
How are we going to fix this thing?
How can they get Jalen Hurts back on the MVP track?
Everything was there in front of us. We just got to grow from it all.
Is A.J. Brown open to a trade?
Why aren't you catching the ball, A.J.? How are you not making these plays?
All the Eagles' offseason happenings happen here.
There aren't easy changes to be made.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
They can overcome this.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with 1-1 Sports. The 49ers and
Seahawks square off for the second time in 3 weeks, and I'm expecting this meeting to look much different from last time. I think Kyle Shanahan's offense can thrive on the road as long as Trent Williams plays. The all-world left tackle made a huge difference against Philly. He will do so again on Saturday. Seattle's defense can be burned through the air, and even without Kittle, I think the Niners can move it effectively. I'll take the points with San Francisco, and I like the over as well. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by February 11th and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts, even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Wing pull, wing pull, wing pull. Club Risque, where the tradition continues. Wing Pull 26, Friday, February 6th. Doors open at 8 a.m. Philly's largest wing eating contest. Thousands in cash prizes. Alexis, Texas, and madness all day. Club Risque Philly. ClubRisque.com.
Warm up your home this winter with a brand new roof from Home Genius Exteriors. Call now and get 50% off all roofing materials plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. And for a limited time, you can get free attic insulation. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-UR-GENIUS for your free, no obligation roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Hey, it's Ike Reese. Tackle your playoff menu with Dietz & Watson. Fire up that grill with perfectly smoked premium franks and sausages from Dietz & Watson. Game day parties are always better with condiments, freshly sliced meats, and artisan cheeses from Dietz & Watson. Don't forget about Dietz Nuts Meat Snacks for a high-protein snack on the go. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and game day grilling ideas. Dietz & Watson, it's a family thing.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free with no payments and no interest for 2 years. Visit windownation.com.
Gonna dig a hole in your backyard? Call 811. Don't be caught off guard, because PA1 Call's got your back to help locate those utilities stat.
Play it safe and do your part so no one in the neighborhood's house goes dark.
But if you don't, and there's an outage, you might have to deal with some screams and shouters, because ain't nothing worse when your toilet won't flush, your lights go out,
or when your pipes bust.
Yeah, your neighbors are gonna love you. Know what's below? Call 811 before you dig. Help us hit 50 and 5. More at PA1call.org.
This is Jared from Passarella's Pizzeria and Italian Kitchen in South Jersey. If you're looking for your new favorite meal to order on game day or any day, you have to try Passarella's. We deliver all around Morristown, Voorhees, and Haddonfield, and it's only possible with our partner, PDQ POS. Their system makes processing orders and managing deliveries as easy as it can be. If you're a business owner looking for a point-of-sale system, contact the experts at PDQ POS. Visit their website at pdqpos.com and tell them Jared sent you.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
John Harbaugh will become the next head coach of the New York Giants. The former Ravens coach and winner of the Super Bowl in 2012 is a serious upgrade at head coach for the Giants. With a talented defensive line, a young quarterback, and lots of weapons on offense, don't be surprised if the Giants add to the list of teams that go from worst to first from one year to the next. I'm Chris Black.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. Coming up at 1:30, the Nick Sirianni, Howie Roseman press conference. End-of-year press conference. This one obviously comes with the backdrop of moving off Kevin Patullo, so the offensive coordinator search has begun. All right, Hugh, let's think through some questions we want to hear answered here by Howie and or Nick. Like if Hugh Douglas, potential insider of the year, Hugh Douglas. I mean, if you happen to be there today, you had a microphone in your hand. First question, you get it. What do you ask?
Why you roll up on AJ like that, knowing that man crazy?
I wish you did get to go to the press conference.
Why you roll up on him like that? What made you think that was going to go the way that you thought it was going to go? That would probably be one of my first questions. Or maybe how did you think your quarterback played this year?
That's the one.
That's the one. But but the first one would probably be the AJ question.
Well, off of that, what's the real reason for the dialing back of the quarterback runs by about 50%?
Yeah, I almost wonder if, to me, I'd want to ask them multiple questions on it, right? Like, do you still think Jalen Hurts is an impact runner? And I'd imagine they would say yes, right? Okay, so why did you guys not use an impact runner to help your offense, which was stagnating? And to me, that would get an interesting response, because if they think he's an impact runner, so then we've eliminated that one, right? Because I'd imagine they would answer the question, yeah, of course we do. Okay, then did he not want to run anymore? Or did you not think he should? Because someone looks dumb here. I mean, if you think he can run and help the team and you didn't use him, so there's got to be a reason for that. So that's a good one. I also just want to hear, how do they think he played this year? How would you assess the play of Jalen Hurts this season?
Yeah, I mean because there's a lot to dissect when you talk about this situation, because there was a lot, everybody talks about Kevin Patullo being the problem. Mm-hmm. But there was an underlying undertone that Jalen was part of the issue too. He was more the issue than the offensive coordinator. The guys on the team alluded to that. Nobody ever came out and said it. And then this is where people got to use common sense. When they were asked about, the players were asked about Kevin Patullo, it was he's a good offense coordinator. They went to bat for him. And I know this doesn't mean a whole lot to a whole lot of people, but there wasn't a whole lot of folks that went to Jalen's defense, not like Jalen was under fire or anything, right. But when people were asked about the offense, they said, hey, Kevin Patullo's cool. It's not Kevin Patullo. So you leave yourself open to recklessly speculate about, okay, who is it then?
Well, okay, so then I think there's a couple different ways. Do they think the offensive personnel is still elite? Right? Was it mismanaged?
Saquon in particular, too.
Right. Because my eyes told me they didn't look the same this year. Now, was that because they were being put in poor positions by their coaches? They just have a bad year? Or it's almost like in baseball, the statistics are in front of us so we could see it, right? If Bryce Harper OPS goes from 1,000 to 800, that's what happened. Football, it's like we don't have that. We just have our eyes, and our eyes say they didn't move as fast, they didn't jump as high, they didn't run it, they weren't as good.
And the O-line, I mean, there's a couple things off of that. Like, one, were they maybe more injured or dealing with more injuries than
we actually knew.
Than we knew, right? Because they don't necessarily have to be on the injury report if it's wear and tear from going as deep as they did the season previous.
Right.
And do they expect Landon Lane to make full recoveries back to and Juergens too, if he's dealing with something, back to their old self?
Do you expect A.J. Brown to be an Eagle next season? I mean, I think that's a big one.
Yeah, that's a lot. There's a lot of questions that I think that they have to answer.
Another little thing that they need to clear up is Patullo back. Or are you waiting to see what?
They do have to clear that up. I don't know how they're going to answer that one. Maybe it's his call. Maybe he's been offered a spot on the staff, and it's his call if he wants to remain as part of the staff.
Yeah, I think it's more that. I think he's his boy. He wants to look out for him, but if he gets an opportunity somewhere else, he should probably take it. It's going to be hard. If just say the stories were true, when Kevin Patullo basically said that it wasn't his fault, and he told that to Ryan Fitzpatrick.
It's awkward. It's awkward.
Yeah, it is. It's awkward. That's a tough work environment to be in the building with the person that knowing what the intimate workings of the offense and everything. That's a tough spot to be in.
Man, now that we're here, they're flying into my head.
Questions?
Yeah, well, first, I guess a layup is, Howie, how would you assess the season that you had?
Well, I mean, if you
from the offseason through the deadline, all that.
Well, I mean, again, some of this was out of his control. I mean, right. But think about the impact of last year's draft versus this year's draft. This year's draft did not have any impact. I mean, now, I don't think Jahad Campbell is anything to be worried about, but he wasn't on the field for the second half of the year, right? He was below the depth chart of the other guys. Makuba got hurt. Who was the third-round pick this year? What am I missing?
The Vanilla Girl was fourth round?
Fourth round.
Yeah.
Who am I missing in the third round? Obviously, he didn't have much of an impact if it's not on top of my head.
Man, that's a good question.
Yeah, I can't think of it.
Okay. Well, I mean, we'll pull it up. But I'd be surprised if all three of us are missing an impact rookie. They didn't have.
They didn't draft in the third.
Okay, well that's why. Right. So, think about last year. A year ago, Cooper DeJean in the second round, Quinyon Mitchell in the first, and J.L.X. Hunt by the end was helping as a depth piece in the third round. So that is a good question, Howie. How did you assess your offseason? His draft provided very little.
Yep. Also, I mean, he probably won't answer this in a satisfactory way, but do you think it's feasible to be able to re-sign Davis, Carter, and still have money for the other guys that are going to need it coming up, and still be able to add in free agency?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, with that, are they ready to start paying the defensive players, and how do they manage the offense? I mean, it's
should fans brace themselves for another tough offseason where a lot of guys that we like got to go?
Oh, I mean, the Dallas Goedert question,
for cash.
Sure,
Yeah.
the Dallas Goedert one's going to be a big one. I mean, he just had what do you have when you add the playoffs in? He had 13 touchdowns.
Yeah,
that's a lot of touchdowns.
Remember Howie last year said you guys got to have patience. This is going to, people might be upset at first, but you got to let it. I wonder if we should be bracing ourselves for that type of offseason again.
Or is it the opposite? I mean, last time they lost in the first round, he went and got Saquon. I mean, he didn't sit on his hands and say, we're not going to get better. He went and got one of the best players in the sport. So we shall see. All right, 215-592-9494. Got one more?
Well, no, I don't think anyone's asked this. Was it a mistake to pay Saquon last year?
Nobody wants
last offseason.
He won't say yes, but I mean, deep down, I think he knows it was. He shouldn't have given more money. Mike in the Northeast. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Mike. What's up?
Hey, I mean, at today, what are we paying Nick Sirianni for? I feel as though everything falls on him. Everything falls on him, man. At the end of the day, he out coach. He don't every situation that he make, it don't work.
Every single one.
What?
So you want to fire Sirianni? Is that where we're at?
I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, we're going to have to fire him because eventually this is going to happen, right? Mm-hmm. If he don't have the correct pieces, he's going to get exposed eventually. The only reason why we're winning because of our talent and because of Howie Roseman. This is what everybody's not looking at. This is the only reason why we're winning. Like, I heard the other guy talk. He's saying, well, Brian Daboll this, Brian Daboll with Josh Allen. But we have the pieces. So when you got a certain amount of pieces, you are expected to win.
Well, yes. I mean, Mike, I agree with that. I mean, Sirianni can't walk around here and win 8 or 9 games and get away with it. I mean,
But he did take us to 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah, well,
too.
I mean, that's part of it. They
He
are.
didn't take us to 2 Super Bowls. Howie Roseman took us to 2 Super Bowls. That's what everybody's not looking at.
I don't understand. I don't remember Howie ever coaching any team. I understand how he makes.
But I remember Howie bringing in Vic Fangio.
Mm-hmm.
I remember Howie bringing in Kellen Moore.
Yeah, but
who did Sirianni bring in?
He grocery shop. I'm pretty sure Nick Sirianni has some saying who they drafted or whatnot. I mean, he's not. I mean, I think
I'm sure
I think
he had
it's
saying Kellen Moore.
I think it's kind of foolish to think that Nick Sirianni just sits here and just coaches the team and not have a say in everything that goes on with this team.
If people have their way next year, he won't even get to coach the team.
Yeah,
also,
basically.
I think he had a say in Fangio coming too, considering the first defensive coordinator he hired was like a disciple of.
Yeah, I'm sure he had.
Like, that's the philosophy he wanted as a defense.
My good phone call. Look, it's like remember we did the pie of blame the other day. I don't give the biggest portion of credit to Nick Sirianni. I mean, his overall point, I'm on board with that. Right? I think it's more of a Howie thing than it is a Nick thing. But I also, it would be unfair if I sit here and say 0% goes to Nick Sirianni. Right? Like that doesn't.
I mean,
that doesn't feel fair.
He brought this thing together because, and I look at it like this. I know a lot of people put a lot of stock into the actual play caller, but Nick had his say in the way that this team responded to that game against Cleveland when it looked like they were about to lose, and he got this team going in the right direction.
Even the day he buzzed his hair?
Yeah. I think he had a lot to say that. And then it's hard to get to the Super Bowl, man. He did it twice. I hear what everybody's saying, and I know how everybody feels, but I think it's kind of foolish to just say he was Barry Switzer in this situation.
Now, that all being said, I do think the Eagles now lie in the same kind of world as the Dodgers or the Ohio State.
You're talking about the talent, anybody can coach the talent that they have.
I just mean like good isn't good enough, right?
Yeah.
So like,
no, they definitely lie there.
Yeah, so like I'm not saying, and I don't think most people are saying Sirianni should be fired. That feels a little over the top. But like next year, if they go out in the first round, I don't think that's a crazy conversation. If they have a team that we think is still in the top 5-ish of overall talent in the league, that won't be acceptable. I mean, isn't that kind of the part of the gig when you coach the Eagles now? They're this talented.
Yeah, it's the standard.
The standard rises.
It's the standard. And I think that's what people don't really get. And it's weird because we're Eagles fans, right? But the first thing that you hear somebody say, but we won the Super Bowl. Yeah, that was like a year ago. There's going to be a new Super Bowl champion this year.
Oh, you want to give him a pass?
No, I'm not giving anybody a pass. I'm just saying, but that's what people say. When we talk about where the Eagles are going moving forward, and we talk about whoever did what, people's go-to is, well, we won the Super Bowl. Well, okay, yeah, we won one. We got 2. Aren't we trying to win multiple?
Yeah,
wasn't that the message?
Try to go back
at the beginning of the year, going back to back, right?
And it proved to be hard.
And it didn't happen. So now we're sitting here. Like, here's the thing that kind of blows my mind. We're sitting here. We know Kevin Patullo was a part of the problem. We know the offensive line was a part of the problem. But we get all up in our feelings when we say that Jalen could have been a part of the problem. I don't understand that.
Well,
Help me understand
it.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Well, because people just put their head in the sand. Tyler in Delaware is up. Hey, Tyler.
Hey, good afternoon, Joe, Hugh, and Kyle.
What up,
Tyler? What's up, buddy?
Hey, Joe, when you guys were doing the head coaches OC bracket, I needed that March Madness music because, man, if you win Insider of the Year, and then we got all these new entrants for the bracket at Hughes, it's going to be an exciting spring.
I did do really one shining moment.
Yeah, it will be. I can't wait for the bracket of Hughes. I mean, really, this Eagles offseason is just a bridge to get us to the bracket of Hughes.
Yes, well, hopefully you guys do some 6, 6, and 11 first 4.
Oh, you want us to do first 4 matchups? Well, we have enough.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got you. Like the lower seeds,
The lower
like the
seeds.
sacrificial
Well,
lambs,
the play-ins.
the play-ins.
Yeah, when the committee gets together, we will create the bracket. It's going to be great.
Awesome. Well, hey, Joe, I've been on hold. I want to comment on Suarez first. I'm so happy that he did not sign with the New York Mets.
Oh, me too. That is the silver lining.
That's the consensus for everybody.
The biggest silver lining is if we have to see Ranger Suarez pitch in a playoff game, it will have meant that the Red Sox and Phillies both got to the World Series.
And you know what? Before you go on, it's not
a
a crazy World Series in October. I could see if the Phillies, finish this offseason strong, I could see a Phillies Red Sox World Series. That could happen.
Yeah, and the fact that would be a lot of drama and a lot of big names if Bichette pans out, but we're going to be patient, wait and see. I'm going to let those above my pay grade handle that. But, so that's one positive. When it comes to the Eagles, I am in the camp of having an OC who actually, it can be their offense, I do think is important because that audio that you guys played of Robert Saleh talking about what the Eagles did 3 seasons ago. Typically, if you have an offense that is hard to predict from season to season, you see the teams that end up getting to the championship game year in and year out. What the 49ers have done in getting to at least the championship game every year they've made the postseason, that is an indication that what they're doing on the offensive side of the ball is unique. It is different. Teams can't always predict and scheme that this is exactly what they are going to run. So you want to have somebody that comes in here almost to complement what Nick Sirianni brings to the table as a CEO head coach. I'm sure he has good ideas and good plays, but the proof is in the pudding. You were so vanilla that when you're sitting at home on your couch and you can predict, they're going to line up in this formation or this set, and they either run the ball or they throw the ball 2 or 3 yards behind the line to gain, that you're not being different. You're not being creative enough to be throwing other DCs on the opposite side of the field off into what kind of offense is creative with the guys that you have, because you have to play to the guys' strengths. How do you look at what the 49ers just did with backups on the offensive side of the ball and guys who were the second or third or fourth option on other teams and actually run a competent offense?
I know. I mean, Tyler, I'll be honest. I was jealous. I was jealous watching the Niners offense on Sunday. Tyler, we appreciate the phone call. I mean, guys were open, and guys, those wide receivers. I mean, not to disparage, Jennings is pretty good, but like Demarcus Robinson, come on. I mean, like these guys they're not high level players at this stage of their career in the NFL, and they were open. So yeah, I mean that's why Shanahan is as good as he is, and we know that we don't have that, so we got to win with talent, and we need better on the offensive side. That is clear, and we're going to start getting some of those answers about how they might go about that search. All right, coming up on the other side, we will have for you in its entirety the end-of-season Eagles press conference. Nick Sirianni, Howie Roseman will speak coming up in just a little bit. We'll have it for you on the other side right here, as always, on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This is the time of year everybody talking about fresh starts. That's why Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins and pork loin fillets are my weekly game plan go-to. They're preseasoned, packed with protein, and oven-ready in about 35 minutes, so it's no stress and no guesswork. From savory brown sugar to Texas Smokehouse, Tuscan herb, or honey garlic teriyaki, these flavors turn busy nights into easy wins. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and where to buy. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
It's time to cut your old point-of-sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Day and night, PGW puts our energy into keeping you safe at home. PGW's 24/7 safety monitoring, infrastructure upgrades, and industry expertise help to deliver the essential energy you rely on and trust. And every mile of infrastructure we upgrade keeps energy delivery in Philadelphia more clean and more affordable. When you see us in your neighborhood, we're working harder than ever to stay on schedule and continue the work of keeping you safe at home. Remember, natural gas smells on purpose. Smell us? Tell us. PGW.
You know, fellas, chicks dig confidence.
How in the world do you know what chicks dig?
Are you kidding me, Jack? How would you know? You've been with the same girl since middle school.
Confidence goes a long way, and confidence in the bedroom, that goes the longest way.
And nothing's going to make you more confident than Blue Chew.
Blue Chew makes chewable tablets that get you performing like an all-star in the bedroom. And because you know you'll perform, you'll be more confident.
And like we said, the more confident you are, the more likely you're going to need one of those chewables.
And you don't even need to make a doctor's appointment or wait in line at the pharmacy to get it.
That's right. And for the first month, you don't even need to pay. Just go to BlueChew.com, use code 94 at checkout, and your first month is free. All you do is pay for the shipping, and they'll take care of everything else on the website.
And then they ship your tablets in a discreet
and hard
package.
That's my line.
Hold up. Go to BlueChew.com, use code 94 at checkout, and then you can chew it and do it.
Score the winning touchdown at Borgata during the $700,000 home field hangout drawing. Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners to get $25,000 to create your dream home theater. Drawings every Saturday, grand prize drawing January 31st. Score big during home field hangout, only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there is no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every door and window you buy. That's right. Get 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. This offer is for a limited time only, so you have to act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, then call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smarter with high-tech features and excellent reliability. It's time for intelligent design, plus exciting performance. Get a new vehicle you'll love. Check out the Honda Civic, Accord, or HR-V.
Contact your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured on the job, we mean it. But if you should suffer a work injury, we'll work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever. And we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one.
As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
John Harbaugh will become the next head coach of the New York Giants. The former Ravens coach and winner of the Super Bowl in 2012 is a serious upgrade at head coach for the Giants. With a talented defensive line, a young quarterback, and lots of weapons on offense, don't be surprised if the Giants add to the list of teams that go from worst to first from one year to the next. I'm Chris Black.
Now you can listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on the iHeartRadio app.
Cool.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. Coming up momentarily, the Eagles' end-of-season press conference. Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni will be answering questions. We'll carry it live in its entirety right here on WIP, leading into the afternoon show. So those guys will be on, I'm assuming, when the press conference is over. These always last a different amount of time. We'll see how long this one lasts today, but we'll have the whole thing for you coming up in just a few minutes here with Howie and Nick, and a lot as we head into an offseason of change, new offensive coordinator. Do you think Howie and Nick listened to our segment earlier, Hugh, when we went through the bracket and picked their next coordinator?
Nope.
It would make it easier for them.
I'm pretty sure somebody did, but not those two.
Okay. I'm just saying, if they want to make this thing easy, just follow our picks, just interview those people, and just get this done easy.
No.
Okay. Let's go to Andy in Westchester, who's up on WIP. Andy.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Andy. What's up? All right, let's put Andy back on hold. The phone has got a little issue. Violet in Virginia is up next on WIP. Hey, Violet.
Hey guys, how are you?
Hey,
good. Violet, what's up?
Oh gosh, I'm still reeling from this loss. I think everything that's been said, and gosh, I just don't know where to go with this. I think this all starts from the top. And I said this on the morning show a couple days ago, and they all thought I was nuts. But I think everything got masked by the fact that we have been competitive for the last few years. And yes, we went to 2 Super Bowls and won one. But the fact is the offense never really changed. I mean, we had problems with the passing game the last several years. And to me, I think everybody shares part of the blame. I don't think it's just on one person. Do I think Petula should have gone? I mean, I don't really know. I don't know what to believe anymore. And as far as Jalen goes, I love Jalen. But to me, he played his best game in that first Super Bowl. That was the best Jalen I have ever seen on all levels. And I don't care that he fumbled the ball because he way made up for it in that game. So to blame just Jalen, I don't know. I mean, I feel like he sort of regressed, but is that coaching or is that the people around him? It just feels like the whole team just kind of had a lackluster this year.
I agree. It felt like they were kind of in the days. And Violet, I agree with you on his peak. I think his peak was 2022, but it obviously doesn't mean he hasn't played good football since then. He has. He's had plenty of moments post then. But I agree. But the hard part is I don't think any of us know the truth on that. Is it the coach's fault? Is he just declining? That happens to athletes all the time. Or is it a combination? I mean, the Eagles are going to tell us what they think, right? Because we are getting close to where he's going to want a new contract. And if they think it's just the coaching that held him back, they're going to give him a new contract and they're going to keep trying to win football games with him. But Hugh, if they think he is declining or they don't believe in his future, then they're not going to pay him anymore.
Yeah, this is something that we're going to find out in offseason. Two things are going to tell me that. The offensive coordinator in his press conference, and if Jalen decides to ask for more money, how are they going to handle that situation?
Yep.
Well, and like I said, as far as Sirianni being able to choose whoever he wanted, that to me speaks volumes that it comes from the top. I mean, somebody, and Howie, Jeff Lurie. I mean, he's the owner. I mean, come on, are you gonna tell me you're just gonna freaking let this guy just handpick whoever the frick he wants with no freaking experience? Ooh. I mean, I've looked at his past, this Patullo guy, and I'm not saying it's all his fault, but it that's why I say it really starts. All of this starts from the top. There's things that should have been nipped in the butt. The whole AJ thing. I love AJ. But he played half-heartedly. You look at Josh Allen, the way he played this past weekend, he freaking laid it on the line because he knew it was do or die.
Violet, I felt that with Allen. Jason Avant was in with us yesterday, and he pointed out he felt that watched the Niners. Violet, good phone call, passionate phone call.
Passionate.
Reminded me a lot of Seltzer.
Yeah. And he slept Seltzer. Violet didn't. Violet's a pro.
Leading up to the F-bombs.
But I agree with her. I mean, you never want to think a team or a group or a player or whoever didn't want it as much. But, I mean, Hugh, Jason pointed out watching the film, he thought the Niners just were playing at a different intensity level. Violet just pointed out Josh Allen.
Want to. You
deep
saw
down,
a little bit more
I did
want
wonder,
to.
like, I don't know what the right word is. Is satisfied the word? I mean, they're coming off a Super Bowl. Complacent. That's a perfect word. Like,
complacent. Arrogant, complacent.
Right.
I think all of these words apply because there was all speculation about that all season long. You know, when you talk about why isn't Saquon running the way that he used to? You know, it's one of those things, man, where this is all fixable. You know, and the unfortunate thing for us as fans is that we're not playing this weekend, but it gives these guys something to think about, and it gives you a chance to refocus.
Some of it, too, is natural. This is why we say, half jokingly but half true, it's hard to repeat, right? Like, I think it's just natural in athletes. It's like, if you felt the same way watching Josh Allen try to will his team to a win, or Brock Purdy, they haven't won anything yet, those guys, right? Like, especially Allen. He hasn't even got to a Super Bowl. So, like, maybe he just does a different sense of urgency than this group of Eagles had coming off a Super Bowl. I think this happens all the time in sports. Hugh, it's why repeat winners at any level, it's rare.
Hard to do, man. It's hard to do for whatever reason. And we're sitting here, and this is the situation where we're just trying to figure out what happened. And nobody's wrong in the way that they assess this. Nobody's wrong because everybody had a hand to play in the demise of this Eagles season. Everybody had it, you know. And now
I thought
how
it was
we
all
started
Kevin Patullo's fault.
Well, he was the sacrificial lamb. He was the easiest piece to replace immediately. Now you have to go. You got to do a deep dive in what they call it an autopsy or a biopsy, however you want to talk about it.
Autopsy.
And,
they're dead.
They're dead. They died.
Yeah, and that you want to try to figure out what the problem is.
Mm-hmm. All right, Andy in Westchester's, I think, got himself ready to go. What's up, Andy?
It's all squared away. So, or as in Jack said the other day, a vasectomy. They want to do a vasectomy on the team.
I don't think that's the proper word, but we'll let it go.
I mean, we have struggled kind of sometimes with that stuff.
We struggle with vasectomies.
Yeah, we struggle with certain words.
Okay,
not vasectomies. We don't.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I'm at a
move on.
Go ahead, Andy.
I'm at a point where I'm just trying to be honest with myself. I mean, if I look back at the last 3 years since the 22 season, which was amazing, the regular season, I mean, it's been boring, and I'm being selfish, but I'm tired. I'm tired of this. Outside of Saquon Barkley 2 years ago, or last year, I should say, they have just looked like a steaming pile of crap, and three people are responsible. It's in my mind, it's the head coach, it's Jalen, and they share it with Patullo, and unfortunately, Patullo's low man on the totem pole. I look at I was thinking about it when people were talking about it. I don't blame him wholly. I mean, like I said. But there was a Simpsons episode where Nelson has a poster on the wall that says "Nuke the whales," and somebody questions why he wants to nuke the whales. He says, "Got to nuke something." So that was Patullo.
That was. Someone had to go.
But I think, and I'm going back to what I feel about this is I don't know who to believe. You know, what's coming out of the locker room. If Jalen is the problem, as people seem to be saying in the locker room. If he's not the problem, that's why I want McDaniel specifically in here. We're putting this in. Can you play? If not, then it's time to move on. In my opinion, I haven't felt that way for years. It's constantly being hoping, waiting, and I'm tired of waiting. I want to have fun.
Well, Andy, there's a lot to unpack there, and good phone call. I do think that's got to resonate, that fan, right? The fan we just heard from with Jeff Lurie. I mean, ultimately, winning is number one. But I don't think it's good for an owner, like when people are saying about the product, it's not fun to watch, right? Like no owner wants that.
No, and you want it to be fun, man. I mean, football, when I think of the times that I played, man, it was always fun. Even when you lost, you learned a lesson from that, but it was always fun. And if fans are feeling like that's a problem.
I mean, how many games this year were fun?
You're talking about style.
Just like fun.
I get it.
Not many,
but
even the wins.
Yeah, I get it. But there was a lot of trepidation. There was a lot of, when you're watching, you're like, man, ooh, that was a rough one. That was an ugly game, but we won.
Yeah.
There was a lot of times this year we said, hey, that was an ugly game, but hey, win is a win.
Yeah.
There was a lot of that.
You got to sprinkle in a couple that make people fun. They enjoy it. And I guess there were a couple of blowouts, but they were against such bad teams that no one really took anything away from it. Like, you beat the Raiders 31-0. Wonderful. No one cared because the game it was so lopsided. The games they played against other comparable teams, most of them were hard watches. I mean, let's be real about it. Craig in Wilmington. What's up, Craig?
Yeah, I think we're missing the elephant in the room, really.
Mm-hmm. What is
I think the problem really is that we're lacking leadership in this organization. I know that talent can win us games. Talent can even win a Super Bowl. We get that. But I think all of us are looking for some type of sustained success in the organization. And we're not going to get that because we don't have the leadership that we need in this on our team.
Well, you mean coaching, or do you mean coaching, or like the front office, like Howie?
Well, it starts with Howie, I think, because I don't think Sirianni should have been hired as the head coach.
We didn't win all the way left, did we? We didn't win all the way left.
No, I'm gonna explain. Let me explain.
No, you got. I'm just. No, my bad, dog. My bad.
Yeah, let me just explain. I'm just saying. I'm not saying he's not a good guy. I'm not even saying he's not a good coach. But what this team needs is a leader. I mean, let's talk about like examples like Andy Reid. He's had sustained success.
Didn't win here though.
But I mean, he's a great coach.
Yeah, he's a great coach. Didn't win here though. Didn't win here though.
I get that, but I get
ripping
that.
No, I'm not ripping him, but I'm
headline: Andy didn't win in Philadelphia.
My bad, Mike. I didn't. I'm gonna let you talk, but I apologize.
We're sorry, Craig.
Yeah. No, that was Craig. I thought it was Mike. You good? I'm sorry.
No, the point I'm trying to make is he's had sustained success at the level of head coach. Yes, he did not win a Super Bowl here, but he has gotten us to the Super Bowl, and he's also gotten us to the edge of the Super Bowl on numbers of occasions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Andy's better than Nick. I'm with you.
Yeah, but it's just that. I mean, I'm not talking about him as I'm just talking about having sustained success. We can't have it with just somebody who the guys like because he hangs out with us. We need a leader in that position. We're not going. He hired his friend not because of the success he's had. He's hired him because that's his buddy. He wasn't ready for that position, the OC position. We all know that.
Well, they obviously didn't know that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done it.
Yeah, no, that's not true.
You think they knew he was going to stink?
Who?
Patullo.
I didn't say they knew he was going to stink, but I'm saying they were hopeful. They didn't know. They knew that he didn't have the track record to be successul at that level.
Yeah, well, he certainly did not. I mean, Craig, we appreciate the phone call. He certainly did not have a track record of being a play caller. I do think we've kind of missed the details a little bit. They were coming off a Super Bowl, right? So think about the Eagles are starting to move right now. What's today's date? The 15th of January on a new coordinator. Last year they got a move on this thing after the Super Bowl. It's hard to replace coordinators post Super Bowl because
they sped up the process this time.
Well, the good ones are hired.
At that point, they're every team's filling head coaching positions, and then they're filling their OC positions.
Yeah.
Like, you're behind everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that both times they ended up with the wrong coordinators. It was coming off of trips to the Super Bowl. Like, it seems like more of a product of the schedule than they just are dumb. I mean, I think if they could go back in time and everyone's available, I don't think they picked Kevin Petullo, but they didn't. Now, that's not to take them off the hook. I don't think they had a good enough search last year. They probably could have done better than Kevin Petullo. Now that we've gone through this, I think we'd all probably agree with that. But let's not forget, they didn't look at all these Daboll, McDaniel people that are out there now and turn them down last year for Petullo. That's not really what happened. Bruce at DC's up. What's up, Bruce?
Bruce.
Kyle, Joe, you and the crew, what's going on?
Bruce.
Hey, what's going on?
What's that?
Hey.
Oh,
you.
yeah. Can you, would you apologize to Bruce, please?
Bruce, I hung up on you earlier, dog. I didn't know that I could. I can. So I can pause them too, then, huh?
You sure could. That's
I'm not
putting him back
pause.
on hold.
But
yeah.
that's okay. Now I know, because when people start talking crazy, I'm just going to put them on pause.
Yeah, I wish you didn't find this out.
I didn't know, Bruce. My fault, but dog. I hung up the phone.
No, it's all good. I think you just created. Hey, look, because you died on that hill, just like in Fartgate. So I think we
we know you will die on a hill. Yeah.
Hey, look, we created a new category for Hughes. Low tech Hugh.
You know they're gonna take that and run with it. They're about to take that. And run with
you know what? I do like low. It's not quite low T. Low T with Tom Kelly, but I like low tech Q. Yep.
Yeah.
So when Tom fills in for me, it's low T and low tech.
Yeah, low T and low tech sound about right. That is funny.
But anyway, so getting on to this thing about Sirianni, I think whoever they bring on or they decide to bring on. He's going to have. I think his philosophy of, and I would just say one category with emphasis on, on limiting maybe the turnovers or something along those lines or wherever. Try to mesh that in with the overall strategy. But his thumbprint. Here's the thing about Sirianni: when he's had successful OCs. He really wasn't involved unless it was strategic game plans decisions on going using the tush push or something along those lines. I think that whoever comes in, they need to do two things. Number one, because the problem is not just on Sirianni.
Bruce, is that the ice cream man behind you? Is that the ice cream?
I was about to ask that. I was like,
is that the ice cream man?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, those are wind chimes. I'm outside. I'm outside with the dog.
That's cool. I mean, either way, it's fine. I was just wondering what you were going to get from the ice cream truck. Yeah. When's the last time you got ice cream from the ice cream truck?
I try to stay away from that.
I like the ice cream trucks anyway.
I mean, who doesn't?
But anyway, but I'm thinking, that they're going to have to. I think his input is going to be very limited, especially if the game plan is working. But see, for this thing to really work, to me, it's not going to matter who the OC is, but the OC is going to have to do the number one thing is that they're going to have to get Jalen to elevate his game. He doesn't do anything for 5-6 years on throwing timing patterns. He's not really good at throwing I'm going to say screen plays and then just looking up the middle. I think in order for this thing to work, Jalen the OC is going to have to impose his will on Jalen to work on those skill sets.
Sounds diabolical.
No, but it's the truth because if the running game isn't working, then what are you left with? You're left with
not this year. You were left with nothing. Yeah, without the run game, they're in 2nd and 9 all the time. They can't get out of it. Bruce, good phone call. Diabolical. Bruce is trying to score points.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Impose his will.
Impose his will sounds like, hey, you're going to do what I say and you're going to like it. That's crazy.
All right, let's all relax. Frank and Galloway. What's up, Frank?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey,
What's
Frank.
Up, man?
Couple things. One on the coaching selection. I think you got to give Nick some, at least, respect and some input on the situation. Also, everyone talks about how his philosophy and Jalen's philosophy is the 3 and outs. Is protecting the ball.
This year it might have been 3 and outs. That certainly felt like their philosophy.
That's what I was going to bring up. Is I ChatGPT this against the best offenses and the most talented teams in 2000. Yeah.
No, hold on.
Can't
Frank,
argue
you
with
missed
that.
it. We
Can't
banned
argue
AI
that.
on the show.
Yeah, we had a lot of problems with AI last week. But tell me what AI told you. What ChatGPT say?
They're one of a kind, basically, with the talent they had and the amount of being at the top of the league at 3 and outs. I mean, that's a turnover. They are nice turn. It's a nice way to turn the ball over. I mean,
Frank, you were right. I mean, I think that got lost in the turnover discussion this year. That the 3 and outs were effectively turnovers.
I tried to bring that up.
Yeah,
by the way.
you did. You did.
Same thing.
Yeah, but I mean, it's true. I mean, when you're giving the ball back in 3 plays, you might as well be throwing a bomb down the field that's intercepted.
It's basically it's Jalen's way of saying, I'm not going to throw it to you, but, we're just going to punt it to you. I mean,
well, that's why, and Frank, to that point, and I know no one ever wants to turn over in any spot, but like, sometimes you got to make a play, right? We just didn't make enough plays, and yeah, we had less turnovers than a lot of teams, but also not enough plays. There's got to be a balance. It's almost the turnover thing. Almost to me became almost like strikeouts in baseball. Like nobody likes strikeouts, right? Like we all acknowledge that they're not good. They don't help you at all offensively. But does anyone care, Kyle Schwarber? I mean, does anyone remember now how many times he struck out last year? Probably 180 times. Nobody cares. He had 56 home runs. Like the Eagles' offense had a lot of strikeouts and no home runs. I mean, you can't have that. So I would have taken more strikeouts if we're calling those turnovers for some more home runs, which are big plays.
Totally agree.
Yeah, I mean, if they were one of the highest scoring teams in the league, then the turnover numbers at the end of the year wouldn't matter as much.
We were going back and forth, and the Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman press conference coming up momentarily here. We were going back and forth about potential questions. One I think is interesting off the whole year of all the turnover talk, right? And the philosophy talk is they won the turnover battle, Hugh, in the playoff game, and they lost. That to me
2 turnovers,
felt a little eye-opening. Like Purdy picked threw 2 picks.
And he kept throwing.
And he still outplayed the Eagles quarterback. Outproduced, right? More points, all out, So have we gone
what
too
matters
far
the
with
most
that?
is scoring more than the other team is what you're saying.
That usually is how these games work.
Did any?
Yeah, that's
It's almost like we tried to reverse engineer wins. Just don't turn over, and then we can't lose. Well, we did. We didn't do that. We still lost anyway. So that was the end of that. What do we think Nick and Howie are doing?
Dude.
Oh, they said forget y'all. We gonna go to this when we get ready.
We were prepared for 2:00, and then they told us 1:30.
They moved it to 1:30. It's 1:47.
I wonder if it could.
You think they're in there swinging on each other?
Middle?
No,
Hugh, dude.
Okay, why are they late?
This is why you get phone calls
Okay,
from
why-
people like
why-
Kristen.
why are they late?
Well, okay, they were late 2 years ago. Well, they were 9 days late 2 years ago, but they were.
Maybe the message changed.
Well, but I think last time didn't they do a contract with Vic Fangio before they got to the podium? Like they had business to take care of, basically. I wonder if we get some sort of
monitoring breaking news.
Yeah, notification they got some business. I mean, I don't know what the business would be unless they somehow got to the offensive coordinator search already.
No, just should have kept it at 2.
Well, at this rate,
that's
that's where we're going to get to. We're going to get there at 2:00.
So annoying.
Yeah, that's kind of bad.
I actually have a theory on this. Hugh, I think they are unpacking our 12:00 segment where we're going over the bracket of offensive coordinators.
Somebody just must have sent it to him.
Yeah, I think they sent it over and said,
What are they talking about?
Hugh and Joe said Stefanski, so that's got to be the guy.
Yeah, it's something. But that's or maybe they fighting. Maybe they swinging at each other.
You gotta stop.
What you mean?
You have to stop.
Okay, with the worst case scenario. Okay, I'll stop with that.
Why would they be fighting?
I don't know. Why are they late? And they move the press conference up. Why
They're
all of a
late
sudden?
every single time.
But why you move it up
time.
and then push it back?
I don't know.
Yeah, they fight.
That's what they do.
Your guess is as good as mine. What's that? What's the
here they go.
Here we go. Here we go. Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman.
How about it?
Hey, Nick, as things were going poorly on offense as the season went on, why not make a change at offensive coordinator, play caller during the season?
Yeah, we did some different things as we continued to go through. Like I told you guys, I did more, got involved more. At the end of the day, I did what I thought was best for the football team. And, we didn't reach our goals, so obviously it didn't work out. But that's why, again, we did what we thought was best for the team.
Why'd you remove Kevin from offensive coordinator?
Yeah, again, I think it's important that we continue to evolve as an offense and that we, go out and do what's best for this football team. And again, everything that I do and every decision I have to make, I have to do that with what's in mind, with just like Howie does, just like Mr. Lurie does, with the intent of being the best thing for the football team. And at this particular point, I love Kevin and everything that he has provided to this coaching staff for his 5 years here. Big reason why we've won a lot of football games. But at this particular point, I just felt like that's what I needed to do to be the best thing for the football team.
As you look for a new OC, what are the criteria for that position, and how do you want the setup to be with the coaching staff?
Yeah, again, you're looking to you're looking to continue to evolve as an offense, and I'm looking to bring in the guy that's going to best help us do that. And there are, I think that there are many different ways to be successful on offense, and everybody has different styles, everybody has different players, and there's many different ways to be successful. Like I said, I think you start to get into situations when you're certain, like this is the only thing that makes you successful at offense, and that's just not the case, right? There's a lot of different things and there's a lot of different ways to do it, and that's not only as an offensive coordinator, but a defensive coordinator, a wide receiver coach, a defensive line coach, a head coach. There's a lot of different ways to do it, and again, it's about going out and finding the guy that best fits us, and looking forward to that interview process and being able to go through some really good candidates. And, I'm looking forward to that.
Now, as you look for a defensive coordinator, how important is it to have...
I'm looking. Go ahead.
Nick, is the expectation that you'll be just as involved with the offense as you have in the past with the collaborative approach, or is this coordinator going to run the offense and you'll focus on?
Yeah, I think that's really, that's way early. Those decisions don't have to be made until, for a long time. And there's always, as the head coach, you always have to be oversight of everything. And again, this year, obviously, I got involved more in the offense as the end of the season came, but because that's what I needed to do as the head football coach there. And so, again, many different ways to do it. I know that I want to be the head football coach, and I think that that's what the team needs. Again, everything I'm doing is not about what I want to do or anything like that. It's what I think is best for the football team. And, I think it's best for the football team when I'm the head football coach, and being able to give my expertise on, whatever it may be, tackling, taking the ball away, protecting the football, anything on off. It could be anything, special teams. So, again, you have to be so intertwined as the leader of an organization. You have to be so intertwined with every different thing. And so, we'll see where all that goes, as far as that goes. But, we've had a lot of success, doing it different. Again, it's never like this is the certain thing you have to do. And it's like there's a lot of different ways to do it, and different times of the season and different times of the year call for different things. And so we'll see how that plays out. But that's not something that's, that's not where we're not there yet as far as that goes.
Howie, I was going to ask you, as far as an offensive coordinator, as you're looking for one, does it matter? Would you like someone to stay here longer than 1 year? Is that taken into account? And will he be given maybe the freedom to build his own staff?
It's a great compliment when guys get head coaching jobs from here, because it means we're having tremendous success. So, as much as you'd like to have continuity and like to have guys here for a long period of time, we want to win. We have an urgency to win right now. And if that comes with the ramifications that we lose good people because they've earned head coaching jobs, we'll live with that.
Nick, as far as building the staff, will he be given the freedom to bring in his people to work on staff with him?
Yeah, again, that's, we'll see where that is. And, to say what, to answer that question, like you'd have to know exactly who you're hiring exactly right now and who he has and what they have. Again, we'll get to all that. Our job right now and our thought process right now is to get the best candidate possible, cast a wide net there, and interview some of these great candidates that are out there, and find the best guy that fits the Philadelphia Eagles.
And I would say this, I just would say, with Coach, I got a lot of things that I'd like to say about Coach and the job that he's done here. I'm incredibly proud of him. But, he's shown that when we bring people in that he's open to doing whatever's best for this football team. And That's all he cares about is winning. And so anything that he's answering here obviously is dependent on who we bring in. But when he's brought in people, he's given them the flexibility to put their own spin on things. And obviously, I sit here and I feel incredibly grateful that I'm working with someone who, as a head coach, is elite at being a head coach, elite at building connection with our team, elite about talking about fundamentals, game management, situational awareness, bringing the team together, holding people accountable. And when you're looking for a head coach, those are really the job descriptions. And as you're building out a coaching staff, you're talking about being able to do that, being able to have elite play callers on both sides of the ball. And when you think about how hard it is to find those three things and that we have one, I mean, we're starting with a huge advantage. So I think that puts us in a great spot.
As far as Kevin goes, because of the statement, there was some thought that he might remain in the organization in a different role. Is that possible?
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. I know Kevin's going to have other opportunities, and obviously always want what's best for Kevin and for his family, and so we'll see how that plays out.
This question is for both Howie and Nick. What role do you guys see that Jalen Hurts had in the offensive regression this year?
Again, when you talk about I think what I felt throughout the year was there was a lot of questions on Kevin, and like I've said to you guys, like we all had a hand in our offense this year, good, bad, you name it. We all had a hand in it, and that's every coach, every player, myself obviously at the front of that list. But again, I love Jalen Hurts. I love everything that he brings to the table. Every time you step on the field, you feel very confident you can win any game that you're going to play when you have him as your quarterback, and he's shown that to this organization, to myself, to Howie, to the city, that he's a winner, and he is able to do many different things at a very high level. But again, anything that whether it was winning the games or whether it was us not playing up to our performance on offense, we all have our hands in that, and that's what again I love about this team. Everyone's looking at themselves first and foremost to say, what could I have done better in this scenario? And that's why I love these players that Howie's brought in. You feel that's why we have the connection that we do, is that everybody is saying, man, if I would have done this or if I would have done that. You do that after game, you do that after your reflection of the year. And again, you in this great team sport, you win as a team, you lose as a team. And yeah.
Howie, how did you view the quarterback play this year?
Yeah, we all got to look at ourselves and what we could do better. I think, it's a disappointing season. We sit here and want to be playing right now, and I think for that, getting a chance to really go back and reflect. Sometimes when you're in the middle of the season, you're week to week, and you're kind of going through and what happened last week and what are you doing this week. And so I think what Coach has said, we have won a lot of games with Jalen as our quarterback. We've won a world championship with him as an MVP in that game. And so I think, obviously, he's done a tremendous job as our starting quarterback.
AJ expressed the happiness throughout the season.
Sometimes I feel like we need like a deli counter and just like pick numbers and go from here.
If it makes sense, are you open to trading him, or is that just a non-starter?
Yeah, we talked about this, I think, at the trade deadline last time I talked. It is hard to find great players in the NFL, and AJ is a great player. I think from my perspective, that's what we're going out and looking for when we go out here in free agency in the draft, is trying to find great players who love football, and he's that guy. So I think that would be my answer.
Nick, you mentioned finding a fit for the Eagles. What are you looking for in a candidate's plan for Jalen, especially to the past year, the way defenses were playing him differently?
Yeah, again, there is not, as I said to you guys, it's not like, hey, this is what it has to be. There are many different ways to do this, and I think sometimes in this game we're like, some people are just so certain that it's there are so many different ways to be a head coach. There are so many different ways to be an offensive coordinator. There are so many different ways to be a quarterback and be successful at all those different things. And so again, just as we go through this, you always want to see somebody that has a great vision. To answer your question and not, give you some specifics at least, is like you always want someone that has a great vision and great conviction of things that they believe in and what they want to do. You always want to have somebody that has the players on their mind first, and we'll be able to attract a lot of good candidates because of the players that Howie's assembled to be on our football team. I think also that you'll be able to get a lot of good candidates because the guys that have been here and when we've had a lot of success, 3 of them have been head coaches, off of our staff, which obviously I'm proud of. I'm sure Howie's proud of as well. And so again, you want somebody that has great vision, great conviction on what they do, is able to coach fundamentals well to help the players get better. Because I believe in that can connect with guys, because I believe in that, that has the mental toughness, because I believe in that. And, but again, it's not, there's a lot of good candidates. And I'm looking forward to sitting down and talking to a lot of these guys. But there's different things that make different guys special. And so it's about finding the guy that best fits us, that gives us the best chance to be, get back to the top of the mountain where we ultimately want to go. And man, again, like I said, a lot of good candidates out there.
Resources invested there's a lot of resources how he invested in the offensive side of the ball. What was your assessment as to what went wrong and what needs to improve for next year?
Yeah, I think that anything that I'm assessing, I'm going over with Coach, and I think those conversations on how we need to improve, I don't think that gives us any edge to talk about that publicly, because obviously we're getting to an off-season mode where we're trying to acquire players. So we'll go through a deep evaluation. We're disappointed. We're disappointed that we're having this press conference here, that we're not playing this weekend, and I can promise you we're going to do whatever it takes to try to get better.
Has Lane Johnson given you any indication as to whether or not he's going to return or not? I don't know. Have you got any indication?
I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, Lane Johnson. Yeah, have you got any indication from him if he's going to be back or if he will retire?
Yeah, I think all those conversations that we have with our players are between us, and anything they're doing, I'm not saying that negatively or positively, but anyone you ask about, I think that's their business to discuss. Obviously, you're talking about a Hall of Fame player who's been a huge, huge part of any of our success that we've had. And when you watch him play, he's still playing at an elite level.
As a last person's question, how much weight will Jalen's voice hold in this offensive coordinator search? He mentioned the other day about how his line is open for these types of things.
I think at the when we were going through an offensive coordinator search, I would compare it very similar to when I'm thinking about how to what the right path is to how practice goes that week or what the schedule is. Of course, you have so many resources to be able to use to help you make the best decision that you possibly can. And you'd be foolish not to use all your resources, whether that's, when you speak of that, it's like, all right, I'm checking with the doctors, I'm checking with it's the same thing in a offensive coordinator search. I'm gonna obviously talk to Howie through it, and Howie's going to talk to the guys. I'm going to get Howie's opinion and Mr. Lurie's opinion and Jalen and Saquon and you name AJ, Lane, whoever it may be, and let them talk to him too. But at the end of the day, right, I have to make the best decision that's necessary for the football team. But you use all your resources. I think it's very similar. Not to speak for Howie, but I'm going to speak for Howie. Is like when he's picking players, he uses all his resources. He uses the coaches. There's so many different things that he uses to help him make the best informed decision that he possibly can make. Well, it's the same thing here. You use all your resources that can help you make the best decision possible, and we have so many valued people in this organization to be able to do that. At the end of the day, the coaching hires fall on my shoulders, and I have to do what's best for the team while using all the resources that I have and using my wisdom and my judgment to help make that best decision.
Couple more. Our team's best seasons. How do you view the offseason and the season you had last year?
Not good enough. If it doesn't end with confetti falling on our head, I don't feel like it's good enough. And I know that we're not going to win the Super Bowl every year. I think I know that from a broad perspective, but I believe we can. And I go into every offseason thinking we're going to do whatever it takes to win a Super Bowl. And when we fall short, I look at myself. I look at the things that I could have done different. And I look to improve, and that's where I'm at right now.
How big a factor were the injuries to the offensive line? I'm not just talking about Lane, obviously Cam and Landon also had dealt with issues. And how much can you count on those guys, making it through a whole season going forward?
Yeah, injuries are a part of this game, and building depth is a part of my job, and something that I think is incredibly important when you're talking about our lines. And so you don't go into a season thinking that you're going to play 20 games and everyone's going to be perfectly healthy. Saying that, I would say that our training staff, our doctors, our performance staff did an unbelievable job this year of keeping our guys healthy. I think that, when we build teams, we're looking to build teams with guys who can come in and play at a high level and start and win with, because you're going to have injuries and guys are going to miss games. That's happened in our best season during the course of the season. That happened this year. Guys were ready to step in and play at a high level. And again, we'll go through our whole team. I'll go through it again and again and again, like I've done through the course of the season. We'll come up with a plan to try to improve and to make sure that we're a better team in 2026.
Howie, obviously last offseason you lost a lot of free agents because of the cap situation. How do you anticipate this offseason going as far as that? Do you think you'll have the resources to keep guys you want to keep?
Well, as you get better, you have a natural arc of the team, and I think that when you look at our team, we drafted a lot of offensive players. We signed a lot of offensive players. We drafted a lot of defensive players that were young on rookie contracts. So there's natural transition in what we do, and I'm not making an excuse for anything, but there's a natural transition in that in terms of where you're paying your guys, which side of the ball you're paying guys who are coming up. The important thing for us is there are players that we can't lose. Obviously, we're going to do what's best for us, and we're not going to do whatever it takes to do whatever it takes, but within reason, and that we want to keep around here because they're really good players, homegrown players that are really good people that are part of our core. And so with that, you're going to have to make sacrifices, and that's on me to make sure that the sacrifices we make are filled in with really good players again. I'm proud since Coach has been here of our first and second day draft success. I think we've drafted 15 guys since Nick has been here in the first and second day, and 14 of them have been long-term starters. We got to keep hitting like that, and I know that's hard, but we got to keep doing it, and that means we have to have a good process. We got to understand the people that we're bringing into the building. We got to understand the roles and the vision that we have for them when they're playing, and if we do that, good things will happen, and we'll be able to keep the players that we need to keep under long-term contracts and have an influx of young players that are really good that can play at a high level.
Nick, when you guys hired Kellen Moore, you retained a lot of the coaching staff outside of him. Is the expectation that this new offensive coordinator will get to hire his own staff under, or are you going to retain as well?
Yeah, I think I talked about that a little earlier. It's just you don't know, right? You don't know who the candidate is quite yet. I know this. Let me start by saying I know we have some really good coaches on throughout the entire building. Some really good coaches, and we've won a lot of games together. Shoot, a lot of the guys that are in this building now won a Super Bowl not even 12 months ago together. But sometimes again, you have to wait to see what's going on and where and who you hire and what their situation is, and some coaches that you hire, they might not be able to get the guys that they want, or maybe a guy that you hire has a bunch of guys that you just don't know, and it's too early to say with that. Again, my whole where I'm at right now, Elliot, is hiring the best possible candidate for the Philadelphia Eagles, and then we'll make decisions like that. But I will say, again, because you're speaking specifically of the offensive coordinator and the offensive staff, I got a lot of faith in the guys on that offensive staff, and we've been together. A lot of us have been together for 5+ years, not just the 5 years here, but other places. So, and again, have had a lot of success together. Obviously, we all have our fingerprints on the offense from last year, and not one of us, you name the player, you name the coach, we all have our fingerprints on it, again, led by me. And so, again, I love those guys, and we'll see where that goes. And that's the tough part of being a head coach sometimes is, when you have to make tough decisions like that. But we'll see where that goes. But again, I love those guys.
Two more. We got Brooks, and then we got Jeff.
How much of your consideration in the staff coming up is, and maybe a future-oriented thing, but if you're ever in the position to have another internal promotion, is there any consideration of developmental or how you organize staff, whether it's senior office assistant?
Yeah, you're always thinking about that. You're always thinking about that of can you do that? Because the reason usually, well, I guess two of the instances we've had guys that have gotten head coaching jobs, and you get a head coaching job because you've had success on that side of the football, and so of course you want to be able to do that and elevate when you can, and when you think it's the right fit. But I don't think it's not like you don't have to do that every time. Again, I know we have, but it doesn't have to work out that way, right? And you just every season is a little different of a situation, and where you think if a guy can elevate and go into the spot, or if you don't think that, then you may have to go outside to do that. And so, again, you try to. As you asked Howie that question, I think somebody asked Howie that question too. It's like we're doing everything we can do to win now, and of course my job as a coach, and I take this very seriously, is to try to develop coaches as much as I can to help them reach their goals, just like I want to do with the players on our team. And so you'll try to develop and you'll try to do all those different things, but we have a win now mode, and we have a win now team. With all the great players that we have. And so everything's going to be thought about to how do we win the 2026 season.
Jeff, and that's it.
How much is Jalen open to doing new things and different things depending upon the new coordinator?
Yeah, I think you saw this year that he's open to do a bunch. We were under center probably more than we have been, different motions, different things like that. Here's what I'll say, like Jalen always wants to do, like Jalen's proved this to everybody that he'll do whatever it takes to win football games. And sometimes that's throwing it a bunch, sometimes that's running it a bunch, sometimes it's him handing it off a bunch. And he'll do whatever it takes to win. All I've ever felt from Jalen, and all I ever know from Jalen, is that the man will do anything he can do to win football games. And he pushes himself to do new things. He pushes himself to excel at the things that he has already done so well. And he's proven to everybody year in, year out that all he cares about is winning, and all he cares about is being able to hold that trophy up at the end of the year.
Can I clarify one thing? Because I think it's important for our fans to understand. You can do whatever it takes to win now and still build for the future and still have those parallel paths. I just don't want it to get confused that we can't do whatever it takes to build a championship caliber team next year and also continue to have really good players on this team for the future. So, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page on that.
Thanks, folks. Thanks, Nick.
Oh, we're just going to talk? We don't even play the open thing? Well, all right. It's the WIP afternoon show. There you go. That is Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni wrapping up the season, talking about the offensive coordinator search. I thought there were a couple of super interesting things in there that we'll get to in a moment. Like any thoughts off the top before I get into that part of it?
Yeah, I think the press conference to me comes off more of trying to reassure the fan base that there's no need to panic. We certainly understand the frustration that is being felt right now coming out of this season, but we understand the sense of urgency that's here. We have the same sense of urgency to want to win, but there is a big picture here, and we're going to consider we haven't necessarily eliminated any facet of way of trying to improve this team moving forward, starting with who's going to be the next play caller, but also how we trying to sort of also instill confidence in guys that he knows that are going to be here. by saying we got a championship roster here.
Yeah, we don't need to add this, that.
Like
He has
we
to
don't
do
need
both.
this whole crazy overhaul
Yeah.
this offseason. So a little bit of that there. I'm not surprised by much of what they've said. To me, that's sort of their way of calming the waters as of right now. We'll see what happens moving forward.
Well, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm calm, actually. So, I'm going to go back to a time when I ended up being wrong, but I don't think that the heart of what I was saying was wrong, right? I think that it worked out, but it's still, I still, when I was in that position, I understand how I felt, and I sort of feel it the same way now. So I read, Josina Anderson had a tweet yesterday, and I'll read it to you. A league source also just told me that initial talks with Eagles offensive coordinator candidates, their camps, have gone well, adding that the feedback has been on wanting questions assuaged on complete autonomy over the offense, similar to what Kellen Moore enjoyed when he was in Philly. Those concerns were met with responses ensuring an elite candidate should not anticipate any interference, the source said. And I thought to myself when I was thinking about that, is that a real workable situation for the head coach of the football team who is offensive minded to have his offensive coordinator have complete autonomy and his defensive coordinator have complete autonomy, and neither of them he really even hired in the first place? And I know he is owning it from a public standpoint that Nick is saying he is going to hire the offensive coordinator.
Right.
At best, it will be collaborative with Howie and Mr. Lurie and him. At worst, it will be Howie deciding who it is and Nick saying he's okay with it. So how I felt in 2024 was, especially after the way that the 2023 season ended, we're in this situation where people are literally asking the coach what he does. That we almost have a lame duck coach without a lame duck contract. A guy that nobody really sort of knows what he does, whatever. Now, it was proven to be not that big an issue that year. In the end, they ended up winning the Super Bowl. But I go back to the beginning of that year. I even remember at the beginning of that year, some fourth down situations he was going for. It almost seemed Nick was trying to show that he was still involved, right? That he had a call in something. I don't think you can do this twice. And I understand everybody's desire to say they don't want Nick involved in the offense. They don't want Nick involved in the defense. Set the culture, whatever that is. It is possible to do both. It is possible to be involved in one of those things and set the culture. And I think that the culture that they're trying to set becomes much more difficult to set if everyone in the building thinks that the head coach doesn't have any say in anything. You know, if you can have all the respect for Nick Sirianni you want as a player, but when you're in a this or that situation, when there's a conflict, if you think somebody else is actually making those calls that he doesn't have the hammer to bring down, then I'm telling you, it makes it a little bit harder to respect who he is and what he's doing. And I just think that they are putting themselves in a situation. And we'll have the audio in a second because I think they even reaffirmed what Josina Anderson said by what they didn't say, both Howie and Nick. I just think, and I know that nobody cares. I know that most of, if you're listening,
they don't care right now.
Yes, that the listeners are saying, I don't care if Nick's involved. I don't care. Just bring some. But I'm just telling you that I can't imagine a situation where not only does the head coach not have a say in those things, but probably didn't hire the coordinators. And then you put yourself in this situation where at the end of the year, if the offense is really, really good, right? Yeah. And that offensive coordinator gets a head coach offer somewhere else, and the Eagles are looking at this situation here, and also last thing, if you're Nick Sirianni, how are you not looking at the offensive coordinator saying, this is a guy who could have my job? Yeah. Because do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. This is just not, I thought it in 24 and I think it now. I just think the way that they will do this, if this is in fact the case, is not a tenable situation.
So I hear you on all of those things. And I think all of those things are certainly valid. Here's where my concern comes in at. As I continue to think about this, I think about it, Spike, more in the sense of when things don't go well, things aren't going well.
Yes.
How are you able to resolve it? Is there one voice? Is there one authoritative voice that everybody respects and they know he's the one who's in charge? I think that was part of the issue in 2023. I think it's part of the issue in 2025. They were able to overcome it in 2024 because they had something that was unique and dynamic that it superseded the friction,
the running game
that was brewing. Yes.
Yeah.
Saquon in the running game.
Yeah,
that allowed them to overcome the friction that was there with the egos and the personality on the offensive side of the ball. The egos, the personality, the amount of money that they make, the footing that each player who's in that position, star wide receiver, star quarterback, like all these guys who feel like they have a right to step outside of what is the team framework and voice their opinion. Like, we want to sweep the AJ stuff under the rug, but that's a clear, to me, indication of usurping authority. When you go out and do what he did repeatedly, and everybody is afraid to actually address it in the building and tell him to shut up and don't say another word, it went on for weeks.
And then the owner had to go onto the field and talk to him about it. What does that say about the say of the head coach? And they can say they respect him all they want. And
they like him.
Yes.
They like him.
Yes.
Respecting him is staying within the boundaries that he sets.
And you can respect him as a person, but respecting him as the coach and leader is a different thing.
Yes.
And it's not that I don't think they believe in what he says, all of those things.
They like him, all of that. But when things aren't going well,
yes,
there should be one voice leading this. Not what we've seen the last 2 to 3 years. And again, in 24, God bless us. We got a Super Bowl out of it. But we saw what happened in 2023, and then we saw in 2025 when it continued to happen, they couldn't fight their way out of it. And now the head coach is in a position where everybody's questioning what is his role on the team. So if they're doing that from the outside, what are the players saying? When things aren't going well, I can go above his head, or even if I decide to step outside of what he wants me to do, what's going to happen to me?
Well, and that shows
what's going to happen to me.
That shows you the difference, because I promise when John Harbaugh is introduced as New York Giants head coach, nobody's going to say, "What do you do here?" And when Mike Tomlin gets introduced as the head coach, nobody's going to say, "What do you do here?" Because it will be assumed that they will be able to go into either of their coordinators and say, "I want this to happen, fix this." But like the two things on this. First of all, and you said this, when there are 5 people in charge, nobody's in charge. There has to be one final voice, and it can't be Howie. It can't be Mr. Lurie. Not in the operations of the football team. It has to be the head coach. It has to be. There has to be one person who has the hammer, who when mommy and dad, when the 2 kids are fighting, you go over to dad, and dad said, "This is it. I'm done. Whatever. It's got to be this." And then the other, I lost the other thing on that. I don't think this setup is going to, on 24. So a lot of people will look at 24 in a lot of different ways, from the coaching setup to how they ran the offense and blah, 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 and say, this is proof that it could be done this way and win. But what it is proof of is that it was done that way. It doesn't mean that it is something that you should try to replicate in the same exact way. You could drink too much, drive home from the bar, and get home safely, right? You could get from point A to point B. It doesn't mean that the best way to get home from the bar is to drive home after you've been drinking. Right. And I think not that they got lucky in 24, they deserve a lot of credit for everything that happened, but a little bit they got lucky that some of it didn't blow up in their faces. And because
it almost did.
And I wish, instead of taking the lesson from 24, that we can do this again and it'll work because it worked then. I wish they took the lesson of we got away with one there. But we saw what happened in 23 and 25, and we see that the bigger group of information that we have is that it doesn't work, and we can't do that. And if they don't trust Nick Sirianni to be involved in the offense or hire a coordinator that he can collaborate with, then maybe he's not your head coach. Or maybe you have to look at talking about how he's positioned. Maybe you have to look at yourself and say, maybe you need to hire somebody who you have a little more trust in, that can handle those sorts of things. Because I just think this situation, it looks like it could blow up in their face.
And I'll say this, and this is all before we know who they're hiring as the OC.
Sure. Yes. It could be Scott Loeffler.
So ultimately, I say that to say ultimately they could be going back to a sort of Nick Sirianni model of what they want to do offensively, somebody who comes in who wouldn't have a problem with Nick being a part of the offense, having a voice in the offense. He is the head coach.
Yes.
So he's going to wiggle his way in there one way or the other. We've seen that every year. So does that ruffle whoever feathers you're bringing in and cause friction there? Like, that's why I think when we talk about them going out and doing something independent of what the quarterback wants or what the head coach wants, I don't view that as a good way of going about doing things. They are the two most essential figures in the organization when it comes to the football team. They had to have a say. I wouldn't want to hire an OC that Jalen isn't on board with. I don't know if that's a recipe for success. The head coach.
Certainly the head coach.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I just don't know if that's a recipe for success, bringing someone in and saying, welcome into the team. You got complete autonomy. What you say goes. These guys that have won a Super Bowl already before you got here, they're submissive to you. And they actually go along with it.
And my question as an OC would be...
I just don't know if they will do that.
My question as an OC would be, okay, what does Nick do then?
So I just...
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
It's weird, man.
It'll be... When they just... I think we'll certainly know more when we see
who it is,
who they hire.
Yes,
because then that way we're gonna say, okay, they hired this guy. This is his background.
Yes,
this and that and the other. Right? Like right now, we're trying to figure out who we want them to hire versus who we think they will hire.
215-592-9494. What do you think of this situation and what you heard them say? Now we will, when we come back, we will get to your calls. We will also play back. Nick Sirianni was specifically asked, "Will you have a say in the offense after they hire the OC?" Then Howie, I believe, answered that same question. I believe he did later on. We will have exactly what Nick Sirianni said. That is coming up next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. You know who has say over a Colonial Hyundai? No?
No, that'll be me.
Oh, that's me.
Yeah,
I love Colonial Hyundai, but Ike's going to tell you about FanDuel.
There you go. FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's okay. It's turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day, each game day during the divisional round. Now, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boost means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in, take your shot on the upset, or build a parlay that fits the moment. I tell you, I like this game. A game I'm probably most excited to watch is this Chicago-Los Angeles game. In Chicago, neither team plays very good defense. I'll tell you what, I expect this game to be close because of those cardiac bears. But if nothing else, definitely take the over in points in this game. Both offenses should be rolling in that matchup. Then apply your profit boost and go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. Make sure you visit FanDuel.com/local and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Carrier has the home comfort you need and financing options to fit any budget. Right now, you can enjoy 60 months financing on a new home comfort system. Turn to your local Carrier home comfort expert for efficient heating and cooling performance, healthier indoor air, and convenient monthly payments for qualified buyers. Visit nopaycarrier.com. That's nopaycarrier.com.
Wing pull, wing pull, wing pull! Cloverskate, where the tradition continues. Wing Pull 26, Friday, February 6th. Doors open at 8 a.m. Philly's largest wing eating contest. Thousands in cash prizes. Alexis, Texas, and madness all day. Cloverskate, Philly. Cloverskate.com.
Achieve your dreams and goals with a home equity loan from American Heritage Credit Union. As a homeowner, reward yourself for your hard work and investment. Home equity can be used in a variety of ways, like completing home improvement projects, fund a family vacation, consolidate bills, or pay for school tuition. Give back to yourself for your hard work. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/homeequity to learn more. Insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free with no payments and no interest for 2 years. Visit windownation.com.
Winter is here, and BetMGM wants to help you become the king of the chill with a cool new player offer. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code DEVIN150. That's DEVAN 150. Then place a $10 bet on sports, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. It's that easy. Whether you take your shot on the court, on the field, or on the ice, when you join BetMGM, you get access to live betting, same-game parlays, free-to-play games, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code DEVIN150. Ready to get started? Make this winter one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.
BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Joe Conklin hosts comedy nights at Parks Casino every month in 360 Lounge. For full schedule, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP afternoon show. Like Spike and Fritz, that's your 232 pop. Talking about the end of season press conference with Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni talking about hiring the next offensive coordinator. The Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers, where old school customer service still matters. Real people, real experts, and a buying experience done right. Online at marks-jewelers.com. Twitter question: should Nick Sirianni have say in next year's Eagles offense? Now, what do you? Yeah, well, of course. What do you think the poll question is at? Well, yeah. There it is.
Wait, what do I think the poll question
Yes.
is at? Are we okay?
Yes.
It's probably at no 58%.
68%.
68%.
68%.
Wow.
So okay. So, you and I are aligned generally on this, that the idea of the head coach not having any say, having two autonomous coordinators is crazy. Yeah. We are aligned on that.
Yep.
And I thought to myself, when I saw Josina Anderson's tweet that they were telling the elite candidates that they would have complete autonomy, I said to myself, oh, well, when Howie and Nick Sirianni talk tomorrow, Nick Sirianni will say, or Howie will say, of course Nick will have input. He is our head coach, and he is an offensive guy. So Elliot did ask Nick Sirianni today that very question, and look, my takeaway was it reaffirmed what Josina Anderson said.
Nick, is the expectation that you'll be just as involved with the offense as you have in the past with the collaborative approach, or is this coordinator going to run the offense and you'll focus on?
Yeah, I think that's really, that's way early. Those decisions don't have to be made until, for a long time. And there's always, as the head coach, you always have to be oversight of everything. And again, this year, obviously, I got involved more in the offense as the end of the season came, but because that's what I needed to do as the head football coach there. And so, again, many different ways to do it. I know that I want to be the head football coach, and I think that that's what the team needs. Again, everything I'm doing is not about what I want to do or anything like that. It's what I think is best for the football team. And, I think it's best for the football team when I'm the head football coach, and being able to give my expertise on, whatever it may be, tackling, taking the ball away, protecting the football, anything
crazy.
on off. It could be anything, special teams. So, again, you have to be so intertwined as the leader of an organization. You have to be so intertwined with every different thing. And so, we'll see where all that goes, as far as that goes. But, we've had a lot of success, doing it different. Again, it's never like this is the certain thing you have to do. And it's like there's a lot of different ways to do it, and different times of the season and different times of the year call for different things. And so we'll see how that plays out. But that's not something that's, that's not where we're not there yet as far as that goes.
We're not there yet.
What was the question?
Can I tell you the answer to the question, will you have a collaborative approach with your new offensive coordinator about the offense, should be yes.
Yes. I mean, that
Of
should've been the
course.
answer.
Even if it'll just lie. Just say yes.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, he could have just said yes.
Of course.
Yes.
I won the Super Bowl, then, give the ring finger. You know what I mean?
Don't you look back a little bit on what Doug did, whether
He worked out or not for him. You got to respect him for it.
you got to respect him for it.
Of course you do.
You have to respect him for
Yes.
it. Because I want to be clear. I think Nick Sirianni is a good head coach. I respect him. That was sad. That was sad. That was a guy who knows that there is a significant chance that whoever comes in is going to have full say of the offense, and as a guy who knows he cannot answer the question the other way because his boss is sitting right next to him. I'm sorry.
And it may hurt a candidate's chances of coming here.
Because
that's really what it is. Because like Frisch just said, he could have easily said yes. Even if you're lying, you could have just said yes, but they don't want to say yes because they don't want that to be a turnoff to someone.
Yes.
Well, and it goes to Diana Rossini's report yesterday that the two guys that are highest on their list are Mike McDaniel and Brian Daboll. And I can promise, no matter how much Mike McDaniel and Brian Daboll respect Nick Sirianni as a person, they are not going to come in here and be forced to do anything.
Of course, yeah.
So that goes back to you don't want to poison the well of what the responsibility is going to be when you're here. And I hear it, and I feel kind of bummed out for him.
Of course, yeah. I do, because I think he feels, I would have to imagine Nick feels like he's qualified to have a say in offensive game plan and play design. He's been around enough good coaches. He's been around enough good players. And his heart of hearts as a coach, he feels he has the football knowledge and acumen to help an offense and add things to an offense. You have to wonder, where's the resistance coming from? Is it coming from Jalen? You know, is it? Because here's the thing, and he says that he was involved more late in the season. Well, the results don't necessarily favor you being involved moving forward.
Right.
If you were involved late in the season, they didn't score very many touchdowns late in the season.
Well, except for those two games.
That Raiders game don't count.
The Raiders
me.
game and the Commanders game.
Yeah. You didn't score very many touchdowns. You didn't have an answer in Buffalo.
Right.
You certainly didn't have an answer. Or he may feel like, again, Nick in his mind may feel like, you know what, we did have the answers. The plays were there.
Yeah, the quarterback didn't throw to the open guys.
You know what I'm saying? So either way, I think it undercuts him. Now, he's a good soldier. He spoke, and this is why when talking about Nick, I often feel conflicted because sometimes I get frustrated that he's being sort of handled this way, but he's being well compensated.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And he's a head coach, right? And you only get handled a certain way if you allow yourself to be handled a certain way.
Yes.
So
yes.
You decide you're gonna be here. You want to be the head coach of the Eagles. If these are the requirements to come with that, that's your decision whether or not you want to still be the head coach of the Eagles.
And you can see what happened to the last guy when he wasn't down
exactly.
with it.
And he just said he's the head coach. He wants to do what's best for the team. But he's speaking more like a player that's on the team that's saying whatever they ask me to do, I'm willing to do, versus being the head coach and having a sense of direction and a vision of what he wants to do and a conviction in that. That's what comes off to me, right? It's like, we know you'll do what's best for the team, but you're the head coach of the team.
Yes. 215-592-9494.
Elliot thought that was a good answer, by the way.
Of course.
Dynamite.
Yeah, great answer.
Clean.
Yeah. Hopefully when
concise.
You know how he does the Jalen rewatch report card? Hopefully he does a re-listen, and maybe after he doesn't hear it live.
Well, I think we got to, he's going to come on at 3:30.
Okay.
I think we got to play it for him again.
Yes.
And say, you tweeted out, great answer. Do you still think that after re-listening to it? What do you say he's a good head coach at? Ball security? Tackling?
Yeah.
Tackling? Tackling?
What do you know about tackling? I mean, come on. You're a receiver. Let's knock it off.
That's the NFL.
Yeah. These guys.
I don't need to hear that you're coaching tackling, bro. Yeah.
Well, it's a good answer for, hey, Nick, what do you do here?
Yeah.
I teach tackling.
Yeah. What's Howie in charge of? The equipment,
this
right?
is the NFL.
Yeah. 215-592-9494.
Yes.
You know what National Appliance Warehouse is great at? Getting you appliances.
Everything.
You know, delivering it, installing it, getting you the best price.
Yeah. I just experienced this over the break.
Yeah.
My oven
Got
was
your
on.
new oven?
Yeah. My oven was on the fritz.
Hey-o.
And National Appliance Warehouse came through, went down there, bang, bang, in, out, knew they had what I wanted, and they delivered it. It was perfect. That's what happens at National Appliance Warehouse. We've talked about getting the best price at National Appliance Warehouse. That's guaranteed by Price Assure, which is a piece of technology specific for National Appliance Warehouse. Instantly updates price tags authorized store, finds a lower price elsewhere. But tax-free Delaware, of course, that helps.
Yes.
And great savings events going on, like the Friends and Family Savings Event, which is going on right now, backed by popular demand. Take advantage of huge savings today. Right Appliance, we just mentioned that. Over 15,000 square foot showroom, over 100 brands from Sub-Zero, Wolf Cove, whatever you need appliance-wise, they'll have for you. And on top of all this, a difference-making team there to take care of you. Marshall, your own, they took care of me. They'll take care of you as well. Their whole team has a great time doing what they do. So go to nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today. And as always, tell them Fritz sent you.
215-592-9494. Your calls now. Corey in Columbus, you're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
Man, Nick Sirianni, you going out like a sucker, man. I'm going to be real, dog. Like, he told you in the response, he said, he let it slip. He said, I want to be the head football coach. So it's like they told him, like, listen, if you want to be the coach, this is what you got to do. That's one reason why I respect Doug. Listen, Doug wasn't going out like no sucker. Y'all wasn't going to tell him. Because think about it. This is what Sirianni got to think about. You don't go well.
He gone
and
anyway.
Your ass get fired.
Yep.
You look. You got to look at it now. The rest of nobody else going to want you either. Yeah. You got to find. You got to, like, I'm not saying he should have some kind of escape plan, but Frank Wright ain't coaching. Jonathan Gannon ain't coaching. So you ain't going to have a lot of jobs out there where they think you do stuff if the rest of the league don't think that you have any say in what you're doing. See, I love the Eagles. Obviously, I'm always the optimism guy when it comes to during the season. But, like, y'all go out here, y'all do a smear campaign on your quarterback for 3 or 4 weeks, everybody talking, the players, D-Gun, the Racina. Now, y'all got all these reports out there, y'all's head coach. Listen, if you come in here, Vic Fangio already run the defense. Yep. He got no say in that. Maybe he might put some seed. He can't even try the damn meatballs. You know what I'm saying? He can't do nothing. Now y'all telling all these guys, Daboll, we know how fiery he is. Mike McDaniel, I get him. But even Kingsbury, he got a personality. Listen, if it comes to a situation where it's like, oh, what do we do? If Nick's speaking up in the meeting, what they going to say? Nah, Nick, get out of here. Like, what? You going to emasculate this man in front of his team? Like y'all brought up the A.J. Brown situation. A.J. Brown don't respect Nick. No. He like Nick. Because if he respected Nick, he wouldn't have got in his face with, like, Big Dom. Listen, Big Dom, I need him off the sideline. Look,
hold on, what's wrong with Big Dom,
what are you doing, though? You got 19 guys, bodyguard, headset. Like, the Eagles now, we really starting to look goofy now. Like, if you look in hindsight 2020, we got Big Dom out here with a headset. Remember last year when Jalen Carter, the coach, he can't even talk to his players. He couldn't. Clint Hurt had to get in front of him.
Yeah.
What did y'all do it, Nick Sirianni? Listen, you going out like a sucker now. You got a family at home. You got a wife. You got kids. When your kids grow up, they going to see this tape, man. Don't let the Eagles do you like this. Go ahead, step down.
What do you want him to do?
Listen. Go ahead, step down. Listen, go out like Tomlin. Don't listen. Because I like Nick, but the Eagles trying to, like, I agree with the Eagles is doing. This year, the offense was terrible. He said he had say, or whatever you had say in was not good. I agree with that 100%. But the way you going out, like, it's like they telling you to go clean the dishes. Like, oh, we going to eat. You go do dishes while we talk. Like, what? Man, y'all got me messed up. Come on, Nick. You going out like a sucker, dog. This is not a good look for your team. You think Jalen and them going to come in and respect you? You already know. Jalen already don't even really respect you for real. You know what I'm saying? Like we know how Jalen look at him. Like, you know, like he talk highly, but we've seen the past couple years when Jalen had problems with him before. Now you going to bring in somebody like this that's if Daboll, you know Daboll.
I'm going to tell you what, Corey. I think Jalen gets his coordinator.
Okay.
Whatever coordinator he wants, he gets.
And I'm telling you, if they bring Brian Daboll in here, him and Jalen got a prior relationship. If that's who Jalen wants, he signed off on it.
Yep.
I'm telling y'all, man, Brian Daboll, y'all, Nick Sirianni, it ain't looking good for you, dog. Like I just said.
Hold on. No, he likes his role.
Well, this.
Come on.
Well, this is.
I'm just saying he's all right in his role.
Come on, man. What's his role? You gonna be out there holding the blocking sled while they
You know what, Corey, though? You know what, Corey? My thing is this, is like, if you want Mike McDaniel, then just fire Nick Sirianni, let Mike McDaniel be the head coach and the offensive coordinator. But they don't want to do that because nobody's allowed to have any real say as head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles since Chip Kelly came in and ruined it. Get over it. Get over, Howie, get over the Chip Kelly thing. It was, 10 years ago? I mean, how many years ago was now? Yeah. 10 years ago? But you know that is going to empower one of them too much. And that's because if what you really want is one of these elite
high-level, OC
They want to come
candidates.
with some type of job security and control.
If you want Mike McDaniel, if you want Brian Daboll, if you think Cliff Kingsbury, if you think these guys are the top guys, and you're not going to let the head coach, who is an offensive guy, have any say in the offense, then just, you know what? I know it's embarrassing. I know it looks bad for Nick, whatever. Then just hire that guy. Because what's going to happen is that guy who you love, if they have a good offense, is either going to get hired away, which we'll have Howie talk about, or you're going to have to fire Nick and make him head coach anyway. I just, this whole thing, it just stinks. It kind of stinks. It kind of stinks.
If you're going to fire the coach, if you want that guy just making that, y'all deal with media crap all year. We talking about bull crap all year, so at least you got an offseason to be talked about, Jerry Jones style. Look, the Eagles fired their coach 2 years after the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? We're going to be making headlines. It's like, I just don't like how Nick going out like this. Nick, listen, man to man, this is soft now. I smell. You know what, Nick? This is not a good look for you. So all I'm saying is, Nick, you better go and listen, after this meeting, go to Howie. Listen, Howie, I'm going to have some say. If Howie say, no, you not, then listen, Howie, hey, I'm stepping down. I respect Doug because he did it that way. Even though Doug,
I will have something on my face for sure.
Down from a $50 million a year job.
You know what you have to do? You have to make them fire you. That way you still get paid.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's not stepping away from $15 million a year.
Runs next year, 3 straight halfback dives. Hey, man, listen, I'm telling you, So that's all I'm saying. Real quick, too, on the way out. Hey, caller of the year bracket. Y'all know every time y'all come at the GOAT. hey, y'all know. Hey, what was Bonnie James? We ain't heard from him in a long time.
Wow, you're going after poor Aaron. All right, Corey. All right. We're letting that go. Caller of the year is going to be a catastrophe.
You know it is.
It's going to be a catastrophe.
It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, we shouldn't have even mentioned it. Jack, you shouldn't even mention caller of the year. Because
totally disagree.
Now all these guys, they're all going to be lining up.
Each other's throat.
Yeah.
Like it.
Oh,
no.
Yeah, it's actually maybe a good idea by you. All right, 215-592-9494. They basically said, there's a report from Josina Anderson that they're telling offensive coordinators that they will have autonomy. Nick Sirianni was asked, are you going to collaborate the offense?
You think they give Davis Webb autonomy?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Could you imagine? Sirianni's taking orders from Davis Webb.
OCGJ?
Yeah, G.J. Kinney. Yeah. Is Mike Glennon going to be an OC too?
I think that autonomy goes to depending on who the coach is.
Yes, I think it does. 215-592-9494. Sheil Kapadia joins us next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. The Cars are John Ashdale has complete autonomy. What is he doing with that autonomy? It can be dangerous, right? I mean, a complete autonomy can be dangerous, but he is using it for good. He is going to make sure that your experience at Colonial buying a brand new Hyundai is going to be fast and easy. One car, one price, one visit. Only at Colonial this month. Any Hyundai of your choice, like a brand new 2026 Tucson SE for $199 a month. $199 a month. Come on. And they're going to make it way easy to get out of whatever car you're driving now, giving you the highest trade-in values of the region. They have whatever car you want, over 200 brand new Hyundais in the lot. They got Konas, they got Santa Fe's, they got Palisades, Elantras, and a brand new, beautiful, state-of-the-art dealership that is just one more step to making sure your experience is faster, easier, and better. And you know that there's better and then there is best. Your brand new Hyundai is going to come with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain with Hyundai Assurance. Online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
The Eagles' 2025 season will tick away.
A disappointing end to a promising 2025 season.
Anytime you lose, you're frustrated.
Now, the noise gets louder.
Some notable Eagles are going to be gone.
Who comes in to repair an offense in disarray?
The chickens came home to roost. How are we going to fix this thing?
How can they get Jalen Hurts back on the MVP track?
Everything was there in front of us. We just got to grow from it all.
Is A.J. Brown open to a trade?
Why aren't you catching the ball, A.J.? How are you not making these plays?
All the Eagles' offseason happenings happen here.
There aren't easy changes to be made.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
They can overcome this.
Roto-Rooter. Plumbing problem? No match for a little DIY duct tape.
Shoot, hold on. Nope. There we go. No match for a little... dang it, wait. Duct tape and a wrench. Leaks are no match for duct tape and a wrench. And a bucket and a towel, more duct tape, a hammer, this random tool I found in the basement, another bucket, more tape, a little more tape. Perfect. On second thought, maybe leave plumbing to the pros at Roto-Rooter.
And away go troubles down the drain.
Hey, it's Devin Caney, and Valentine's Day might feel far away, but people are planning ahead more than ever because they want this year to really count. If you're ready to do something extra special, go see Paul at Cozy Jewelers located in Newtown Square. Paul doesn't just sell jewelry. He helps you plan the moment, whether it's an engagement ring, a custom piece, or the perfect Valentine's gift. This Valentine's Day, step up to the 5th C. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, cozy. Visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays. Call your plays like a pro with live betting. Or bet on a market you didn't know existed. Thanks to BetMGM Originals, you'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday, starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. You have to give credit to the New York Giants during this coaching cycle. John Harbaugh is one of the top names on the market, and they moved quickly to get their guy. To me, this is the perfect match for a franchise looking to get back to championship contention. John Harbaugh is a New York Football Giant. I'm Chris Black.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Talking about the Eagles, of course, the OC search, what Nick and Howie said today. Joining us now to talk about it all is the great Shil Kapadia of The Ringer. What's up, Shil?
I mean, a week ago, we're doing playoff predictions, and here we are, offensive coordinator predictions, how quickly things can change in the NFL.
Well, it's funny because it really happens so quickly. The NFL, when you need to make changes, it happens that you are mad on Sunday and Monday, and then it moves so quickly after that Niners game feels like it was 3 weeks ago.
I know. It really does.
Really.
You're right. That's how it happens.
No,
not
really.
to Ike.
No.
Ike was just shaking his head. Yeah, so he doesn't feel the same way.
So let me ask you this, because I know the presser just happened, and so I'm just going to ask you, rather than you reacting to what they said, I'll sort of give you the context of something that I heard yesterday, or read yesterday in a report, and was sort of reaffirmed by Nick Sirianni in the presser. The first report was Josina Anderson said that the elite candidates are being told that they will have autonomy over the offense. And Nick Sirianni was asked the question by our own Elliot Shore-Parks, and he said, are you going to have a collaborative approach to the offense? And he was basically like, well, everybody's situation's different. That's really far ahead. I don't know. Instead of saying yes. So the question to you is it tenable to have a head coach where the offensive coordinator has complete autonomy over the offense, and the defensive coordinator has complete autonomy over the defense, and still be able to have leadership that makes sense to everybody else in the organization?
I think so, but also it is very unique, and the Eagles are a very unique organization. You know, you look at other teams around the NFL, and a lot of times the head coach may have more control, more power, more say in a lot of things. We know how this organization is run. Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie. Those are the two guys that make the decisions. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. They've won a lot of games. They won a Super Bowl. They've been to multiple Super Bowls. But that's how it goes when you look at stuff like hiring Vic Fangio. I mean, come on, that was not Nick Sirianni calling Vic Fangio and saying, hey, here's my guy at defensive coordinator. When you look at stuff like how practices are structured, when you look at stuff like the analytics department, the sports science department, personnel, none of these things are under Nick Sirianni's control. Now, he's got to be the guy who is in front of the players and forming those connections and dealing with the day-to-day stuff. But yes, it is very different from a lot of other organizations. But I don't know that it's that different than what we saw in like 2024. I know that was probably a little bit more collaborative with Kellen Moore, but I don't think it's that different than that team, and that team won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I look at it, Shield, and I'm more or less like, sure, it can work, and they've shown that you can catch lightning in a bottle. My biggest concern is sustainability. And when things aren't going well, you got to have some sort of foundation to rely upon to steady the ship, as opposed to blowing everything up every other year and starting over and hoping to catch lightning in a bottle again. That's my main concern moving forward. I don't know who they're going to hire as the OC. I don't know what the perfect hire is or what's the wrong hire. I just know when you have sort of you for lack of a better term, you've taken all the power away from a head coach from the standpoint of the influence he can have on a schematic, from a schematic standpoint, offensively or defensively. I just don't know how much the CEO head coach sort of can hold weight when things aren't going well. When things are going well, everybody likes that coach. Everybody enjoys their role when things are going well. But when answers need to be had and problems need to be solved, when you're trying to pull from this person, that person, and that person, it doesn't often work. So I'm really more concerned from that standpoint as when things don't go well, how are we going to be able to correct those things?
It makes it more difficult, and I really think it goes back to Jeffrey Lurie's entire tenure as the Eagles owner. I think he had Andy Reid for all those years, and I think if you asked him, if you hooked him up to the lie detector, he would say, that is the setup I think is best, and I would love to find that again, where I have my head coach who's running the offense, who's picking his staff, who is the face and the leader of the organization. Yeah, he works with Howie Roseman and personnel and everyone else in the building, but that's the guy. And then he moved on from that, and he went to Chip Kelly, and he said, hey, all right, maybe this guy's brilliant. He's a little out there, but you know what? Maybe he's really smart. I'm going to give him the keys. And that went like a disaster. I think after that happened, he said, all right, if I'm not sure that I'm finding an Andy Reid type coach, then we're going to do it a little bit differently, where we're going to hire guys who we like, but they're going to stay in their lane a little bit, and we're going to help them. We're going to build an organization with Howie Roseman where we have all these different departments that are saying, hey, you don't have to worry about this. You don't have to worry about this. Just kind of coach the team under the guidance that we are giving you. And I know it sounds like, if you're listening to this, you're going, well, what does the coach do? Come on, you're neutering him. He doesn't have any power. And that's not totally wrong, but also you can't argue with the success in the way that they've done it since they moved to that with Doug and now Nick Sirianni. So that's where I kind of give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
They have had success. They also have had, when they just, because then we'll transition into the OC thing, because I have a question about last season and moving forward. They've also had more chaos than a team that's had this much success would normally have. Right. Because we'll go into this as sort of the Super Bowl hangover and who was responsible for the failure. But I think you could look at this situation at a different team and say to yourself, and she'll asking you this question, could this year have been as simple as our offensive line and running back were beat to hell from the season last year. We had a Super Bowl hangover season physically and mentally, and that was really the cause of everything else that happened. And everything else we're nitpicking. And I think you could look at a different organization that had just won the Super Bowl and look at it an 11-6 division-winning season where all but one offensive lineman was hurt all year, or Justine and Mailata, right? Two offense, and say to yourself, you know what? We're a run-based team. We couldn't run the football. That's what happened. But instead, we're firing the offensive coordinator. The head coach is now in question. We don't know if the quarterback's going to be here. So to circle back to the question, isn't it just possible that what happened this year is we had a beat-up offensive line, and because of the structure here and because of all that we wind up with chaos when maybe we shouldn't have had chaos?
Yeah, you absolutely can make that argument. And you are right that for as high as their highs are, when it comes crashing down or things go wrong, man, it comes crashing down pretty spectacularly. And maybe we all put the microscope on it, but you look at how they operate, and they are acknowledging that big changes are necessary here, even though they went 11-6. So you're right. If it's another organization, if it's an owner that doesn't want to pay another offensive coordinator, if there's all these if it's a coach who says, I don't think so, you're not fired. This is my offensive coordinator. If it's a head coach who has more power and more control, he's saying, what are you talking about? I choose my own staff. It's in my contract. So yes, all those things could be different in a different organization. Now, I could also make the other argument that it was the 11-6 kind of fluky. Did they win a bunch of one-score games? Did they get better injury luck than most teams? Even though you had the offensive line injuries, they had 20 of 22 starters available for their playoff game. They had a quarterback healthy in the playoffs. So even with all those things, you still no one was that confident going into the playoffs. So yeah, it is a difficult one, but you're right. If I had to just say, maybe this season just came down to the offensive line not being that good because guys were injured. That is not unreasonable to me.
I'm fairly cemented, Sheil, in thinking this next year is really about Jalen Hurts moving forward. And we're going to find out at some point this offseason if they believe that Jalen is the guy moving forward by solidifying potentially his future with an extension or not doing it. And that being said, what goes into hiring this offensive coordinator? Are we hiring someone that is there to get the most out of Jalen, that'll be able to cater offense around him? Or are we hiring someone that has a system that they want ran and Jalen needs to be suitable to run that system? I'm just wondering what's the Eagles' approach to this offensive coordinator coming up, when I think doing what's best for Jalen Hurts should be at the top of their list.
Yeah, I think you want someone who is a proven guy. Now, if you see an up-and-comer and you're really convinced, that's fine. But I want someone who has a track record of they can cater their scheme around their personnel, but I want to hand them the keys. And like, we've talked so much about Jalen Hurts' preferences. Well, he might not like to throw it over the middle. Well, he might not be that comfortable under center with play action, with different motions. Like, I don't care about any of that stuff right now. And same goes for Nick Sirianni. We talked about it at the top. I don't care what his preferences are, because we've seen that for 2 years here. And I know they won the Super Bowl the 1 year, but we remember the conversations we were having in week 15 that year. We weren't saying this offense is a well-oiled machine. So it has been multiple years here. I know they have their preferences. I know they have their credibility, but guess what? What I know about Jalen Hurts is that he does care about winning. And so I need someone with a voice who can say, Jalen, you might not like doing this, but guess what? This is going to be best for you, best for our offense. You're going to get reps of this in training camp, in OTAs, and minicamp. I believe in you. I know you can do it. We'll go through some bumps in the road. Don't worry about it. By the time we get to October, November, you're going to be firing on all cylinders. This is going to be a Super Bowl caliber offense. I need someone with that kind of voice. If they hire someone and the message is, well, this guy worked with Jalen somewhere. Oh, well, Sirianni knew this guy from a different stop. I'm going to be like, did you look for the best guy, or did you look for the most comfortable guy for Hurts and Sirianni? Because I don't think that's the same thing, and I don't think that's going to lead to a winning team next year.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I agree to an extent, but then I also think to myself, it might be a situation where you could tell him from now until September that we want you to be under center, play action, this, that, and the other. And maybe he's just not good at it. And that I think to myself, is this sort of like saying, let's say the Rams, for example, right? Let's say their offense wasn't that good this year, and they were doing the McVay style offense, whatever. And they said, you know what, we need a guy in here who's going to figure out how Matt Stafford can run the RPO. And everyone will go, well, why would you do that? He's good at the other thing. And you would say, well, it didn't work this way, so we should have an offensive coordinator who is comfortable enough to make Matt Stafford run the RPO. So I wonder, I just wonder if what you're asking for and who he is are incompatible. That is the question I'd have.
And that's when a guy like Mike McDaniel, who I think is a really good offensive coach, what he does is the opposite of Jalen Hurts' strengths. I kind of want to see it, to Ike's point. Maybe you do it. Like, I want someone to give it a shot all the way through. And it doesn't have to, I'm not saying you have to lead the league in under center play action or throwing over the middle. I'm saying there needs to be some more variety, some more problem solving, some more answers in this offense that haven't been there the last 2 years. And so you can't only play one way, the way they've played with such a small volume of plays, a predictable offense. You can't play that way. We saw it the last 2 years. So I want someone in that says, hey, we're going to give these different things a shot. And maybe we are having this conversation next season, the end of the year, going, well, they brought in this guy who specialized in different things. They tried it. It didn't work. Well, now we do have to have a different conversation about Jalen Hurts, about how do you build an offense around Jalen. So it is sort of one way or the other. Either it's going to work and it's great, or it's not going to work. And now you have some decisions to make as an organization. Well, what do we do now? Because we know Jalen Hurts can only play one type of way. So we're what? We're not even a week after the season. And I'm like, next year's a huge year, man. There's a lot on the line here, but that's where we are.
I'm telling you, Shield, this is so intriguing because listen, I'm a Jalen guy and I want to do what is best and cater to him. But there is so much truth to bringing in something that maybe he's not comfortable with and figuring out, can he do that? Because you got to decide whether or not you want to continue on with this. So it all depends on, like, do they want to continue on with Jalen, or do they want to find out, is it him or is it a system? Because I think they've been trying to figure out which has been the issue. We don't know, is it Jalen or is it trying to find an offensive system to fit around him? So bringing in like a Mike McDaniel or someone like that would surely put the pressure on Jalen to have to perform.
I said this yesterday. If they hire Mike McDaniel, Jalen Hurts won't be the quarterback in 2027. There's just that is.
What if he steps up and he's able to do it?
Great. Okay.
Well, listen, I mean, he built an offense around Tua, who everybody would say is a very limited quarterback, and he made it a very specific way. Where with Tua, he's like, ball's coming out, you're throwing with anticipation, you're hitting in the middle of the field.
Well,
so that doesn't mean that that's what he would do everywhere.
But ultimately, and I'll go to McVay for a second here. Mm-hmm. Ultimately, McVay looked at Jared Goff and he said, good but not good enough. Can do it, but can't do it the way
I think his had more to do with the intangibles.
Well, maybe
you know what I'm saying? Like
too.
Matthew has a little bit more stones than
he
Jared.
does.
Yes.
Like but it's also worth noting that Mike McDaniel ended up benching Tua eventually, and because he just couldn't do it enough, right? I would say that Mike McDaniel probably got the most out of Tua that anyone could have gotten out of him.
Absolutely.
I would guess, yeah.
But in the end, it wasn't enough.
Yep.
So, all right, Sheil. Well, just an off-season of intrigue. For the
just getting started.
For the contentsmen, and we are Eagles fans, but we are also contentsmen. If you're a contentsman, this is quite an off-season. So, thank you for a great season, Sheil, and I'm sure we will talk to you very soon.
Always a pleasure, brother. Always.
All right. Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
There he is, the great Sheil Kapadia. 215-592-9494. Nick in Collegeville. You're on WIP. What's up, Nick?
You know what, Spike? I feel for Nick also. Like you, right? You said you felt for him?
Yeah, as a person, the same way I felt for KP.
I don't really hear it in your voice.
I don't really hear it. You know where I'm going. Like, Mr. Armbar.
Yeah, I do. I felt for Jalen. To be honest with you, as not a card carrying Jalen guy member, when the leaks started coming out about Jalen, I felt for Jalen. As a human, watching that guy be emasculated to the same way that he was after the 2023 season, and for everyone to see, and Ike is correct. He is sitting up there doing it.
Would love to get emasculated for $15 a year.
Yeah, you get emasculated for a lot less.
I get emasculated for a lot less every single day, and called an idiot.
Yep. Well,
when the guy from Joe from the docks called up and goes, "Oh, I had an ACL in 1978." Don't you tell him, like, you can't compare the two because he's a professional athlete. You're just, this is the same thing. I can't feel for a dude who's making $15 million a year. I'm a human. As a football dude, I don't care. Mr. Armbar, this is my question to you, and the whole crew out over there, you three. Name another security officer for the other 31 teams in the NFL. Do we know anybody else's name?
Oh, no.
You're talking about Big Dom?
Well, that's not
Why
Nick.
is Big Dom starting to catch flack?
Why is Big Dom catching straight?
There's two straight callers. Big Dom's is he the issue with the team?
No, he's the peacemaker.
Yeah, but that's not a Nick thing. Big Dom's been growing in stature through multiple head coaches here.
Right. I feel more for Big Dom that everybody knows his name. Because Nick is here, we know Big Dom's name. He has to pull defensive tackle off of Nick before he gets pounded. He has to keep the number one wide receiver, number 11, away from Nick because he's yelling at him as the manager on the sideline. Right. Okay, the manager. If there's a problem, you don't come on air with the live mics and start yelling at somebody. At commercial, you take Spritz aside and go, yo, Spritz.
Yep.
Like, I need you for the next 2 hours. All right? Forget about what just happened. Last segment, I need you for the next 2 hours. Okay? I have no remorse for this dude. No remorse.
Well, okay, but I get that, Nick. But here is the real question. Forgetting my headline was not "I have empathy for Nick Sirianni." Right. As much as people think I'm a lunatic jerk guy, I feel empathy for people.
Yes.
As a fan, I do not feel, even though it worked once, I do not feel the setup where the coach is publicly emasculated before the season and is publicly, everyone knows that has no say even in a specialty, I do not feel, and I think you saw examples of it this year, and you saw examples of it even in 2024 where it worked, and examples that it is a setup where we are walking a very, very, very tightrope of things falling apart because the guy that is in charge isn't actually in charge. So as an Eagles fan, not as a person, as an Eagles fan, I just worry that this setup is, if you want Mike McDaniel, just go hire him to be the head coach. Like, if you want Brian Daboll, just go hire him to be the head coach. If you don't want the head coach to be involved in it.
That lunatic can't be the head coach.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't want Daboll to be the head coach.
Mike McDaniel, okay, I'm with you there, yes.
So that is my concern, Nick, is about the Eagles, not about Nick as a person.
Good point. About 3 weeks ago, might have been the day after the Buffalo game, where Nick came on a press conference and said, I got to get with Kevin a little bit sooner, but I was doing other stuff on the sideline. And your number one question that day in your 205 monologue was, Nick, what are you doing? Are you reading number 11's book? Are you reading AJ Brown's book on the side? Like, what are you doing?
Yes, I agree. I agree. But now, Nick, and thank you for the call. Now
he really has nothing to do with it.
Yes. You can't. Okay. You can't set the culture without responsibility. You can't. Setting a culture is the way that you do your responsibilities and the way that you have everybody do theirs. If you are not directly responsible for how everybody does their job, then setting the culture is just a thing. Setting a culture is not getting up in front of the team, in front of a meeting, and putting a saying on the screen that everyone should repeat when they walk away. That is a good reminder of how to do things, but I find it difficult. I haven't said this in a while, but from when I was program director, you
said it yesterday.
Okay. I would find it difficult. I think, I will say, that I was good as a culture guy, that people got along here, all that sort of stuff. Right. But if I wasn't able to tell a host, this might work better than this, right, or you should work on this. If I was hands off in everything, what would I do? Walk around and tell everybody to be nice to each other? Right. Walk around and say, do your homework? Right. Walk around and say, you better be on time tomorrow? What is that? That's not a real job.
It's not.
Yeah.
No, you're right. And again, I think all these guys like Nick, because I think he is a players type of coach, that he wants to relate to these guys. He makes sure that he, not for lack of a better way of saying it, he puts himself on their level of just trying to understand what they go through day to day. He's a former athlete, even though it wasn't at the NFL level. He can still relate from that. I'm a former collegiate athlete. I understand that sort of pressure thing. Grew up with a father that was a coach, that whole thing. But then that's where it stops at. The authoritative portion of this, again, because I keep going back to this. It's great when things are going well, but it's inevitable that you're going to hit a valley when things aren't going well. How do you handle those things? How do you handle those things? I don't want to make AJ the poster boy for players going, just disrespecting the head coach or this and that and the other. But he's the clear example of this year where his feelings and his wants and his dislikes superseded the team goal, mantra, and everything else till he put it on Front Street. And he did it for weeks at the expense of the quarterback or the offensive coordinator. One or the other. And he had no problem saying it wasn't the offensive coordinator.
No. Yeah.
So we all knew in a roundabout way what he was doing, and they allowed that for weeks. They allowed that for weeks instead of shutting that down the first time he did it.
Send him home if you have to.
Yeah, where is it that the players, when things aren't going well, know that, hey, man, I may be frustrated, but there's a line I can't cross. And I hate to do the whole when I played and all this and the other, because I understand times were different. There was no social media. I get all of that. But it doesn't mean that there wasn't frustration during the time that we played here and the time that we lost games and weren't playing well. It doesn't mean there wasn't frustration with the offense at that time or what have you. But what you rarely saw until the obvious happened in 05 and in late in 04, but those years leading up to that, there was a hierarchy that we respected as players. And whether we liked it or not, it wasn't. We weren't coming out and going against Andy Reid in any way, shape, or form of what he wanted done with his team.
And as far as the coaches go, the autonomy that they get is earned, not given, right?
Yeah.
So at a certain point, Andy Reid is like, Jim Johnson knows what he's doing. That guy, I got it. You're not hired generally, even though he wasn't a defensive guy. Mm-hmm. This sort of autonomy is something that is developed and earned. Like it isn't you hire and all of a sudden the head coach is not involved anymore.
I totally agree, because in the beginning it wasn't that way.
Right.
And Andy got a chance to see how Jim conducted his defensive side of the ball.
And there were results.
Yes.
Yes.
And he was at those practices when Jim was on everybody.
Right.
So Jim did more yelling than Andy did.
Right.
So, so Andy knew I don't have to worry about that side because Jim Johnson has that taken care of. John Harbaugh, special teams. Yeah, this is not a lollygagging period and the goof around period. No, John is running this period for 45 minutes like it's a practice, and that's how intense it is. He didn't have to worry about that. So all Andy had to worry about from a play design was the offense, but his presence on the overall team was always there looming. And you know what? He didn't say nearly as much as Nick does during practices. He didn't have the emotional ups and downs, this and that and the other. Big Red came over there and he stood there with them arms crossed, watching the defense. He don't have to say a word.
Yeah, you knew.
What? You busting your butt, you're running your ball, you're running to every ball. Like you did what you were supposed to do. And players knew that. I just think with this, I look at the couple of years that they've had, 23 and 25, when things didn't go well, and even part of 24, how the players really were the ones that drove the team to where it went to. Their frustration, their dislike, and all that type of stuff, that's what tanked 2023, and I think that's what happened in 2025.
And it could have happened in 24.
It could have, yep.
215-592-9494. Elliot joins us next. He will give us his thoughts on the answers, what happened today in the OC search. He was there, of course. Had, I think, the most important question of the day. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that in your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices, and no one is battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get Xfinity's best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what 6-7 is, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. All with Xfinity's 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 for Kids.
1-877 for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The original Rocky statue is going to be moved from the bottom of the Art Museum steps back to the top. The Avenue of the Arts on South Broad Street is getting a $150 million makeover. And Girl Scout cookies go on sale today with a new Rocky Road ice cream inspired flavor.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back at Wawa. Get any sizzly, any size hot or iced coffee, and a crispy hash brown, all for just $5. And if your morning calls for something sweet, try our new caramel and chocolate craze flavors. Choose caramel, go chocolate, or swirl the two into your perfect cup. Some deals promise value. Wawa delivers it. The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back. Gotta have a Wawa.
When it comes to your roof, not all contractors are created equal. Only 2% of GAF installers earn Master Elite status, and just 1% of that Master Elite group is recognized as President's Club installers. JNS Family Roofing is among them. What's that mean for you? Superior craftsmanship, proven trust, and access to the best roofing warranty GAF offers. Protection you can't get from just anyone. Choose the experts trusted at the highest level. Give my friends Stu, Dustin, Nick, and Kevin a call. JNS Family Roofing, built on family, backed by the best.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Coming up in the Pro Football Playoffs this Sunday in the NFC, Los Angeles, a 3.5-point road favorite at Chicago. The total of the game, 48.5. And I think Chicago's offense is really good. Maybe Chicago's offense scores a lot. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe Chicago's offense has a down game. LA's offense is not going to have a down game. And if you can get LA's offense to score 27 or 28 points in this game, I absolutely love that wager. I see no way Chicago's defense slows down LA. So coming up on Sunday, I like LA in the game, but LA team total over 26 or 27.5. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to the Big Game, brought to you by Hyundai. Last week's games were wild, to say the least. But this week, we get to see two of the favorites to win it all back in action. The time off gave some key players a chance to rest for Seattle and Denver. But will it be enough to take on teams who are coming in off huge wins? Will the rest be beneficial, or will the rust set in for Seattle and Denver? Brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here. Every fight, one subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, the Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Back to Ike, Spike, and Fritz. The Afternoon Show. Sports Radio 94, WIP.
Hey. Sassy Elliott. Hey. Sassy Elliott. Girl.
Wow. Wow.
Come on, man. This kind of country. We'll day to the interstate. Okay. We'll bring her right back here to me. Come on, man. Respectfully, Currington.
All right, enough. It's the afternoon show, WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. The Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Expert craftsmanship, custom designs, and jewelry built to last a lifetime. Visit them in Montgomeryville, Mount Laurel, or at marks-jewelers.com. Should Nick Sirianni have a say in next year's offense? 67% say no. Damn. Joining us now, to the guy who actually asked Nick that question is Elliot Shore-Parks. What's up, Elliot?
You know, you think you hate the Sassy Elliott song until you hear it just rudely interrupted by that country song. Like,
yeah, and you're like, what about my song? What about my song?
Don't cut the girl off. Like, that's the best part. That's like when the beat drops. Like, come on, just for that country song.
Yep. So, Elliot, what I want to do, I thought there were a lot of, there's a lot of double talk, as there often is, and these sorts of things, but there were windows into the future, I thought. And I thought you asked a really good question, and I'm going to play your question and then Nick's answer, and then we're going to talk about it, all right?
All right, let's do it.
Here we go.
Nick, is the expectation that you'll be just as involved with the offense as you have in the past with the collaborative approach, or is this coordinator going to run the offense and you'll focus on
I think that's really, that's way early. Those decisions don't have to be made until, for a long time. And there's always, as the head coach, you always have to be oversight of everything. And again, this year, obviously, I got involved more in the offense as the end of the season came, but because that's what I needed to do as the head football coach there. And so, again, many different ways to do it. I know that I want to be the head football coach, and I think that that's what the team needs. Again, everything I'm doing is not about what I want to do or anything like that. It's what I think is best for the football team. And, I think it's best for the football team when I'm the head football coach, and being able to give my expertise on, whatever it may be, tackling, taking the ball away, protecting the football, anything on off. It could be anything, special teams. So, again, you have to be so intertwined as the leader of an organization. You have to be so intertwined with every different thing. And so, we'll see where all that goes, as far as that goes. But, we've had a lot of success, doing it different. Again, it's never like this is the certain thing you have to do. And it's like there's a lot of different ways to do it, and different times of the season and different times of the year call for different things. And so we'll see how that plays out. But that's not something that's, that's not where we're not there yet as far as that goes.
Ooh, boy. So, Elliot, you tweeted Nick Sirianni with a good answer on who will have control of the offense. Hearing it back, do you think you want to rethink that slightly?
Well, it's not a good answer for his future. But
okay.
It's a good attempt to spin the what's going to happen. I think that's what I meant in my tweet. Like, I think this is only going to work if Nick is being honest there. If Nick genuinely really just wants to be the head coach of the football team, and he genuinely wants to be the guy that, sets the schedule for the week, and the guy that makes big picture decisions, and not the guy that is scheming the offense, not the guy that is deciding, what their identity on the offense is going to be. So if he wants to do that genuinely, and the reason I felt it was a good answer too is just from being around Nick for 5 years, and maybe it's because this is how they've had success. Like, Nick certainly doesn't strike me as a power-hungry guy that wants to, run the offense no matter what. Like, they've had their best success with him not doing it. Now, to be clear, I think Nick is going down a dangerous path here for his job security. But I think that, if he genuinely is okay with it, then in that way it's a good answer. But, no, it's very clear that the offensive coordinator is going to have complete control of the offense.
You know damn well he's not genuinely okay with this.
So here's.
There's no way. Hold on. No need to push back. Push back for what?
Yeah, push back on what?
What are you pushing back on? You gave an opinion. Hold on. This is an opinion. You can't push back on what my opinion is. Now, I'm just simply saying there's no way he's okay with this. He'll go along with it for right now, but there's no way he's okay with it. He's been here 5 years, and he's been involved with the offense to some degree every year. Even when Brian Johnson became the OC, he found his way in there being a part of the offense. Last year, when Kellen Moore was the OC and they won the Super Bowl, he had his hand in that. Now, you mean to tell me a guy that's gone to 2 Super Bowls, been in the playoffs every year that he's been here, is all of a sudden he's okay with having no say on the team? There's no way he's okay with this.
So first of all, as long as Nick is in that building and Jalen is in that building, they're going to have more say over the offense.
Well, then you agree with me then, because
yes. But what I'm saying is, I think Nick has been okay with how it's been in the past, I guess is what I'm saying. And that I do think while they can talk a big game about like the offense being in complete control of the other coordinator, and I think that's how it'll start. Like Nick will jump in, I think, if things aren't working.
But let me tell you something. Well, hold on though.
But Nick,
I get it. You can say that. But then you can also say, if you are going to one of these, because report from Josina Anderson being that the elite level guys, and I think we all could guess who they are, right. But let's say Kevin Stefanski, Mike McDaniel, blah, blah, blah. Yep. They say you will have autonomy. And then after week 3, when your thing isn't working that you were paid and hired to do, then Nick comes in and goes, yeah, but you know what we got to do is this. Then all of a sudden, we were lucky in that I think Kellen Moore was not a hard-headed guy. You know, maybe he just sort of went with the flow. But not everybody is going to be emasculated the same way that Nick is going to be publicly and be okay with it. And I think it sets up a very, very strange situation where you are hired with an expectation that you can do something, and then all of a sudden a month into it, you can't.
Yeah, so I agree. It's why I don't think it's an attractive job. It's why I don't think a top offensive coordinator should take it, right? Like, I think that they can say in the interview process that it's going to be all you, and, you know, this is your thing, blah, blah, blah. We all know. Like, what do you think Kellen Moore and Brian Johnson thought, like, went into that being like, well, Nick's going to do most of it and Jalen's going to actually dictate what you do on offense. But, like, that's what's going to end up happening, in my opinion. So I get what you're saying about how, like, you know, I think that this offensive coordinator that comes in, ultimately, like, Nick will be involved. That's just what I think, and it's why I don't think it's an attractive job. And to your point about the 3 weeks in, I think a fair question to be asked if you're a coordinator is, like, will I actually get to stay through struggles? Will I actually get, if it doesn't go great year 1, like, am I going to be out like Brian Johnson and Kevin Patullo?
Why not? Everybody else was.
Or Sean decided and make it the full season.
Exactly,
right? So, yeah, so I think to your point about, like, it can all sound good now. Like, yeah, I agree. 3 weeks in, if it's not working, we'll see if they actually stick with it.
Elliot, I have one more question for you about the OC. I'll talk about dogs and cats rule. Elliot's not going anywhere. I know you love Elliot. He's not going anywhere. I have one more question for you. After I tell you about dogs and cats rule, look, we make our lives better by talking to Elliot. Right? That's how we make our lives better. You make your pet's life better by making them happier and healthier. And the lead dog, George Perini, at Dogs and Cats Rule, he has made sure that those stores, all 7 locations of Dogs and Cats Rule, can make your pet healthier. Maybe your pet is dealing with an allergy issue. Maybe they got a rash. Maybe they're like, I've mentioned this, rebel, gnaw, lick at your own paws. Well, they have supplements there that can help. They have, maybe it's their diet, maybe it's the food that can help. And they have the staff in all 7 locations that can answer those questions, that will be patient, finding the exact right solution for your dog while you're there. And while you're there, you want to pick up treats, got great fresh baked treats, all that sort of stuff, leashes, toys, everything. All 7 locations of Dogs and Cats Rule. 5 in PA, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, New Hope, and Bluebell. 2 in Jersey, Pennington and Princeton. Dogsandcatsrule.pet is the website. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family. Okay, Elliot. So with the public leaks being that the Eagles are interested in the elite level candidates, and Diana Rossini said Brian Daboll and Mike McDaniel, how do you think it will look? The organization will look if the public, and even today, I thought, and Ike made this point earlier, them basically publicly saying you'll have autonomy, right? Doing all this to try to get one of those guys. If they cannot get one of those guys, do you think it reflects poorly on the organization? And let's say they don't get a head coaching job somewhere. Let's say one of these guys ends up as an OC somewhere else, and the Eagles end up with sort of like the leftovers. Do you think that looks bad publicly for the organization?
So I think it would be a bad look for Jalen. I think that if a top offensive coordinator doesn't want to come work here, it'll be not fully, obviously, but in large part because of a lack of belief in Jalen. Like, I think if you're a top offensive coordinator and you have an opportunity to go work with a quarterback that you think is elite, like, you would jump at that, right? So I think that Jalen is like a major part of this job. Like when the Eagles talk to offensive coordinators about the role, when offensive coordinators talk to other people around the league who have worked with Jalen, what are they hearing about what it's like to work with Jalen? What are they hearing about his willingness to do different things? How coachable is he, right? Like what's he, all those things. So I think that, yes, I do agree on a larger scale. If they fire Patullo and strike out on the top 5 guys they want, that will be tough for the organization. But I think it would more be a reflection of how these guys view the quarterback.
But it might be the way they need to go because you need someone that the coach, now obviously it depends on who they hire, but you need someone that the coach, I think, feels comfortable with having some sort of say and being a part of it. The OC wouldn't necessarily feel threatened by having Nick take part and taking in some of his ideas, but also Jalen and what he likes to run. I think if the organization is committed to moving on with Jalen in the future, then what suits Jalen and what fits him the best has to be taken into consideration, and it can't be. Here's the thing that I'm worried about, fellas. I'm worried about everybody wants a one-year quick fix, and we're back in the Super Bowl. I'm thinking more of, how do we establish a foundation that can be built upon for the next 3 to 4 to 5 years with Jalen as our quarterback? He's young enough. He's not going anywhere. Nick's young enough as a head coach, right? You want to continue to build around Jalen. So I'm more interested in how do we have sustained success and a foundation to continue to build upon. I'm not looking for the quick fix for next year and then all of a sudden it doesn't work. I'm ready to fire everybody. I don't think that's the way the Eagles should be looking at this thing. They should be looking at the big picture and the long view versus let's try to get a quick fix for next year. That's my thought on that.
I think a worry of mine, I think it's kind of piggybacking off of that, though, is I know this is a name nobody is going to want to hear, but I think it's applicable in this situation. In 2020, when they had a stale offense, they were coming off a year. I know Carson had the 4,000 yards with no 500-yard receiver or whatever, but they obviously felt
great year.
Yeah, they obviously felt things needed to change, right? Mm-hmm. They brought in Rich Scangarillo from the 49ers, and I understand that Mike McDaniel and Brian Daboll have had more success than Rich Scangarillo, obviously. But I think when they brought Rich Scangarillo in, it was with the idea of let's buy a system, right? Like let's like get those ideas from the 49ers and bring them over to us, right? But it didn't work because I think when you buy a system and don't think of the players that have to run it, it is a flawed way of doing things. Like for as much as we talk about Nick Sirianni's system and what he likes to do, I think all the coaches there would tell you what they run is based off of what the players can do and what Jalen can do, right? And they've obviously had success doing it. I know the defense has been a part of it and the running game and all that, but clearly what they do works. My worry is the Eagles are going out into this job market thinking, let's find a system. Let's find an innovative coach. Let's find like someone who does things very different than we do and bring them in and teach the players that. And I think that has disaster written all over it. Like we can look at what Mike McDaniel does in Miami, but those are different players, right? So I just think to the Rich Scangarillo thing, the past when they've tried to do this, it's not really worked. So they got to hire a coordinator, in my opinion, for Jalen, like for what he is good at, for like a coach that can build off of that and not try to change who Jalen is.
Well, as if they believe completely in him moving forward. Now, not to cut you off, right? But
they have to, otherwise they should trade him. Like
okay. Well, that's just real quick. I think the Scangarella thing. Doug never bought completely into it because Doug brought Marty Morningwig back. Now you got too many voices in there. And we look at that offense in 2020. Doug was still calling the plays. So Rick Scangarella being here or what have you, I don't know how much that changed anything. And ultimately, it got Carson out of here, right? It ultimately led to his worst season ever and got him out of here as well as Doug. So I'm just, you to your point, when you're buying a system, I don't know if that's the right way to go about it either.
Well,
I don't know if that's the way to go about it.
But I also think that you could say to yourself that, and I can agree and disagree. I think there's a lot of different factors here.
Yep.
I think you could say to yourself, the way that we did it previously with Jalen was good for then, but because the thing that everybody's obsessed with now, pre-snap motion, we need that again. I look 2022, the pre-snap motion rate was 26%, and in 2025 it was 39%.
Oh, it was more.
Right. It was actually similar to 2024. So I think what you could say to yourself is, in 2022, we had an offense with a quarterback who was running 10-plus times a game. In 2026, we do not have that. So we need to find out if this is because there are quarterbacks who evolve past their most mobile time, right? Mm-hmm. And there's quarterbacks who don't. Cam Newton never evolved past that. Yep. Dak Prescott did, right? Yep. Russell Wilson did to an extent.
Did. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
They had. So you could say to yourself, okay, I think the truth is they don't know what he's really good at right now, and or what the future version of him is going to be good at, because the thing that he was good at in the past is just not happening anymore. So I think there is a thought that you could, if you're the organization, without paying him this year, go into it and say, we need to figure out who this guy is this year, because the guy that he used to be, he was a great player. He could still be a great player, but he can't be that kind of great player anymore in that specific way. So I think if you're going to bring in somebody, it can't just be anybody could do what they've done for the last 3 years. You could just look at the film and call the same plays. I think they got to a point this year where they're like, well, we need to figure out if this guy has a second act.
Yeah, but I also think that kind of built into that and kind of what they're saying, and this is where I would be upset if I was Nick. Like, I think the message that's being sent to an extent is what we do on offense doesn't work, right? And like, we need to move away from that.
Yep.
And if I was Nick, I would be insulted by that, because his offense, right? And I know they have different coordinators, but like the way he has kind of made the offense, if you want to say conservative, like, has led to arguably the best stretch in Eagles history, right?
Yep.
So like this idea that they need to completely blow it up on offense and like find this new way to do it and change and evolve, like, I don't know how much Nick would truly be on board with that. Like, I've never gotten the sense that he's a big, pre-snap motion and eye candy and all. Like, I don't know how much he believes in that, right? So if you're going to bring in someone and that's going to be the new path, that would be a concern of mine too. And when you guys talk about, what if in week 3 it's not working? Like, I think it's important that whatever offensive coordinator they hire, I get that they want new ideas and everything, but they can't be philosophically very different than the head coach, because that's just not, in my opinion. Like, if it's working, all will be well, because everything works when they're winning.
Right.
But when things get tough, are those two going to actually see eye to eye? And that's when you could really have like trouble.
All right, Elliot. Well, you think at the end of the year that the Go Birds pod and Go Birds Daily becomes less significant, but actually it becomes more significant.
Yes,
so,
it never does. Yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
you can subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Elliot, thank you as always.
All righty.
Yeah, talk to you guys soon.
There he is,
bro.
the great Elliot Shore-Parks. Look, we got through that without even fighting with him. Look, we're such grown-ups. When things around us are chaos, we are the calming force.
That's right.
You hear all this good analysis
Well,
today?
it's serious conversation.
Yeah,
today.
people think that this show is all, poop jokes and, farts
D-jokes.
and it's sometimes.
There's a lot of that.
A lot of that. But when we need to dial in, you hear us dialing in? Mike Mayock dialed in.
Oh, you got to be locked in for Mayo.
Yeah. Mike Mayock joins us next. We will talk about what went wrong this year and the Eagles OC search with him. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Now, each game day during the divisional round, you'll find a pack loaded, with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boosts means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in, take a shot on an upset, or build a parlay that fits the moment. Buffalo taking on Denver. That's a rematch of last year's playoffs. This game's out in Denver this time around, and I don't know if I believe in the Broncos, man, but they
shot.
They are at home, though. They are at home, and they're underdogs at home. That never feels good. Reminds me of that Packers-Bears game last week where I took the other side. Well, I've learned my lesson this week. Take the Broncos at home, plus the points. How about that? Then apply your profit boost and go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. So visit FanDuel.com/local and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Eagles' 2025 season will tick away.
A disappointing end to a promising 2025 season.
Anytime you lose, you're frustrated.
Now, the noise gets louder.
Some notable Eagles are going to be gone.
Who comes in to repair an offense in disarray?
The chickens came home to roost.
How are we going to fix this thing?
How can they get Jalen Hurts back on the MVP track?
Everything was there in front of us. We just got to grow from it all.
Is A.J. Brown open to a trade?
Why aren't you catching the ball, AJ? How are you not making these plays?
All the Eagles' offseason happenings happen here.
There aren't easy changes to be made.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
They can overcome this.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come join us for happy hour weekdays from 4 to 6. Enjoy half-price orders of Chicky's wings, delicious pieces, scrumptious hot, cold, or fried shrimp, jumbo soft pretzel with a trio of tasty dips, plus $3 domestic bottles, $6 Tito's, and $6 seltzers. Come join our happy hour weekdays 4 to 6. Come taste and enjoy. Only at Chicky's and Pete's.
In this town, champions aren't born, they're built. On the field and in care settings across the region. Brandon Graham here to tell you the Philadelphia Eagles and Jefferson Health are teaming up because they know precision matters, because every moment counts, and because care isn't just about what happens on game day, it's about showing up every day for every person in every neighborhood. We're one team with one goal, to care for this community together. Jefferson Health, champions of care.
Warm up your home this winter with a brand new roof from Home Genius Exteriors. Call now and get 50% off all roofing materials plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. And for a limited time, you can get free attic insulation. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-UR-GENIUS for your free, no obligation roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Enjoy even more before you spend with Caesars Palace Online Casino. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. $10 no deposit casino bonus on select slot games. One-time wagering requirement. Plus 100% deposit match up to $1,000 on select slot games. 15 times wagering requirement plus 2,500 bonus reward credits. Must be 21 and physically present in Pennsylvania. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at Caesars Palace Online/promos. If you're someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Philly, are you ready? The debauchery returns Friday, February 6th at Cheerleaders Philadelphia. It's the original wing pole, and you know how we bring it. Doors open at 8 a.m. with our legendary Legs and Eggs breakfast, with the winner of the wing eating competition walking away with a $2,000 cash prize. The wings are tasty, and our wingettes are smoking hot. Triple X superstar Alexis Monroe will be gracing our stages with a mouth-watering performance. Tickets available at cheerleadersphiladelphia.com.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items. Subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. John Harbaugh is now in charge of changing the culture of the New York Giants, but first, he has to change his quarterback. The Giants aren't going anywhere if Jackson Dart doesn't change the way he plays the game. Being in concussion protocol for half of your games is no way to sustain a career. I'm Adam Abdallah.
'94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Best show there is. Thank you for listening to it. Joining us now, as he does through the football season, and now one final time through the football season, is the great Mike Mayock of Sumer Sports, sumersports.com. Hey, Mike, thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. How you guys doing?
What's up, brother?
Well, we were hoping it would be under better circumstances, but no one better to figure out what happened and what might happen than you. I asked Sheil Kapadia this about an hour ago, and I think it would be a good question for you as well. Eagles made a decision to move on from Kevin Patullo, and they're looking for an offensive coordinator. Is it possible, and Philly feels more chaotic, of course, we are responsible some for that, than many other cities. Is it possible that what happened with the Eagles this year is just as simple as there was an offensive line that played 21 games last year, that ran the ball more than any other team in the league, and a running back that did so. And because of that, they were either injured or worn down this year, and a team based around running couldn't run the ball, and that's about it. And that everything just stemmed from that, and that this doesn't seem as bad as maybe it was.
Boy, I just think there's a lot more to it than that.
Okay.
And at its root, okay, when Howie and Nick sit down after the season, after a crushing loss, in a game they should have won, when they sit down and look back and are honest with themselves, I think the first thing they have to agree upon is the offense underperformed. And you've got to take a step back and say why. What are the reasons? And ironically, I thought the last drive in the 49ers game kind of underscored everything. I mean, that last drive you had on 3rd and 5, your all-pro wideout drop a ball. Then on 3rd and 11, you had your Super Bowl quarterback throw a ball high to an open Devontae Smith. And then on the last play on 4th and 11, the offensive coordinator makes a call that I still don't understand. And I'm not trying to kill any of them, but what I am trying to say is that I think it's a combination of a lot of things. Execution was one of them on the players' behalf, and all the players have to kind of take a step back and look at themselves also. But I think there has to be an accountability for the entire offense and where it ended up, and that was the offensive coordinator. That's why that had to happen. And to say that the O-line was beat up and they couldn't run the ball, I think is just kind of an oversimplified version.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You mentioned Jalen, and I think, one thing that was clear this year, just when you look at the numbers and you could feel it when you were watching, is that he did not run the ball as much as he has previously. Looking forward, if that is who he is as a quarterback, if it's a run of 4 or 5 times a game rather than 9 or 10 times a game, what is the model for him as a quarterback moving forward if that is the new normal from a running perspective?
Well, I think the model is an intelligent version of it doesn't have to be 4 or 5 times a game. And if you're going to beat the Raiders 31-0, it should be 0 times a game. But what it has to be is you've got to take advantage of something he does extremely well, and you've got to do it only in situations where you need it, where it matters. On 3rd down, on 4th down, late in the game, key drives, extending them. And I think that's why a play caller is so important, because on the one hand, you're judging how often you should expose your Super Bowl winning quarterback. And on the other hand, understanding that at times he's going to have to go get it for you. So I'm not sure if there's one model of a quarterback in the league that you just want to drop your hat on and says he needs to be like Lamar Jackson, because I don't think he has to run it like Lamar, or he has to be like the guy in Buffalo, because the guy in Buffalo can put the cape on and do different things. They're different quarterbacks. So I'm not sure there's one model, but I think the offensive coordinator and the play caller helps dictate how that's going to look.
Well, that leads me right into my question, Mike. Which one of these coordinators, let's start with the top ones, guys that are also head coaching candidates but may not get the head coaching job, like a Stefanski, a Mike McDaniel, or even a Brian Daboll. Are there any of these sort of coaches that you think are better or most compatible with the Eagles personnel and what they have on the offense? Is there a coach that one of these guys you would think would work well with what the Eagles have?
I'm a big Stefanski fan, and I've known him personally and professionally since he was working for the Eagles and before that. And just to give you guys an example, and I think this will help answer it a little bit. Mm-hmm. I did the Jacksonville-Buffalo game last week, and I was on the field before the game with a bunch of the Jacksonville coaches, et cetera, and asking them about the connection between Liam Cohen and Trevor Lawrence, and going from 3 wins to 3 losses or whatever it was, which is unbelievable, right?
Yep.
And their point was that there's Liam, and I don't know Liam Cohen. Their point was Liam Cohen's got an edge about him on top of all the schematic stuff that appealed to the quarterback, and it took him a while. He changed which foot was up. Trevor Lawrence in the gun. Trevor Lawrence had 1 foot up since grade school, and he made him do it the other way for the timing of the offense. And Trevor didn't want to do it, and they fought it. And it ultimately ended up working out the right way. And it was no different than in Chicago with the new play caller, Ben Johnson, and Caleb Williams, who now looks like a completely different guy. And I'm not trying to say that Jalen needs to be transcended, because he's already been to a couple Super Bowls and won an awful lot of football games. But every quarterback out there can be more efficient.
Yep.
And I think there's got to be a guy out there who will demand some accountability and earn it. demand's probably the wrong word, will earn the accountability, earn the respect from his quarterback, and vice versa. So together they can make that quarterback and the entire team understand, look, this is why we're doing the rubs. This is why we're going to rub and throw the ball across the middle. This is why we're going to run a shake route, and you gotta anticipate when it is. And we're not trying to change you. We're trying to enhance what you do well.
Well, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No. Well, so, one of the guys you brought up there, Liam Cohen, and did a great job with Baker Mayfield the year before. It was probably Baker's best season. But worth noting that it was the only season he had with Baker, and then he became a head coach. And I forget who else you mentioned, but Ben Johnson also ended up as a head coach. So from an organizational perspective, is there a concern that one of these guys that you would hire, if they are that type, that is a one and done sort of situation for the Eagles, or do you just have to do what's best for next year and figure out the year after that year?
It's funny because personally, I think Kevin Stefanski is going to get a head coaching job in this cycle anyway.
Right. Yeah.
But I listened to the press conference with Howie and Nick this afternoon, and that's one of the things I kind of wanted to hear. And the clear message was it's win now. It's win this coming year, win a Super Bowl now. Now, at the very end, Howie qualified it, and I thought it was really smart. He said, wait a minute, Eagle fans, just so you understand, you can go all in and win now, but still plan for the future. And I thought that was a really good qualification by the general manager. But I would probably be more concerned whether I'm going to have a one-and-done guy. But it sounds like to me, and knowing the Eagles, they're going to look at a wide spectrum. They're going to look at the veteran play callers who've already been there and done that. They'll look at some of the young guys, and it seems like most of the young guys have roots with the L.A. Rams. Sean McVay, who's the next McVay. That's what's been out there. So I don't think they'll care as much as I would. I think they want to get the right guy that's the right fit for them and worry about whether he's only a one-year guy later.
You mentioned Kevin Stefanski is the one that you that you think would be a good fit. Just to ask you about a couple of the other guys, and Mike McDaniel was reported by Diana Rossini is on their short list. He was interviewing for the Bucs OC job. Given what you've seen his offense look like and the Eagles personnel, just wanted to ask you about a couple of guys. Mike McDaniel, what do you think of him?
I think you could marry up what he wants to do with what Jalen does well. I'd be really curious as to Vic Fangio's take on what kind of culture the guy also brings in addition to what the scheme fit is.
Cliff Kingsbury.
Creative guy. Has had an awful lot of high-level quarterbacks, knows how to deal with them, probably has an ability to get a lot out of Jalen.
And Brian Daboll.
I really like Daboll. I've seen a lot of his career. Think he's a creative guy. The one question in behind closed doors I would love to know is, you had the big year with Saquon and Daniel Jones. You beat Minnesota at Minnesota in the wild card. It looked like you had everything rolling, and then the next year Daniel Jones fell off a cliff somehow, and then resurrected it in Indy. Why?
Right. Yeah. Yep. Well, Mike, we can't thank you. Go ahead.
David Shaw. You didn't ask me about David Shaw.
Oh, David Shaw.
No, go ahead.
Former Stanford coach.
Yeah, Go ahead.
Yeah, he had Andrew Luck. He had the current Eagles backup quarterback. He developed quarterbacks, and almost all of his offenses had a running component to it. Remember, he's the guy that followed Jim Harbaugh at Stanford.
Yep.
So he knows how to marry the run and pass game. He's a veteran guy. He is one of my favorite coaches of all time that I've gotten to know. And I think and even though he might not seem like a real top candidate right now, I would think he'd have to be.
You might not have insight on because there will be guys who have not called plays in the NFL or have not called plays anywhere who will be mentioned. Josh McCown has been the quarterback's coach under Kevin McConnell in Minnesota for a couple of years now. He was mentioned last cycle as a potential OC somewhere. Do you know anything about McCown and how he would be as an OC?
he's really kind of a cool story because he's a football guy through and through. He was coaching high school ball when he got done playing. He's under Kevin, who's one of the most creative guys out there. So he'd be a guy that if you're going to look at the young guys, he's one of the names along with like Nate Shihasa, however you pronounce that, Zach Robinson, Mike LaFleur. All three of those guys have L.A. Rams roots. You know, people are talking about Charlie Weiss Jr., but I think McCown is an intriguing name who someday is going to be a coordinator, and beyond that, who knows?
All right. Well, Mike, your insight this season has been awesome. We wish the season ended differently, but that's not up to us. That's up to them. So you did a great job with us, and we look forward to talking to you around draft time and then having you back again next season. Thank you so much for today and for this season.
Appreciate it, Mayo.
I really appreciate you guys, and thank you so much.
Yep.
There he is. Mike. Great Mike Mayock. Man, we're giving him lists, and he was like, I got another one for you. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So.
David Shaw, dark horse.
Is he?
What's he been doing? Because Frank Reich was at
TV,
Stanford.
I think TV. Just TV.
Because he's always a hot coaching, NFL hire guy a couple of years ago.
A few years ago, yeah. Tanner's here.
So,
Tanner's here.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
How could you not?
Well, because I don't even know who that guy is.
Oh, well, that's why Mayo said backup quarterback.
Yeah, okay.
Stanford. He's a former Stanford coach.
Oh, right. Oh. That would be interesting.
You think Jalen would be on board with
I'm sure he'd love it.
the David Shaw hire?
I'm sure he'd. Oh, my goodness. Can
I
you
hope
imagine?
they hired David Shaw.
Yeah.
I found my new head coach, offensive coordinator.
Poor Mayock is thinking, I didn't want to do this. I shouldn't have done that. I should have these guys.
No with us, yeah.
By the way, what a beautiful send-off there at the end. Everyone,
man. Everybody kumbaya.
Yeah. We made it, with Baldy made it through rocky waters.
Although he forgot your name yesterday.
He didn't forget it. He purposely didn't say it. Mike Mayock, we had some rocky waters, but we wound up, mutual respect, just football guys talking
shop.
Talking shop,
Oh, man.
Come on.
Football.
So this report from Greg Allman of Fox Sports, former Dolphins coach Mike McDaniel will interview for the Bucs OC job Friday. He would consider a great OC opportunity better than a not great head coaching vacancy.
Yeah, that sounds stupid. That means he's not on a short list of head coaching jobs. That makes no sense. Nobody's taking an offensive coordinator job.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
If his choice was, let's say he got offered the Raiders job. No quarterback there. Maybe you have to take the Indiana kid.
Yeah.
Or you go to Tampa where you have a quarterback who can play. You have a couple of wide receivers. And you go and you shine. And then maybe you get the top offer next year when Harbaugh doesn't take the one that you wanted or something like that.
Yeah, I think in theory it sounds good. I think in practice it's just you can't take for granted an opportunity for a head coaching job that is going to be there for you a year or two later.
Yeah.
You just can't. What happens if Baker gets hurt next year and Tampa sucks and Todd Bowles gets fired?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So when there's an opportunity to get a head coaching job, you take that chance. The money is guaranteed. Whoever hires him is giving him a 4 to 5 year contract.
Right.
Where it's guaranteed as a head coach. So I like Mike McDaniel, but what it says to me is that other teams may not think he's head coaching material, and he's a great offensive coordinator.
Baker with Mike McDaniel?
Yeah.
Sign me up. 215-592-9494 while the Stanford guy is here. Dustin in the Northeast. You're on WIP. What's up, Dustin?
Spike Hike, Spritzy. How are you, fellas?
What's up, Dustin?
What's up, brother?
You looked sad when we saw you the other day.
That was a horrible performance we saw last week.
It was.
It was bad, dude. And you and Spritzy back there, unfortunately, I got to throw you guys a couple flowers because you guys are right, dude. I was expecting a completely different effort out of Jalen. I'm not putting all of the blame for that loss on him, not even remotely close.
Not even close.
Not even
close. We wouldn't even do that either. Yeah. We didn't do that either.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. So, I mean, it did kind of show his true colors, though, because his back was up against the wall, and he was still afraid to do what he needed to do to find a way to win the game. Like, I just...
He's got to make that Devontae throw.
Yes.
What'd you say, Eric?
He's got to make that Devontae throw.
And he's got to take off a little earlier on the play
no,
before.
Yeah, or that one,
yeah.
100%. You cannot overthrow Devontae, man, dude. You cannot. But like we talked about this earlier in the year, you called me an idiot for wanting to do it. Are you ready to jump on board? It's time to get A.J. Brown out of here.
No, I'm not.
You still want him to be your number one wide receiver?
Well, here's what I want. Here's what I want. And I'm actually conflicted on this. I really am. And I'm only conflicted because I don't know what A.J. wants. If A.J. wants to be here, meaning he's on board and we're not going to do this song and dance that we do every year when things aren't going his way, then I want A.J. to be here. I really do. But I don't want him here begrudgingly, and then when things don't go the way he wants them to go, we have this soap opera all over again, right? Like, so that's where I'm at. I understand the great talent that he is, but he's also his great talent. When he's not happy, it can be divisive, or it can be detrimental to the team because he gets in a mood to where he doesn't feel like he's fully invested. So I don't want to deal with that. I want A.J. to want to be here. You know what I want, Dustin? I want 2022 A.J. Brown.
Yeah, but he showed it time and time again what kind of character you're getting with.
I know it. I know it.
And I totally agree with you. Like, for how strong of a player he is. Like, I called up a couple weeks ago complaining about how he's not always open and people are always in his hip. He has some strong-ass hands. But, dude, when you're in a playoff game and you're not putting up 20 points and you're giving up on routes like that, we just gave you $100 million a couple years ago. We believe in you, brother. We want you to be the face of our team. You have little kids saying that they love you, for God's sake. Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
There's and that's where I'm at the point where I feel like you got to get him out of that locker room, because I know it's going to sound crazy after me throwing flowers to Spritzy and Spike a couple minutes ago, but I still believe Jalen Hurts is that dude that can win you another Super Bowl. I truly do. But I don't think you can do that with the type of personality like A.J. Brown in the locker room.
I tell you what, Dustin, I don't have as much pushback today as I had a few months ago. I don't.
But I'll tell you this.
I don't.
I'll tell you this. If they get rid of A.J. Brown for Jalen, they're getting rid of him for the team.
Mm-hmm.
But if they make the choice.
I think they'd be getting rid of him because he doesn't want to be here.
Right.
Yeah.
If it's A.J. Brown gone, there's already a lot of pressure on Jalen.
Yep.
But there's no excuse next year. And, like they got rid of the wide receiver in Buffalo, and that guy went out and won an MVP.
Yep.
They'll obviously have another wide receiver if it's not AJ. They'll have Devontae. It won't be a $30 million guy.
You can always take a young wide receiver in the second. And almost, you know what, Dustin? See, you just convinced me in the middle of that call. I'm okay if AJ leaves.
Yeah.
I am. Because here's why. Because here's why. There's something to having a younger wide receiver with the upside that is eager to learn and eager to be a part of the team versus being the reason why you win or the reason why the offense. Like, that's where AJ's head is at. He wants to be the reason why. All this stuff, it's like I did with Nick Castellanos last year with his I want to play every day because I'm a competitor. No, you don't. You want to play every day because you know what? You actually stink, but the more opportunities you get to hit the ball, you figure you're going to hit one sooner or later. That's why you want to be out there, and you don't want to be scapegoated as a bad defender in right field. Now, AJ is a far better player than Nick Castellanos is, but this idea that AJ is being selfless and it's about the team is BS. Like, it's about him. Like, he said that. Those are his words. I get more out of dominating my opponent individually than I do winning the Super Bowl. I want to put up my numbers. I don't care that we're 8-2 and we're winning. I want to be a bigger part of it. I get it. You're a competitor, but this is what the offense is, and it's not a high-flying offense. So I don't know if he'll be happy in that type of offense. And quite frankly, as long as Jalen is the quarterback here, the offense is going to look more like it's looked the last 2 years than it did in 2022. So, yeah, I don't think A.J. will be happy, and eventually we will be back in this same cycle as A.J. being unhappy. So if he is actually at a point where he will dare to step out there and say, trade me this offseason, then, yeah, go ahead and grant him his wish. Why keep him here?
Right.
Why keep him here? If he knows that he's only going to get 3 or 4 targets or 3 or 4 catches, this and that and the other, then now they may sell him on, well, we're getting a new coordinator, so we're going to get you the ball. Well, guess what, fellas? I don't know if it's a good idea to force feed A.J. the ball. That didn't work for us either.
Yeah, and in his at the end of the year, I don't know.
I like A.J., but I need more of a Devontae. I need more of a Devontae Smith personality.
Thank you for the call, Dustin. I think him leaving the jersey on Quignon's locker, I just think he's gone.
I don't think he wants to be here.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to be here.
But you know what, Spike? I don't know if he will actually say it.
Well, I don't know if he would say it publicly, but I think he might say it
behind the scenes?
Privately, yeah.
Okay.
And I also think him piping down, I just think there was a conversation with an agent and something that like say, hey, give us a break.
Yeah, you're not even helping yourself with this.
You're making this more difficult on us.
Yeah, even if you want to get traded, you're making it harder.
215-592-9494. Jack, I don't even remember what's coming up next.
Oh, we're going to talk about the new head coach of the New York Football Giants.
That is right.
My guy.
Maybe some
Don't sound so excited.
Yeah,
wow. Well, remember, he said it.
Did he just say go Giants?
He said it. He said it. He said it. He said it.
He said he loves the Giants.
My guy's out of there. It might even be here.
Mr. New York.
Yes.
I got to put it back on him.
No. You. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
I've been talking about my friends at Scott Auto Group, where I bought my first car and my current car. Get ready to celebrate the new year in style with a new Kia vehicle. Right now, lease the all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS for just $115 a month for 24 months. Check out Scott Kia Springfield or the newly opened Scott Kia of Limerick, where it's always smooth sailing.
3384 due at signing, 10,000 miles a year. No security deposit required. Applicable taxes, fees apply. Expires 2/2/26.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. And app only.
Wing pull, wing pull, wing pull. Club Risque, where the tradition continues. Wing Pull 26, Friday, February 6th. Doors open at 8 a.m. Philly's largest wing eating contest. Thousands in cash prizes. Alexis, Texas, and madness all day. Club Risque Philly. ClubRisque.com.
When your heater takes a holiday during the holidays, don't panic. Horizon Heating and Cooling's here. When you're juggling shopping lists, dinner parties, and who's picking up who at the airport, the last thing you want to hear is, why is the heat not coming on? No sweat. Call Horizon for our no emergency fee service and unbeatable savings. And right now, get up to $5,000 off a next-day HVAC system install plus flexible financing. Book horizonservices.com today.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
It's playoff time. You know how it goes. Big hits, hard yards, and a whole lot of opinions on Monday morning. But buying a car, it shouldn't feel like a contact sport. Hi, it's John Ashow, the Cars Are from Colonial Hyundai. Here at Colonial, we keep it fast, easy, simple. One car, one price, one visit. Only at Colonial this month, drive home any new Hyundai of your choice, like a brand new Tucson, for just $199 per month. No whistles, no flags, no unnecessary roughness. Colonial Hyundai makes it easy to get out of your old car or truck by offering the highest trade-in values in the region. We have over 200 vehicles in stock: Konas, Santa Fe's, Palisades, Elantras, all with incredible offers and incentives. Our state-of-the-art dealership is designed to make buying, leasing, or servicing your vehicle faster, easier, and better than ever. As always, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
2026 Tucson SE lease for $209 a month for 36 months. 7,500 miles per year. $3,995 plus tax and fees. Stock number H260186. See dealer for details.
There's nothing like a neighborhood pub. The familiar faces it's filled with and the community ties it has. That's McGurk's. Walls plastered with local athletes, school flags hanging around the building, and longtime friends beside you. Looking for a spot? Make it McGurk's. Day and night, PGW puts our energy into keeping you safe at home. PGW's 24/7 safety monitoring, infrastructure upgrades, and industry expertise help to deliver the essential energy you rely on and trust. And every mile of infrastructure we upgrade keeps energy delivery in Philadelphia more clean and more affordable. When you see us in your neighborhood, we're working harder than ever to stay on schedule and continue the work of keeping you safe at home. Remember, natural gas smells on purpose. Smell us? Tell us. PGW.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, it's flower season, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your Philadelphia Flyers on the ice. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Proud partner of the Philadelphia Flyers, sold in the arena and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, wow. And you, I got a look. Oh, wrong line. Oh, was that an edit? It wasn't it. The WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. That is your 4:30 90s. Coolio from the movie Dangerous Minds.
Oh, my God. You're talking about a song that oversold a movie.
Oh, yeah. Michelle Pfeiffer, right?
Yeah,
Where
that
she was a
movie was
teacher.
terrible.
I never saw it.
Oh, it was terrible, but the song was such a hit.
It was a huge hit.
Yeah, it made you want to go see the movie.
I have told the story before. I think I told it with Angelo again. We hired Coolio to perform at Wing Bowl.
I remember.
And may he rest in peace, Coolio. And, you can tell the Spike era of Wing Bowl, Ric Flair, Mick Foley,
Here we go,
Limp
patting
Bizkit.
himself on the back.
No, I'm just saying.
you did it, pal.
I'm saying you can You could tell that I was
by
here.
the
The
celebrity
Limp
guest.
Bizkit tribute band.
Yes.
It was very
Hold
me.
on. Did you do Rodman?
Rodman, I think Rodman was more Cindy's idea, but
Okay.
yes, I was PD for Rodman.
Dennis
as well.
Rodman, yeah, man.
Yeah. So we hire Coolio, and there was simply 2 rules for Coolio. Very simple rules that they agreed to at Wing Bowl.
Rules from Coolio.
Rules for Coolio.
For Coolio, okay.
Do whatever you want, but here are the 2 rules.
Okay.
No profanity, and
Really? At Wing Bowl?
Because we're introducing you on the air. It was on the air.
You can't have a profanity on the radio. Yeah.
So no profanity and no new songs. Play.
Yeah, we don't want to hear nothing new. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, play your old hits, buddy.
So he's up on stage for the first time, and Angelo goes to him, and here he is, Coolio. And Coolio's first words are, "Here's some new S." So he breaks both rules in 5 seconds. I'm on one side. My friend Gordon was the guy that helped me book him, and Gordon was in charge of Coolio. I'm on one side of the arena. I run as hard as I can to the other side, and there's Gordon standing next to the stage, and he just goes, he just gives me the biggest shrug, and I was like, well.
What do you want me to do?
Yeah, and then eventually he went into
got into the old
Fantastic
stuff.
Voyage
Yes.
or whatever the hell it was. So.
Yeah, we don't want to hear nothing new.
No.
You're 50, Coolio. We don't need to hear new raps.
And for my generation, Coolio.
Yeah.
So my version of that song was Amish Paradise by
Weird Al.
Weird Al
Yankovic.
Yankovic.
Yes.
I didn't know it was like a real song.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah, dude. It was a
Weird
big
Al was
hit.
still, he was still doing parody songs back then.
He's still doing them now.
Is he?
He is.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
Dude, he's been doing that since the 80s, man.
Yeah, Michael Jackson,
Beat It.
Eat
yeah,
It.
Eat It.
Eat it, yeah. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. So big news out of, I don't think, it's not official yet with Harbaugh, right? It is, they're finalizing the.
Get that money right.
Yeah, so John Harbaugh will be the new head coach of the New York Giants. It has to be their most basic, straight ahead, smart. Joe Judge didn't work. Brian Daboll didn't work. Who's the one guy I'm forgetting? It wasn't Gase, was the Jets.
The mustache guy.
Who was the mustache guy? It was Judge.
Well, they had Ben
Daboll,
McAdoo.
and
McAdoo. That's who it
McAdoo.
was.
Disaster.
Yes.
They thought they were on the right path with Daboll. Didn't actually work. This is the Giants like to look at themselves as a glamour organization. They have not been, but this is the hire.
This is the type of move you made.
Fix it.
Yep.
You are a culture setter. You are a true CEO, a head coach who hires his coordinators, all that sort of stuff. Man. This is a really good hire for the Giants.
Yeah, Harb's in the NFC East, man. Wow,
Yeah.
twice a year.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm happy. I wish he had taken a different job so that he doesn't have to go against the Eagles twice a year, and I'm not rooting against him twice a year. But yeah, I'm happy for him, man.
Buddy, you got to root against him 17 times a year.
Yeah, well, yes, I guess. It's hard, man. It's
Well-
hard, man. You know what? I got so many stories with John Harbaugh, as I've been knowing him since I was 16, 17 years old.
Yeah.
He thought he had you at Cincinnati.
Well, he's the first guy to offer me a scholarship.
Oh, Harbaugh was.
Yes.
Oh,
He's the
wow.
first guy to offer me a scholarship, man, to University of Cincinnati. Yep.
And he will, I assume, bring.
And I accepted it, and then.
And then you left? And then you didn't go?
I changed my mind and went to Michigan State.
Oh.
Yeah, he was not happy about that.
He got over it.
Yeah, he did once we
Yeah.
got here to Philadelphia.
Yeah, he got over
it. He certainly remembered it.
Well, and I think, didn't he save you when they were they're talking about like cutting you or something?
Oh, yes, my rookie year.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, he kept me in the league. Yeah, he kept me in. He was like, dude, they're going to fire me and cut you. Yeah. You keep this up. Yeah, I was having a rough time my rookie year adjusting to playing special teams. And we had just got smashed on Monday night by the Cowboys. I think 34-0. 34-0. Dion took a punt back for a touchdown. I had 2 blocks in the back. So I had 2 penalties blocking a guy in the back that night. And this is on national TV.
Look at you, the original Sidney Brown.
Yes, the original. Seriously.
Yeah.
Angela was killing me the next day. Glenn said I should be cut right then and there. Glenn McDowell. You think I don't remember that? Yes. But I remember sitting in the office with Harbs that day after the game, and he was like, man, we got to get this stuff. We got to get it right. They want to get rid of you upstairs. Like, they want to cut you. but fighting to have you here, like fighting to keep you here. You're a good player. We got to get this fixed. So I had to tone down the aggression on special teams and worry more about technique and hand placement and all those types of things I didn't learn when I was in college. I didn't play special teams in college.
Right.
I just figured you go out there and smash somebody.
Right. Which you were doing, just doing the wrong way.
One other story with Harbs. Steve Bisciotti, Ozzie Newsome, they called me in 2007 when they're interviewing Harbs for the head coaching job. And I'm on a speaker conference call with them and their brass.
Wow.
As they're asking me questions about John Harbaugh. So, he had been a special teams coach here for the most part. And so there's only so many players or references they can go to outside of coaches as far as players go to talk about what type of leader he is, what type of man he is as a coach and everything. And I don't remember everything that they asked me other than not to say anything about it because they hadn't decided what they were going to do. They were still in the interviewing process. But I do remember them wanting to know how he would handle the locker room. Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, guys like that, Terrell Suggs, guys that were established players. He's coming from being sort of an unknown guy to being the head coach of those type of personalities. And I just remember telling them, like, dude, he's not going to have a problem with that. First of all, they're going to love him as a coach. He's a player's coach. But at the same time, he knows how to be firm and he knows how to coach guys like that. Like, he'll give them the respect, but he's going to demand respect from himself. And so I listen, I don't know how many people they talked to before they hired him. I just remember being a part of that process when they called me. And I was like, wow. It was the first time I'd been called by an owner.
You got him.
GM and this and that and the other.
He saved your job, then you helped him get another
And they
job.
told him, so he had called me afterwards to thank me about it.
Oh, that's good.
Yes.
Were you surprised were you surprised at how Biscotti kind of talked about him this week? It was weird.
Yeah, I think that was more – I think he was in defense mode, right? Because they're almost questioning, like, do you know what you're doing right now?
Yeah, you hired the best coach in franchise history.
Yeah, so he's like, I'm the one who found John Harbaugh before everybody knew he was John Harbaugh. And so I get it, but owners, that's how they are. I was more surprised he said Lamar's not the boss. I make the
He was fired up.
I make the decisions around here.
Yeah. Well, that's all right. They're going to give Lamar $300 million or $500 million or $600 million. And I think Lamar
could have been a Ravens coach.
You could have been.
Yes.
Look at that path.
Well, I could have been a Ravens.
Yeah.
Rams.
Yeah.
Eagles.
Right.
Yeah.
Instead, you chose these two morons.
Oh, man, I chose to come here and work for pennies in the beginning. I'm just saying, yes. I could have been an assistant coach.
And I assume he brings his offensive coordinator, who
Todd Monken,
who will coach another mobile QB at Jackson Dart. Mm-hmm. There has to be a sit-down, a 4-hour sit-down with Jackson Dart saying, stop being a stupid idiot. You're going to kill yourself.
Well, what do they say to Scatterboo?
Well, keep being a stupid idiot. You can tell that guy not to be stupid. His part of his benefit is that he's a stupid idiot. Yeah, no offense.
Well, he might be the dumbest.
Yeah,
person.
He's a good ball player.
He's tough.
Yeah,
listen,
he's
tough.
Yeah.
Here.
Oh, come on.
Coop on defense.
Oh,
Scatterboo. Oh my goodness, it'd be a problem.
215-592-9494. It's not a problem for Adam Kasabi to help you find a Delaware beach house. Ksebe. Kasabi's based out of Long and Foster. Was on the phone with Kasabi yesterday, and I said, I tell people all the time about you can rent this place out when you buy your beach house in Delaware. The property taxes are low, but I'm just saying it. Like, give me some examples. So he was telling me oceanfront condos in Bethany, right? $900,000 for an oceanfront condo. Do you know how much the property taxes are for a year? $1,000 to $2,000.
Wow.
For a year.
That's criminal.
Rental income, $80,000 a year in rental income. So that is more than paying for your mortgage. You basically take in 2 months out of the year that you're making all your money back, and for the rest of the year, you have a place to go with your friends and your family. Who finds situations like that? Who can make sure that you are the winning bid? Who will find out about the house before anybody else? Kasabi. KSEBE. Adam Kasabi can be the person to have you stop renting a house from anybody else and you become the guy. When you think it's time, I'm telling you, there's nobody better. Reach out to Adam Kasabi, KSEBE. You can call or text him at 302-864-8643. That's 302-864-8643. Or go to buyindelaware.com. 215-592-9494. Scott in Brookhaven, you're on WIP. What's up, Scott?
Hey guys, man, it's a shame you get that press conference. It's like the finality of it all. You know, it's over. It's really over.
Yeah. But, do you ever do the thing? Sometimes I do this thing with games that end the wrong way, and for some reason I'll get in this mindset for 30 seconds that I think they could just play the play over. That I keep running.
Change the outcome.
Yeah, it's just, are you sure he can't just throw it there? I did it with the Ryan Kerkering, several times. So
I thought about it earlier. I'm thinking if they play that game 100 times or have that last drive 100 times, how many times do they actually get it? You know?
Yep.
But one thing I thought was notable about the press conference, though, and I know sometimes there's like erroneous fluffing that goes on between they're right there, they're trying to respect each other and all that. But I thought it was pretty genuine how he started talking about the draft process and how vital Nick has been in that process, and it kind of got me thinking about how much that has improved. And I wonder if Nick really brings a lot of value there, and that's one of the things that he does that's so valuable to the team and to the organization. I thought that was really noteworthy and interesting.
Yeah, I mean they have drafted better during Sirianni's era, so you can. Howie is we go through this all the time. If it's a bad pick,
I don't know how much that has to do with Nick, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it is. They sync up. Now, you don't know if it's the correlation or causation. Maybe it just happened at the same time. And Howie gets the credit and the blame no matter what happens. But he is clearly leaning on other people. And yeah, now maybe Howie was just trying to explain to everybody what Nick does, and he thought of Nick could only come up with telling them how to tackle, which is a weird one. So maybe Howie came up with something better. I think Howie's a little lighter on his feet on that sort of stuff than Nick is. But yeah, maybe it is. I mean, the drafting has been better since he's been here. I don't know how much it has to do with him, but it has happened at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting for sure.
All right, Scott. Thank you for the call. Yeah, I don't know how much. I have no idea how much head coaches are involved in draft
stuff.
stuff.
Depends on who the head coach is.
Well, that is for sure. Yeah.
Belichick was very involved.
Yeah, it depends on who the
but they
head
didn't
coach
draft well.
Oh, he was horrible by the end.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's
probably why.
Yeah. I don't know.
I think Howie just started listening to the scouts. Is my take on the Howie Roseman drafting situation.
Well, and they've continued to draft post Joe Douglas. Well,
And
so
started with Joe.
Yeah,
and Howie discovered the SEC. That was a big one.
Yeah.
He was like, wait, Alabama and Georgia are good every year?
Yeah.
Maybe take their players.
May have leaned a little bit too much last year.
Yeah. But you know what?
Yeah. You can't hit them every year.
Yeah. Spanky in Southwest Philly. Spanky, you're on WIP.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, Spanky?
What's up, Spank?
Hey, I gotta say this. Like I'm kind of mad right now. I'm sitting there watching NFL today, and I'm looking at all these teams that's still in there, man. I'm still kind of pissed off.
Yeah.
I'm more so pissed off because I'm going down to the old school show in Atlantic City this week, right? And I was thinking we was going to go down there and check in early and be watching the Eagles before the show started. And that just ruined the whole day. But besides that, I listened to the press conference, and they get this new dude. I'm okay with that, right? But when it all shake out, man, Jalen better be better next year, man. I'm just tired of every year.
Yeah,
it's something. It's something, and when it all shake out, the common denominator is him. And I'm getting tired of people making excuses for him. Because listen, I like him, but I don't love him, right? Mm-hmm. But I mean, I know we went to the Super Bowl with him twice, and we played fantastic. And I don't really consider him as a top 5 dude. I just don't. I think he's top 10, but I don't think he was top 5. Yeah. But I just know one thing, man. And as far as the AJ thing, right? I kind of understand how he bounced out of there like that. I thought it was immature for him to do that. And I got to remember these cats is only like in they mid to early 20s, right? Mm-hmm. And I get that. But he had a right to be frustrated. And I think more so at first I thought he was embarrassed at the fact is that he dropped them balls and he didn't want to stand in front of the bullets. But then on top of that, though, I'd have been frustrated too, man. It was we were the laughing stock, really, behind closed doors, and through all the TV shows. I watch these shows every day, right? And I listen to what they be saying about it's like how every year is something different. I'm getting tired of that. If we just won the Super Bowl last year, how we get back to the offense don't score no points.
Right.
The year before that, we had a collapse. We don't know no identity. This don't make no sense, man. This just doesn't make no sense. And for an organization that's supposed to be championship caliber, every year is something like we the laughing stock, and it doesn't make no sense. I just don't understand it. And they're really, honestly speaking, I like Nick Sirianni, but I think he's a bubblehead, man. I think he's a bubblehead, and I know he's supposed to be a leader of men and all that kind of stuff. But all them antics, I would have been pissed off if he would have showed me up on the sideline like that too. And yeah, he probably was saying you got to get off the field or whatever like that.
No, he was wrong. He was wrong for that. Yeah, he was wrong for that. Yeah.
And then in the Buffalo game, when him and AJ was walking through the hall and he was screaming, puffing his chest out because they won by 1 point. Like, come on, man, you don't do that, bro. Like, stop it. Like, come on, you don't do that. That's immaturity. I don't want no head coach really like that. I want an X and O dude. And if this dude was so supposed to have been such of an offensive play guy, then why he ain't fixing it? I don't understand this, man. I'm just pissed off right now because I was looking forward to another game. We should have beat them cats. Like, come on.
No, you're right. Listen, Spank, I agree with you. And I thought as we were going through the week, Spike, I'm saying to myself, I know when it's going to hit us. It's Saturday and Sunday when it's going to hit us.
When there's other games.
When there's other teams are playing and we're not playing, and we're going to be sitting there saying to ourselves, we should be playing this weekend. But in reality, should we?
No, we should. This team didn't deserve to win that game. I appreciate the call, Spanky. This
and I
team,
understand your frustration, but
yeah, they didn't. We should in a grander sense.
Right.
But this year, that team
that's what it's been.
Deserved to lose that way with a bunch of penalties, with an offense that's
the same way they played all year.
All year. It
all played out in that one game.
And a defense that is good, but not quite. Not you said it earlier in the week. You watched that Houston defense.
That's a defense.
That's it. We, like Jalen Phillips had one sack.
Yeah, you mean since they traded for him.
Yeah.
One sack? I thought he had more than one sack.
Or maybe he only had one. How many sacks?
He had one sack since he got. Hold on.
It can't be. Jack, look
His
it up.
Value definitely went
Jalen
down.
Phillips?
Yeah. Since becoming an Eagle, he had one sack?
2.
There you go. With 2 in 7 games.
Yeah.
For
I still thought it was more than that. Yeah.
A lot of pressures, though. I mean,
a lot of pressure.
Yeah, but okay.
The close but no cigar,
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's great.
Well, it could be good for us that his value can't be that high.
Yeah, but I don't need to sign Jalen Phillips.
Oh, no?
No.
Well, who's going to be out of the end?
Go get a real guy. I'm sick of
the reclamation project.
Well, the smarter than everybody else offseason. The thing that you do with the draft where you just take the great player from the great conference, how about you go get a great player?
Can we go get Max Crosby?
Yeah, go. Go get Garrett. Go get Crosby. Go get some game wrecker.
Garrett, we're going to have to give up half the damn draft to get Garrett.
Do something. Give up half the draft. Which half? I don't know.
I would imagine to be the front half of the draft.
Right.
Yes.
Well, okay.
I think I'd still do it. Yeah, I think I'd still do it.
I think
the guy had 23 sacks this year.
Yes.
Can you imagine if we had gotten Garrett?
Well, they probably are in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Even with the offenses being anemic.
Yeah.
Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Myles Garrett, Jalen Hunt.
Wow.
Pretty dominant.
They really wasted our effort at the Super Bowl.
We did give a good effort.
We did a Radio Row.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
We
well,
could have been
he's
famous.
insulting too. I want to win a championship, but hold on, I'll sign back here and lose a billion games and set the sacks record.
Well, look,
I know.
It is what it is.
Even though Jared Allen's the real king of the sacks.
Why? Because he did it in 16 games?
No, Reggie would be the real king.
Okay, fine. But Jared Allen had his taken away. When he surpassed Strahan, the NFL took it away and labeled it a team sack.
Oh, did they? I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I watched a video on it.
Oh, really? Wow.
Reggie had 21.5, I believe, in 12 games.
Yeah, that's the craziest. That and the Carlton 27 wins on a 50 whatever win baseball team. Crazy.
Would you put Reggie White on the Eagles Mount Rushmore?
I think about it.
Yeah.
He is a Packer.
Jack.
He's not a Packer. He's an Eagle, man.
Jack, I need to know what is coming up in the top 5 at 5.
Oh. People that got to give it up.
Uh-oh.
Is this just going to be another Jalen top 5?
I don't know what this is.
He might be a part of it.
Okay. People who have to give it up.
You got to give it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I hope you throw some. I got some stuff I want to throw out there.
Oh, perfect.
Okay. All right. Great.
Yeah, Ike's top 5 at 5 coming up next. That'd be great.
It would be great.
Yeah.
215-592.
No, that would not be great.
Well, I actually have an idea I might share with you. Yeah.
Spike wants to take over top 5.
No.
You said it sucks? Is that what you said?
What sucks?
The top 5 at 5?
No.
Just kidding.
Okay. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Winter hits fast, right? Snow, ice, wind. Don't wait for something on your home to fail. Call my friends at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Now, they've got lifetime warranty roofing, siding, and American-made Provia and Anderson windows and doors. From Philly to the Jersey Shore, Emmons is a platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means Owens Corning warranties their workmanship for life. No. Warranties their workmanship for life, I guess. Yes, life. That's right. There's no better roof than an Owens Corning roof by Emmons Roofing and Siding. Financing is also available. Go to callemmons.com or give them a call at 833-4-EMMONS and tell them Ike sent you.
The Eagles' 2025 season will tick away.
A disappointing end to a promising 2025 season.
Anytime you lose, you're frustrated.
Now, the noise gets louder.
Some notable Eagles are going to be gone.
Who comes in to repair an offense in disarray?
The chickens came home to roost. How are we going to fix this thing?
How can they get Jalen Hurts back on the MVP track?
Everything was there in front of us. We just got to grow from it all.
Is A.J. Brown open to a trade?
Why aren't you catching the ball, A.J.? How are you not making these plays?
All the Eagles' offseason happenings happen here.
There aren't easy changes to be made.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
They can overcome this.
Hardee's Original Bag is back, but only for a limited time. Pick 2 full-sized favorites for just $6.99. Bag yours before they're gone. Choose from the charbroiled double cheeseburger, hot ham and cheese, spicy chicken sandwich, and our saucy hand-breaded chicken tender wraps. You've got it in the bag. The Original Bag. Any 2 plus fries and a drink, just $6.99. Only at Hardee's. Get the best deals on the Hardee's app. Exclusive app offers for registered My Rewards members only. Tax not included. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants. Price and participation may vary.
It's playoff time. You know how it goes. Big hits, hard yards, and a whole lot of opinions on Monday morning. But buying a car, it shouldn't feel like a contact sport. Hi, it's John Ashow, the Cars Are from Colonial Hyundai. Here at Colonial, we keep it fast, easy, simple. One car, one price, one visit. Only at Colonial this month, drive home any new Hyundai of your choice, like a brand new Tucson, for just $199 per month. No whistles, no flags, no unnecessary roughness. Colonial Hyundai makes it easy to get out of your old car or truck by offering the highest trade-in values in the region. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. Konas, Santa Fe's, Palisades, Elantras, all with incredible offers and incentives. Our state-of-the-art dealership is designed to make buying, leasing, or servicing your vehicle faster, easier, and better than ever. As always, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
2026 Tucson SE lease for $209 a month for 36 months. 7,500 miles per year. $3,995 plus tax, tags, and fees. Stock number H260186. See dealer for details.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays. Call your plays like a pro with live betting. Or bet on a market you didn't know existed. Thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable scent boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan. During halftime or overtime, from spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Giants fans should be ecstatic. John Harbaugh brings stability to an organization that won just 13 games in the last 3 years. Now, can the front office give him the tools he needs to turn this ship around? I'm Adam Abdallah.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Hey! Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Get the bill. It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Best show there is. Thank you for listening on your radio, 94.1, the free Odyssey app. Thank you for listening. Jack, let's go, buddy.
Each the 5. Number 5. At 5. With Jack Fritz.
Oh, 5. Beautiful 5.
There's a lot of people out there that got to give it up. It's time to give it up.
Give what up?
Just give it up. Just give it up and get it over with. Starting at number 5, and that's Bo Bichette. Give it up.
You're not getting another offer.
Just you're a Phil, man. Like,
it's for Bo Bichette.
Give it up. Enough with the nonsense. What are you dragging on for? Yankees aren't calling. Dodgers aren't calling. Kyle Tucker's going to be a Blue Jay. It's time to accept the fact that you're going to be a Phil. We're all getting sick and tired of it. Sign the freaking contract and let's go win a World Series. Bo Bichette, give it up.
Man, he better sign. Because this is what's going to happen. We're going to be on the air. We're going to hear the breaking news thing. Jack's going to say, Phillies sign, and there's going to be one of two names that he reads. One will be Bo Bichette. The other one would be JT Realmuto.
There it is.
And poor JT. Kyle Schwarber signed that contract. We gave him a hero's welcome.
Yep.
JT signs the contract. I'm telling you.
Booed on opening day? Poor he mismanaged this whole thing.
He really did.
Yeah.
He really did. And for what?
Yeah. Well, he's going to be a Ranger. The fourth that has to give it up is Ike Degenerate. Ike Carton. Ike.
Betting.
I mean, I haven't gotten a winning slip from Ike in months. I mean, worst football season on record. He was looking for Sixers tips last night. Lost the parlay there.
Rider University wondering where the latest payment is.
I mean,
Ike sent him a FanDuel screenshot.
Oh, man.
It's been a tough season.
Just one parlay away.
It has been not been that bad, but yes, it's been a tough season. Yes, can't deny that. I'm not giving up though.
You got hit on the Sixers last night, yeah.
Nah.
Yeah.
Came close.
Yeah.
Well.
So
I needed another Paul George 3.
Dude.
I need 2 more from Maxey.
Tell you what.
Had Maxey for 4 3-pointers.
He only made 2 last night. Was it like 2 for 9? Something like that. Yeah.
Watching Paul George when you have money on him is awful.
Well, it wasn't enough that the game was bad last night. I had to sit there and root for keep shooting and don't take him out of the game yet.
Well, he was 2 of 3 to start, 11 quick points, and then he just floats. Like he just floats.
That's what they need him to do.
They never pass him the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, I need Paul George to remember. He could average 30 in this league.
Yes, he's PG-13, man.
His odds are too good. I bet him every night. Well, 25 plus is plus 850. We take those odds.
That's right.
But they're not good odds because you keep they always win, Jack.
That's true.
They always win.
When you watch him, because when I watch basketball, I only watch one player because I think I have money on. He is and then Tyrese Maxey will never pass the ball. I mean, the guy's an absolute ball hog. I understand that he's number 1 on top 11, but pass the ball, move the rock, play team ball.
Let somebody else score.
Quentin Grimes hit some threes. Anyway, it's Ike's problem, not mine.
Yeah. Well, listen, 2026
it just sounds just like Ike's problem.
Sounds just like Ike's problem.
I actually looked. You can see in the app how much you bet last year and how much you won.
Yeah.
And
don't ever do that.
I was up like $35 for the year on $3,000 worth of bets.
Yeah.
I ended up
you don't bet.
$30.
He sneaks in bets.
I bet,
and then he looks down upon.
Well, I do the bets and I do the blackjack.
Oh, well, that's a little psychotic.
Well,
on your phone when you instead of a table.
What's that?
Yeah, well,
you're playing blackjack on the phone.
Yeah, well,
sitting on the John.
Look, dude.
Yeah, that's the last thing I need to discover.
Is the blackjack.
Because you can win so fast.
Yes, I know.
You can.
But also,
you can lose faster.
Well, I have a way. I'll deposit 25, and I'll say if I get to 60, I am taking 30 of it, depositing back, and then just playing with the rest of it, so I can't lose, even if I lose the rest of it. That's
well, how about my theory? In 5 years, I've never withdrew any money.
It's a good theory.
That's a great theory, right? FanDuel loves me.
They do.
Yeah, it don't even matter if I win. They're going to get it back eventually.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I don't look at that total account thing.
No, you cannot.
You cannot look at
You
that.
cannot.
Number 1 customer. Yep. There are people that got to give it up. The Jalenites.
Oh.
You got to give it up.
Give what up?
It's just easy leads. Josh Allen this. What is Burrow won? It's over. He's fine.
Well, we have
fine.
We have had several calls, and I think I have handled this week fine from a Jalen perspective.
Yeah.
But
I know you were waiting in the weeds, though. I know you.
Me?
No reason this week.
Yeah.
As soon as you get your back up about Jalen, it's coming out.
Well, yes. If you push me,
You know how I get when you push me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we're arguing elite this year.
No. Maybe a one year
Yeah,
break.
we got to take a break from the elite argument.
He's not going to be in the NFL top 100 next year.
You don't think so? Last year we felt like they forced him in there.
What, they
19,
did.
yeah. My ass.
He's going to be forced in. Is being 89 more
How do you go from 19
embarrassing?
to
Well, see, I think he's going to be in there. Like Tua was in it last year.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They put quarterbacks on there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yep.
He'll be on.
Yeah, well, he's a top 100 player.
Yeah.
Ish.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. The second person that has to give it up is Broads, thinking that he's going to get this job one day because I think this kid that got interviewed after the Eagles lost on Sunday might be coming for all of our jobs.
Yes, this was a huge letdown. This was my Christmas present, and I got a loss.
Oh, no. You probably would have rather had Cole, huh?
Yeah, probably. I'm feeling two of two things. A, I want A.J. Brown packing his bags, and I want him somewhere else that is not here. I love you, A.J., but, like, you can't make those drops in that game. And I also want Kevin Patullo flipping burgers at, like, the local McDonald's or something. I don't care.
Why do you say that?
Whenever he's an offensive coordinator, it's like he's flipping burgers. One side, he's cooking. One half, he's cooking. And the other half is completely raw.
Wow.
That kid.
That seemed like it was all unscripted, too.
Yeah. He was just a man on the side. Saw
Yes,
it.
Yeah.
Rod, that's got to be a phone call. You got to get that kid in here. I'm sure there's child labor laws, but as long as you work them before, 8 o'clock at night and only 12 hours a week.
Okay.
Get that kid in here.
Yeah, he definitely has been listening to the station.
You can tell.
Develop young talent. Yeah. Kid, if you're listening, we'd love to talk to you. 215-592-9494.
I mean, he really might have been the one that the parents were like, first thing we told him was Dallas sucks.
Yes. Yeah, you could
Seems
hear
like
it.
it. Yeah.
He's been raised the right way.
He's been hanging with Dad a lot.
Yeah, he's got a hefty
Well,
boo.
you know what? I don't even want to shortchange Mom.
I was going to say that.
Mom could be,
Yeah, the craziest. Now, I've never met Kristen in person. There's a gentleman that works for the Stern Show, Richard Christie. Now, Richard is a huge Chiefs fan, but his wife, Kristen, is a huge Birds fan. They live right around her. Her Twitter account during the games is the most psychotic thing I've ever seen in my entire life. It's filth, anger. Like, I do not know how that house exists, actually. So, yeah, the moms can be equally psychotic as the dads.
Yep.
Easily. Number one, though, the person that's got to give it up is Spike Eskin.
What do I have to give up?
This whole warpath you're on with Embiid.
You're trying to troll me. You're trying to troll me. It's not a warpath.
Yeah, well, you just got to give it up.
I'm
you love the
trying to
guy.
troll
It's
me.
okay. You love the guy.
I do love the guy.
You believe in him.
I
He's
don't.
the future. He's going to win a championship. He's the most talented Sixer of all time. You're on this warpath trying to diminish how great he is, and you just got to give it up. It's not who you are.
Jack, I do not like you. I am being honest, which is my thing, is being honest. And now you saying that I'm on a warpath about Embiid. I am not on a warpath.
But everyone believes in him.
I do love the guy.
Yeah, he's going to get hurt. Just know that he always does.
He does.
Yeah, but listen, we don't do the whole they're going to get hurt thing on this show. It's a lame argument. It's a lame argument.
It's the truth.
Yeah, well, listen.
Enjoy it while it's happening.
See? You got to give it up. You love him.
I do love him. He is the best Sixer of my lifetime.
I don't know about that.
He is. We got a lot of podcast Ricky listeners saying that Maxey is better than Iverson.
Well, yes, because they didn't see Iverson.
That is my point.
Yeah, they clearly didn't see Iverson.
Well, what they do...
He's not even in the same stratosphere.
No. Well, this is always my retort, because what they do is they go, well, Maxey's a better three-point shooter than Iverson, which he is. Yep. He's a better defender than Iverson, which he is.
Well, neither one of them can defend.
Well, Maxey's okay now. But I said that's not the way. You can't do it that way, because Quentin Grimes is also a better three-point shooter than Iverson and also a better defender than Iverson. Is not better.
Yeah.
This is what I always say. I say, a team with Iverson and role players went to the finals. A team with Maxey and role players would be 500.
Wouldn't even make the playoffs.
Yeah, you maybe in the East, maybe you do.
Maybe. Well, now with the play-in.
Yeah,
nonsense,
Maxey's a great player, but they are different eras.
Yeah.
Where three-point shooting and offense,
spacing,
it's a different era.
Yeah, it's just you almost have to look at it like it's not even the same game or sport that's being played. You watch basketball from the 90s and 2000s. You go to the 2010 to now where they are, it's a totally different brand of basketball.
We're scoring as many points in a half as those teams scored in a whole game. We're having 87 to 82 final scores then.
Yeah, we had NBA final scores that were that.
Yeah. Maxey, great player. Yeah. Way better than I ever expected he would be. Way better. Definitely. All NBA this year. Not as good as Iverson. Yeah.
I was surprised. Embiid moved into 17th last night, all time in scoring.
Yeah, 13,000 points so far.
Man, it seemed like he should have more than that, right?
Well, he just hasn't played that much.
It's the number of games, yes. It's the number of games.
Just hasn't played. Now,
I was surprised at that when I saw that.
Now, points per minute, last time I saw, he's top two.
Still top,
top 2 or 3. And, you know, the Kuminga season, the season he got hurt, when Kuminga fell on his knee, he was, 34 points a game, something like that, 35 points a game. He was unreal.
He was only playing like 33 minutes, 32 minutes.
It was unreal, this hour sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Guided Door and Windows, big winter sales going on now. 40% off all windows and doors with 12 months of interest-free financing. Call Guided Door and Window at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. The great Cowboy Jim, you're on WIP. What's up, Cowboy Jim?
Oh, the great Cowboy Jim?
Sarcasm.
Before we get to the whore comment that Cowboy Jim is a whore, let's
you are a whore.
Hey, Ike.
Yes.
Ike.
Yes.
That night in Dallas was my favorite Ike Reese moment. Oh, Cowboys blow out the Eagles. Ike Reese is getting, spanked for what he's doing all night. That was my favorite Ike Reese moment.
Yeah, awesome. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Yes.
And to that hobbit from Middletown calling the afternoon show, what happened, Frodo? Did the Shire kick you out? Oh, and when I say the Shire, I mean the Midday show. That's what I mean by that.
The Shire's from Lord of the Rings, where all the short people live.
Dork Central over here. Yeah.
Dork Central.
Yeah. Why don't you make a reference an adult would understand? Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Exactly. And now, Spike.
Yeah.
You once said that I have dead bodies in my closet.
Possible.
And now I'm a whore. Now, Spike.
You could be both.
Am I a top 5 whore? That's all I care about. Am I a top 5 whore?
Yeah, I would say so.
Oh, okay. All right. That's all right.
And
by the way.
Oh, no. Are you talking about Caller of the Year?
Yes.
Oh, Caller of the Year. Caller of the Year. Yeah.
That's right. All right. So, listen, that was my idea to come up with the Caller of the Year. That was my idea.
I've had that.
I'm sure, yes.
Dude, I've had that idea for a decade. What are you talking about?
I called Buzz over the holiday while you guys were sleeping on your couches, and I said, hey, you know what a good idea is? How about Caller of the Year? And Buzz was like, well, I'll tell them that. So,
I'm sure, yeah. Definitely how it went
and
down.
By the way, as for Caller of the Year, I am the Nick Cannon of callers. I spew my nonsense to everyone. I don't discriminate. Okay, I never heard Yoshi call Sonny or Marcus or John Johnson or TK. I call the Robs. I call Ashton. I call Deb. I call everybody. I don't repeat myself.
You're a whore. That's why you call all the shows. That's why I called you a whore.
Because they talk Cowboy stuff, and I'm like, hey, let me call in there and let me defend my Cowboys. So, I don't hear Yoshi talking 12 minutes to Sonny or Marcus or John Johnson. I don't hear him call. It's just your show. So I'm just saying, as Caller of the Year, which should be me, which I probably won't get, it should be me.
To be clear, it is afternoon show Caller of the Year.
Yes, and not WIP.
I don't care that you call. God bless Sonny. Love Sonny Hill. Don't care. It is your work here. And the fact that you are spreading your seed all over WIP does not make you more valuable to me. I'm selfish. I only care about myself.
I get that.
Okay.
I get that. And why would any offensive coordinator come to Philadelphia after Kevin Patullo's kids were treated, after his house gets egged? Why would anyone come here? Your fans are the worst. The worst. Okay? And who told me about his kids being harassed at school? Kevin Patullo told me. These are the things that I find out on charters and I can't say. But now that he's gone, I can say these kind of things. You guys are losers. Your fans are losers. Goodbye.
Kevin Patullo said, "Of course, his kids are getting harassed. That's why we have empathy for the guy. Yes, of course. Imagine you getting harassed at school because of something your dad did. Then imagine you're almost 50 and it's still happening to you.
Still happening.
Yes.
And I still feel bad. Billy Davis's daughter went to Ruston.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh.
Now, this is when I was already in college. I was already in college.
Yeah.
but
What did you do?
I was already in college. I heard reports. People weren't being very nice about old Billy Davis. Yeah. I didn't do anything. I'm just saying that she had a tough year.
What was going on?
Yeah.
Kids can be cruel.
Kids are mean.
Wow. Yeah, they are. 215-592-9494. Damon in East Norton, you're on WIP. What's up, Damon?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. It looks like y'all taking a bunch of L's. You know, y'all lost to us. Y'all lost to 49ers, and that press conference today was
Would you stop with the Commanders loss the last week of the year?
Played the backups, Damon.
I'm just saying, Shanahan is a Redskin forever, you know, and he did his thing. So bang, bang, Niner gang. You know, but I got the olive branch for y'all. This is look, there's only one possible candidate out there for y'all to do the job, you know, and he's pretty good. He's a player coach, you know, championship experience. You know, he'll help Jalen improve his passing and his footwork and offensive mastermind. He's not going to interfere with Sirianni because he's too mature. You know, and he can fix Jalen. He can fix Jalen because, as we all know, Jalen can't throw the ball past 20 yards.
Here
That's
it comes.
Fine.
Okay.
He can't throw the ball past 20 yards. That's fine. The guy will teach him how to hand the ball off. You know, Jalen too scared to run out the pocket. It's fine. He'll teach him how to get sacked. You know, and just because
You better teach your quarterback how to slide.
Look, we got Davey Bowie now. Oh, we good. We good. He might as well be Doug Peterson of the future, and he looked good. So you know, we good.
Oh, okay.
So anyway, so Jalen haters, you know, they like to put you in that group. I don't think you're in that group because I know for a fact.
Me is a Jalen hater? No.
They tried to do that the other week. I mean, a couple days ago, and I was like, nah, that's foul because I know for a fact that if you could choose any NFC East quarterback to be standing across from you in that 2004 Pro Bowl, it would be Jalen Hurts. I know that for a fact. All right, so
yep, sure would be. Yep.
I don't think so.
Jack, where would you rank him? Hold on a sec, Damon. Jack, I'm only asking Jack. Where would you rank Jalen Hurts in terms of NFC East quarterbacks if you were starting a franchise?
Like right now?
Right now.
4. I mean,
4?
Yeah, I would probably say 4.
Stop it.
Dart's faster, stronger arm.
Dak has a fair argument.
And I would still believe in Jaden Daniels.
I don't know why, but Dak has a fair argument except for the postseason.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else, no.
Anybody can, you know, have tangibles, but only Jalen can have the intangibles, and that's what this guy knows.
Okay,
so
who?
For little tiny baby Jordan, you need to bring in Phil Jackson or Doc Rivers.
There you go.
Nailed it. Way to land the plane.
There
Yeah.
Well, Eagles suck.
Nope.
All right, that's enough. That's enough out of him.
Yeah. Really? You take Jackson Dart over Jalen?
It's close.
It's close where?
Well, he's got a better arm, faster. Like I like that stuff.
He has a better arm?
I think he has a better arm,
Yeah?
Yeah.
Locker room does seem to rally behind him.
Yeah, but they rallied around Jalen, too, his first few years.
They did. That's a good point.
Yeah,
It's a good point.
We'll see. And Jaden Daniels?
I still believe in Jaden Daniels.
Here's what I'll tell you about Jaden Daniels. And I like Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels at Arizona State. And then he went to LSU and got surrounded by a bunch of 5-star players. Then he got drafted. So we'll see what Jaden Daniels actually, what he is when he's playing for a franchise where you don't necessarily get 5-star recruits every year, and you got to be the guy that lifts everybody. We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see what Jaden Daniels does down there.
I take him here.
You'll take anybody over Jalen.
He's still the 8th best quarterback in football.
You'll take anybody over Jalen.
So 2 pieces of injury news for a big NFL playoff game this weekend. One, Sam Darnold on the injury report is questionable with an oblique injury. So if
he's trying to duck the smoke.
So if Darnold can't play, Drew Lock is the backup.
Can you imagine that?
You know they'd win the game 10-3.
No. They're losing that game.
You think regardless? I think.
Well, no, if Drew Lock is playing.
If Drew Lock is playing. And then Fred Warner ruled out for this weekend, but Shanahan said the goal is to have him ready if they're in the NFC Championship.
Yeah. I fear that there may be some magic dust around that damn team.
Oh, you think they might have it?
They might. When it's the whole us against the world. And if you really think about it, they're going to play a divisional opponent that they're very familiar with.
That they just played.
They just played a couple weeks ago, and now the quarterback has an oblique injury.
Yeah.
And the 49ers are coming off knocking off the Super Bowl defending champs.
Yeah.
Don't be surprised.
I won't be.
Don't be surprised they go in there and beat Seattle Sunday.
We might have to have Baldy on again to ask him about this quarterback head coach combo if that happens. And then they would play the Rams or the Bears. They can definitely, they're familiar with the Rams.
Yep.
I think the Rams would probably, now the Seahawks are 7.5-point favorite, I think.
Mm-hmm.
The Rams would probably be 6.
Where would that game be at?
It would be in, it'd be in L.A.
Well, what am I asking that for? What the hell difference does it make? If it's in L.A., it's going to be more 49er fans there than it will be Rams fans.
Yeah, there's certainly more. There are more of every fan than Rams fans.
Yes.
And they could beat the Bears. I mean, they just put 41 up on the Bears and beat them a couple of weeks ago.
Yep.
So, man, could you imagine with all those injuries ending up in the Super Bowl?
It happens with these teams, man.
They just.
I might have to check the odds there.
Yeah, 7.5. Oh, for a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. Hey, can we get a Bo Bichette update coming up next, Jack? Could we?
We got one.
I know you're trying to avoid the Phillies, but
there's no avoiding of the Phillies.
Wow.
We need news updates.
Well, I got one for you.
Okay.
But listen, I know Eagles are king. We don't
even want to be talking about the Eagles.
I disagree.
Yeah, I want a little break.
We talking Francisco Renteria?
Is that what we're talking about?
Their international signing from today.
Oh, is he the 16-year-old?
17-year-old?
There you go.
Come on, man.
Wow, yes, he'll be ready.
Oh, right. It was they officially got him. Wasn't this the 2-week period where they could lose him?
Today's the signing, yeah.
All right. So we'll get a Bo Bichette update next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change. Kids will grow. New memes will come out. But also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get Xfinity's best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't know what 6-7 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. All with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
The New Jersey Lottery has brought its fan-favorite Green Ball promotion back onto Jersey's favorite game, Pick 3. Now through February 1st, when the Green Ball is drawn on Pick 3 evening drawings, players get a free second chance to win.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Federal prosecutors in Philly charged 20 people in a point-shaving scheme to rig basketball games. SEPTA says serious crime on its system is down to its lowest level in 10 years. And the Boyertown School District is weighing its options on how to remove PFAS from its water.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Bring your party to Chicky and Pete's. We can handle groups of all sizes at our locations across the Delaware Valley. Big parties, small parties, company parties, family parties, get-togethers with friends. Order off the menu or our special catering options. We can do it all, including coming to your home or office or special Play 2 party packages at our South Philly location. Book your party today. Hurry, the space is limited. Visit chickyandpete's.com for details. Chicky and Pete's is official caterer of the Philadelphia Eagles Touchdown Club and a proud partner of the Philadelphia Eagles.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Wing Pole, Wing Pole, Wing Pole! Club Risque, where their tradition continues. Wing Pole 26, Friday, February 6th. Doors open at 8 a.m. Philly's largest wing eating contest. Thousands in cash prizes. Alexis, Texas, and madness all day. Club Risque Philly. ClubRisque.com.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Coming up in the Pro Football Playoffs this Sunday in the NFC, Los Angeles, a 3.5-point road favorite at Chicago. The total of the game, 48.5. And I think Chicago's offense is really good. Maybe Chicago's offense scores a lot. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe Chicago's offense has a down game. LA's offense is not going to have a down game. And if you can get LA's offense to score 27 or 28 points in this game, I absolutely love that wager. I see no way Chicago's defense slows down LA. So coming up on Sunday, I like LA in the game, but LA team total over 26 or 27.5. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's playoff time. You know how it goes. Big hits, hard yards, and a whole lot of opinions on Monday morning. But buying a car, it shouldn't feel like a contact sport. Hi, it's John Ashow, the Cars Are from Colonial Hyundai. Here at Colonial, we keep it fast, easy, simple. One car, one price, one visit. Only at Colonial this month, drive home any new Hyundai of your choice, like a brand new Tucson, for just $199 per month. No whistles, no flags, no unnecessary roughness. Colonial Hyundai makes it easy to get out of your old car or truck by offering the highest trade-in values in the region. We have over 200 vehicles in stock: Konas, Santa Fe's, Palisades, Elantras, all with incredible offers and incentives. Our state-of-the-art dealership is designed to make buying, leasing, or servicing your vehicle faster, easier, and better than ever. As always, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
2026 Tucson SE lease for $209 a month for 36 months. 7,500 miles per year. $3,995 plus tax and fees. Stock number H260186. See dealer for details.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here. Every fight, bam! Yes. One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Let's go. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
Listen to WIP.
Is that okay?
Plus other Odyssey stations and hundreds of podcasts. All free on the Odyssey app.
I love you. Marks delivers personal service and jewelry made to last. Your first and last stop this Valentine's Day. Are you worried about the Giants now that they have John Harbaugh? 70% say no and 30% say yes. More worried than I was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, you got a competent coach there for sure. It'll be interesting to see what he does from a coordinator standpoint, because I'm seeing Monken is interviewing with other teams.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he interviewed with the Bucs today.
And I wonder what happens with Kafka now, whether he ends up being.
They stay.
And I also wonder because I thought he did a good job with the offense generally. If he stays, and then if he becomes an offensive coordinator candidate elsewhere, because I think he would be an interesting one as well.
I think Garofalo said the the expectation is Monken will follow him there.
Okay.
But yeah, he has interviewed.
He's doing
elsewhere.
other interviews elsewhere. Yeah.
Still nothing here with Monken. Like the only names we've heard is McDaniel and Daboll.
Yeah.
And the Charlie Weiss Jr. they're interested in.
Oh God.
You know,
imagine that.
He looks like Mark Wahlberg.
If the Eagles were to hire Brian Daboll, and the offense looks awesome, and the Eagles are so worried about losing Brian Daboll, they make him the head coach. I will drive to Ken and Cinnamonson's house
and take a big old dookie.
I'm just going to sit outside until he comes out. Yep. Instead of him calling us, I'm going to call him. I will call him.
Can you imagine that?
Oh, my God. Could you imagine? Oh, my God.
You fire Nick Sirianni for Brian Daboll.
For Brian Daboll?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I'd have to take one on the chin there, too.
Yeah. Well, I don't think
see
that's
it.
going to
It's
happen.
not going to happen.
No, I don't think they would hire him.
I don't think they would hire him either.
Yeah, he's the lunatic.
You know, he kind of reminds me of Josh McDaniel, who a really good coordinator.
Yes.
But keeps getting shots as a head coach, but flames out.
Yeah. And maybe he learned something.
He might get another shot.
Yeah, he can probably get
Maybe
one.
the third time that Josh McDaniel will.
Yeah.
I don't think he's getting another shot.
You would think.
Jack, let's give us a Bo Bichette update.
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report.
Joining me right now is Jackie Baseball. Fritz.
Here's Jackie Baseball.
Not much on the rumor mill today, although our good pal Craig Carton threw out this afternoon that by 6 o'clock, Kyle Tucker will be a Met.
Wow.
Well, I love Craig so much. Because Craig, in the world of sports radio hosts that do not care what anyone says, if they're wrong, Craig forgets what he says an hour after he said it. One of the true greats. Craig is one of the true greats. So the report was they had offered Kyle Tucker 3 years, $150 million.
$50 million a year.
Yeah.
Year.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. And it's interesting.
Yeah.
It's interesting tact,
Well, these modern front offices are so worried about the end of those deals that they'd rather just pay a crap ton of money up front and not worry about the back end, which is smart, but also
exactly.
I do think players like and that's what the biggest reason why
longevity.
It's the biggest reason why the Phillies are still probably going to get Bo Bichette is the willingness to offer the years to where they have the stability.
Yep.
So Jeff Passan, though, last night on Sportsnet, which is like the Canadian version of Sports Center, he gave this update. His connection crapped out in the middle a little bit, but I tightened it up. So if you hear it drop, it sounds weird.
Okay.
But here's Jeff Passan last night on the Phillies and Bo Bichette.
Yeah, but, teams are only in the lead insofar as they have the most money on the table. And I think the expectation is that the Phillies, at the end of the day, are going to be the highest bidders. They have reason to go after him. They have a need, not just for the right-handed complement to the Schwarber and the Harper, but also just to rejigger that clubhouse a little. Teams get stale sometimes. And Tim, if you look at what the Phillies have done going from the World Series to the NLCS to the Division Series and getting bounced in consecutive years, that incarnation of them couldn't get over the hump. And there are a lot worse ways to mix it up than by bringing in Bo Bichette, a guy who, whatever he plays, whether it's second base, third base, or even shortstop, he's going to hit, and he's going to be a productive bat.
This honestly, so I have settled in on what I think all of this is.
Yeah.
I think it's the agent just trying to pressure the Phillies to do it. I think that's what it is. I think it's the agent thinks it's the best shot, and that public pressure saying it's going to happen is going to. He probably knows how the Phillies operate, what the market is like, and if he puts all of this out there that they're interested, and then they don't get him.
Yes.
Maybe that's what.
Well,
yeah.
Because I think a lot of these leaks we talked about this, are coming from the agent.
They have to be.
Every Phillies leak is. And this is from Nightingale. Every Phillies leak is we're cautiously optimistic.
Yes.
We there's still hurdles to jump through. We're interested, but it's still a bit of a long shot. And then everything from the Passons, the Heymans, the John Morosi is the Phillies are almost expected to sign Bo Bichette by this point. So, and maybe that's trying to get the last teams in on him and get final offers, and he'll end up being here. I still would be surprised if he's not a Philly. But yeah, it's a lot of agent play right now, I think, with all these leaks coming out about how done deal-ish it feels with Bo Bichette and the Phillies.
Well, now we're starting to get the minor details of the JT offer, 3 years.
Which I don't think it's.
Oh, I didn't see that. Where was that?
Well, Heyman said that their offer is 3 years for him.
Oh, for JT.
For JT.
And he turned it down?
But that's why I don't think it's. I think it's a 2-year deal with a 3rd-year option.
Okay. All right.
You think that's coming from the Phillies?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I have to tell you, JT, 2 years with a 3rd-year option.
And Jim Salisbury reported today on the Phillies show that he's asking for $20 million a year.
Oh, come on, man.
Which is, yeah, I know. It's crazy. He's got to accept it. 13 mil, which is still pretty good for a catcher. You're 35.
Yeah.
For 2 or 3 years.
Or why not just do the 3 years for $13 million?
Well, sure. Yeah.
Well, you want 20 for 2 years. That's 40. I give you 3 years with 13. That's 39.
Come on, man. How much money do you need?
Well,
I guess. Yeah.
So it's kind of it. We're still in the wait and see. Tucker really feels like it's coming to a crescendo here. He feels like he's the next domino to fall.
And then Bellinger probably falls too.
See, but I actually think it goes Tucker. I think it goes Tucker, Bichette, Bellinger.
Okay.
Just because I think Bichette is waiting just to make sure the Blue Jays are going to sign Tucker.
Do you think Bo Bichette's a better player than Cody Bellinger?
Bellinger's overall value for what he brings defensively, I would bet on Bichette's bat. I think he's a better hit tool. Obviously, Bellinger has more power.
Yeah,
but pure hit tool. And he's 3 years younger. Like Bellinger's gonna play at 31 this year.
Okay.
Bichette's gonna play at 28.
Okay.
So, but they're close.
Okay.
It's crazy. Bellinger seems like he's asking for 37. That's talk about public posturing. Yankees say they're out to Buster Olney, and then they've been negotiating all weekend because Bellinger's asking for 37 a year.
Well, I've just never understood the Bellinger number versus the Tucker number. I don't understand how Tucker is that much better than Bellinger. I just don't.
Yeah,
I don't see it.
Yeah, I think people just believe in the bad one.
Well, they're wrong.
And then the other exciting one is Francisco Renteria, who's eventually going to be a top 10 prospect in baseball today. He was signed by the Phillies, 6'3", 200 pounds, and
what position does he play?
Center field.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he might have ability to get stronger and have a 30 home run power and play left field.
He's how big at 17 years old?
6'3", 200.
6'3", 200.
That was my size.
Wow. And you played football.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe we can get one of the big, huge guys like the Yankees have.
Listen, they're
better not be Don Brown.
No, hopefully not.
Yeah.
Hopefully not. But yeah, their old international philosophy was throw a bunch of random money, small money at a bunch of players.
Yeah.
Now feels like they're getting into go after the big guys and pay them a lot of money.
All right.
So
that was my size at 17.
He's the number.
So maybe 195 pounds.
Really?
I think I was
6'3", 1.
So it's 7.
What a dog, man.
Oh, man, I was green, man.
That's what I thought you raw dog, man. Raw dog.
How about me? I was 5'8", 215.
Yeah. Francisco Renteria, by the way, number 2 international prospect in baseball.
All right, there you go.
Come on, man. Come on.
Right.
Good stuff.
So, that kind of money, you call Gaida today. You're not spending that kind of money on brand new windows and doors for your house. And I can tell you that 17-year-old's not giving you 40% off. Doesn't sound like there's any bargain there, but Gaida is. Their big winter sale went from December, and I told you it was only December, and now I'm telling you can get it in January too. Makes me sound like a liar, but it actually benefits you. 40% off every window and every door. 40% off every expertly installed, energy-efficient replacement window. They're going to give you free high-performance low-E glass, which is, I know you're saying, I don't know what that is. I can tell you that on one side of the glass, you feel cold or heat, and on the other side of the glass, you don't feel anything, and that is going to be the inside of your home. 40% off every door, every insulated entry door, every garage door, every storm door. Start your project with no money down, interest-free financing for a year. Act now before this deal goes away for real. Call 877-GO-GATA. Get yourself a free no-obligation in-home estimate or go to GoGATA.com. That's GoGuida.com. Kristen in Philly, you're on WIP. Hi, Kristen.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, we're great. How are you?
What's up?
Pretty good.
What's up, Kristen?
I was going to say Todd Monken and Brian Daboll will be great OCs. Because Jalen responds very well to Brian Daboll because he knew him and he worked with him before the league.
Well, didn't he know Brian Johnson too?
But it's different. It's different.
How?
He's more authoritative. You know what I'm saying? Like his authority, Jalen responds to authority really well.
Oh, does he?
Real well. And
No.
it was totally different.
Okay.
It was totally different. Because, and plus he was a kid, too, back then. He a man now.
That's right.
Yeah.
So he would respond way back. And plus, let's not forget Saquon. He also had
Played for Daboll. Yeah, that's right.
Working with Saquon.
Yep.
So you got the quarterback and you got the running back.
Hmm.
Tom Munson is great.
Well, he's probably not going to come here. I don't think. Maybe.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. Okay.
If he could.
So you don't like the other guys?
I
Mike McDaniel.
So here's the thing. Mike McDaniel is AFC, right?
Yes.
So they play different over there.
They don't. Well.
In the NFC.
Yeah, but he's one of the Shanahan guys. Like they're NFC guys.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. I did forget about that.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah.
He could be good. And the thing about him, he's more laid back too. Like what's his name?
He's definitely laid back.
Yeah, he's a vapor. I am. As soon as they hire Mike McDaniel, man.
When it comes down to Nick Sirianni.
Yep.
Like I think they work well together.
You need opposites, like opposites attract.
I think they will work well together.
Yeah, got you.
So that's my opinion. And for all the Jalen Hurts haters, one thing nobody can say about Jalen Hurts is that he's a coward. He is not a coward.
Nope.
That's why he doesn't act like a fool on the field. He doesn't embarrass himself. He doesn't embarrass the league. He doesn't embarrass the Eagles. He doesn't embarrass his family or the fan base. A.J. Brown, on the other hand, is a complete embarrassment. I love A.J. Brown. I think he's a great player. But what happens is when you act like a fool through the season, now the whole situation with Nick Sirianni and stuff like that on Sunday, that's totally different. But through the season, he was doing things very uncharacteristic, which can cause him, like say if the Eagles did get rid of him, it could cause other teams to be like, okay, he's great, but do we really want him? Because look what happened to C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Well, he's in the second round of the playoffs.
Yeah, he's still playing.
Yeah, but still.
Wow. I mean, like the guy's won 2 Super Bowls, and he's still playing. He went to the Bears, and he had a huge. I remember seeing a huge interception. And
yes, but still, like he had to go through so much to get there.
Yeah,
and he shouldn't have had to do that because we should have just brought him back because he's a great player. Your behavior, I tell kids this every day. Your behavior will cause all types of problems with your grades, with people around you, and that's. But I will give A.J. Brown some slack because he does have mental health issues, and I think a lot of that was psychosis.
Was what?
About the
psychosis.
NFL, they don't ask these questions. They don't ask the questions. I mean, you're dealing with human beings. So when they be drafting these kids out of college and stuff like that, right? Or even before, like during the combine, like they don't be asking, do you have
Kristen, what do you
family?
think? Kristen, what do you think of Jack's statement that of the 4 NFC East quarterbacks, he thinks Jalen is 4th?
Right.
I think he's ridiculous.
Okay.
Anyway, but
okay.
I think it's ridiculous.
Okay.
Why?
But like I said, that's an opinion.
It
That's
is.
not a
Thank
fact.
you. Thank you.
No, well, there are very few facts here.
So we all do.
You've been known to maybe make up a
Everything
fact
that
now
y'all
and
say
again.
are opinions
Yeah.
about Jalen Hurts.
Yes.
Because this one thing. Oh, I got a fun fact for Ike too.
Yes.
All right.
I'm here.
So I've been an Eagles fan since I was 5 years old, right?
Same.
And I remember when you played for the Eagles.
Oh, okay.
What was your favorite play?
Huh?
What was your favorite Ike Reese play?
Don't listen to him.
Oh, like the one he was talking about.
Yep.
Which one?
The one I
When
got the penalties.
he hit the guy during the Cowboys game.
Oh, my ass. There's no way.
was
No one remembers that play. They lost 34. Ike's only one, and John Harbaugh and Glenn McIntyre, the 3 remember that play. Come on, Kristen.
No,
Drop
I do.
the act.
But to tell you what, 'cause I was a kid. So them hitting people hard. So
Hold on,
that's
you
how I
were a
know
kid.
things change. Hitting people hard like that, I didn't think anything was wrong with it. And when they called the oh my God, what's
Wait
it
a minute.
called?
How old are you?
I can't tell you.
Well, you just that was 20 years ago.
What year was it?
That was
27 years ago.
28 years
Oh,
ago.
okay.
27 years ago, yeah.
Another fun fact for Ike. Ike.
Yes.
Guess who was born on the day that you came into the Eagles?
Who?
In the same year.
Who?
Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, he was born in 1998?
Yep. And it's the day that you signed,
Yeah.
that was his birthday.
Oh, hold on. His birthday's the same day as Spike's birthday.
Yeah, we have the same birthday.
And see, you got all that hate. And he look,
I don't hate. I just have an opinion.
What do you mean came to the draft was in April?
Would you leave her alone?
The
When he
August was when the birthday. Is
Come
that
on,
like
man.
preseason?
You know
Jack.
what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah, come on, Jack.
I actually,
you know.
I don't know if I
Jack,
Play,
you
stuff
know.
Like that.
Okay.
Yeah. But
Just making
still,
sure.
but still.
Now, we get the point.
Yeah, we get the point. All right, Kristen, thank you for the call.
That
What
was
do you,
awesome.
You think Kristen sits there with her patience and just lies her ass off to
Well,
the...
She's younger than I thought.
Yeah. I need to see Kristen. She needs to come to Chickies.
She's younger than I thought.
You need to see Kristen.
Because she was 5 then. It's 28 years. That means she's 33.
33. Yeah, well, she could be a psychologist at 33.
She's still younger than I thought.
Oh, you thought she was...
I thought she'd be in her 40s at least.
Oh, really? No, I
What
sort of...
wisdom you have to have on yourself to actually be able...
Well, I don't...
You just
hear
don't get a degree in psychology and all of a sudden you know everything.
Well, she doesn't know everything. You know, I wonder, she is an enabler. She's an enabler. And what I worry about with Kristen is she has these clients coming in for therapy and they're doing something that they need to work on. And she's just like, that's okay, honey. That's somebody else's fault. You know, that's why she's an enabler.
Defender.
A defender.
Yes.
An enabler. The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
Oh, great. These again. Nick Sirianni checking his phone and receiving texts with the "what exactly would you say you do here" meme.
Yeah. Man, 2 short years later. Unbelievable. We're back here. What does Nick Sirianni do?
Yeah. It's going to be interesting who they hire as DOC.
It will be.
Dude, if they hire one of these, going to be a head coach in a year or two, guys.
What do you think? How angry do you think people will be if they don't hire one of those types of guys and they hire, I don't know, some...
They'll look bad.
Well, Charlie Weiss Jr.
Yeah.
I think people would be excited about Charlie Weiss Jr.
Why?
Because he's like the hot shot college kid. They're like, oh, this is we're the new NFL.
A college kid coming to the NFL.
I understand.
Awesome.
They would be excited. They'd be, this is the future of the league. Like when you got Chip.
Speaking of college, the college football players still going. That it's still not over.
Yeah, national championship.
Monday?
Next Monday.
Yeah, and Charlie Weiss Jr. looks nothing like Charlie Weiss. If you think that he's Charlie Weiss Jr., you'd think a little gut. Not a gut. Nowhere close. Looks like Mark Wahlberg.
What's next?
Poor Nick Sirianni. I haven't felt this bad for an Eagle since the first time I heard Battle's end of season promo where Ike keeps yelling, "Why are you catching the ball, AJ?" Alex in Lancaster.
I agree with that.
Yeah, they did lay it on thick with that one.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, you didn't hear that one?
No.
Yeah, I'm like, where the hell did that come
Well, it's
from?
like tough conversations about key players or something. And Ike's like, "Why aren't you catching the ball, AJ?" Over, like fading
And it was
into the
a
background.
rhetorical question when I said it.
Yes.
Yes.
Wow, I like it.
See if I can find it real quick.
We just heard it.
No, I know, but Spike doesn't even know about it.
Yeah, I haven't heard it.
Hold on.
Listen to the station sometimes.
Yeah, maybe
Nope.
one time. One
Nope.
time.
No.
This is what it sounds like.
The Eagles' 2025 season will tick away.
A disappointing end to a promising 2025 season.
Anytime you lose, yeah, you're frustrated.
Now, the noise gets louder.
Some notable Eagles are going to be gone.
Who comes in to repair an offense in disarray?
The chickens came home to roost.
How are we going to fix this thing?
How can they get Jalen Hurts back on the MVP track?
Everything was there in front of us. We just got to grow from it all.
Is A.J. Brown open to a trade?
Why aren't you catching the ball, AJ? How are you not making these plays?
All the Eagles.
Wow. Wow. Accountability, Ike.
Yeah, sure.
What's next?
Please stop talking. Please stop talking. Please stop talking. Howie listening to Nick go on and on.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt. I don't know these guys personally, but I've listened to them talk for years.
Yeah.
Howie's sitting next to Nick, just unable to answer a simple question about whether he'll be involved in the offense. I'm sure it's killing him. It has to be murdering him.
It's slowly dying inside.
Shut up. We've all been in meetings where somebody that you're working with won't just shut up.
Yep.
What's next?
We really should have brought in that nice woman reporter from Jacksonville. Howie Roseman's inner monologue during minute 4 of Nick's answer.
Somebody to praise Nick.
Yeah.
Tell him everything's going to be okay.
Yeah. You should be proud of what you did.
Dude.
Hold your head up, young man.
Can we just get Elliot to do that once?
Oh, man.
How funny would it be?
It would be great.
If Elliot tries to pull that.
Yes.
It would be great.
Viral.
They would run him out of the
Yes.
press conference, yes.
We would celebrate him forever.
Yes, we would celebrate him forever.
Keep your